The underground boxing arena's overlord, Chu Feng, has traversed into a realm of immortal heroes. However, unlike others who transform into protagonists, he has assumed the role of a formidable antagonist. In the original narrative, this villain's father is the patriarch of a secluded divine clan. His mother is a renowned matchmaker, operating brothels that span the entire ancient immortal continent. Furthermore, he possesses an innate celestial physique, destined to be the chief candidate for the sacred son of a supreme immortal sect. His master, the supreme true immortal, is a revered elder of the immortal sect. It could be said that Chu Feng was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, a quintessential rich second generation. Yet, in the original tale, this villain is portrayed as a sycophant, infatuated with the female lead, Xianxiao, who repeatedly secretly aids the protagonist in escaping. Ultimately, he meets his demise at the hands of the protagonist, with his parents and master subsequently suffering a tragic fate as well. Faced with this dismal conclusion, Chu Feng has grown numb. Just as he is reborn, the female lead threatens him with a marriage annulment. A divine selection system binds to him. Option 1. Endure and receive a green hat as a reward. Option 2. Seek Xianxiao's opinion, as you are a good man who cherishes his wife. Option 3. Retaliate on the spot, avenging the villain. It is never too late. Is there even a need to choose? Everything you possess belongs to me. Whether or not to annul the marriage is solely at my discretion. You lack the qualification to decide. Chu Feng declared indifferently. Arrest her father and execute him publicly in 3 days. I shall see if the sentimental protagonist will dare to rescue your father. Yet, that very night, Xianxiao, who had always looked down upon him, stealthily approached his palace and declared, Chapter 1. He is wronged. Ling Yun Immortal Sect. At the peak of Dharma, within the interrogation hall. Chu Feng, I am not your pet. You have no right to dictate whom I should befriend. An angry and assertive female voice echoed within the dimly lit hall. The gazes of numerous formidable beings gathered upon Dharma Peak, icy and oppressive, their aura as heavy as mountains. In the center of the shadowy hall stood a woman with fair skin, exquisite features, adorned in a sky-blue gown. Facing the frigid stares of the powerful, she displayed no intention of retreat, instead fixing her gaze upon the man seated at the highest step of the hall, her eyes filled with fury as she declared, Chu Feng is indeed the one I set free. There is no need for you to orchestrate such an elaborate display to intimidate me, for it is futile. I am unafraid. Who in the entire sect is unaware that Chu Feng was unjustly accused of stealing the core techniques of our sect, simply because he drew near to me? He was wrong from the very beginning. Upon hearing these words, the higher-ups of the Demo Peak and the presiding elder could not help but shudder slightly, casting a furtive glance at the impassive Chu Feng, who was engaged in hushed murmurs. Xianxiao has committed an egregious error. Facing us, she still dares to speak with such audacity, displaying unparalleled arrogance. Were it not for the favor of Saint Sun Chu Feng, her act of liberating Chu Feng, a criminal, would be sufficient grounds to strip her of her spiritual bones and expel her from the immortal sect. Does she truly believe that her modest Yi family can shield her from repercussions? As they deliberated, their gazes discreetly shifted toward the elevated dais, where Chu Feng sat, steadfast as a mountain. At the pinnacle of the hall, a tall and slender man sat upon a golden chair, his straight sword-like brows furrowed, and his starry eyes brimmed with chilling intensity. His snow-white, plum-blossom robe billowed with an unsettling rhythm, seemingly mirroring the tumultuous emotions within him. To have just been reborn and already face such a melodramatic scenario. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Indeed, he is a time traveler, having once commanded an underground boxing arena in his previous life, and has just returned to existence. Moreover, he has traversed into a novel he had previously read, The Path of the Sword Sovereign. The innocent-faced woman before him is one of the pivotal female protagonists in the narrative, Xianxiao. Naturally, the Chu Feng she mentioned is the original protagonist, the indomitable survivor, Chu Feng. The individual whose identity, talent, and background Chu Feng has assumed in this rebirth is indeed formidable, being one of the primary antagonists in the tale. He was born with celestial bones, accompanied by the auspicious manifestation of a divine dragon, and was directly taken as a personal disciple by the Grand Elder of the Ling Tian immortal sect upon his birth. His father is the patriarch of a reclusive divine lineage, a paragon of strength, while his mother is even more remarkable, having established brothels across the entire ancient immortal realm, akin to the Red Mansion in his past life. The original host did not disappoint, demonstrating extraordinary talent that suppressed his contemporaries in the Ling Tian immortal sect, becoming the foremost candidate for the position of Saint Sun. Had it not been for his youth and insufficient seniority, he would have been directly appointed as the Saint Sun. Yet, it is common knowledge that Chu Feng has essentially been designated as the future Saint Sun and the future leader of the Ling Tian immortal sect. The only aspect that displeases him is the fact that this character is such a sycophant. In the original narrative, this major antagonist, Chu Feng, also met his demise due to this very flaw of being a sycophant. When Chu Feng first confronted Chu Feng, the disparity in power and background was so vast that it could not merely be described as heaven and earth apart. Chu Feng had numerous opportunities to eliminate the protagonist Chu Feng directly. Yet due to Yi Tongyao's repeated betrayals and covert assistance, Chu Feng ultimately reversed his fortunes and, in the climactic battle, personally slayed Chu Feng, proving his potential to the sect and becoming the Saint Sun of the Ling Yun immortal sect. Chu Feng's father, mother, and master all perished in their attempts to avenge him, falling to the hands of the subsequently ascended Chu Feng. The most nauseating aspect was that, in his dying moments, Chu Feng remained infatuated with Yi Tongyao, while her gaze was solely for Chu Feng, culminating in her bearing a robust son for Chu Feng at the story's conclusion. This surpasses mere cuckoldry. It is akin to becoming an unparalleled victim of fate. Contemplating this, Chu Feng felt a sense of numbness. After all, he was once a powerful figure in the underworld, yet he has now transmigrated into the body of such a character. However, now that I have arrived, everything is destined to unfold differently. A terrifying murderous intent glimmered in Chu Feng's eyes. This time, he would not permit any Yi Tongyao to impede his progress. To him, women are merely pawns. Something seems amiss. How could the original host's memories indicate that his mother opened brothels in other grand worlds and even the immortal realm? Chu Feng's gaze flickered slightly. He recalled that in the original narrative, no other grand worlds or so-called immortal realms were ever mentioned. The ancient immortal continent was the sole existence. Could it be that his transmigration has produced a butterfly effect, resulting in peculiar changes? Regardless, resolving the current predicament is of utmost urgency. Since I have crossed over, the original plot must never replay. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Feng's starry eyes. As my betrothed, to privately release my enemies and still dare to speak defiantly. Chu Feng reprimanded her coldly, akin to scolding a servant. Wretched woman. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Feng extended his hand from afar, and a purple-golden palm materialized, striking Yi Tongyao before she could even react, landing a resounding slap across her face. Smack! Yi Tongyao was sent sprawling several meters away, her right cheek swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she propped herself up, staring incredulously at Chu Feng with disbelief. How could Chu Feng dare to strike her? How dare he? Previously, regardless of her actions, Chu Feng would merely eliminate any man who approached her, never uttering even a harsh word, let alone laying a hand upon her. Chu Feng, how dare you strike me? You shall surely regret this. Yi Tongyao shrieked in a fit of hysteria, her intense sense of betrayal driving her nearly to the brink of insanity. Meanwhile, Chu Feng remained indifferent, seated high above, gazing down upon Yi Tongyao, his voice frigid as he spoke. Wretch, what right do you have to boast before me? Everything you possess is a gift from me. I can reclaim it at any moment. Do you understand? Regret? Do you truly believe you possess the authority to make me regret? At this moment, all the elders and high-ranking officials of the Dharma Peak in the Grand Hall were utterly astonished, gazing in disbelief at the battered Yi Tongyao. They had assumed that this time would merely be a case of thunderous threats with little substance, that Chu Feng was merely attempting to intimidate Yi Tongyao. After all, it was well known how dearly Chu Feng cherished Yi Tongyao. Yet at this moment, they could distinctly sense an overwhelming and terrifying murderous intent towards Yi Tongyao emanating from Chu Feng's voice. It was simply inconceivable. One must remember that Yi Tongyao was Chu Feng's emotional obstacle, his heart's demon. Just then, Yi Tongyao's voice, filled with boundless fury, resounded once more. Chu Feng, since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. From this moment forth, our engagement is hereby annulled. You shall tread your own path, and I shall traverse my solitary bridge. Yi Tongyao's eyes brimmed with wrath. She had vowed to make Chu Feng regret his actions. It was he who initially proposed. Now, the engagement was dissolved. Moreover, deep down, she had always believed that Chu Feng was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. In terms of talent and willpower, he paled in comparison to Chu Feng. Chapter 2 Father-in-Law. You shall be wed next month. In an instant, the entire gathering was left breathless by Yi Tongyao's audacious maneuver, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Numerous eminent figures from various celestial sects were rendered numb, staring blankly at Yi Tongyao, their minds echoing with a singular phrase. What a remarkable fellow. Indeed, Chu Feng was unequivocally the future leader of the sect. To be favored by him was a coveted honor that many would desire. Should Chu Feng express his willingness, they would unhesitatingly offer their female disciples, daughters, or even wives, merely to forge a connection with him. Madness. Yi Tongyao had undoubtedly lost her senses. Yi Tongyao, do you believe you possess the authority to decide whether or not to cancel the engagement before me? Do you think you are worthy? Chu Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on Yi Tongyao, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He had already devised a preliminary strategy for dealing with Chu Feng. The notion of her breaking off the engagement was out of the question. Yi Tongyao was an integral piece in his plan to confront the protagonist, Chu Feng. To annul the engagement and allow Yi Tongyao to soar with Chu Feng? Absolutely impossible. Chu Feng harbored an intense disdain for traitors. He intended to extract every last ounce of value from Yi Tongyao, compelling her to pay the most excruciating price. In the original narrative, Yi Tongyao possessed a rare and alluring physique, which greatly assisted her cultivation. If she were to obtain the legendary texts of the 9 yin and 9 yang, the harmonious fusion of yin and yang would yield boundless benefits for her training. At this moment, she simply remained untapped. Otherwise, her presence in the chamber would be an exquisite delight. In the latter part of the original tale, Chu Feng acquired these two texts and cultivated alongside Yi Tongyao, leading to a meteoric rise in his prowess, proving immensely beneficial to him. All these resources were solely for his enjoyment. Suddenly, an anxious shout erupted from outside the main entrance. Yi Tongyao, what nonsense are you spouting? Who granted you permission to cancel the engagement? As the voice faded, a slightly portly middle-aged man rushed into the hall, landing beside Yi Tongyao, indignantly rebuking her. Wretched daughter. Have you been bewitched by that Chu Feng, losing your wits? Father, you do not understand Chu Feng. Yi Tongyao seemed aggrieved, her mouth opening to explain. Enough. When we return, you shall see how I discipline you. The portly man shot her a stern glare before turning to Chu Feng in the hall, stating, Xiao Feng, do not pay heed to Tongyao's nonsensical ramblings. She has merely been enchanted by that wretched Chu Feng. Rest assured, I will ensure she receives a proper reprimand upon our return. Moreover, I have already instructed my subordinates to spare no effort in locating Chu Feng. I shall personally bring that scoundrel back. Upon witnessing the arrival of this portly middle-aged man, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. This man, Yi Xianxian, was Yi Tongyao's father and the head of the Yi family. Within the entire sect, only a handful had the audacity to address him as Xiao Feng. While Yi Xianxian's power and status were not formidable, he had gained this privilege due to his connection with Yi Tongyao as Chu Feng's prospective father-in-law. The Yi family served as one of the suppliers for the Ling Tian sect, providing various daily necessities such as spirit rice and ores. With generations of family heads and direct descendants having established a deep relationship with the sect, consequently, the Yi family amassed a fortune in spirit stones. However, not long ago, due to the higher prices of their supplies compared to other vendors, the sect had considered switching suppliers, causing a state of unease within the Yi family. As their entire existence hinged upon their affiliation with the Ling Tian sect, Yi Xianxian's position as the head of the family was precariously threatened. Yet, after Chu Feng proposed marriage and became engaged to Yi Tongyao, the Yi family supply quota not only remained intact, but significantly increased, elevating them to one of the primary suppliers for the Ling Yun sect. As a result, the Yi family's influence expanded greatly. However, in the latter part of the original narrative, Yi Xianxian, swayed by Chu Feng's rapid rise in strength, unhesitatingly betrayed Chu Feng. His ability to adapt to circumstances, combined with his business acumen, made him a crucial ally to the protagonist, Chu Feng. And for Chu Feng, nothing was more detestable than a traitor. A frigid glint flickered in Chu Feng's eyes as a more sinister plan surfaced in his mind. He spoke, "Uncle Yi, there is no need for you to personally apprehend him. I have a superior plan that requires your cooperation. May I? Father, Chu Feng just struck me. And you won't defend me." Yi Tongyao's face flushed crimson with indignation. "Silence. This is not a place for your words," Yi Zhenchuan reprimanded, lamenting the folly of having such a foolish daughter. "It is my indulgence that has led you to this recklessness. How dare you, in the name of Xiao Feng, release Chu Feng on your own accord? Do you even grasp the significance of Demo Peak? Upon our return, without my permission, you shall remain confined to your room, awaiting your wedding to Xiao Feng next month." Yi Tongyao, momentarily stunned, quickly retorted, "When was the decision made for me to marry Chu Feng next month? I am utterly opposed to this. You lack the authority to agree or disagree. Simply await the marriage." Yi Zhenchuan waved his hand with firmness, then turned to Chu Feng, adopting a congenial demeanor. "Xiao Feng, if you have a better plan, Uncle will naturally support you unconditionally. Just say the word if you require my assistance. By the way, it has been some time since your engagement, so why not finalize the marriage early next month?" Yi Zhenchuan wished to avoid any further complications and secure the relationship with Chu Feng, thereby solidifying the Yi family's standing, ensuring no one would dare covet his position as head of the family. Surrounding them, numerous eminent figures nodded in approval, secretly commending Yi Zhenchuan's acumen. They recognized that, given the circumstances, they would have made the same choice. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good rapport with Yi Zhenchuan, considering he was now Chu Feng's father-in-law. Next month? How chillingly ironic. Chu Feng chuckled coldly. The cliched plotline had indeed resurfaced. In the original tale, the specifics of this segment were scarcely described, as the narrative was centered around the protagonist's perspective. It merely indicated that shortly after Chu Feng's escape from Demo Peak, he received word that, in a month's time, Yi Tongyao was being coerced into marrying Chu Feng, which incited his furious wrath. After regaining his strength, he infiltrated the Yi family on the wedding day to rescue Yi Tongyao, leading to a tumultuous chase, a quintessential tale of the protagonist's triumph. Meanwhile, Chu Feng suffered a profound loss of face, succumbing to madness and transforming into a laughingstock across the ancient immortal continent. During the pursuit of Chu Feng, although Yi Zhenchuan had not yet directly betrayed Chu Feng, his concern for his daughter led him to offer considerable assistance to Chu Feng, ultimately recognizing him as a son-in-law and reaping immense benefits. Chu Feng's gaze remained icy. This family was treating the original Chu Feng as a mere plaything. "Congratulations, host. The divine choice system has been bound. Please make the following decisions regarding Yi Zhenchuan's request. Option 1. Agree to Yi Zhenchuan and marry Yi Tongyao next month. Reward, a spirit-level artifact, a green hat. Option 2. Consult Yi Tongyao's opinion. Embody a good man who cherishes women. Reward, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Option 3. Repay in kind. A gentleman avenges, a day is not too late. Reward, 10 years of cultivation." On a former novel forum, it was said that the advantages of transmigrators might be delayed, but they would inevitably arrive. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Chu Feng's mouth. The choice was self-evident. "Ha ha ha, Uncle Yi, I truly admire your unwavering character." With a hearty laugh, Chu Feng rose to his feet and proclaimed, "Summon my orders." Yi Zhenchuan has colluded with foreign enemies, using his daughter's identity to facilitate the escape of the traitor Chu Feng, resulting in a tremendous loss of face for my Ling Tianxian sect. The Dharma enforcement team shall immediately apprehend Yi Zhenchuan. His commanding voice resonated like a thunderclap, imbued with a terrifying aura of death that swept across the entire Dharma Peak. In an instant, everyone stood dumbfounded. Chapter 3. One day, you will beg me to marry you. At this moment, many formidable beings were rendered speechless. Yi Zhenchuan's smile froze on his face. Yi Tongyao was left utterly bewildered, rubbing her delicate ears as if she had misheard. By imperial decree, the resonant clang of chains echoed through the air. Just as Chu Feng's words fell, the sound of iron chains rattling erupted from all corners of Dharma Peak, unleashing a terrifying momentum. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 20 Dharma guards adorned in golden attire emerged, brandishing chains that glimmered with blinding light, inscribed with countless runes. In an instant, they ensnared Yi Zhenchuan above, forming an impenetrable net. "Seize him." Dozens of Dharma guards advanced in unison, their palms descending with overwhelming power. Yi Zhenchuan had no chance to resist. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. His opulent garments torn asunder, his hair disheveled. Clang, clang. The net-like chains locked tightly, binding Yi Zhenchuan to the ground, leaving gruesome marks on his body. His appearance utterly tragic. What has transpired? Many formidable beings stood in shock, gazing at the smiling Chu Feng, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Did he truly turn so swiftly against Yi Zhenchuan? Wasn't Chu Feng deeply enamored with Yi Tongyao, willing to provide her with the finest of everything and obey her every wish? How could he suddenly order the arrest of Yi Tongyao's biological father? The contrast was staggering. Who would have imagined that just a moment ago, Yi Zhenchuan had boldly entered the Dharma Peak's interrogation hall, treating the formidable beings and the higher-ups of the Dharma Peak as if they were of no consequence, casually referring to Chu Feng as Little Peak? Yet Yi Zhenchuan understood deeply that all of this was contingent upon Chu Feng's affection for Yi Tongyao, and more so, upon the fact that he was her biological father. Without Chu Feng's favor, he was nothing. Yi Zhenchuan had always comprehended this, but at this moment, he felt it more acutely than ever. Chu Feng could cast him into the abyss with a mere word. Little Peak, what are you doing? I have never colluded with any foreign enemies. The Yi family has always been loyal to the Xian sect. Let us speak reasonably. I will do everything to cooperate. Bound to the floor, Yi Zhenchuan still managed to force a smile, despite being ordered to such a fate by Chu Feng. He dared not show the slightest hint of defiance. Uncle knows that Tongyao's actions this time were excessive, and you are understandably angry. However, I assure you, there will not be a next time. Tongyao has already acknowledged her mistake. The fear within Yi Zhenchuan surged like a torrent, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. His business acumen warned him that he was in peril, potentially facing life-threatening consequences, with the entire Yi family at risk of being implicated. In this world, the strong held dominion. The Yi family was nothing compared to the Ling Tianxian sect. With Chu Feng's background, a mere word from him could plunge the Yi family into ruin. Many aspired to partake in the bounty that was the Ling Tianxian sect. Glancing at Yi Tongyao, Yi Zhenchuan barked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and kneel to beg the Holy Sun for forgiveness for your transgressions." Father. Yi Tongyao stood frozen, only coming to her senses after a long moment, letting out a piercing scream as she rushed forward. "Father, are you all right?" The Dharma guards hesitated upon witnessing this, recalling that she was ultimately Chu Feng's fiancée, and thus refrained from intervening. "Chu Feng, do you even comprehend what you are doing?" Yi Tongyao's voice was sharp and piercing as she turned to Chu Feng. "It was I who let Chu Feng go. If you have the capability, direct your ire at me. What merit is there in targeting my father? It was I, Yi Tongyao, who facilitated his escape. Did you hear that? Release my father." Yi Tongyao was beside herself with rage, unable to fathom that Chu Feng, who had always been obedient to her, would dare treat her biological father in such a manner. "Otherwise, I, Yi Tongyao, swear that I will." Suddenly, Chu Feng's figure vanished from above the hall, reappearing before Yi Tongyao, and with a swift motion, he stomped down upon her chest. Poof! With Chu Feng's strength, even a casual kick was beyond Yi Tongyao's capacity to withstand, and she coughed up blood. Her face pale as she gazed up at the towering figure with an icy glare, filled with disbelief. Yi Tongyao could not accept it. Unable to believe what she was witnessing, she looked upon Chu Feng's familiar handsome visage, his brows sharp and eyes bright, his features resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by the heavens, yet now imbued with an unyielding chill. At this moment, she felt as though she were gazing at a stranger. The Chu Feng of yore, though born with a silver spoon, had exhibited a certain domineering charm, yet before her, he had always been gentle and cultivated, obedient to her every whim. Chu Feng had once vowed to treat her well for a lifetime. Though she perceived that he lacked the unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit of Chu Fan, he was nonetheless a man worthy of her trust. "Chu Feng, you have changed. Changed to the point where I hardly recognize you." Yi Tongyao inhaled deeply, as if attempting to sway Chu Feng. "Even if we cannot become partners for life, we can still be good friends, good allies. You do not understand Chu Fan. I can introduce you to him. There must be a misunderstanding between you." Rebellious daughter. Yi Zhenchuan spat blood in fury, his eyes wide as he bellowed. "Do you have any idea what you are saying? Do you wish to endanger your father and the entire Yi family? Your naivety is almost laughable." Chu Feng's laughter was chilling. Had he been the former Chu Feng, he would have undoubtedly relished Yi Tongyao's so-called innocence. In simpler terms, the more she opposed him, the more her naivete shone through, and the more he was drawn to it. Otherwise, he would not have ultimately fallen at Chu Fan's hands, for Chu Fan possessed no trace of such innocence. Yet he was no longer the former Chu Feng, nor did he share the previous owner's naivete. To let his greatest foe go free and still harbor the delusion of friendship? Bang! Chu Feng seized Yi Tongyao by the face, lifting her effortlessly as he gazed into her nearly flawless, pale visage, his eyes cold as he stated, "If you wish to break off our engagement, it is not so simple. I have proclaimed that you have no right to make decisions in my presence. Your everything, including your life, belongs to me. Do you not disapprove of my actions? Very well, from this moment on, I shall ensure you find them even more intolerable, until the day you kneel at my feet, begging me to marry you." Chu Fan is more resolute and benevolent than I, is he? I am most curious to see how this so-called determination and benevolence manifests itself. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Tongyao soared through the air, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spilling from her lips. The many formidable beings present stood in stunned silence, observing the cold and domineering Chu Feng as if they were witnessing him for the first time. The youngest candidate for the holy son of the sect seemed to have matured significantly in an instant. And this, indeed, was the demeanor and character that the foremost candidate for the Ling Yunxian sect's holy son should possess. Chapter 4. What did she do wrong? Keep Yi Tongyao under strict surveillance. Without my personal command, she is forbidden from leaving the confines of both the Yi family and the Ling Yunxian zone. Chu Feng's voice resonated with authority and dominance. Convey the orders of this holy son. After thorough investigation, it has come to light that Yi Zhenxuan has colluded with external enemies, engaged in corruption, and provided substandard goods that are severely lacking in quantity and quality. Furthermore, he has condoned his daughter in releasing the traitor Chu Feng, who stole the sect's core techniques. In 2 days, he shall face execution as a public spectacle. Subjected to Lingqi. Immediately disseminate this announcement throughout the sect and notify all families and sects associated with my Ling Yunxian zone, inviting them to witness the event. He continued, instruct the logistics department to terminate all collaborations with the Yi family. All resources provided must be returned forthwith and within 3 days. All embezzled spirit stones from the Yi family must be reclaimed. No accomplice shall be spared. Chu Feng's gaze was chillingly indifferent as he issued a series of commands, each causing Yi Zhenxuan to pale further, until he ultimately collapsed to the ground like a limp rag. Holy son, spare me. All of this is the doing of my rebellious daughter Yi Tongyao. I had no knowledge of it, and it has nothing to do with the Yi family. Yi Zhenxuan frantically prostrated, his address to Chu Feng subtly transforming into one of reverence for the holy son. He sensed the drastic shift in Chu Feng's attitude towards Yi Tongyao, implying catastrophic repercussions for the entire Yi family. Take him away, Chu Feng commanded, turning away with a casual wave of his hand. As Yi Zhenxuan was escorted out by the Dharma guards, he could be heard shouting at the prostrated Yi Tongyao. Rebellious daughter, at this juncture, do you not realize that your father and the entire Yi family's fate rests in your hands? Do you understand? How did it come to this? Why? Yi Tongyao slumped on the ground, her eyes devoid of life, murmuring incessantly. What had she done wrong? Why was Chu Feng treating her and the Yi family in such a manner? The Yi family had always been loyal and diligent towards the Ling Yunxian zone. Her father had treated Chu Feng with utmost kindness. Just yesterday, Chu Feng had been so generous, presenting her with a bounty of precious medicinal herbs for her cultivation. Why had everything changed overnight? Chu Feng paid no heed to Yi Tongyao, not even casting a glance in her direction. He smiled at the numerous elders and high-ranking members of the Dharma Peak, saying, such trivial matters should not have troubled you esteemed elders. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. The Holy Son speaks no falsehood. It is our duty to act, they all replied, their faces adorned with smiles. The Yi family has indeed overstepped, and your handling of the situation is commendable. We wholeheartedly support your actions. Yi Zhenxuan is but a petty man. We, the Dharma Peak, will fully cooperate with the Holy Son to thoroughly investigate the Yi family's misdeeds, ensuring that not a single offender escapes justice. We shall also seek the Holy Son's continued favor for our Dharma Peak. Amidst their laughter, a solemnity lingered in their hearts. The struggle for the position of Holy Son had always been the focal point of the sect. Even though Chu Feng was essentially the frontrunner among the candidate Holy Sons, this did not eliminate the presence of uncertainty. Until he officially succeeded the sect leader, various possibilities remained. For the other candidate Holy Sons were no mere pushovers. Chu Feng had consistently been the center of attention among the various factions within the sect. His unconditional protection of Yi Tongyao had long been the subject of jest within the sect. Yet his sudden change in demeanor seemed to have shattered the final barrier of affection, warranting scrutiny. Then I shall entrust this matter to you all, Chu Feng remarked. I express my gratitude in advance. All actions are for the prosperity and flourishing of our sect. This Holy Son shall not permit certain families to drain us of our resources. With pressing matters at hand, he excused himself from further discussion, extending an invitation for future gatherings at Tianji Peak. What is a sect? It is but a microcosm of society, governed by human sentiments and dealings. The sects of this world mirror companies, workplaces, and even the underground fighting arenas I have established. This much I comprehend. Meanwhile, Yi Tongyao remained bewildered, gazing at Chu Feng as he conversed with the high-ranking elders of the Dharma Peak. Unable to fathom why none of them came to her father's defense or spoke on behalf of the Yi family. They knew well that her father and the Yi family were being wronged. She had witnessed many of these individuals visiting the Yi family, sharing drinks and camaraderie with her father and the family elders, while also benefiting from their generosity. How had everything turned so drastically? No one paid attention to Yi Tongyao except for the Dharma guards assigned to monitor her. As Chu Feng departed, followed by the other eminent figures, the interrogation hall was left desolate, with only the blood-stained Yi Tongyao remaining. Tianji Peak, one of the 7 main peaks of the Lingyun Xinzong, had produced countless powerful figures throughout history, boasting tens of thousands of disciples and numerous dynasties in its thrall, flourishing and thriving. Chu Feng's master was the peak lord of Tianji Peak, the grand elder of the Lingyun Xinzong, holding the highest position within the inner circle. Wielding immense power second only to the sect leader, and himself a formidable transcendent-level powerhouse, renowned and feared across the ancient celestial continent. As Chu Feng soared back to the skies above Tianji Peak, an icy voice from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on making a choice. Reward, 10 years of cultivation. Would you like to accept the enlightenment now? This was the first time he had received a reward from the system. An anticipation welled within him. Almost instinctively, he replied yes. The enlightenment commenced. Boom. In an instant, a sound akin to a surging tsunami resonated in his ears. As Chu Feng felt a terrifying energy surge into his body. Buzz. There was no time to return to his cave dwelling. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to close his eyes and assume a meditative position in midair. Suddenly, an overwhelming violet light erupted from his being, its vast might exploding in an instant, sweeping across the surrounding area like a torrential river. Had anyone else dared to unleash such power above Tianji Peak, they would have been obliterated by the countless strong figures within the peak. Yet, as Chu Feng's might surged, strong practitioners immediately recognized that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Holy Sun is about to break through. Seal off the vicinity of Tianji Peak. No one is to disturb him, commanded a fearsome figure. Buzz, buzz, buzz in the blink of an eye, over 100 formidable beings, radiating blinding divine light and exuding a terrifying aura reminiscent of an abyss, soared forth, enclosing Chu Feng from all directions, ensuring that not even a mosquito could trespass within 100 miles of him. Above Tianji Peak, an atmosphere of suffocating tension enveloped the area, as countless disciples cast their gazes towards Chu Feng from the towering heights of the mountain. To achieve enlightenment in the skies above and break through right then and there, what an astonishingly formidable talent. An ancient figure gasped, nearly breathless. Chapter 5, Extreme Star Divine Infant. Look, Chu Feng, the chief disciple, is in the sky. Cease your exclamations. Our senior brother is no longer merely the chief disciple of Tianji Peak. He has ascended to the status of the candidate Holy Son of the entire Lingyun Xinzong, ranking first among the various Holy Sons, representing the face of our sect. A female disciple exclaimed with admiration. Finally, I have seen the true visage of Holy Son Chu Feng. He is indeed as perfect and flawless as the legends say. If I could share a single night with senior brother in this lifetime, I would die content. Another female disciple gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with longing. Senior brother seems poised to break through again. How powerful. But didn't the rumors say that senior brother had just reached the pinnacle of the divine pill realm? My heavens. Could it be that the senior brother is about to break through to the infant transformation realm? A deafening roar akin to mountain cries and ocean waves erupted from the heights of Tianji Peak. If this were true, such a young practitioner achieving the infant transformation realm would be unprecedented across the entire ancient immortal continent. The cultivation realms are divided into 10 levels of qi refinement. Foundation establishment, divine pill, infant transformation, spirit transformation, integration, and great ascension. Each level of cultivation and breakthrough is exceedingly arduous. A strong practitioner at the foundation establishment stage possesses a lifespan of 500 years, capable of establishing a grand family in a small town. Countless ancient monsters, hundreds of years old, remain trapped in the divine pill or even foundation establishment realms, unable to break through until their lifespans expire. Chu Feng is merely in his early 20s. An infant transformation realm practitioner at such a young age is utterly terrifying. Word of this could infuriate numerous old monsters who have failed to make any breakthroughs, igniting fervor throughout the ancient immortal continent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Chu Feng suddenly expelled a purple golden pill from his mouth, an explosion of dazzling divine light erupting forth, surrounded by a starry cosmos. Like the most radiant star in the universe, the Tianji Star Pill, a hallmark of the Tianji Star royal art, has been successfully cultivated by the senior brother. A disciple exclaimed in astonishment. What is the Tianji Star royal art? Someone questioned in confusion. The Tianji Star royal art is the foundational technique of Tianji Peak, rumored to have been acquired by the first-generation peak master from a forbidden land, an ancient text from the primordial era. Mastery of this art would bestow boundless power capable of shaping the starry cosmos. An elder disciple explained, his gaze heavy with seriousness, stating, Yet, This is merely a theoretical deduction made by past peak masters. No one has ever succeeded in practicing it. Who would have thought that the senior brother would actually achieve it? Crack. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the golden pill, a clear sign of impending breakthrough. The bodies of numerous formidable practitioners trembled violently, their eyes filled with astonishment at the sight of such a young practitioner reaching the infant transformation realm. Although they were far stronger than Chu Feng at that moment, reflecting on their own capabilities at his age, they began to seriously doubt whether they had cultivated the same techniques as he. Do not lose focus. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. A deep, aged voice resonated in their ears. Understood, Peak Master. The formidable practitioners shuddered, snapping back to reality from their shock, responding respectfully, no longer daring to be careless. At the summit of Tianji Peak, a vast and magnificent cave world rose and fell amidst the clouds, drawing boundless spiritual energy from the void every moment. Within this cave world, congratulations flowed forth. Master, the senior brother has overcome his inner demons, and the breakthrough to the infant transformation stage is imminent, bringing him one step closer to the position of Holy Son. A breathtakingly beautiful woman in a green dress knelt on one knee, hands clasping a sword in congratulation. Master, the position of sect leader that you have long desired will soon return to Tianji Peak. Before the woman stood an old man with long, flowing hair, keen eagle-like eyes, and a ruddy complexion, adorned in a purple robe. He is none other than the Peak Master of Tianji Peak, the Grand Elder of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect. Lu Wudao, known as the true immortal of divine extremity. Truly, this is the legendary Golden Age, a time of prodigious talents. Lu Wudao's eyes sparkled with joy, nodding repeatedly. Evidently immensely pleased with Chu Feng's performance. The moment he emerged, he possessed an immortal bone and received the blessing of the true dragon divine beast. His talent is unparalleled even in this golden age. However, I believe that despite his innate gifts, to break through the shackles of worldly emotions, he would require several trials and a maturity of mind. Yet, I still underestimated the terror of the immortal bone and the enhancement bestowed upon him by the true dragon's manifestation. Ordinary individuals possessing an immortal bone are already extraordinary prodigies. But he possesses an entire body of immortal bones. How could he be judged by common standards? I was too narrow-minded. As Lu Wudao spoke, his booming laughter revealed his uncontainable delight. However, one must remain vigilant. The chief disciples of the other main peaks, along with the candidates for Holy Sun trained by those ancient monsters, are not to be underestimated. Lu Wudao furrowed his brow, stating, especially that old fellow from Wujizi Peak, who has always been at odds with me. He has managed to find and cultivate a rumored body of dominance, which cannot be overlooked. The woman raised her chin, a cold sneer escaping her lips, her eyes glistening with malice. What of the body of dominance? In front of our senior brother, he could be slain with a mere gesture. Moreover, he dares to secretly assist Chu Feng and scheme against our senior brother. Otherwise, how could that foolish woman Yi Tongya act so quietly? I believe, to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I should. The woman raised her hand, her gaze sinister, making a throat-cutting gesture. That little brat is just like his master, enjoying to play tricks in the shadows. While it may not be a significant threat, it still poses a nuisance. You should lay low and act discreetly, ensuring no traces are left behind, while I contemplate further. Lu Wudao cautioned, your senior brother is proud by nature, so he must not learn of these matters. The disciple understood. The senior brother is a manifestation of the immortal king, destined to shine brightly. Allow me to handle these sordid affairs. The woman turned her gaze toward the radiant Chu Feng suspended in the air, filled with fervent admiration. Senior brother, you are the epitome of perfection. I shall ensure you ascend to the pinnacle of power. Whoever dares to obstruct your path shall face my wrath. Boom. Suddenly, the clear blue sky erupted with thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth, as purple energy surged across miles of landscape. The suspended Tianji star pill shattered, giving birth to a miniature version of Chu Feng, no larger than a fist, appearing exceedingly adorable, cradling a small purple sword in his hands. Yet, this miniature Chu Feng, upon coming into existence, seemingly possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. As he opened his eyes, a terrifying purple light shot forth, piercing the very fabric of space, causing chaotic currents in the void to surge forth. The extreme star divine infant, cradling the star sword, has manifested, exactly as predicted by the ancestors of old. Lu Wudao was filled with elation, his face beaming with joy. Chapter 6. The Man Who Provokes Jealousy in the Infant Transformation Stage. At this moment, the entire Ling Tian Immortal Sect was overwhelmed by the magnificent power of the stars. It was not only Tianji Peak that was in uproar. Deep within the Ling Tian Immortal Sect, in countless caverns, numerous formidable practitioners and ancient monsters, who had been in seclusion, simultaneously opened their eyes. Waves of terrifying divine consciousness pierced the void, descending upon Tianji Peak, incessantly hovering above. In the deepest part of the sect, a middle-aged man in seclusion within the depths of the void opened his eyes, filled with shock and an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Chu Feng has actually broken through to the infant transformation stage and successfully cultivated the Tianji Star Royal Art, forming the extreme star divine infant as speculated by their past peak masters. Lu Wudao, that old man, must be grinning from ear to ear. It appears that the contest for this generation's holy son holds no suspense whatsoever. An infant transformation practitioner in his early 20s is a mere legend in ancient texts. Perhaps such a prodigy has only existed since the primordial era, now becoming a reality. Indeed, this is the fabled Golden Age, a time when prodigious talents emerge. In this lifetime, could a legendary immortal emperor be born? Countless ancient monsters were left dumbfounded, astonished voices resounding. At the foot of Damo Peak, Yi Tongya's complexion turned pale as she staggered along the path, feeling as though the entire world had transformed. Everyone's gaze upon her seemed laden with something unusual, making her deeply uncomfortable. She could not comprehend how Chu Feng had undergone such a tremendous change so suddenly. Could it be that love had turned to hate? It must be so, yet she did not believe she had erred. Xu Fan was so exceptional, so gentle. He should not have met his unjust demise here due to her actions. The only question that lingered was how to explain this to her family. As Yi Tongyao pondered, a sudden commotion in the heavens captured her attention. Looking up, she beheld a tall figure clad in a snow-white, plum blossom robe. A flicker of resentment unconsciously crossed her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by astonishment. Chu Feng had actually broken through to the infant transformation stage. Owing to his fondness for her, Chu Feng had confided nearly everything. She was acutely aware of the formidable challenges entailed in cultivating the celestial king of the extreme star technique. Yi Tongyao recalled that Chu Feng had mentioned the technique's overwhelming power, augmenting his combat prowess to tenfold, even 100-fold, that of others within the same realm. However, the difficulty of breaking through was exponentially higher. He had estimated that it would take him at least 5 to 10 years to reach the infant transformation stage. Yet, here he was, achieving it at barely 20. Yi Tongyao's face, pale with shock, froze in disbelief. Ancient texts had never recorded a prodigy so terrifyingly young. It was otherworldly. Beyond comprehension, Yi Tongyao found herself unable to articulate her feelings with any word other than this. Instinctively, she began to compare Xu Fan with Chu Feng in her heart. It turned out that Xu Fan had just recently broken through to the initial stage of the Divine Pill realm, yet his combat strength was extraordinary, with an array of hidden cards. Furthermore, lacking any background, he had risen solely through his own efforts. Thus, in Yi Tongyao's estimation, although he might not match Chu Feng at present, he was far superior and would, in time, surpass him. In that moment, Yi Tongyao was left in a daze. Was Xu Fan truly stronger than Chu Feng? With such youth, Chu Feng had achieved the infant transformation stage, and he was practicing the celestial king of the extreme star technique, a method from ancient times that had never been successfully mastered before. Was her choice truly the right one? After all, he merely had the backing of an entire sect's resources and fortune. Yi Tongyao reassured herself, asserting that if Xu Fan were afforded the same resources, he would undoubtedly surpass Chu Feng. Moreover, Xu Fan's indomitable spirit and relentless drive could not be compared to Chu Feng, who was born with a silver spoon and embraced by boundless resources. Yes, that was it. But was this truly the reality? In the vast, ancient, immortal continent, where life abounds like the sands of the Ganges after countless eons, Chu Feng was the first to reach the infant transformation stage at such a tender age. Could this be attributed solely to resources? Yi Tongyao found herself unable to convince herself. At that moment, a sudden exclamation broke the silence. Look at the void. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon the sky above Chu Feng. They beheld an expanse illuminated by violet light, where ominous, dark clouds churned incessantly, and colossal bolts of lightning roared within, exuding a pervasive aura of destruction. This was the calamity of celestial jealousy. She recalled reading in an ancient tome that prodigies who defy the heavens would be envied by the cosmos, leading to the descent of punitive lightning. What she had thought to be mere legend had now manifested into reality. Lu Wudao's expression darkened as he sprang to his feet. Master, is it not only those who break through to the great ascension stage that face the tribulation? The woman in the green dress wore a look of alarm. Lightning tribulations were the most feared calamities for cultivators, a disaster sent by the heavens, with only 1 in 100 able to survive the tribulation and ascend. Thus, cultivators often grew pale at the mere mention of thunder, and many great ascension practitioners would not dare to face the tribulation without ample preparation. Yet here was Chu Feng, having just broken through to the infant transformation stage, with no time to stabilize his realm. Thunder rumbled ominously. The terrifying aura of destruction descended, enveloping a 100-mile radius around Chu Feng, causing many formidable protectors nearby to change countenance and hastily flee. The tribulation lightning is determined by the presence of stronger beings nearby. If it senses a stronger aura, it will scale up in intensity without limit. Master, we must think of a way. The woman in green implored anxiously. Lu Wudao's expression grew even darker as he replied. According to legend, even an indestructible golden immortal who interferes with the tribulation will be utterly annihilated. Unless one is a transcendent great Luo golden immortal, who might have a slight chance of influencing the course of the tribulation. What shall we do? Are we to merely watch our senior brother face the tribulation? The woman in green was frantic. Now, it is entirely up to Feng. The tribulation is a result of his premature breakthrough to the infant transformation stage, provoking the heavens' jealousy, as it has not yet fully manifested. If Fenger chooses to willingly dissipate his nascent soul, the tribulation will also dissipate. Lu Wudao's complexion darkened further, appearing as if it could drip with water. To break through only to voluntarily regress in realm would not only severely damage his foundational path, but could also leave a lingering heart demon, instilling fear of future breakthroughs. Many great ascension practitioners, upon facing the heavenly tribulation, experienced endless terror, halting their advancement and remaining stuck at the great ascension stage for the rest of their lives, until they passed away. Soon, the clouds of tribulation had completely engulfed the space above Chu Feng, resembling an unfathomable abyss, evoking a sense of annihilation. Within the Ling Tian immortal sect, countless powerful beings and ancient figures squinted, appearing as if they were watching a spectacle. If Chu Feng were to perish within the tribulation, what expression would that old fellow Lu Wudao wear? The calamity of celestial jealousy. Chu Feng was doomed. A flicker of excitement glimmered in Yi Tongyao's eyes. This was the heavenly tribulation, a phenomenon that even semi-immortals in the great ascension stage feared immensely. How could the pampered Chu Feng withstand it? If he possessed Xu Fan's defiant spirit and unyielding will, perhaps there would be hope. If Chu Feng were to perish in the tribulation, then perhaps the Damo Peak would cease its targeting of her father, ensuring the safety of the Yi family, and Xu Fan would be left unpursued. It was a perfect outcome. At this moment, she had cast aside all remembrance of the kindness Chu Feng had shown her in the past. That was merely his own willingness. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's consciousness had returned. He looked up at the tribulation lightning in the void, where the rolling bolts of lightning were vividly visible to him. Simultaneously, 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Actively dissipate the nascent soul, returning to the divine pill realm, suffering significant energy loss, but avoiding the calamity of celestial jealousy. Reward, spiritual level treasure, the void sword. Option 2. Curl up defensively and set up a protective formation, awaiting the descent of the tribulation. Reward, millennium medicinal herb, dragon blood grass. Option 3. Defy the heavens, forge ahead, and shatter the tribulation. Reward, immortal artifact. The void cauldron. Chu Feng frowned slightly. Such foolish options were evident even to a fool. The immense tribulation lightning possessed boundless destructive power. Yet, beneath the tumult of the tribulation, Chu Feng felt no sense of insurmountable dread, nor did he experience the utter helplessness and despair typically faced by those undergoing tribulation. The celestial king of the extreme star technique, combined with the strength of his celestial bones, was beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. The latent destructive power of the tribulation was indeed formidable. Even a peak infant transformation expert, having reached the 9th level, or those of the spirit transformation realm, could potentially fall victim to it. But to him, it was merely trivial. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Feng's lips. Unbeknownst to him, the countless eyes observing him were filled with astonishment. Every year, some individuals at the Ling Tian immortal sect would transcend and become immortals. Before undergoing the tribulation, they would meticulously prepare for their eventuality. Yet, when faced with the annihilating force sent from the heavens, even those who had made ample preparations would wear expressions of helplessness, despair, and bewilderment. However, what they now observed on Chu Feng's face was an eerie calm. He seemed to be smiling. It must be sheer youth and impetuosity that renders one oblivious to the terrifying nature of the thunder tribulation, remarked a mighty being. Moreover, the thunder tribulation has yet to fully take form. The numerous formidable beings and ancient monsters cast astonished glances at Chu Feng. Yet, this defies all logic. Among them, many have endured the thunder tribulation themselves, acutely aware of the annihilating aura that descends from the heavens, capable of shattering one's spirit in an instant. However, upon observing Chu Feng, they discern no hint of such trepidation on his countenance. They await to see his choice, whether to voluntarily disperse his nascent soul or to be reduced to nothingness by the thunder tribulation. No one harbored the belief that Chu Feng could successfully navigate this tribulation. It is a calamity envied by the heavens, surpassing the limits that even a nascent transformation adept could withstand, let alone the fact that Chu Feng had made no preparations for the tribulation whatsoever. Fenger, disperse the stellar divine infant. I shall spare no effort to assist you in stabilizing your realm and achieving a breakthrough once more, echoed Lu Wudao's voice across the vast expanse. After uttering these words, Lu Wudao painfully closed his eyes. Everyone understood that, regardless of the cost or the celestial treasures employed, nothing could compare to a natural and seamless initial breakthrough. A nascent transformation adept in their early 20s is nothing short of a miracle, an honor not solely belonging to Chu Feng, but also a testament to his master, and to the entire Tianji Peak. Yet, he could not bear to witness Chu Feng being obliterated by the thunder tribulation for the sake of glory. Chapter 7. What kind of prodigy is this? Dispersing the nascent soul would mean survival, but it would also render him half-wasted, murmured Yi Tongyao to herself, a hint of regret in her tone. Although this would diminish Chu Feng's influence and might, making it unlikely for him to target the Yi family and Su Fan. A direct death would be preferable. At this moment, many within the Ling Tianxian sect were cold smirks. Chu Feng is finished. Meanwhile, Chu Feng gazed upward as the thunder tribulation began to take form, slowly rising to his feet. In his eyes, there was no trace of fear. He saw not an invincible thunder tribulation, but rather a stubborn boulder obstructing his path. Look, what is Chu Feng doing? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Stellar sword shatter. Chu Feng pointed skyward with a single hand. Buzz. In an instant, the miniature purple Chu Feng above his head opened its eyes, radiating celestial light as the stellar sword, cradled in its embrace, shot forth. Though its blade was no larger than a thumb, it erupted with cataclysmic power, surrounded by countless majestic stars. Boom. The purple radiance surged, and the stellar sword, bearing countless stars, plunged directly into the thunder tribulation, wreaking havoc and obliterating thick bolts of lightning into nothingness. My heavens! Chu Feng dared to plunge into the thunder tribulation itself, seemingly unafraid of invoking the wrath of the heavens. What terrifying might! Having just breached the nascent transformation phase, he had already transcended its limits. What kind of prodigy is this? At that moment, all the ancient figures within the Ling Tianxian sect were left in stunned silence. The supreme middle-aged figure at the deepest part of the sect rose in shock, never having anticipated that Chu Feng would make such a choice. To attack proactively, defying the heavens. From a distance, the stellar sword shone brilliantly, its energy immense, surrounded by countless stars, as vast swathes of calamity clouds were continuously extinguished, vanishing. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the formidable calamity clouds above had dissipated, and the destructive lightning serpents appeared utterly feeble before the stellar sword. The calamity envied by the heavens posed no threat to Chu Feng. How could this be? At that moment, Yi Tongyao nearly gasped, her face drained of color, utterly shaken. Gazing at the figure clad in a snow-white robe, ascending defiantly, her heart raced. If Su Fan merely possessed the ambition to defy the heavens, then Chu Feng was actively proving himself through his actions. What an indomitable will! Chu Feng, the Holy Son, is truly extraordinary. We, the disciples of Tianji Peak, take immense pride in you. Some disciples exclaimed in excitement, in the face of their chief. How could the disciples of other peaks boast of their own powerful figures or prodigies? In the presence of Chu Feng, who was boldly confronting the thunder tribulation, all claims of prodigies and monsters paled in comparison. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, it seemed that Chu Feng found the stellar sword's pace of annihilating the thunder tribulation too sluggish. He soared directly into the thunder tribulation, condensing his energy into a sword, the stellar sword Qi extending 100 feet into the air, akin to wielding a mountain. With one swing, heaven and earth would be annihilated. What kind of prodigy is this? At this moment, countless prodigies within the Ling Tianxian sect were filled with despair, ruefully lamenting why they had to coexist in the same era as such a monster. This was a legend, a being that should only exist in ancient texts. Why had such an individual manifested in reality? Ha ha ha! Lu Wudao's boisterous laughter echoed from the summit of Tianji Peak, reverberating through the void. I, as your master, underestimated your potential. I apologize. Yet, within his laughter was a profound sense of pride, devoid of any genuine remorse, almost as if he were boasting. It was as if he were announcing to all the ancient beings of the Ling Tianxian sect that this was his disciple, Lu Wudao. Yet, in that moment, the many ancient figures were engulfed in shock, having no energy left to heed Lu Wudao's boasting. I have a premonition that as long as Chu Feng does not encounter unforeseen circumstances, our Ling Tianxian sect may reach unprecedented heights. I fully support immediately bestowing upon Chu Feng the title of Holy Son, prioritizing all precious resources of the sect for him. Declared an ancient figure who had secluded himself for countless years, soaring towards the depths of the sect. At this moment, countless ancient beings within the Ling Tianxian sect were ignited with excitement. Of course, among them were also those filled with jealousy, scorn, and even murderous intent. Stellar sword technique, shatter. Chu Feng struck with a sword, directly breaking the myriad calamity clouds with sheer force. At that moment, the sky was left with only the perfect silhouette of the figure wielding the stellar sword, radiating brilliance. Forgive me for interrupting your training, my fellow disciples. Chu Feng smiled at those gazing up at him from Tianji Peak. This was a lesson from his past life. Maintaining a favorable image yields only benefits, never detriments. Subsequently, Chu Feng soared towards Tianji Peak. With unparalleled talent, formidable strength, and elevated status, he remained so approachable that thousands of girls on Tianji Peak felt their hearts melt. Chu Feng, you have been deceiving me all along. Why? Yi Tongyao, pale-faced, murmured to herself, nearly staggering away from Ling Yunxian sect. Why have you deceived me? This is truly you. Why? At the highest point of Tianji Peak, within the small world of the cave, Chu Feng bowed to his master. I apologize for causing you concern, master, he said to Lu Wudao. You have broken the emotional barrier so swiftly and achieved a breakthrough into the nascent transformation phase at such a young age. Unprecedented. I am proud of you, Lu Wudao replied, his expression becoming solemn as he nodded gently at Chu Feng. Fenger, you possess an ethereal essence and extraordinary talent. However, your rapid breakthroughs may jeopardize your foundational stability. It is imperative that you pay heed to this aspect and lay a solid groundwork, for only then can you venture further along your path. Throughout my journey, I have encountered numerous prodigies who, in their haste to showcase their exceptional abilities, forcefully advanced their cultivation, only to find their foundations weak and ultimately become indistinguishable from the masses as their training progressed. Remember my words, dear disciple, cultivation resembles the construction of a grand edifice. Only by establishing a robust foundation and reinforcing each layer can one continually advance with vigor, reaching boundless heights. Your master's counsel shall forever resonate within your heart, and I shall cherish it eternally, Chu Feng replied respectfully. From the moment of his birth, Chu Feng was taken under the wing of Lu Wudao, who brought him to the celestial peak. Their bond was akin to that of father and mentor. Thus, Lu Wudao consistently assumed the role of a stern father figure before Chu Feng, rarely offering praise even when he excelled in his training, lest it foster arrogance. Well done. Lu Wudao nodded and continued, I seldom interfere in your personal affairs, but now that you have transcended your emotional barriers, it is time to resolve matters concerning Yi Tongyao and Chu Feng. Do not allow such trivial figures to hinder your progress. You are my sole direct disciple. Having now entered the infant transformation realm, truly crossing the threshold into the path of cultivation, the affairs within the sect are numerous, and you should assist me in managing some matters concerning the celestial peak. You will be responsible for certain tasks, including the celestial guards and some of the industries subordinate to the celestial peak, which Lu Mei will help you understand. Lu Wudao turned to the green-clad woman beside him and said, Mayor, you must assist your senior brother diligently in managing those industries. I will obey the master's orders. Lu Mei replied respectfully, her beautiful eyes shimmering with delight as she understood that her master had intentionally created an opportunity for her to be close to Chu Feng. Chapter 8. Effortlessly commanding the little junior sister. Yes, master, I will work alongside my junior sister to manage the celestial peak well, Chu Feng affirmed with a nod, recognizing that Lu Wudao was granting him authority to prevent unnecessary constraints. Otherwise, he might find himself in a predicament similar to that on Demo Peak, where he had to rely on the Demo guards to capture Yi Zhenchuan. The position of a candidate holy son indeed carries great weight, allowing participation in the highest decisions of the sect, yet it ultimately lacks substantial authority. Although the Demo guards would not dare to defy him, they were not his own. With the celestial guards in control over various forces within the peak, he would find it far easier to pursue his ambitions. Moreover, Lu Wudao's dismissive attitude towards Chu Feng and Yi Tongyao was entirely justified. As the sect's grand elder, he was tasked with managing millions of disciples and diverse affairs. Even at his peak, Chu Feng was but a fledgling in the divine Dan realm, lacking any background, and in Lu Wudao's eyes, he had yet to even cross the true threshold of cultivation, rendering him insignificant. Yet, in the original narrative, it was this very underestimation of Chu Feng that led Lu Wudao, a formidable grand elder of the immortal sect, to ultimately fall to Chu Feng and meet a tragic demise. However, in this life, now that he had taken the reins, Chu Feng would not allow such tragedies to unfold. With the power to govern the celestial peak, he could act with greater freedom. Junior sister Lu Mei, I will seek your guidance in this regard. Please do not regard me as foolish, Chu Feng said, casting a sincere and radiant smile toward the green-clad woman. Lu Mei was stunningly beautiful, with elegantly arched brows, a delicate nose, and thin lips that imparted an alluring charm. Her curvaceous figure, coupled with her sword, added an air of heroism, making her not inferior to Yi Tongyao, yet perhaps due to her frequent involvement in Lu Wudao's less savory dealings. Her enchanting gaze bore a lingering chill, making others reluctant to draw too close. Upon receiving a smile from Chu Feng, the cold demeanor of Lu Mei transformed, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, and she shyly averted her gaze, stammering, "Senior brother, you flatter me. With your talent, this is but a trifling matter. Mayer is but a fool, only capable of assisting you. Please do not disdain me." It had been years since Chu Feng had truly acknowledged her, let alone smiled at her. Chu Feng regarded Lu Mei with a complex expression, recalling how the original narrative portrayed her as a rather malevolent woman. The original Chu Feng had favored the innocent and carefree Yi Tongyao, often overlooking Lu Mei, who had grown up beside him and assisted their master in unsavory tasks. This younger sister, with her icy demeanor yet fierce loyalty and admiration for him, had been dismissed, even regarded with disdain. In the original tale, Lu Mei, under Lu Wudao's instructions, had plotted an assassination against the domineering figure of Wuji Peak, another candidate Holy Son, intending to eliminate a formidable rival for Chu Feng. However, her plan tragically failed due to Xu Fan's intervention, leading to her demise. Even in her final moments, Lu Mei had desperately burned her golden Dan, wishing to perish alongside Xu Fan to eliminate a significant threat to Chu Feng. It was a sorrowful irony that upon learning of her fate, Chu Feng had reacted with rage, not mourning for his junior sister, but feeling that her actions to assassinate a rival had sullied his dignity. From the protagonist's perspective, Lu Mei appeared as a villainous figure, even evoking pity. Yet now, inhabiting Chu Feng's persona, he perceived her cold demeanor as endearing, almost heartbreakingly naive. Many would yearn for a devoted and capable ally, yet the original character had squandered that potential, failing to appreciate her worth. Such a peculiar twist of fate, where a promising hand was played poorly, made it impossible for Xu Fan, regardless of his tenfold talent, to rival someone who had risen from the depths. To fail would be an injustice. Chu Feng sighed inwardly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he stepped closer and took Lu Mei's hand, whispering, "Mayor, these years I have been engrossed in my training and bewitched by Yi Tongyao, neglecting you. You do not hold it against me, do you?" For Chu Feng, this was merely a trivial matter, easily manageable given his past experiences in underground fighting rings. In his youth, he would indulge in revelry after victories, aware that no underground fighter could guarantee their safety in the next bout. Boasting of his conquests was futile, subduing Lu Mei was a trivial endeavor. In an instant, Lu Mei's fair complexion flushed crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, and she glanced shyly at Chu Feng's gentle gaze, struggling to articulate coherent words. "And no, I wouldn't dare. Senior brother you." This junior sister, who had long been enamored with Chu Feng, was utterly defenseless against his gentle advances and succumbed completely. "By the way, Feng, it matters not if Yi Zhenchuan is dealt with," Lu Wudao's voice chimed in, a hint of amusement evident as he grew increasingly pleased with Chu Feng's demeanor. "What is a sect? Simply put, it is a collective of individuals uniting to seize resources, achieving a synergy far greater than the sum of its parts. Unless one becomes the fabled immortal emperor, capable of subduing the world single-handedly, excessive pride and arrogance will inevitably lead to downfall." The original Chu Feng had been too proud and headstrong. By entrusting certain responsibilities within the celestial peak to Chu Feng, Lu Wudao aimed to temper his character. Unexpectedly, after breaking through his emotional barriers, Chu Feng not only surpassed his own expectations in terms of strength, but also significantly enhanced his understanding of human sentiments and social intricacies. Realizing who could truly assist him, truly, he is endowed with celestial bones and possesses extraordinary talent. Lu Wudao could only attribute this to Chu Feng's innate gifts. After all, he himself had also shattered emotional barriers, traversed various inner demons, and experienced numerous epiphanies, yet his improvements paled in comparison, barely reaching a tenth of Chu Feng's. "Fenger, the Yi family is responsible for supplying 1/3 of the resources required by our sect. You must handle this matter well to avoid causing chaos within the sect, and to prevent certain petty individuals from gossiping." At the thought of those people, Lu Wudao's gaze turned somewhat frigid. "Understood, master. I will return tonight to familiarize myself with the Polaris Divine Infant and consolidate my realm. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany my junior sister to address this issue." Chu Feng responded respectfully, then turned to Lu Mei, smiling, "Junior sister, how about you accompany me to Feng Tianwang City tomorrow morning? Along the way, please introduce me to the Yi family and the various prominent clans within the city." "All right, senior brother," Lu Mei replied softly, lowering her head, still too timid to meet Chu Feng's eyes. Sighing, Chu Feng remarked, "It seems Mayor still harbors some grievances against me for neglecting you, even refusing to glance my way." He added, "When we go to the Imperial City tomorrow, if you see anything you like, feel free to purchase it. I will cover the expenses, consider it a way for me to make amends." "No, senior brother. I harbor no grievances." Lu Mei suddenly lifted her head, only to find that Chu Feng had already vanished. "Stop searching, he has already left," Lu Wudao said with a hint of amusement, clearly pleased to see his disciples get along well. Mayor seized the opportunity. "Master, I do not comprehend what you mean." Lu Mei's face flushed as she hurriedly exited the realm. Chapter 9. Tonight, I am yours. Nightfall. Ling Tian Xianzong, Polaris Peak. As the foremost candidate for the position of Holy Sun within the sect, Chu Feng, the pinnacle of the younger generation, has been granted a special peak exclusively for him, a privilege previously reserved for elder-level figures. As the direct disciple of the Grand Elder and the leading candidate for Holy Sun, the peak Chu Feng occupies is magnificently imposing. Soaring tens of thousands of meters high, second only to the 7 main peaks of the sect, it lies in the heart of the sect, where the spiritual energy is so dense it appears as mist, adorned with palatial structures and countless caves, each a paradise in the outside world. On Polaris Peak, there are thousands of maidservants and over 10,000 attendants dedicated to catering to Chu Feng's daily life and cultivation needs, caring for the spiritual birds, monkeys, and tending to the medicinal herb fields. It is rumored within the sect that this mountain peak was once the cave dwelling of the first-generation patriarch in his youth, hiding scriptures left behind by him. At the summit of Polaris Peak, within an extraordinarily grand hall, a tall and extraordinary man sat cross-legged on a golden silk bed. His long robe billowed as the dense spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body. His handsome visage exuded an air of dominance, with sword-like brows that were as sharp as celestial blades, and his features were exquisitely chiseled, as if favored by the heavens. Anyone who beheld him would involuntarily exclaim, "What a living Panin!" This man, of course, is Chu Feng, who has returned to Polaris Peak. Not far before the bed, a pale-faced woman with a sickly beauty knelt. She wore a sky-blue gown, stained with blood that had yet to be washed away. The very same Yi Tongyao who had been injured by Chu Feng's kick earlier that morning. The betrothal had not been annulled. She remained Chu Feng's nominal fiancée, allowing her unimpeded access to Polaris Peak. Clenching her teeth in silence, Yi Tongyao had knelt there for several hours, uncertain whether Chu Feng was truly unaware of her presence or was simply ignoring her. She dared not approach him. In the past, had Chu Feng dared to neglect her in such a manner, she would have turned away in indignation. Yet, with her father, Yi Zhenchuan, in an uncertain fate at Damo Peak, she was unaware of what torment awaited him. Upon returning to the Yi family in Fengtianwang City, news of the events at Damo Peak had already spread. The family's trade with Ling Tian Xianzong had been severed, leading to a pervasive atmosphere of despair and anxiety among her kin, all regarding her with disdain or resentment, whispering curses. Everything had changed from what it once was. Yi Tongyao even suspected that if Chu Feng had announced the dissolution of their engagement, those who once fawned over her would have pounced upon her, tearing her apart. Several elders from the Yi family, along with her mother, had even knelt before her, lamenting that those within the sect dared not associate with the Yi family anymore. If she could not secure Chu Feng's forgiveness, not only would Yi Zhenchuan face certain death, but the very foundation of the Yi family would be irrevocably shattered, leading to peril for all her siblings. In that moment, Yi Tongyao truly grasped the essence of profound fear and chilling dread, the overwhelming power and influence at play. She admired Xu Fan's tenacity and indomitable spirit, qualities that Chu Feng lacked. However, Chu Feng possessed a formidable background and immense authority. With a mere word, he could plunge the Yi family into an abyss from which they could never rise. Particularly, the sight of Chu Feng breaking through to the infant transformation stage earlier had left her in awe, instilling in her a faint sense of reverence for this man who was both familiar yet strange. "What brings you to seek me?" At that moment, Chu Feng expelled a cloud of turbid, dense spiritual energy, opening his eyes to regard the pale beauty of Yi Tongyao with indifference. "In 2 days, your father will be executed. If I were you, the wisest course of action would be to find Xu Fan immediately, rather than kneeling here in vain." Had it been the old Chu Feng, seeing Yi Tongyao in such a frail and pitiable state would have softened his heart instantly. But he was no longer that lovesick fool. Once he made a decision, it was unwavering. "Chu Feng, I cannot find Xu Fan." Yi Tongyao managed a bitter smile, which only served to enhance her appeal. After leaving the Yi family, her first instinct had been to seek out Xu Fan to devise a strategy. Yet he had vanished without a trace. Xu Fan had promised to wait for her in Fengtianwang City. Perhaps he had been compelled to leave due to some urgent matter. However, She never intended to use Chu Feng as a substitute for her father. I know. Chu Feng replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Xianxiao, silently marveling at her flawless beauty, her features reminiscent of a goddess emerging from a dream. Each inch of her perfect, especially that innocent aura that was utterly captivating. Had it not been for the matter of Chu Feng, he would not have minded cherishing Xianxiao. Yet, with Chu Feng in the picture, upon returning to Tianji Peak, he had dispatched individuals to follow Xianxiao and was well aware of her attempts to locate Chu Feng. Chu Feng, having risen from humble beginnings, was astute enough to have left beforehand, leaving Chu Feng's subordinates empty-handed. However, Chu Feng remained unfazed. After all, as the protagonist and the favored child of destiny, if he could be so easily found and eliminated, he would have perished long ago. These are the matters you should contemplate. If you have come to speak of these things, or to plead for your father or Chu Feng, do not waste your precious time, Chu Feng stated dismissively. Xianxiao's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, a deep crimson hue suffusing her gaze. Suddenly, she bit her lip, rose to her feet, and unfastened her belt, allowing the delicate sky-blue chiffon gown to cascade down her smooth skin, pooling at her feet. Chu Feng, she implored, did you not once profess that, despite your ardent desire for all of me, you would never resort to coercion as long as I remained unwilling? That you would patiently await the day I would willingly yield? Her eyes glistened with tears that traced the perfect contours of her cheeks. Clad in an embroidered white satin bodice adorned with swans at play, she stood resolutely before Chu Feng and continued, if you release my father and the Yi family, and vow to cease troubling Chu Feng, then tonight, I shall be yours, entirely at your disposal. Moreover, I promise that we can marry at any time. I will devote myself to being your devoted partner, and we can become an enviable celestial couple. You have often expressed your admiration for my swan dance. I shall perform it for you every day. In earlier times, Xianxiao would have preferred death to make such a choice. However, Chu Feng's demeanor during the day left her contemplating whether he truly surpassed Chu Feng. After all, the path of cultivation is long, and a fleeting display of prowess is hardly indicative of true strength. Yet, following someone like Chu Feng seemed tolerable. Chu Feng was no mere withered tree. His eyes still sparkled with admiration for Xianxiao's flawless form. He had encountered countless women, models, starlets, but compared to Xianxiao, they were as worthless as decayed wood. To juxtapose them against her was a sacrilege to her exquisite physique. However, in Chu Feng's gaze, there was only a burning desire for that perfect body. Before acquiring the 9 Yin and 9 Yang scriptures, he had no intention of claiming Xianxiao's form. Only with those 2 sets of scriptures could he fully harness the potential of her unique constitution. The first time was paramount. Are you finished? Chu Feng lifted his head, his gaze abruptly turning cold, and in an instant, he vanished from the golden silk couch. Chapter 10. A woman must understand the harsh reality. The sharp crack of a slap echoed throughout the grand hall, reverberating endlessly. Xianxiao was sent sprawling several meters away, her face bruised and blood trickling from her lips. Chu Feng, why? I have laid aside all my pride before you. Xianxiao raised her head, her eyes filled with resentment, her voice a cacophony of hysteria. What more must I do for you to spare my father and my family? She could not fathom why everything had devolved into such chaos. Just yesterday, Chu Feng had loved her deeply. That affectionate gaze could not have been a facade. Why had everything changed by today? Why? Chu Feng looked down at Xianxiao with indifference. Xianxiao, do not forget your place. You are merely a woman from a minor family under my Ling Tianxian sect. Women like you would readily strip bare and throw themselves at me with just a beckon. Do you truly believe you possess the right to bargain with your body? His eyes were icy and detached as he sneered. And do not forget, you are still my nominal fiancé. Should I ever hear you plead for Chu Feng again, I assure you, the consequences you will face will be 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold more severe than what you endure now. My woman can only have eyes for me. Know your position. Your most pressing duty now is to ensure Chu Feng comes to you willingly, maximizing your usefulness. Someone, escort Xianxiao home. Xianxiao stood frozen, her fantasies shattering like glass at Chu Feng's words. This was the brutal reality. Everything that had transpired felt more like a fleeting dream. Though she possessed stunning beauty, it was woefully insufficient to bridge the vast chasm of status that separated her from Chu Feng. Everything hinged upon his willingness, and now, he was unwilling. Soon, the guards of the Polaris Peak appeared, treating her, the future matriarch in name, with respect but no room for dissent as they escorted her away. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Xianxiao cried out, in 2 days, Chu Feng will surely return to rescue me, to save my father, if he dares to come. I look forward to it. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glimmer of malice flickering within. He was no longer the Chu Feng of old. He would not hesitate to eliminate this troublesome matter once and for all. Nevertheless, he could not afford to be careless. Chu Feng was, after all, a child of destiny. Faced with peril, he might uncover some tremendous opportunity. In 2 days, a thorough plan must be devised. Fengtian King City. The imperial city of the Fengtian dynasty sprawled across a vast expanse, encompassing millions of miles, with palatial structures piled upon one another in a breathtaking spectacle. The Fengtian dynasty had flourished under the protection of the Ling Tianxian sect for over 1,000,000 years, ruling over vast lands with a population exceeding 100 billion. The king city served as the heart of the dynasty, a bastion for numerous great families and the political elite. Within the king city stood the Jitian Palace, a monumental edifice that, while grand in its own right, was overshadowed by the myriad formidable powers congregating within its bounds. The Jitian Palace, situated at the eastern edge of the royal palace, spanned tens of thousands of miles, its opulence rivaling that of the imperial palace itself, an act of profound disrespect to the emperor. Yet, the Jitian Palace had withstood the test of time for over 1,000,000 years, existing since the dawn of the Fengtian dynasty, a testament to its profound heritage. It was rumored that the Jitian Palace was an enterprise subordinate to the Tianji Peak of the Ling Tianxian sect, though the peak had never publicly acknowledged this connection. Within the Jitian Palace, extravagance knew no bounds, housing establishments for dining, entertainment, auctions, alchemical goods, and artifacts. Particularly famed was the Red Chamber within the Jitian Palace. Renowned throughout the ancient celestial continent, it was said that those who could afford the price, even cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, could spend a night with transcendent beings. The Jitian Palace was a lavish den of indulgence. As long as one possessed sufficient spirit stones, they could acquire anything their heart desired, even legendary artifacts. Today, countless powerful families gathered outside the Jitian Palace, including princes and nobles from the royal family, drawing the gaze of countless cultivators. The number of formidable beings visiting the Jitian Palace was unprecedented, increasing by several dozen times compared to usual. What event has transpired to attract even the pinnacle of the royal family? One cultivator marveled. Did you not see the notice posted at the city gates? The Yi family has been implicated in corruption, inciting the ire of the sect's higher-ups. Their patriarch, Yi Zhenxuan, is to be executed tomorrow, and the Yi family has been stripped of their status as suppliers to the Ling Tianxian sect, a rotund cultivator explained. That's merely the official narrative. It is common knowledge that the Yi family has amassed vast wealth through unscrupulous means. If the sect's leaders had intended to act, they would have done so long ago. A lean figure interjected, a conspiratorial glint in his eye. I have insider information. Spill it. Don't keep us in suspense. It is said that Miss Yi Tongyao has angered the sect's Chu Feng, the holy son, who is unwilling to part with her, thus using her father and the Yi family as leverage to compel her compliance. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed among the cultivators. Chu Feng, the holy son, the legendary prodigy born with celestial bones, a rare marvel in 1,000,000,000 years? Is that woman named Yi Tongyao foolish? How could she possibly provoke the esteemed son of Chu Feng? If I were a woman favored by the son of Chu Feng, I would be grinning in my dreams. Such a lofty figure is a rare sight, and though the Yi family is also a prominent clan in the royal city, with the patriarch Yi Zhenxuan being a second-rank minister of the court, to dare offend the son of Chu Feng is nothing short of hubris, a fate they deserve. The Yi family's supplier qualifications have been revoked, and today marks the auction for new qualifications for the immortal sect, which has drawn numerous dignitaries to this event. The thin man, seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, spoke with growing pride. Moreover, I possess insider information within the dynasty. Influential figures are quite displeased with the son of Chu Feng's punitive measures against the Yi family. This banquet is unlikely to proceed smoothly. Prominent figures from the dynasty, along with renowned prodigies and even royal princes and princesses, continued to arrive, eliciting gasps of wonder from the onlookers. Although they lacked the qualifications to enter the celestial palace, the grandeur of such an occasion provided ample fodder for boasting upon their return. These illustrious figures traveled in grand palatial carriages, drawn by fierce beasts, and rode exotic mounts, providing a feast for the eyes of the spectators. Suddenly, a divine light erupted from the celestial palace, and a bridge of purple brilliance formed, connecting to the heavens. Ethereal music began to resonate. Graceful figures clad in sheer silk emerged, holding golden baskets, scattering flower petals with one hand as they danced elegantly in midair, captivating all who beheld them. Powerful cultivators stepped forth from the celestial palace, clearing the area and ushering the crowd back 1,000 meters from the palace gates. Before kneeling on one knee, my heavens, the dancers radiated an aura of terrifying might, likely at least at the infant transformation stage. Those kneeling before them seemed to possess at least the prowess of the divine transformation stage. Was a significant figure about to arrive? Chapter 11. The protagonist Chu Feng makes his entrance. The crowd was utterly astonished moments ago. Even the royal princes had not been welcomed by anyone upon their arrival at the Celestial Palace. To the Celestial Palace, they were merely ordinary guests. Who, then, was this impending arrival that warranted such a grand display, with infant transformation dancers and divine transformation figures kneeling in greeting? Suddenly, a harmonious sound resonated through the heavens, and streams of purple energy flowed forth. A grand palace carriage, crafted from celestial gold, glided along the golden bridge, dazzling with the brilliance of countless stars. Both magnificent and majestic, stirring the hearts of the onlookers. The Celestial Palace's overseer proclaimed, "We welcome the arrival of the Holy Sun, a woman of extraordinary beauty." Exuding an aura of formidable power and veiled in an ethereal mist, emerged from the Celestial Palace, clearly a formidable being at the great ascension stage. On the threshold of the immortal realm, she was the master of the Celestial Palace, the enchanting Miao-yin. "My heavens!" gasped the thin man, utterly shocked. Everyone stood in awe. Her name was renowned. She could converse face to face with the emperor without the need to kneel in reverence. In their eyes, she was already a figure of the highest caliber. Yet, she had personally come forth to greet the incoming guest. Countless gazes converged upon the Palace of Stars, eager to discover who could warrant such a grand reception. In the next moment, a remarkably handsome man, almost perfect in every way, stepped out from the palace, exuding an extraordinary presence. Dressed in a pristine white plum blossom robe, he held the hand of an exquisite beauty in a green dress, resembling a celestial couple, mesmerizing all who looked upon them. "Miao-yin, I greet the Holy Sun, and I greet the fairy Lu Mei." Miao-yin approached the palace entrance, bowing in welcome. Her voice filled with excitement. "The arrival of the Holy Sun is the utmost honor for us at the Celestial Palace. The Celestial Peak has existed for countless eons. With innumerable assets and a plethora of powerful beings, its depths are unfathomably vast, and the Celestial Palace is merely an unremarkable part of it. Under normal circumstances, she might never have the chance to meet Chu Feng in her lifetime." Soon, numerous dignitaries and prodigies emerged from the Celestial Palace, gazing up at this legendary prodigy of the immortal sect. Truly, the Holy Son of Chu Feng had reached the infant transformation stage, a feat unmatched in history, and likely to remain unparalleled in the future. A royal prince marveled, "I have long heard of Miao-yin, whose beauty is unrivaled and whose capabilities are extraordinary. She has made immense contributions to our celestial peak. I have always wanted to meet her in person, but my duties kept me from doing so." Chu Feng smiled, descending from the palace to assist Miao-yin. "Holy Son, you flatter me. I have merely done what is expected." Miao-yin was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that this young man, having risen to power, might be difficult to approach. To her astonishment, Chu Feng was remarkably down to earth. "Thank you, everyone. Please enter the palace and take your seats." Chu Feng smiled warmly, as refreshing as a spring breeze, then turned to Miao-yin and said, "Fairy Miao-yin, you shall sit beside me." Miao-yin felt even more moved, believing that serving someone like Chu Feng was worth any sacrifice, even her life. It is important to note that she was merely a minor manager among countless enterprises within the Celestial Peak, with no qualification to enter the immortal sect, let alone to sit beside Chu Feng. To serve the Holy Sun was a privilege for Miao-yin. She resolved that henceforth, she would be devoted to him, ready to face any peril for his commands. Suddenly, she knelt before Chu Feng. According to custom, as a great ascension stage cultivator, even with their status vastly different, she should not have needed to kneel. This act, however, was a clear declaration of her loyalty. "Haha, come with me into the palace." Chu Feng laughed heartily, lifting Miao-yin with one hand while holding Lu Mei's hand with the other, leading the way into the Celestial Palace. Numerous dignitaries and prodigies followed Chu Feng into the palace, quickly disappearing from the sight of the astonished onlookers, their voices filled with admiration. Such a prodigious talent, yet so unpretentious, such a marvel is exceedingly rare. I truly wonder if that young lady from the Yi family has lost her mind. There's no doubt about it. She undoubtedly has. Not far away, atop a tall building, a man clad in black observed this scene from a distance, his expression dark as if it could drip with water. "Chu Feng, you treacherous hypocrite, just wait. I, Chu Feng, will not let you off the hook." This man was none other than Chu Feng, who had just escaped from Damo Peak and was being hunted down. "Everything you have done to me, and everything you have done to Tong Yao, I will repay you 1,000-fold." Hatred filled Chu Feng's eyes. Because of Chu Feng, he had nearly lost everything. He had sacrificed so much, enduring countless life and death trials to become an inner disciple of the Lingyun immortal sect. Being an inner disciple was a symbol of talent and status, allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the noble lords of the divine transformation and even the integration stages within the dynasty. Yet, all of this vanished due to a careless comment from Chu Feng. Moreover, Chu Feng had crippled his cultivation, even with his trump card, he was gravely weakened. Fortunately, Yi Tongyao had taken tremendous risks to save him. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Tongyao, I have brought you trouble, but rest assured, I will not abandon you. Wait for me. I will soon take you far away. Hatred for Chu Feng consumed Chu Fan. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed in Chu Fan's ear. Chu Fan. True strength does not waver in matters of love. Remember this, and do not allow yourself to become ensnared. Chu Fan glanced at the pitch-black ring on his left middle finger, coldly replying, Old Yen, I am well aware of this. However, I am compelled to inquire. When you departed from Damo Peak, did you not assert that Tong Yao was merely the emotional hindrance and heart demon of Chu Feng, and that she would not be in any peril in the near future? Given the current circumstances, should you not provide me with a reasonable explanation? Old Yen within the ring remarked. I too did not anticipate that Chu Feng's mental fortitude would be so formidable within such a brief span. He has shattered the emotional barrier. It is well known that many powerful beings in the harmonization period, and even those of the Great Ascension period, have found it impossible to breach such emotional constraints. In the last golden age of the Chaos era, even immortal emperors emerged. Yet none possessed the innate celestial bones that this terrifying prodigy does. I have underestimated his talent, leading to erroneous judgments. Fortunately, Chu Feng's hubris has led him to bypass the Feng Tian royal family entirely, directly detaining Yi Zhenxuan, which has incited the royal family's considerable ire. Since your entry into the Ling Tian immortal sect, you have been forging connections with the younger generation of the Feng Tian dynasty. This is now your opportunity to make use of those alliances. I should have taken Tong Yao with me at that time. I can only wonder how she is suffering at the hands of that hypocritical scoundrel Chu Feng. She must be heartbroken now. Chu Fan's eyes brimmed with boundless sorrow as he murmured, Tong Yao, I apologize. I did not wish for you to confront that hypocrite alone. Yet I truly had no choice but to temporarily abandon you. However, do not fret. Chu Feng shall soon pay the price for his tyrannical actions. Tomorrow, I shall surely take you away from that cursed place, the Ling Tian immortal sect, and together we shall soar to freedom. A look of deep resentment filled Chu Fan's gaze as he cast his eyes toward the direction in which Chu Feng had vanished, seemingly wishing to rend him asunder. Since entering the Ling Tian immortal sect, he had never endured such a significant setback. Chapter 12. Provocation from the Feng Tian royal family. In the Extreme Heaven Palace, the sacred sky tower, constructed entirely from divine purple gold iron, soared to a height of 10,000 meters, piercing the clouds and occupying hundreds of meters of ground. Resembling a majestic mountain, imposing and grand. Standing atop the tower, the entirety of Feng Tian royal city lay before one's eyes. Even the mysterious royal palace appeared as bare as a maiden stripped of her garments. Typically, the sacred sky tower was not open to the public. However, today, due to Chu Feng's arrival, this enigmatic edifice was unveiled. It was rumored that the sacred sky tower had existed since the era of chaos, enduring billions of years through the vicissitudes of time, a marvel in itself. A young prodigy traced the wall with his fingers, expressing his awe. Do not touch recklessly, cautioned a powerful being of the harmonization period, his expression vigilant. This sacred sky tower is inscribed with countless formations, and every generation of palace masters has left behind their soul imprints. Having been purified by the essence of the sun and moon for countless years, it has likely become a monumental supreme immortal artifact. Should you inadvertently trigger any of its powers, even the arrival of a true immortal would not suffice to save you. Hiss. At this proclamation, a chorus of gasps echoed throughout the hall. It was understood that those present were all dignitaries of the Feng Tian dynasty, members of super families, each with profound backgrounds. Yet, upon arriving at the sacred sky tower today, they realized how limited their perspectives had been. Akin to frogs at the bottom of a well gazing at the sky. Compared to the Extreme Heaven Palace, their backgrounds were insignificant, let alone considering that the Extreme Heaven Palace might merely be one of countless enterprises beneath the auspices of Tianji Peak. Today, thanks to the presence of Chu Feng, they had the privilege of witnessing the enduring heritage that defied the passage of time. The young prodigy sighed in admiration. Mind your words. Chu Feng is still a candidate for the sacred sun, a cold voice interjected. Instantly, every individual present stiffened, turning to the source of the voice. There, at the forefront of the grand hall, not far from the main seat, sat a man clad in a black robe adorned with the insignia of a great eagle, his expression devoid of emotion. It was known that the seating arrangement in the hall was determined by strength, status, and background. The closer ones sat to the main seat, the deeper their heritage. The eighth prince, Prince Hongtian. It was he. A cascade of gasps filled the air, followed by an abrupt silence. The bustling atmosphere turned as quiet as a grave. The young prodigy who had been reprimanded had initially intended to protest, for his own background was formidable. Yet upon seeing this man, he instantly recoiled, retreating to his position in the center of the hall. Clad in flowing silks, a graceful and beautiful maid, akin to flowing water, approached bearing an array of rare fruits and exotic meats, placing them upon the table. Yet, at that moment, the jovial sounds of laughter were entirely absent, and the entire hall was engulfed in a deathly stillness. The sacred son of the immortal sect was a matter of profound significance, the future leader of the sect, the captain of the vast earth, a matter that could not be taken lightly. The man in the black robe spoke in a low, authoritative tone. The position of sacred son is of utmost importance and cannot be treated with levity. How can it be casually referred to? Chu Feng is merely a candidate. Do not forget the weight of that word. His gaze bore down upon the young prodigy, an overwhelming pressure rendering the latter's face ashen. His lips moving soundlessly as he wished for a hole to swallow him whole. He could not afford to offend Chu Feng, nor could he afford to offend this individual. Many others grew increasingly solemn. This was a conflict between deities, and mere mortals would inevitably suffer. Moreover, this figure was backed by the Feng Tian royal family. His every action carried profound implications. What was initially perceived as a mere gala to divide the Yi family's fortunes now appeared to be a situation far more intricate than anticipated. Indeed, this brother's observation is astute. The sacred son's position is indeed of great consequence and cannot be disregarded. Just then, a laugh echoed from the main seat, causing all present to stir in shock, shifting their gazes toward the source. To their astonishment, Chu Feng had appeared at the once empty main seat, with the exquisite beauties Lu Mei and Miao Yin seated on either side of him. Many have overestimated my standing, hailing me as the foremost candidate for sacred son, proclaiming me as the destined future sacred son, even addressing me directly as sacred son. Yet, what merit do I possess to warrant such esteem? Chu Feng laughed lightly. However, even so, this young brother's words were merely casual banter. Your Highness holds a prestigious position and immense power. To pursue me relentlessly over a momentary slip of the tongue seems rather petty, does it not? A smile graced Chu Feng's lips, yet within the depths of his gaze, a chilling glimmer flickered as he continued. I recall an ancient saying, one whose virtue does not match their position shall inevitably face calamity. You must exercise caution. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense to an extreme. Even the sound of breathing became almost imperceptible. Haha, I am grateful for the candidate's sacred son's warning. The man in the black robe replied, his expression as impassive as ever. However, I assure you, all is well with me. There is no need for the candidate's sacred son to concern himself. He emphasized the word candidate twice, as if to remind Chu Feng that he was not yet the sacred son, nor the sect leader, and that it was not his place to act with impunity. At this moment, Lu Mei, standing nearby, seemingly casually remarked to Chu Feng, Senior brother, he is the 8th prince of this generation, the son of the venerable Emperor Tianwen. Named Ing Hong, it is said that the Emperor Tianwen, during a moment of mental turmoil, engaged with a lowly palace maid, resulting in his birth. Due to his mother's humble origins, he is considered of illegitimate birth, even lower than that, and has long been looked down upon. This likely explains his fixation on titles and his emphasis on the term candidate. My heavens! Hiss! Instantly, the hall erupted with a chorus of gasps. The affairs concerning the esteemed King Hong Tian and Ing Hong are widely known among the upper echelons of the dynasty, yet few dare to bring them up, let alone jest about them in front of Ing Hong. At this moment, the master of Miaoyin Palace covered her mouth with a smile and remarked, Thus, I beseech you, noble sir, to show mercy to Ing Hong, considering his unfortunate origins, and to be magnanimous, refraining from holding grudges against him. Yet, the mirth on her countenance betrayed no hint of sympathy. Very well, I shall not stoop to his level. Chu Feng replied with a smile and a nod. You insolent wretch! Ing Hong, clad in black robes, erupted in a furious rage, slamming his hand down and unleashing a terrifying aura. Although he was still quite young, he was nonetheless a formidable figure in the stage of transformation. The humble origins of his mother had always been his greatest sorrow, and he never expected it to be publicly exposed in such a brutal manner, turned into a subject of mockery. This is the extreme heaven palace. You, a mere prince, have no right to act so presumptuously. Miaoyin's gaze turned icy as she reprimanded him. Without any overt display of power, she merely cast her will, and suddenly, Ing Hong's complexion drained of color, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he abruptly sank back into his seat. A half-immortal at the Great Ascension stage, even without direct engagement, could easily subdue a mere transformation stage practitioner. My apologies, Master Miaoyin. It was my impetuosity that led to this offense. I humbly ask for your understanding. Considering the Emperor's esteem for you, an elder nobleman stepped forth to shield Ing Hong from the oppressive pressure, alleviating his embarrassment. Simultaneously, the elder discreetly gestured towards Ing Hong. Chapter 13. Hong's inquiry. It is I who was overly excited and may have acted inappropriately. I ask for your forgiveness. Left with no choice, Hong clasped his fists toward Chu Feng in apology, acknowledging that he had indeed lost his composure and provided a handle for others to grasp. Miao turned to Chu Feng, and upon seeing his nod, she let out a cold laugh and withdrew her oppressive aura. A collective sigh of relief swept through the hall. No one had anticipated such a fierce confrontation at the onset of the banquet. Brother, though Hong hails from humble beginnings, his extraordinary talent has garnered the attention of the Emperor Tianwen, leading to his elevation as King Hong Tian, Lu Mei whispered to Chu Feng. His rise to prominence is no stroke of luck. Anyone daring to provoke you must certainly have substantial backing. At that moment, Master Miao added, it is rumored that Hong harbors no ambition for the throne, having secretly forged an alliance with the eldest prince. The Extreme Heaven Palace, situated within the royal city and frequented by high-ranking officials and distinguished families, afforded Miao some insight into the intricacies of courtly strife. It appeared she possessed a keen sense of discretion. A smile curled at the corners of Chu Feng's lips, his eyes glinting with a chilling detachment. So soon, indeed. Although the Feng Tian dynasty is a vassal of the Ling Tian immortal sect, it has maintained a significant degree of independence. Akin to a feudal lord in a bygone era, royal offspring, including princes, princesses, and dukes, are sent to the Ling Tian immortal sect for training during their youth before returning to the dynasty. In the original narrative, Chu Feng formed deep bonds with others who entered the Ling Tian immortal sect alongside him, having gone on adventures that tested their lives and forged unbreakable ties. The reason Chu Feng could hide within the Feng Tian royal city without being detected for so long was due in no small part to the covert protection of those within the royal family. In the original text, there was little mention of this King Hong Tian, yet the protagonist, Chu Feng, shared a close relationship with the Emperor Tianwen's favored eldest princess, Xianxia, which naturally extended to her full-blooded elder brother, the current crown prince. Subsequently, during the struggle for the throne in the Feng Tian dynasty, Chu Feng played a significant role. It seems that Hong must be acting under the crown prince's directives, at the very least. There exists a connection that emboldens him to provoke Chu Feng. Ultimately, this is the royal city of the Feng Tian dynasty. Even he cannot act against a prince of the Emperor Tianwen without just cause. Merely a pawn thrust into the limelight, Chu Feng mused, his expression returning to a congenial demeanor as he declared, this is but a minor interlude. There's no need for concern. I trust you are all aware of my purpose for visiting the Feng Tian royal city, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. The Yi family, as one of the sect's suppliers, has resorted to unscrupulous means, engaging in corruption and malfeasance, to the extent that even my master, the venerable elder Shinjizhen, could no longer tolerate it. Thus, I have been entrusted with the task of seeking a new supplier to replace the Yi family. The head of the Yi family has been detained by me, and he will be publicly executed at the gates of the sect tomorrow. You are all welcome to witness the event. Chu Feng's smile radiated warmth, akin to the gentle embrace of spring, to avoid fierce disputes that may disrupt our harmony. I invite each of you to write your bids on a piece of paper, detailing the quantity of spiritual herbs you can supply to the sect, the portion you wish to claim, and your proposed pricing. Once completed, hand your notes to the maidservants, who will present them to me. Let me remind you, each individual, regardless of their power or position, shall only have one opportunity to bid. Should anyone feel incapable of consuming this slice of pie, they may also consider forming alliances with other families. At last, they had arrived at this pivotal juncture. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. The prospect of the Yi family's lucrative contract had taken everyone by surprise. Brilliant. Miao Yin's eyes sparkled with admiration, secretly commending Chu Feng's ingenuity. This method of bidding on paper circumvents the coercive pressures exerted by powerful families, allowing smaller clans to compete without fear of intimidation, thus maximizing the sect's benefits. Yet, many attendees appeared bewildered. Regardless of the stature or strength of any family, everyone was afforded only a single chance to bid. Consequently, the might and resources of the larger families would be rendered ineffective. Should they bid too high, they would be eliminated, while a lower bid would leave them feeling dissatisfied. As Chu Feng's words echoed through the hall, numerous smaller families, originally merely spectators, began to feel a stir of ambition, clustering together with their allies to engage in hushed discussions. The once quiet banquet erupted into lively chatter. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, silencing the cacophony. Before you auction off the privilege of supplying the Yi family, may I inquire about a few matters? It was none other than King Hong Tian, Hong, who had somehow returned to the center of the hall, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Chu Feng, standing tall and unyielding, devoid of any semblance of fear. Here he comes again. The atmosphere grew hushed once more. Without waiting for Chu Feng's acknowledgement, he continued, the Yi family, as a supplier to the sect, has indeed engaged in some minor misappropriations, which I do not deny. However, Ing Hong's voice turned frigid. The Yi family has served in the court for generations, and the head of the family, Yi Zhenchuan, is a distinguished deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, a high-ranking official of the second grade. Even should the Yi family err, and Yi Zhenchuan be culpable, it is incumbent upon the Ministry of Justice of my dynasty to conduct the inquiry according to the sect's regulations. Yet you, Chu Feng, have wielded your influence to overstep your bounds, directly detaining a loyal minister of my dynasty at Damo Peak, inflicting grave injuries upon him, and even dispatching the Tianji guards to the Yi residence to commit wanton slaughter in search of supposed evidence of wrongdoing. Suddenly, with a grand gesture, Ing Hong summoned a chaotic projection in the center of the grand hall. Towering guards clad in resplendent purple and gold armor stood sentinel at the four corners of the sky, sealing off the heavens and earth, exuding an overwhelming pressure, while below, cries of despair echoed, and blood stained the ground. Esteemed guests, this is the scene within the Yi family at this very moment. Ing Hong turned to face the assembled dignitaries, exclaiming, behold, is this an investigation? This is a forced conviction. The Yi family, upon the slightest hint of resistance, is met with merciless slaughter. The celestial guardians are the divine emissaries sent by the immortal sect, and it would be inappropriate for our royal family to intervene directly. Yet, in the presence of Chief Chu Feng, I feel compelled to voice a question on behalf of the innocent victims of the Yi family. The Yi family has diligently supplied various resources to the immortal sect. What grave transgression have they committed to deserve such a fate? When I established the Feng Tian dynasty, I reached an agreement with the 26th generation leader of the immortal sect, ensuring that as long as our dynasty remained subordinate to the sect, we would receive protection. Yet today, I must ask, is this how the immortal sect bestows its protection upon my dynasty? If one day, Chief Chu Feng were to become the leader, would he not seek to dismantle the rule of the Feng Tian dynasty? As Ing Hong's voice rose in intensity, he escalated the matter to encompass the relationship between the Lingyun immortal sect and the Feng Tian dynasty, exerting immense pressure. It must be noted that his words were remarkably compelling and inciting, causing the powerful and noble gathered to resonate in a profound silence. Indeed, even if the Yi family had erred, as esteemed ministers of the dynasty, they ought to be judged by the Ministry of Justice. However, the Dharma Peak, or rather, Chu Feng, bypassed the court's authority entirely, acting above the law by demanding the execution of Yi Zhenchuan and sealing the Yi family. Chapter 14. Are you worthy? Boom. Before Chu Feng could utter a word, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Lu Mei, sweeping across the grand hall and chilling the air. How dare a mere prince of the Feng Tian royal family speak thus to the senior brother, seeking death? Lu Mei's eyes darkened, saturated with murderous intent. Celestial guardians, subdue him and drag him out for 1,000 cuts before execution. I wish to see if that Tianwen emperor dares to oppose our Tianji peak for the sake of a mere prince. Lu Mei had long aided Lu Wudao in managing unsavory affairs, facing numerous formidable figures, tyrants, and demons, far surpassing Ing Hong's power. A lowly lackey dares to rely on his backing to provoke the senior brother. Such insolence is utterly unforgivable in Lu Mei's eyes. Wait, junior sister. At that moment, Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as he raised a hand to halt Lu Mei's actions, sneering, why should we involve the celestial guardians for the likes of a mere lackey? Buzz. Chu Feng slowly rose, his eyes gleaming with a chilling murderous intent as he approached Ing Hong step by step, stating indifferently, you are Ing Hong, correct? You claim that I deliberately disregard the entire Feng Tian dynasty and strike directly at the court's high officials? You wish to position me against the entire Feng Tian dynasty, elevating this matter to the relationship between the immortal sect and the dynasty? Do you believe that I would hesitate to act against you out of fear? You have miscalculated. Suddenly, fierce light erupted from Chu Feng's eyes, and an immense surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his hand into a colossal sword of stars, which he swung down with a resounding crash. Had it been the former Chu Feng, he might have hesitated, for the vast Feng Tian dynasty wielded immense power and influence within the immortal sect, with intricate ties. However, he was no longer the old Chu Feng. In the original narrative, the Feng Tian dynasty stood in opposition to Tianji Peak, and the protagonist Xu Fan's repeated escapes from pursuit were inextricably linked to the royal family. Since they were already adversaries, what was there to fear? This time, when he acted against the Yi family and personally ventured into Feng Tian City, Chu Feng intended to instill awe among the various factions within the royal city. He sought to assist Xu Fan, first gauging his own strength and capabilities. Ing Hong's repeated provocations were, in fact, a splendid opportunity for him to establish his authority, just recently breaking through to the infant transformation stage. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Ing Hong, initially apprehensive, sneered upon witnessing Chu Feng's intention to strike at him. "One hand is all it takes to slay you. Is that so?" Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged, yet the star sword in his hand underwent an infinite array of mysterious transformations. Buzz! As the sword fell, a vast array of stars encircled it, as if the very essence of the starry heavens coalesced within this strike, dazzling and resplendent. In an instant, the grand hall transformed into a celestial expanse, with countless magnificent stars descending upon Ing Hong in a relentless barrage. Hiss! In that moment, the faces of many young prodigies turned pale, feeling an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. The force was terrifying, as if they faced not merely a powerful being of the infant transformation stage, but the very master of the starry skies. This strike transcended the pinnacle of the infant transformation stage. The master of the Miaoying Palace's expression shifted slightly. For one so young to reach the infant transformation stage was unprecedented. News of it would send shockwaves across the entire ancient immortal continent. Yet, not only was his cultivation speed astonishing, but his combat prowess was equally fearsome. How could he be so strong? Ing Hong, who had previously wore a dismissive expression, suddenly changed drastically, retracting his outstretched hand and summoning a long spear, unleashing his full power as a transformation stage expert without any concealment. He felt immense pressure. Boom! Countless stars rained down like meteors upon the spear, the terrifying shockwave causing the weapon to slip from Ing Hong's grasp, blood erupting from his arm under the sheer force. Boom! Without his weapon, Ing Hong faced the onslaught of countless stars, instantly bombarded by dozens, if not hundreds, of them. Bang! 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 Each impact dealt devastating blows, shattering bones and scattering flesh. A mere lackey who had just broken through to the transformation stage. What were you compared to a heavenly calamity? Chu Feng's eyes were indifferent. Within the immortal sect, you are such a waste that you lack even the qualifications to converse with me. Buzz! As the star sword descended, it severed Ing Hong's right hand, and immediately thereafter, a colossal star crashed down upon his head, blood mist erupting as Ing Hong let out a wretched scream, flying backward to crash against the wall of the Holy Sky Tower. At that moment, the entire assembly fell silent, the gathered dignitaries, prodigies, and powerhouses all stunned, unable to react for a long time. Standing amidst the stars, Chu Feng resembled a true celestial being, inspiring a sense of reverence in all present. Instantaneous annihilation. The first layer of the infant transformation stage, transcending the 9 layers, obliterating Ing Hong of the transformation stage, without him even having the strength to retaliate. What defines an extraordinary prodigy? This is it. The young genius who had just been scolded by Ing Hong murmured in awe-filled disbelief, his eyes brimming with admiration for Chu Feng. Is this the strength of the immortal sect's candidate for the Holy Sun? It is breathtaking. Ing Hong, a top-tier prodigy within the Feng Tian dynasty, had once entered the ranks of inner disciples, yet he had not even touched the threshold of personal discipleship. An elder, a venerable master of the fusion period, despondently remarked, yet, Chu Feng, who originally possessed merely the pinnacle strength of the divine pill realm, stands at the forefront of the candidate saints. The disparity between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Our dynasty's prodigies and those of the celestial sect, though both labeled as prodigies, are fundamentally different beings. The gap in strength is undeniably immense. A multitude of dynasty prodigies present were nearly engulfed in despair, their Tao hearts almost crumbling under the weight of this revelation. In terms of talent, they might even fall short of Ing Hong. Yet, Ing Hong was crushed by Chu Feng, who transcended realms with ease. This illustrates the staggering divide between the Feng Tian dynasty and the celestial sect. What audacity does Ing Hong possess to attempt to suppress Chu Feng with the might of the entire Feng Tian dynasty? The entire assembly was enveloped in shock, lingering in a daze. Ing Hong, are you all right? After a prolonged silence, the elderly prince awakened from his stupor and instantly appeared beside Ing Hong to tend to his wounds. He turned to glare at Chu Feng, exclaiming, Chu Feng, even if Ing Hong has erred, do not forget that he is the emperor's own son. In terms of status, the ruler of the dynasty stands on equal footing with the 7 peak masters of your celestial sect. What gives you the right to directly harm Ing Hong, and even sever his hand? Chu Feng surveyed the crowd, observing the suffocation in the eyes of many dignitaries and nobles, a flicker of satisfaction igniting within his gaze. This was the effect he sought to achieve. When confronting obstinate individuals, one must strike decisively to instill fear. Senior brother, he is the Iron Blood Prince, named Ing Shui, a brother of the Tianwen Emperor, with a close relationship, Lu Mei remarked. Indeed. Chu Feng nodded, turning his cold gaze toward Ing Hong and the elder prince. Excellent. You have sent a younger one, and now an elder emerges. I appreciate it. You inquire about my justification? It is simply because I am stronger than him. A weakling dares to provoke a stronger one while lacking the identity, status, and background to rival mine. I have already spared his life out of respect for my master. The divine, extreme, true, immortal, in consideration of the Tianwen Emperor's face. A mere minister of rights, a second-rank official of the dynasty, I could eliminate with ease. And do I need to consult your Ministry of Justice? A little prince dares to stand up for the Yi family. Do you believe you are worthy? Chapter 15. The Tianwen Emperor's imperial edict arrives. Chu Feng reclined back onto his main seat, his gaze cold and domineering, looking down upon the Paladin Hong. Now, kneel and declare that you shall never dare again. Otherwise, today, no matter who arrives, they shall not save you. His icy and oppressive voice reverberated throughout the grand hall, causing many prodigies and dignitaries to tremble, their pupils contracting violently, forcing the mighty Prince Ing Hong to kneel. Such a blatant disregard for the royal family's dignity was unprecedented. After all, Ing Hong was a prince. Previously, their understanding of the celestial sect had been limited, as it was so distant, while the royal family was ever so close, capable of determining their fates. Yet, at this moment, they felt the overwhelming authority of the Lingyun celestial sect. Without sufficient backing, would Chu Feng dare to demand a prince kneel before him? Chu Feng, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The elder prince Ing Shue's voice escalated. Filled with fury, boom, a terrifying aura of a half-saint in the great ascension stage erupted from him, causing the entire sacred heaven tower to tremble slightly. You trample upon the dignity of our royal family. This is utterly unacceptable. Do not provoke my wrath. I take my leave. With that, Ing Shue lifted the weakened Ing Hong in his arms, preparing to exit the sacred heaven tower. Ing Shue, did the saint permit your departure? At that moment, a chilling female voice echoed throughout the hall. Buzz. In an instant, countless runes illuminated within the sacred heaven tower, an overwhelming celestial aura descending, causing some weak-willed nobles and prodigies to buckle under its weight and kneel. In the next moment, the enchanting figure of Miao Yin appeared at the entrance of the hall, her perfect visage cloaked in a menacing aura, stating in an authoritative tone, "Today, without the master's permission, not even the Tianwen Emperor himself may take you away. Miao Yin, do not overstep your bounds. Do not forget that your extreme heaven palace operates within the royal city. My royal family can uproot you at any moment." Ing Shue's fury erupted. Boom. In an explosive display, a colossal hand of celestial energy coalesced, gently swatting Ing Shue away, visibly cracking his body, blood scattering across the skies. No one doubted that if Miao Yin wished, that single strike could reduce Ing Shue to mere pulp. Even the Tianwen Emperor would not dare utter such words. Miao Yin stated indifferently, extending the celestial hand to catch the falling Ing Hong, carelessly tossing him in front of Chu Feng. The young master has decreed, kneel. Chu Feng, today you humiliate me so, scorn the entire Feng Tian dynasty. Have you considered the consequences? Ing Hong struggled to rise, blood still flowing from the wound where his arm had been severed. Consequences? Who among you can make me bear the consequences? Is it your Feng Tian royal family? Chu Feng chuckled, dismissively waving his hand. Everyone, do not mind me. Continue your discussions, and feel free to pass notes to the maidservants for me. He felt no surprise at Miao Yin's forcefulness. In the original narrative, the Extreme Heaven Palace was far more than just a subordinate establishment of the Tianji Peak. After all, the royal family stood on equal footing with the Peak Masters. How could they allow the Extreme Heaven Palace to be more splendid than the royal palace itself? The Extreme Heaven Palace was, in fact, a venture established by his all-powerful mother in collaboration with the Tianji Peak. Chu Feng distinctly recalled that in the original tale, his mysterious mother had put Chu Fan through immense hardship, facing life and death, had it not been for Chu Feng's profound affection for Yi Tongyao. Allowing her to meddle behind the scenes, Chu Fan would have perished 1,000 times, even with the protection of the Feng Tian dynasty. This was also why he treated Miao Yin with such care upon his arrival. Otherwise, had she merely been the overseer of a subordinate establishment of the Tianji Peak, she would not have warranted his special attention. However, upon hearing his words, many dignitaries and prodigies were left bewildered. Do not mind. Who would dare disregard such a statement? Their families were deeply intertwined with the Feng Tian dynasty. A mere word from the royal family could determine their fates. Perhaps the royal family truly dared not act against Chu Feng. After all, he was the chief of the Tianji Peak and the foremost candidate saint of the Lingyun celestial sect. And the royal family could at most express their dissatisfaction and protest to the celestial sect. But when gods clash, mortals suffer. Now, they were filled with regret, wishing they had known how events would unfold. They would not have even dared to attend the banquet, let alone aspire to carve up the Yi family's substantial fortune. Many now found themselves too afraid to participate in the bidding. Chu Feng, do you see this? The weakened Ing Hong suddenly erupted with laughter. Observing the expressions of the dignitaries and nobles, This is the might of my Feng Tian royal family. You oppose us, and without my royal family's consent. Let us see who dares to cooperate with you or share the Yi family's fortune. Buzz. Just then, a streak of sword energy gleamed, blood mist spraying forth. As Ing Hong's other arm was severed in a single strike, eliciting a horrified scream. Did I permit you to laugh? Chu Feng's gaze was frigid as he stated calmly. Kneel and speak to me, or the next strike shall take your leg. I am very curious to see how many swords I can sever. Chu Feng. You. Ing Hong's complexion turned ashen, engulfed by a terrifying sense of impending doom. Kneel. Lu Mei commanded sharply. Kneel. Terrifying shouts echoed from the surroundings, emanating from the formidable heavenly guardians concealed in various corners. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Ing Hong. Suddenly, unable to withstand the dreadful weight and the threat of death, he collapsed to his knees, his complexion paling to an extreme. He realized that perhaps he had successfully incited the royal family's dissatisfaction and wrath towards Chu Feng. However, this act of kneeling had effectively ruined his future. He had initially believed that Chu Feng would not dare to act recklessly. Yet, who could have anticipated that Chu Feng would disregard all rules and elevate himself above the entire Feng Tian dynasty? At that moment, the atmosphere became suffocating. The prince kneeling was a humiliation and a trampling of the Feng Tian royal family. Chu Feng, the emperor shall not let you escape. The Feng Tian royal family will ensure you pay for your actions today, roared the iron-blooded king Xianxia, his voice filled with anguish. At that moment, the void suddenly tore open, and a golden silk scroll flew forth from the abyss. It was the imperial edict. The emperor's decree had arrived. Many dignitaries turned pale. Did the emperor of Tianwen also know of the events transpiring here? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. In the original text, he was a figure of unfathomable depth. Though his position was not as elevated as that of his master, Lu Wudao, he had successfully aligned himself with the protagonist, Chu Fan, and survived until the end, possessing terrifying strength that even the protagonist respected. He could not believe that the numerous princes and nobles would aid Chu Fan without the emperor of Tianwen being aware. It was merely tacit approval. This time, he was also eager to discern the emperor's true stance. Boom, boom, boom. The imperial edict radiated golden light, suffused with an ethereal aura, commanding respect and grandeur. The dignitaries and the young prodigies almost immediately knelt without hesitation. Within the grand hall, only Chu Feng, Lu Mei, and the enchanting immortal maiden stood erect, coldly gazing at the decree. At this moment, a white-haired eunuch, adorned in a crane robe, emerged from the void and began to announce the edict. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, Hong Tian Wang Ing Hong and the iron-blooded king Xianxia have committed grave transgressions, provoking the envoy of the immortal sect, thereby tarnishing the dignity of the royal family. All titles are hereby revoked, and they are to be demoted to commoners. Yi Zhenchuan, as a supplier to the immortal sect, has shown ingratitude and negligence, embezzling and corrupting, resulting in significant losses for the sect. This emperor grieves deeply upon recollection. All positions and titles of Yi Zhenchuan and his family are to be annulled and handed over to the immortal sect's Demo Peak for resolution. Thus decreed. In that instant, the hall fell into a state of suffocating silence. Ing Hong, overwhelmed, spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his eyes void of life as they fixated on the decree, filled with despair. It was over. Everything was irrevocably lost. Chapter 16. The Emperor of Tianwen, the Old Fox? The atmosphere remained stifling. It was not until the eunuch concluded reading the decree that an eerie stillness enveloped the gathering. Who could have anticipated that the Emperor of Tianwen would issue such an edict? Two princes, not just any princes, one was his loyal brother, and the other his cherished son, were directly stripped of their titles and relegated to commoners. The Yi family was entirely annulled. Had the Emperor of Tianwen chosen to align himself with the Holy Son, Chu Feng? A top noble whispered to himself. At this moment, the surrounding powerful figures and esteemed families bowed their heads, their eyes glinting with intrigue as they contemplated the implications. The Feng Tian dynasty was a vassal of the immortal sect, or rather, a feudal lord appointed by the sect. The shifts in the leadership of the immortal sect throughout history had always resulted in monumental upheaval, with few dynasties daring to intervene. After all, if one gambled correctly, all was well. However, a misstep could lead to catastrophic ruin. Thus, when Hong Tian Wang Ing Hong emerged, openly provoking the holy son Chu Feng, the nobles were rendered nearly breathless, opting for silence, unwilling or perhaps fearful to become embroiled in the conflict. Their presence was solely for the purpose of seizing the Yi family's interests, nothing more. Yet, if this was indeed a declaration from the Emperor of Tianwen, then the situation was far more intricate. Senior brother, the Emperor's punishment of Ing Hong and Ing Xue, as well as the annulment of the Yi family, signifies his intention to side with our Tianji peak, does it not? Lu Mei inquired softly. In terms of status and power, the Emperor of Tianwen was a top-tier figure on par with Master Lu Wudao. Although she assisted Lu Wudao in handling certain unsavory matters, she had yet to engage with individuals of such high caliber. No, they are all a bunch of old foxes, merely smoothing over the situation. Chu Feng replied with a cold smile. From the current circumstances, it appeared that Ing Hong was not sent by the Emperor of Tianwen, but rather a pawn of the Crown Prince. The Emperor was likely aware of the events unfolding, merely turning a blind eye, yet when he perceived the situation spiraling, he promptly abandoned them, revoking their titles while preserving the dignity of the royal family. He sought neither to offend our Tianji peak nor to antagonize Ing Hong, or perhaps the forces backing the Crown Prince. Lu Mei nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "So, your implication is that Ing Hong's backing comes from the Crown Prince. And behind the Crown Prince lies other supporting forces, making this a test of your strength, senior brother. Seeing you so formidable, the Emperor of Tianwen hesitated to become your enemy, hence he unreservedly abandoned them." The enchanting immortal maiden added, "Moreover, that old fox Tianwen is astute. He does not wish for the Feng Tian dynasty to be manipulated by the forces behind the Crown Prince, thrusting them into conflict with the Holy Sun. If he truly intended to side with us, given his grasp of the court's dynamics, Ing Hong and Ing Shui would never have had the opportunity to provoke the Holy Sun directly." The Extreme Heaven Palace was adjacent to the Royal Palace, with dignitaries frequently traversing between the two. The immortal maiden had considerable insight into the current emperor. After speaking, she cast a surprised glance at Chu Feng. For someone so young, he possessed a profound understanding that transcended mere talent. Such insight could only come from extensive experience in the subtle clashes and intrigues of power. Chu Feng once again astonished her. Truly, he was the son of that esteemed figure. The Emperor of Tianwen is indeed a cunning old fox, Lu Mei marveled quietly, taken aback by the complex machinations underlying Ing Hong's provocation. Indeed, the Emperor believes that this way, he offends neither party, Chu Feng scoffed, his eyes glinting coldly. In the original text, the Emperor of Tianwen maintained such an attitude. On the surface, he appeared indifferent, yet behind the scenes, he tacitly permitted the Crown Prince and other young nobles to leverage the dynasty's power in support of the protagonist. Although he seemed to waver, his allegiance was firmly with the protagonist. However, he was not the Chu Feng of old. He would not allow the Emperor to play both sides with ease. But senior brother, who are the forces backing the Crown Prince? Lu Mei's eyes flickered with a murderous intent. If I discover their identity, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Provoking my senior brother is utterly unforgivable. Who does Yi Tongyao assist? Chu Feng asked nonchalantly. Naturally, it is Chu Fan. Lu Mei frowned. But does Chu Fan possess the ability to command Ing Hong? Lu Mei's voice was laced with disdain for Chu Fan. A mere newly initiated inner sect disciple, he could nominally stand equal to princes, yet it was merely a facade, let alone command someone like Ing Hong, a royal. At present, Chu Fan undeniably lacked such capabilities. Chu Feng chuckled. However, there are forces behind Chu Fan that seek to exploit him against me, and he shares a particularly close relationship with Princess Ing Ziyue of the Fengtian dynasty. Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. And Ing Ziyue is the biological sister of the Crown Prince, thus aligning those forces with the Crown Prince to instigate Ing Hong's probing actions against you, senior brother. I understand now. It is the Wuji Peak's tyrant who covertly assisted Yi Tongyao in releasing Chu Fan. That force is indeed Wuji Peak. And now they seek to utilize the Crown Prince against you, senior brother. Astute. Chu Feng smiled, ruffling Lu Mei's hair affectionately. Feeling the warmth of his hand atop her head, Lu Mei's cheeks flushed slightly. Her senior brother was displaying such intimacy in front of so many others. It felt too close. How nerve-wracking. An insignificant figure, abandoned by all, dared to provoke her senior brother. He deserved to be tortured. Lu Mei immediately glared at Ing Hong, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Only by directing her focus onto Ing Hong could she alleviate her own tension. Provoking my senior brother warrants death. Someone, drag Ing Hong out and execute him with 1,000 cuts. Lu Mei commanded coldly. At that moment, genuine fear gripped Ing Hong. His greatest reliance was his identity as a royal, but now that was nullified. Provoking Chu Feng could lead to his demise, and no one would come to his aid. As he witnessed 2 celestial guards approaching with daggers in hand, a chill ran down his spine. Are you all just going to stand there and watch? He roared, fully believing that the onlookers were keenly aware of the unfolding events. Suddenly, a booming laughter resonated from outside the sacred heaven tower. Ha! Junior brother Chu Feng. It has been a long time. As the voice faded, a towering figure clad in black strode into the grand hall, casting a glance at Chu Feng with a smile. Junior brother Chu Feng, I have been training outside for quite some time, and while visiting the Crown Prince's residence, I heard you were here. so I took the liberty of joining you for a drink. I trust you won't mind? Su Batian, the candidate for the Sacred Sun, was indeed within the royal city. A gasp escaped from a prominent noble. The top-tier powerhouses around them also inhaled sharply, whispering among themselves. Rumor had it that he had reached a bottleneck in his transformation stage and ventured into a forbidden area, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. Had he actually succeeded in transcending to the divine transformation stage? He appeared to be just over 30, if he had indeed made such a leap. Then Chu Feng's position as the foremost candidate for Sacred Sun would be perilously compromised. The simultaneous appearance of two candidates for Sacred Sun in the royal city raised eyebrows. Chapter 17. Executing with 10,000 cuts. The tyrant, Su Batian, candidate for Sacred Sun and chief disciple of Wuji Peak. As Chu Feng regarded the burly figure, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. In the original narrative, this individual had ostensibly represented the Wuji Peak faction while secretly supporting Chu Feng against him. Su Batian's innate talent was terrifying, born with a tyrant's physique and accompanied by a Qilin-esque manifestation. He had reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage by his early 30s, astonishing the entire Lingyun immortal sect. Historically, the position of Sacred Sun had been all but secured for Su Batian. Yet in this golden age filled with prodigies, standing before the peak of the divine pill stage, Chu Feng, who had recently broken through the transformation stage, Su Batian seemed considerably diminished. Even among the candidates for Sacred Sun, he ranked merely third. Nonetheless, Su Batian had consistently displayed a facade of generosity towards Chu Feng, adopting a humble demeanor, repeatedly asserting his singular focus on cultivation and lack of ambition for the Sacred Sun's position, which had endeared him to the former Chu Feng, fostering an outwardly cordial relationship. In the original tale, even until Chu Feng's demise, the arrogant Su Batian remained oblivious to the fact that he was covertly scheming against him. A hypocrite. Upon entering, Su Batian's gaze fell upon the kneeling Ing Hong, and Chu Feng caught a fleeting shadow of gloom in his eyes, swiftly replaced by a genial smile. Ha ha ha, Su Xiao. It truly has been a long time. Of course, you may join me for a drink. Someone, please offer a seat to Chief Batian. Offer a seat? A flicker of anger flashed in Su Batian's eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. As both were chief disciples of their respective peaks and candidates for Sacred Sun, why should Chu Feng presume to offer him anything? Yet, he was no stranger to Chu Feng's arrogance. Senior brother, though Su Batian appears to have been training outside, he has, in truth, been lingering within the Lingyun immortal sect these past 2 years, consolidating forces with the aim of countering our Tianji Peak. Lu Mei's voice echoed discreetly in Chu Feng's mind. Su Batian's shadow looms behind Yi Tongyao's release of Su Fan. His involvement cannot be mere coincidence. Lu Mei's words brimmed with lethal intent. She was no fool. Su Batian's appearance was far too fortuitous. The provocation of Ing Hong was undoubtedly orchestrated by Su Batian. Master Lu Wudao stated that we should wait for his command to eliminate Su Batian, but Lu Mei cannot afford to wait any longer. If not for senior brother's decisive handling, we could have suffered a loss of face, or worse, thrust the Fengtian dynasty into opposition. Repeated attempts to undermine my senior brother are intolerable. Sensing Lu Mei's intense murderous aura, Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He turned to glance at Lu Mei. In the original narrative, she had plotted against Su Batian for his sake, ultimately falling victim to Su Fan's hand. However, in the original tale, this incident was supposed to occur after Su Fan had broken through to the transformation stage. Now, Su Fan had only just reached the divine pill stage and had recently been crippled by him. Even with the protagonist's halo, it would take at least a year and a half for him to fully recover and break through the transformation stage. Could it be that due to the butterfly effect of his transmigration, this event was occurring prematurely? It seemed he must remain vigilant regarding Lu Mei's movements. He couldn't bear to see her perish at Su Batian's hands, for that man was exceedingly patient, and Lu Mei was still too young, not yet his match. At that moment, as Su Batian took his seat, he seemingly glanced casually at the kneeling Ing Hong and remarked, "Junior brother Chu Feng. My time at the Crown Prince's residence has allowed me to become acquainted with Ing Hong, who has visited twice. He is the half-brother of the Crown Prince, and, of course, merely an inconsequential figure to you, junior brother. Why not? For the sake of our friendship, let him off this time." Su Batian spoke as if casually dismissing Ing Hong's significance, portraying him as not but a mere ant. He understood Chu Feng's character, proud and dismissive of all, and such a statement would surely earn him favor. This was his intent in coming here. He wished to save Ing Hong, but did not want to confront Chu Feng openly just yet. However, at that moment, Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he coldly inquired, "Is Ing Hong a pawn sent by the Crown Prince to deal with me?" As he spoke, Chu Feng directed a frosty gaze at Su Batian. "Or perhaps, Su Xiao, you have allied with the Crown Prince to conspire against me?" In that instant, A palpable chill emanated from Chu Feng, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Everyone's expressions shifting dramatically. No one anticipated that Chu Feng would extend no courtesy to Su Batian and directly accuse him. Junior brother Chu, what brings you to such a conclusion? Su Batian's expression noticeably chilled for a moment, but he soon burst into hearty laughter, saying, Junior brother Chu, you underestimate me far too much. Even if I were to contend with you for the position of the Holy Sun, I would do so openly and honorably, battling you within the same realm. Not to mention, you are well aware that I am wholly devoted to my cultivation and have no interest in such power struggles. I merely mentioned it in passing out of consideration for the Crown Prince. You are being overly suspicious. As cultivators, we need not resort to such underhanded tactics. Su Batian spoke with an air of righteous indignation, yet inwardly he cursed. When did this arrogant fool, Chu Feng, become so astute as to ponder such convoluted thoughts? Nevertheless, Su Batian harbored no suspicions. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting whim of Chu Feng's. This behavior was quite in line with Chu Feng's haughty nature. He never shied away from direct confrontation when he had doubts. Shameless scoundrel, Lu Mei muttered under her breath. Others may be oblivious, but she had been assisting Lu Wudao with various nefarious deeds and knew more than most about how ruthless Su Batian could be. On Mount Wujifeng, he had heartlessly seized opportunities from disciples, leaving no trace behind, with no less than 10 victims. Take this instance. For example, he had secretly aided Yi Tongyao in freeing Su Fan, and the entire Yi family had borne the brunt of the blame without him uttering a single word, revealing the depths of his cruelty. I share your sentiments. Chu Feng nodded in agreement, seemingly in full accord with Su Batian's words. Su Batian let out a sigh of relief, contemplating how to persuade Chu Feng to release Ing Hong. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly declared, well said, Senior Brother Su. As cultivators, we take pleasure in avenging grievances. How could we tolerate provocations that disrupt our Tao hearts? This Ing Hong has dared to provoke me. His sin is unforgivable. Seize him and take him away. Subject him to 100,000 cuts atop the city wall. Chapter 18. What is your identity? In an instant, Ing Hong was left dumbfounded, abruptly turning to Su Batian. He had initially thought that Su Batian was there to rescue him. He never anticipated that the punishment would escalate from 1,000 cuts to 100,000. They intended to turn him into minced meat. Yet, before Ing Hong could utter a word, he was met with the command, by the decree. With Chu Feng's order given, the Tianji guards wasted no time. They advanced with knives in hand, swiftly overpowering Ing Hong and dragging him out of the grand hall. Holy Sun Su, Crown Prince, you brought me here, save me. Ing Hong's anguished cries echoed from beyond the grand hall, but soon, his figure vanished within the confines of the Jitian Palace. The atmosphere became suffocating. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Ing Hong was dragged away by the Tianji guards, a chill running down their spines as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. 100,000 cuts. What excruciating torment that entailed. For an ordinary person, a few hundred cuts might lead to death from pain or excessive blood loss. But Ing Hong was a powerful cultivator at the God transformation stage, with a formidable primordial spirit and tenacious vitality. Enduring 100,000 cuts was entirely within the realm of possibility. Brutal. So brutally ruthless. They had initially believed that as long as they did not offend this Holy Sun Chu, he would be reasonable. Yet now they realized that offending him would be more excruciating than choosing to die. Everything happened so rapidly that Su Batian had only just begun to process it when his expression darkened. Was Chu Feng toying with him? Ha ha. My Tao heart has become much clearer, and I owe thanks to Senior Brother Su for your guidance. As cultivators, we shall take pleasure in avenging grievances. Chu Feng declared with unrestrained mirth. Su Batian's expression turned as dark as thunderclouds, for according to Chu Feng's words, it seemed he was the one inciting the 100,000 cuts for Ing Hong. What would the Crown Prince think of him? What would Su Fan think? How would the Wujifeng regard him? Junior Brother Chu, you have gone too far. Su Batian exclaimed, as cultivators, we must take pleasure in avenging grievances. But the Heavenly Dynasty has been loyal to our sect. Ing Hong is a prince, a disciple of our sect. How can we permit such wanton cruelty? Would that not chill the hearts of countless powerful figures within the dynasty? Su Batian took a deep breath, casting aside his inhibitions, and said, Junior Brother, please do me the favor of sparing Ing Hong. Consider it a debt I owe you. Quickly issue the order to release him. Su Batian gazed solemnly at Chu Feng, indicating he was not speaking lightly. He secretly wished to subject Chu Feng to 100 cuts himself. This arrogant fool concocting wild notions and placing blame upon him. Su Batian no longer wished to conceal his intentions. He made his stance clear. Chu Feng should grant him this favor, as their public relationship was still amicable, and Ing Hong was merely a minor figure beneath the royal hierarchy. At that moment, Lu Mei suddenly stepped forward, her face twisted in disdain as she scolded Su Batian. What face do you have left? Do you truly believe I am unaware of the sordid deeds you carry out in the shadows? What right do you have to demand respect from others? Hypocritical scoundrel. Lu Mei could no longer contain her indignation. Not everyone was as noble and upright as the senior brother. Even Su Batian was merely a candidate for the Holy Sun. In an instant, Su Baishan's expression changed dramatically, his anger flaring as he reprimanded. Lu Mei, are you provoking me? Do not forget, although you are the disciple of Grand Elder Wu Dao, you are merely a direct disciple. I am the chief of Chu Feng and a candidate for the Holy Sun. I am speaking with junior brother Chu, and you have no place to interject. Knowing he needed to confront Chu Feng, he was all too aware of Chu Feng's disdain for Lu Mei. Thus, he did not hesitate to chastise her. Chu Feng needed to yield. What was Lu Mei compared to him? You scoundrel. But at that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. Su Batian, have you lost your mind? My junior sister scolded you a couple of times, and you dare to retort? Chu Feng's gaze was cold, filled with fury, and he struck out with a palm. The terrifying power of his physical form radiated with a celestial glow. Boom. The space seemed to collapse, the massive hand engulfing the grand hall, overshadowing Su Batian beneath it. Junior brother Chu. In an instant, Su Baishan's expression changed drastically. He had never anticipated that Chu Feng would turn against him for Lu Mei. Boom. Su Batian raised his hand to clash with Chu Feng, the table before him exploding into dust as he staggered back 3 steps. His face paling as he looked at Chu Feng, shock evident in his eyes. Chu Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. He was at the pinnacle of the infant transformation stage, just a step away from breaking through to the next level. Not to mention, he was a body of dominance. It was normal for him to battle beyond his realm and kill with a mere wave of his hand. Yet now, Chu Feng could contend against him beyond his rank. He was a genius. He had to remember that he was over 10 years older than Chu Feng. It was only natural for him to be at a higher level of cultivation and combat prowess. Chu Feng's rate of advancement was simply monstrous, and his combat strength was terrifying. If this continued, his chances of competing for the Holy Sun position, even the position of sect leader, would grow increasingly dim. He had to eliminate him. Su Batian raged internally, but his face forced a semblance of a smile as he said, Junior brother Chu, what do you mean by this? He could not comprehend why Chu Feng would suddenly act against him for Lu Mei. Wasn't Chu Feng disdainful of her? He had misjudged the situation. However, now was not the time for a direct confrontation with Chu Feng. It was not worth it over a mere Hong. Su Batian, consider this merely a warning. With a face as cold as ice, Chu Feng reprimanded directly, my junior sister is not someone you can chastise. Do not forget your own standing. Should you dare to disrespect me again, I shall not hesitate to end you. Furthermore, you lack the dignity for me to grant you any. If you wish for me to release Hong, then let your master, the true immortal Wuji, come personally. Remember, you are unworthy. His frigid voice echoed throughout the palace. Numerous powerful figures and dignitaries were rendered speechless, gazing at Chu Feng's icy demeanor, their very souls trembling in response. Arrogance beyond measure. Tyranny. Such was the singular impression they had of Chu Feng in that moment. Just moments ago, he had been exchanging brotherly sentiments with Su Batian. Yet upon Su Baishan's reprimand of junior sister Lu Mei, he turned hostile, showing no mercy whatsoever. What sheer dominance. Beside him, the iron-blooded King Xianxia was left bewildered, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Hong's fate, met with such brutal punishment, was not undeserved. In comparison to Su Baishan's status, Hong's so-called Marquis of Hongtian title was utterly insignificant. Su Batian himself was left dazed by Chu Feng's rebuke. Chu Feng reminded him not to forget his own identity. He, the chief of Wuji Peak, a candidate for the Holy Sun. Though Wuji Peak may not rival Tianji Peak, it still stood above countless others. If he were unworthy, then scarcely a soul among the hundreds of billions in the Lingyun immortal sect could claim to deserve Chu Feng's regard. Chu Feng, you arrogant, egotistical, mindless lunatic. Su Batian seethed inwardly, wishing fervently to strike Chu Feng down on the spot. He could not fathom why Chu Feng had suddenly taken such a liking to Lu Mei. Previously, he had never treated her as a junior sister. Yet this behavior was consistent with Chu Feng's character, who never regarded anyone with earnestness. It was a miscalculation on Su Baishan's part. After a lengthy, internal tirade of fury, he finally inhaled deeply and said, it was my brother who was too hasty. Chapter 19. I endure, I continue to endure. Su Batian bowed his head. In truth, the proud nature of Chu Feng was well known among the top young talents of the Lingyun immortal sect. Apart from Su Batian, who could endure, others found it exceedingly difficult to coexist with Chu Feng. This was also the reason why, in the original tale, the seemingly favored Chu Feng ultimately met his demise at the hands of Su Batian and Chu Fan. There were simply too many who found Chu Feng intolerable. Yet Su Batian had endured for many years, painstakingly building a rapport with Chu Feng, and he would not allowing Hong to squander that hard-earned patience. I endure. I shall continue to endure. Chu Feng, I swear upon the heavens, you shall soon pay a grievous price for your arrogance. Su Batian raged within, yet outwardly he appeared to have let go, donning a genial smile as he turned to Lu Mei and said, My apologies, junior sister Lu Mei. As I am on the verge of a breakthrough to the transformation stage, and with the invasion of external heart demons, my Tao heart has been somewhat unstable. I extend my apologies to you. Should there be anything I can assist you with in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Su Batian's demeanor was remarkably affable as he patted his chest, declaring, In this territory of the Lingyun immortal sect, I still hold some sway. Lu Mei's cheeks flushed slightly as she stealthily cast a glance at the frigid Chu Feng, her face growing even warmer. Her heart racing at a pace tenfold its usual speed, she could distinctly hear the thumping of her own heart. Her eldest brother had actually defended her. This was the first time in many years. She was at a loss for how to articulate her feelings at this moment. Hearing Su Batian's words, she instantly retorted with a fierce expression, Hypocrite, I shall eventually take you down. You, the towering hypocrite. Who is it that said that those who are tall and robust are often simple-minded? Focus diverted. This too, she could endure. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Su Batian. He was intentionally displaying his arrogance and tyranny. The original personality had been such, and it would not raise suspicions. In the entire Lingyun immortal sect, there were few who could earn the original Chu Feng's regard, save for Yi Tongyao, who had been repeatedly tolerated. However, he had indeed underestimated this towering figure. Enduring such humiliation, he still managed to maintain his composure. Truly, one must not underestimate those who survive to the later stages of the original tale and rise to prominence in this golden era. Although Su Batian was not as formidable as Su Fan, one must remember that Su Fan was the protagonist, endowed with the blessings of destiny, incomparable to ordinary individuals. Su Batian had ascended to his peak solely through his own merit. Had he not been privy to certain plot lines, knowing that Su Batian harbored intentions to eliminate him, he might have been deceived by this cunning individual. I am keen to see just how much you can endure. Chu Feng casually waved his hand, returning to his seat, thoroughly expressing his disdain for Su Batian. All of this unfolded before the many powerful figures and dignitaries of the Fengtian dynasty, leaving them in a state of astonishment. They could not comprehend Su Batian. They could only attribute it to the terrifying strength of Chu Feng and the formidable power behind him. It appeared that although both were candidates for the Holy Sun and chiefs of their respective peaks, the disparity between Su Batian and Chu Feng was immeasurable. A top-tier noble whispered, Given the royal family's attitude, it seems the Fengtian dynasty is preparing to intervene in this contest for the position of the Holy Sun. We must prepare ourselves accordingly. Su Batian and his backing from Wuji Peak appeared to be at a disadvantage. The true immortal Wuji was also a once great sovereign, having contended with the true immortal of the divine extreme for many years, yet his disciples seemed so ineffectual. The powerful figures murmured among themselves. They had anticipated a fierce clash among the top young talents of the immortal sect with Su Batian's arrival, yet they were met with this unexpected conclusion. Su Batian's face darkened. What a clear demonstration of the saying that kindness invites bullying. This was exactly what it meant. These individuals dared not discuss Chu Feng openly. It was evident that he was not weak, as they audaciously spoke of him in his presence. There was no place for him to remain here. Junior brother Chu, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first, Su Batian announced hastily, departing as if he were fleeing in disgrace. It was unavoidable. He had failed to grasp the changes in Chu Feng this time, and had suffered a significant setback. Previously, he had always manipulated Chu Feng at will. Lu Mei hesitated momentarily before softly stating, Eldest brother, that Su Batian is not a good person. Eldest brother had always disliked her meddling in affairs. However, she felt it necessary to warn him to avoid any potential pitfalls. I know, Chu Feng replied with a light chuckle, ruffling Lu Mei's hair, do not worry. His petty schemes cannot elude my elder brother. Lu Mei, taken aback, lifted her head in surprise and said, Eldest brother, you mean to say that I have maintained a decent relationship with him all along? Chu Feng laughed, indeed. Lu Mei lightly nodded. Among the top disciples of the sect, eldest brother's relationship with Su Batian has always been relatively good. In the highest council of the sect, you even spoke on his behalf. Otherwise, he might have lost his position as a candidate for the Holy Sun. I recall that at that highest council, it was orchestrated by our master to strip Su Batian of his candidacy. However, because I spoke up for him, our master was furious, and I even quarreled with him. He was so enraged that he left for a year-long journey before returning. Chu Feng's eyes darkened as he recounted. Back then, I was too young and naive, foolishly believing in the rivalry of prodigies, looking down upon cunning tactics. Otherwise, The Wuji Peak would have already been stripped of its position among the 7 main peaks by our esteemed master. A cold glint flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. The original Chu Feng's arrogance was not mere pride, it was foolishness, an irredeemable foolishness. He had truly believed that with sufficient talent and combat prowess, he could effortlessly vanquish all formidable foes in the world. Yet, without adequate resources and backing, his demise was merely a matter of time. It is not the genius opponents that one fears, but rather the foolish ones, as epitomized by Chu Feng and Master Lu Wudao. Had it not been for Chu Feng's interference, Wuji Peak would have long been suppressed by Lu Wudao, and Su Batian, the substitute Holy Son, would have been relegated to the fringes of the sect, or perhaps even eliminated by Lu Wudao in secret, leaving no opportunity for competition with Chu Feng. Moreover, the manipulation of Su Fan to eliminate Chu Feng ultimately led to the fall of Tianji Peak from its status as a main peak. Senior brother, Master has never held anything against you, Lu Mei hastily remarked, sensing Chu Feng's guilt. I am aware, Chu Feng replied, inhaling deeply as a trace of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. The sect has its rules, it is unwise to act against him in public. However, he will soon pay for his actions, along with the entirety of Wuji Peak and the celestial being behind him. Chu Feng's words dripped with lethal intent, silently adding in his heart, and the one deep within the sect. Yet, that individual was not someone he could provoke at this moment. Senior brother, I will do anything to assist you, Lu Mei declared. Junior sister, as for the matter concerning Su Batian, I will handle it. Before you act, you must inform me. Do you understand? Chu Feng's gaze was fixed on Lu Mei, as if he could see through her thoughts. In the original narrative, Lu Mei had fallen due to her assassination attempt on Su Batian. As the substitute Holy Son within the immortal sect, he was beyond Chu Feng's reach. Moreover, Su Batian had a significant relationship with Su Fan, thus retaining his value for exploitation. I understand, senior brother. Lu Mei lowered her head in response. Chu Feng shook his head. His junior sister was admirable in many aspects, but possessed a touch of stubbornness. He would have to keep a close eye on her actions. Enough. At this moment, Chu Feng's indifferent voice resonated throughout the grand hall, interrupting the discussions and redirecting everyone's attention towards him. Consider your offers carefully, and write your internal valuations on slips of paper to submit to the attendant beside you. Chu Feng's gaze swept across the hall. The matter regarding Ying Hong was merely a trivial interlude. The primary reason for his presence in the imperial city was yet to unfold. The hall fell into a sudden silence. Subsequently, numerous powerful figures and top-tier aristocrats began to jot down their bids on slips of paper, handing them to the attendant beside them. Initially wary of the royal family's stance, they now felt emboldened since even the emperor had bowed to Chu Feng, leading them to disregard their apprehensions and eagerly seize a piece of the lucrative pie that was the Yi family. After receiving the slips, the attendants promptly presented them to Lu Mei. Upon reviewing the submissions, Lu Mei's brow furrowed slightly, and she extracted one slip, coldly proclaiming, Zhuge family, Zhuge Jingyue, step forward. I am here. Soon, a strikingly beautiful young woman with an air of confidence emerged, respectfully bowing to Chu Feng and Lu Mei. I am Zhuge Jingyue, the eldest daughter of the Zhuge family, here to pay my respects to the Holy Son and Fairy Lu Mei, the master of Miaoying Palace. The name Zhuge Jingyue sounded somewhat familiar to Chu Feng. He frowned slightly, struggling to recall the details, as he had read this novel in his youth, and some less significant characters had faded from his memory. At that moment, Lu Mei's gaze turned icy. Before you make your offer, do you know how many spirit stones the Yi family requires to supply the immortal sect for a year? Reporting to Fairy Lu Mei, the Yi family collects approximately 35 to 50 million high-grade spirit stones per year, depending on the varying demands and price fluctuations of the immortal sect. Zhuge Jingyue answered without hesitation, clearly having conducted thorough research prior to her arrival. Given your knowledge, how dare you offer 15 million high-grade spirit stones for a year? Lu Mei's voice was laced with a hint of menace. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving the immortal sect? Should you fail to meet the annual supply requirements or attempt to substitute with counterfeit materials, the repercussions will be severe. Upon hearing this price, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. While the Yi family might engage in some corruption, they would never be audacious enough to embezzle tens of millions of spirit stones. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the immortal sect would have already dealt with them. A bid of 10 million high-grade spirit stones was essentially the bare minimum, leaving little to no profit margin, without even accounting for time and labor costs, essentially amounting to working for the Lingyun immortal sect for free. If prices fluctuated even slightly, the Zhuge family would not be able to bear the loss. Is the Zhuge family out of their minds? This is a path to annihilation. The young woman bit her lip, resolutely responding, but Jingyue is willing to swear by the reputation and lives of the Zhuge family. If the immortal sect grants the supplier qualification to the Zhuge family, We will do everything in our power to ensure the supply. Chapter 20. This is a gift from heaven. Insanity. The Zhuge family has truly lost their minds to remain in the imperial city, lamented a top-tier aristocrat. Indeed, how could a once great dynasty fall to such depths? Remarked a peak-stage cultivator, deeply moved. To assist their great ascension ancestor in transcending the tribulation. All the top-tier powerhouses from the family perished, and the ancestors still failed and fell. The patriarch, Zhuge Xiong, had also offended the faction of the second prince and faced a collective reprimand from dozens of officials, resulting in his title being revoked and his status reduced to that of a commoner. In a fit of rage, he succumbed to madness and ultimately self-immolated. Having fallen from grace, the Zhuge family's former enemies would not spare them, and they now found it impossible to remain in the royal city. However, without top-tier powerhouses, it was uncertain how far the Zhuge family could escape if they left the city. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhuge Jingyue gritted her teeth, her exquisite face paling. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground, declaring, "Holy Sun, if you grant the supplier qualification to the Zhuge family, my life will belong to you from this point onward." She understood that despite the absurdly low offer she had made, Chu Feng had no reason to trust that the Zhuge family could provide such an abundance of rare materials and supplies. Once at their peak, the Zhuge family had indeed possessed such capabilities. The immortal sect's hundreds of thousands of disciples, coupled with countless miscellaneous cultivators and their daily needs, amounted to an astronomical figure. There could be no room for error. Not only did the price have to be low, but it also had to be stable. Zhuge family. Zhuge Jingyue. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the name, yet unable to recall its significance. At that moment, the master of Miaoyin Palace suddenly interjected. "Young master, I have heard of this girl. She is somewhat of a celebrity in the royal city." "Her?" Chu Feng cast a curious glance at Zhuge Jingyue, observing. "She seems to be at the initial stage of the divine pill realm, with abundant vitality and profound Dao insights. Her combat prowess should be commendable. Yet it is merely that, average at best. Such talent and strength, while decent among the younger generation, even within the immortal sect, would still be considered above average." Yet, in Chu Feng's eyes, it was nothing extraordinary. The imperial city gathered countless formidable beings from vast territories. Even if such prodigies were rare, they would still exist. "Miaoyin, is she particularly special?" Chu Feng inquired. "Indeed, she is rather unique." Miaoyin Xinji nodded, glancing at Zhuge Jingyue, who knelt stubbornly with gritted teeth. "She is a natural body of the sunflower water." Sunflower water body. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly. He had no recollection of any descriptions regarding this physique. At this moment, Lu Mei elucidated to Chu Feng. The Kuei Shui physique is the epitome of furnace body constitution, offering unparalleled benefits to cultivators who practice vigorous martial arts, enabling them to resist inner demons, neutralize the toxicity of various elixirs and precious materials, and significantly enhance their prowess through dual cultivation. Even the most exalted beings at the true immortal level would find great advantage in possessing such a physique. Women endowed with the Kuei Shui body are also referred to as living multifunctional elixirs. To have her as a furnace is akin to possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of celestial medicines. The Miaoyin immortal princess sighed and added, "Although the Kuei Shui physique is indeed a formidable constitution, ranking among the finest within the 5 elements, its merits pale in comparison to other advantages. I have heard of this girl, as she is often mentioned by the highest-ranking dignitaries and powerful figures who frequent the Extremity Palace, many of whom harbor intentions towards her. Zhuge Jingyue, too, is a paragon of resilience, possessing immense combat strength, having triumphed over formidable foes at the later stages of the divine pill realm, thereby earning the title of the goddess of war. In the royal city, she stands as one of the most exceptional prodigies. If all goes well, she may even succeed in transcending tribulation and attain true immortal status. Thus, her family wishes to protect her at all costs, striving to ensure that their ancestral patriarch successfully overcomes tribulation. However, not only did the patriarch fail in his tribulation, but all the family as strong members also perished. Such is the consequence of possessing a precious treasure. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei, as a fellow woman, could only sigh, yet this world fundamentally reveres strength. The goddess of war. At this juncture, Chu Feng's gaze subtly shifted, his eyes falling upon the resolute countenance of Zhuge Jingyue, a faint smile gracing his lips. He recalled this woman, the illustrious goddess of war, a partner to the formidable body cultivator, a peerless prodigy who stands toe-to-toe with the protagonist Chu Feng, was indeed named Zhuge Jingyue. Perhaps the original text had alluded to the true name of this goddess of war, but it had slipped his mind. After all, in the later chapters of the original narrative, the goddess of war ranks among the supreme powers. Could this be the goddess of war yet to rise? Chu Feng felt a chuckle bubbling within him. if indeed this individual is the same as the one portrayed in the original work. Her presence in the royal city would undoubtedly be his greatest gain, without exception. The Kuei Shui physique, the finest furnace body, coupled with extraordinary innate combat prowess. He recalled that in the original narrative, Su Batian, after being defeated in battle against the goddess of war, became infatuated, persistently pursuing her to the point of no return, ultimately winning her heart. Thus, the goddess of war joined Su Fan's faction, becoming an indispensable force therein. Su Fan's journey of reversal could not have been accomplished without her significant contributions. It turns out the goddess of war possesses the Kuei Shui physique, which explains Su Batian's relentless pursuit. The robust body cultivator, while powerful, has its vulnerabilities, yet the Kuei Shui physique perfectly compensates for such shortcomings. Chu Feng smiled. Perhaps due to Su Batian being a protagonist aligned with the hero, such blemishes cannot be mentioned. It is merely a tale of pure love, the goddess of war and the body cultivator, unmatched in power, a match made in heaven. How moving. At this moment, 3 options materialized before Chu Feng, as the divine selection system was once again triggered. Option 1. Bestow the supplier qualification upon Zhuge Jingyue, severing ties of fate. Reward: 1 medium-grade spiritual vein. Option 2. Assist Zhuge Jingyue in resolving her numerous crises, earning her gratitude. Reward: 2 medium-grade spiritual veins. Option 3. As a villain, seize all resources for maximum gain, coercing Zhuge Jingyue to become your furnace, obtaining all she has, ensuring her unwavering loyalty. Reward: 1 high-grade spiritual vein. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth curled into a smile. After seeing these 3 options, was there any need for hesitation? Cultivators tread the path against the heavens. Each step taken amidst a sea of skulls. Compassion is a grave misstep. Maximizing benefits is the only viable course. However, ensuring Zhuge Jingyue's unwavering loyalty would pose some difficulty. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. With his status and background, though medium-grade spiritual veins are indeed precious, they are still attainable. High-grade spiritual veins, which continuously generate high-grade spiritual stones, are the true treasures. As far as he knew, the Lingyun immortal sect possessed 5 high-grade spiritual veins, inherited from ancient times, 3 acquired by the founding ancestors, and 2 later appropriated by the 5th and 7th generation sect leaders, respectively, under the direct control of the sect master, beyond the reach of even the Grand Elder. Such a prestigious immortal sect, with profound heritage, could rightfully claim 5 high-grade spiritual veins, underscoring their rarity and value. Even the celestial peak lacks such resources. They're worth rivaling that of supreme immortal artifacts. I choose option 3. A smile graced Chu Feng's lips. He relished the thrill of a challenge, such as completely subjugating the resolute Zhuge Jingyue, the goddess of war. Fierce and unyielding. Then I shall trample your pride beneath my feet. Chu Feng glanced at the Miao-yin immortal princess, subtly nodding, before closing his eyes, confident that she would comprehend his intent. Certain unsavory tasks are unfit for those in positions of authority. Miao-yin immortal princess understood immediately, nodding in agreement. Rather than being surprised by Chu Feng's choice, she found it entirely fitting. In this world, strength reigns supreme. To become a powerful being, one must cultivate a ruthless heart, seizing all resources to bolster oneself. Only the strong can freely pursue their desires, while the weak, who exhibit compassion, can only dream of reaching the pinnacle. Such youthful decisiveness is truly astonishing. Miao-yin immortal princess marveled inwardly. It is worth noting that Chu Feng is merely 20 years old, at the prime age of vigor and passionate justice. His capacity for making such resolute decisions is indeed surprising. In truth, she had not been entirely forthright earlier. Why did the second prince implicate Zhuge Xiong? Why did all the elite members of the Zhuge family perish without exception? Is it merely coincidence? The underlying truths are brutal, and many are aware. Yet no one dares to speak them. Countless powerful figures covet Zhuge Jingyue. Yet, all reside within the royal city, where pride prevails, making it awkward for them to act openly. They tacitly conspired, collectively forcing the Zhuge family into such dire straits. Were it not for Zhuge Jingyue being cornered with no other options, with her temperament, how could she possibly make such unexpected yet reasonable choices? Zhuge Jingyue, come with me. I have certain inquiries regarding the supplier position of the immortal sect, Miao-yin immortal princess stated coolly, leading the way. Zhuge Jingyue hesitated briefly. Upon seeing Chu Feng with his eyes closed in silence, she steeled herself and swiftly followed the shadow of Miao-yin immortal princess. Upon arriving at the palace, Miao-yin immortal princess wasted no time and addressed her directly. Zhuge Jingyue, I must congratulate you. The palace master is jesting. The Zhuge family is in decline, facing imminent annihilation. What joy can there be? Zhuge Jingyue managed a strained smile and replied. Is it possible that the Holy Sun has agreed to allow the Zhuge family to take over the supplier position of the Yi family? Zhuge Jingwe. You are a clever girl, replied Miao Yin, immortal princess, her words laden with significance. Your exceptional talents and physique are gifts bestowed upon you by the heavens. While you are still young, and the young master has just embarked on the path of the immortal emperor, you could still fetch a handsome price. If you are wise. In the future, I may even call you my mistress. Had I possessed such a physique in the past, my current achievements would be far beyond this. Zhuge Jingwe gritted her teeth and declared, as long as the Holy Sun grants the Zhuge family the supplier position, my life henceforth will belong to the Holy Sun. I shall brave boiling water and traverse the mountain of blades. Miao Yin Xianji interrupted Zhuge Jingwe's words with a wave of her hand. There is no need for you to traverse the treacherous mountains or plunge into the fiery seas. Your life holds no value to the young master, Zhuge Jingwe. If you voluntarily declare your willingness to become the furnace for the Holy Sun, countless resources will beckon to you. It is not merely the supply from the Yi family. Should you desire more, it would merely require a word from the young master. Miao Yin Xianji did not wish to engage in further trivialities and thus directly conveyed her intent. As a candidate for the Holy Sun, preserving a semblance of dignity was essential. How could she coerce a girl from a minor family within the subordinate dynasty to become a furnace? However, if it were a voluntary offering, no one could object. The young master is the foremost candidate for the Holy Sun of the immortal sect, destined to be the Holy Sun, the master of Tianji Peak, and the leader of the Lingyun immortal sect, as well as a figure of great significance in our Jitian palace. At this point, Miao Yin Xianji hesitated momentarily before continuing. Given the young master's status, background, and exceptional talent, your modest abilities, even your life, are of little consequence to him. The only value you possess lies in your Kuei water physique, your very body. You have witnessed firsthand how the seemingly untouchable Hong Ying of the Hong Tian Wang could be executed at the mere command of the young master. The matters of your Zhuge family are likewise but a word away from resolution. As she spoke, Miao Yin Palace Master observed the resolute and defiant Zhuge Jingwe, and remarked softly, Do you seek revenge? Do you wish to protect your family? Do you aspire to grow stronger? Do you desire to see those who caused the demise of your father and ancestors kneeling before you? All you need to do is nod, and everything will be within your grasp. Miao Yin Xianji's voice was imbued with a beguiling allure. Chapter 21. Su Batian and Zhuge Jingwe. I yearn for revenge every moment, wishing to tear them limb from limb. Zhuge Jingwe's voice was steeped in hatred. I only resent being born too late and possessing insufficient strength. But I swear one day, I shall personally crush their bones inch by inch. Yet, Palace Master, I would rather avenge my father and the elders of my family through my own efforts, not by exchanging my body. Zhuge Jingwe's smile turned bitter. Sometimes, I truly despise this body of mine. Though it has bestowed upon me formidable talents, it has brought ruin to the entire Zhuge clan. May I have some time to contemplate? Of course, you may. The young master is magnanimous. He would never force you against your will, Miao Yin Xianji replied, handing a piece of jade to Zhuge Jingwe with a faint smile. When you have made your decision, you may shatter the jade at any moment. However, as someone who has walked this path before, I must remind you, your body is your only asset at present and the opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. Opportunities are fleeting. It is up to you to seize them. The young master's unparalleled talent and rapid cultivation are rare across the ages. In time, your so-called physique may hold no allure for him. You must understand just how compelling your constitution is. Few can genuinely protect you and your family within the entire Fengtian dynasty. Miao Yin Palace Master's smile turned somewhat cold. Within Jitian Palace's Red Chamber, there are many prominent figures who can aid in cultivation, provided they can afford the spirit stones. Do you grasp my meaning? Zhuge Jingwe stood in a daze for a long while before nodding. Thank you for your reminder, Palace Master. Jingwe understands and will consider this matter carefully. With that, Zhuge Jingwe clutched the jade tightly, feeling somewhat dispirited as she made her way outside, swiftly departing the Holy Sky Tower. I can only assist you to this extent. I hope you come to a resolution soon, for the young master may not linger in Fengtian Wang City for long. Miao Yin Xianji's gaze remained calm. Like an unruffled deep well, the Kuei water physique is exceedingly precious. Were it not for the multitude of powerful individuals from the upper echelons of the dynasty conspiring against them, the Zhuge clan would not have fallen so swiftly from grace. Yet, even if Zhuge Jingwe capitulated, she stood alone against the watchful eyes of numerous top-tier dignitaries from various dynasties. Who could shield her? She might become a living elixir, nurtured by many powerful figures, or perhaps merely a plaything. Such a fate would be far more tragic than becoming someone's furnace. Miao Yin Xianji's intention to assist Zhuge Jingwe was not mere pretense, but a genuine concern. Zhuge Jingwe's physique is far too valuable. Few within the Lingyun immortal sect could offer her adequate protection. Arrange for her to come to a realization soon, Miao Yin Xianji instructed. Understood. A spatial fluctuation occurred behind her, as if a graceful figure had swiftly vanished. The banquet at Jitian Palace had concluded. The qualifications of the suppliers had yet to be finalized, yet the entire Fengtianwang city was engulfed in tumult. A wretched cry emanated from the city tower of Fengtianwang city, echoing for hundreds of miles without ceasing. Looking up at the tower, a scene drenched in blood came into view, the stench of carnage permeating the air. A figure had nearly become a mere skeleton. With only a semblance of a face remaining, the remnants of authority etched in the brow signified that this was once a person of great stature within the dynasty, Honging. As numerous top-tier dignitaries and powerful figures emerged from Jitian Palace, a glance upward revealed this horrific sight, causing their hair to stand on end, as if plunged into an icy abyss. So ruthless. Is this the power that transcends the dynasty? Zhuge Jingyue stepped out of Jitian Palace in a daze, raising her gaze to the chilling scene above the city gate. Yet, within her eyes, there was no trace of fear. Instead, a sense of exhilaration arose. Honging was one of the masterminds behind her father Zhuge Xiong's demise. Among the officials who implicated her father, two were trusted confidants of Honging's faction. Chu Feng ordered Honging to be executed with 100,000 blades. In a sense, it could be considered a form of vengeance for her. Her purpose in coming to Jitian Palace was, in fact, to secure the supplier's qualification, thereby obtaining the protection of the Lingyun immortal sect. Once she became a supplier to the immortal sect, even the royal family would think twice before acting against the Zhuge clan. Naturally, she approached this with a mindset of tentative hope. However, Miao Yin Xianji's words had struck her like a thunderbolt. Indeed, with so many top-tier dignitaries targeting the Zhuge clan, how would they later divide the spoils? So many of them, yet she possessed only one body. Was this the only path available to her? Yet, she felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Zhuge Jingyue longed to cry out to the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustration within her, but her inherently strong character forbade her from doing so. Clearly, she was no lesser than anyone else, given time. She could slay all her enemies. Zhuge Jingyue clenched her fist, an overwhelming golden spiritual energy radiating from her, the sheer power causing the air to tremble. To protect me, my ancestors failed their tribulation, my father succumbed to madness, and so many elders of our family perished. How could I succumb now, when their sacrifices would have been in vain? Death may come, but I refuse to become anyone's plaything. Taking a deep breath, Zhuge Jingyue contemplated discarding the jade bestowed by Miao Yin Palace Master, but after a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to store it within her spatial ring. After all, if it remained in her spatial ring, she would not use it. At that moment, a voice called out from ahead, "Zhuge Jingyue, may I address you simply as Jingyue?" Zhuge Jingyue snapped back to reality and looked up to see a tall and imposing figure standing not far from her, within a distance of less than 2 meters. Su Batian. Zhuge Jingyue furrowed her brows slightly, recognizing the individual before her as Su Batian, who had just experienced a humiliating exit from the Holy Sky Tower. To her astonishment, he had yet to depart, seemingly waiting at the gates of the Extreme Sky Palace for her arrival. I am also a candidate for the Holy Sun, the foremost of Wuji Peak. While you address Chu Feng as Holy Sun, you refer to me merely by my name. Is that not somewhat discourteous? Su Batian remarked. Half in jest, Batian Holy Sun, we are not well acquainted. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Zhuge Jingyue replied coolly, attempting to glide past him. However, Su Batian raised his hand to stop her, smiling as he inquired, "What did the esteemed Master Miaoyin say to you just now?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon entering the Holy Sky Tower, his initial gaze was not drawn to Chu Feng, but rather to this seemingly unremarkable girl, possessing only the early-stage prowess of the divine pill amidst a throng of distinguished figures and powerful beings. While Su Batian was assessing Zhuge Jingyue, he noted her striking beauty and an air of heroism, though she could not be deemed breathtakingly lovely. Logically, a girl of her strength and appearance would hardly capture his interest. Yet, his instincts, which he typically trusted, suggested that she bore a significant connection to him and could potentially be of great assistance. Otherwise, his formidable body would not have been so inexplicably attracted to her. Mind your own business, move aside. Zhuge Jingyue snapped, her mind swirling with irritation at Miaoyin's words, yearning only to return home. Her tone was decidedly impolite. In her heart, she concluded that given the necessity of making a choice, she would far prefer Chu Feng Holy Sun over Su Batian, who had been reprimanded like a dog. Even though Su Batian was also a candidate for the Holy Sun. Regardless of what she conveyed to you, I must caution you. Chu Feng is not a good person. Su Batian whispered, lowering his voice. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant, treating lives as mere trifles. Should you require assistance, You may confide in me. Get lost. Zhuge Jingyue's annoyance intensified, instantly branding Su Batian as someone who coveted her body. She struck out with a palm, unleashing a powerful blow. Boom. A golden light radiated from Zhuge Jingyue, resembling a warrior descended from the heavens. Her palm collided with Su Batian's chest, propelling him several dozen meters away, before she swiftly took flight from the scene. While Chu Feng Holy Son might have appreciated her physique, at least he did not conceal his intentions, allowing her to make her own choices. In contrast, this man spoke ill of others behind their backs. Disgusting. What formidable combat prowess. Su Batian mused, standing tall against the sky, his eyes narrowing as he watched Zhuge Jingyue vanish from sight. Zhuge Jingyue, I shall remember you. He was a half-step in a transformation, renowned for his robust physique. Yet this early-stage divine pill practitioner had managed to inflict a modicum of pain upon him, something even certain disciples in the infant transformation stage could not achieve. His interest in Zhuge Jingyue had only deepened. A jade talisman materialized in Su Batian's hand as he spoke. Ying Tian, assist me in investigating a girl named Zhuge Jingyue. I wish to know everything about her. Also, have Su Fan come along shortly. Ying Tian, the crown prince of the Fengtian dynasty and the future emperor, was a noble among the Lingyun immortal sect. Chapter 22. The Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, the Mysterious Immortal Dream. How intriguing that they intersected so swiftly. Is this the butterfly effect? At the pinnacle of the Holy Sky Tower, Chu Feng wore a smile, having observed the entire encounter between Zhuge Jingyue and Su Batian. Zhuge Jingyue was merely in the early stages of the divine pill realm, greatly overshadowed by Su Batian, and clearly had not yet begun her rapid ascent. In the original narrative, their paths did not cross until the mid to late stages, and even then, Su Batian was not her match. Yet, due to his presence, their intersection had occurred prematurely. Senior brother, Su Batian was just speaking ill of you to Zhuge Jingyue. Lu Mei interjected. My master taught me to read lips, she added, eager to seize every opportunity to recount Su Batian's disparagement, regardless of Chu Feng's assertion that he had seen through Su Batian's true nature. Chu Feng found the situation amusing and exasperating, realizing that the foolish image of himself was not something that could be easily dispelled from Lu Mei's mind. Just then, Miaoying Xinji approached, reporting, Young master, Xianxiaaudiobooks has been located. She has been at the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, spending time with the pavilion master and even visiting the branch in the Dazhou dynasty, purportedly to procure the holy sky grass. Although the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion claimed to possess all wonders and to sell all items, the holy sky grass was exceedingly rare and challenging to acquire. The mention of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, the holy sky grass, and Xianxiaaudiobooks sent a chill through Chu Feng's gaze, as he muttered to himself, a shadow crossing his eyes. The Heavenly Immortal Pavilion was an extraordinarily enigmatic force within the ancient immortal continent, primarily engaged in commerce, with branches scattered across the land. However, in the original narrative, the pavilion maintained a low profile, with scant descriptions. Any entity that could prefix immortal to its name was typically a powerful force with a long-standing legacy. As far as I know, the holy sky grass is a precious herb for mending the divine pill and forging meridians, and it is incredibly valuable, Chu Feng noted. Senior brother, that Su Fan had his meridians damaged by you and his divine pill destroyed. Is this holy sky grass intended for him? Could it be that Su Fan is still hidden within the Fengtian royal city, or perhaps he has been concealed by Xianxiaaudiobooks? Lu Mei's tone brimmed with animosity. Xianxiaaudiobooks has audacity to privately harbor a defector and openly oppose us at Tianshan Peak. Does she truly believe that? As the most favored daughter of the Tianwen Emperor and a named disciple of the sect leader, Tianshan Peak would not dare to take action against her? Report. Fairy Lu Mei. Based on various incoming messages, it appears Su Fan is still hiding within the Fengtian royal city, but he is unlikely to be within Xianxiaaudiobooks' residence. Miaoying Xinji interjected, shaking her head. The Extreme Sky Palace has certain connections in the princess's residence. If he were there, he would not have escaped our surveillance. Su Fan, having emerged from a humble village, is cautious by nature. He likely anticipated that the princess's residence would not elude our scrutiny, hence he would not remain there. Chu Feng replied coldly. Even the girl who had risked her life to save him, Yi Tongyao, had not earned his complete trust. How could he possibly trust Xianxiaaudiobooks now? In the original tale, Xianxiaaudiobooks was also an exceedingly significant female protagonist, possessing innate talents far surpassing her brother Tian, and even being accepted as a named disciple by the sect leader after a prolonged period of seclusion. However, this was merely nominal. Nevertheless, due to this, Xianxiaaudiobooks standing within the dynasty's sword, garnering the attention of the Tianwen Emperor. In the original narrative, Xianxiaaudiobooks, alongside the protagonist Su Fan, encountered numerous fortuitous events, ultimately rising to the position of Grand Empress of the Fengtian dynasty, expanding territories for Su Fan. Moreover, even in the early stages, Xianxiaaudiobooks had saved Chu Feng on multiple occasions. It could be said that Xianxiaaudiobooks held a position of paramount importance to Chu Feng. Such a crucial female character was one that Chu Feng could not allow Chu Feng to possess. Where is Xianxiaaudiobooks now? Chu Feng asked coldly. She is at the branch of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion in the royal city, likely in the company of the pavilion master, Xianming. Miaoing Xianji promptly responded. Let us proceed to the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. I wish to see if this profoundly mysterious Xianming dares to openly oppose Tianshan Peak for the sake of Xianxiaaudiobooks and that insignificant Chu Feng. The innocent girl, Tong Yao, suffered a merciless injury at the hands of Chu Feng simply because she allowed Chu Feng to escape. Chu Feng is now consumed by fury. Sister Ming, I have always relied on you for various celestial materials and treasures. This time, you must assist me. Without the sacred celestial grass to mend his meridians and divine elixirs, he would be walking to his demise if he recklessly sought out Chu Feng tomorrow. To the right stands a woman clad in a gown of pure white gauze, her face veiled, her eyes shimmering like the stars, her nose elegantly defined, and her skin as delicate as snow. She is Xianming, the head of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion's branch in the Feng Tian dynasty, a figure shrouded in mystery, said to have been dispatched directly from headquarters, where even the royal princes and princesses are compelled to regard her as an equal. Xianxiaaudiobooks, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, Xianming replied, shaking her head gently. However, the sacred celestial grass is exceedingly rare. If I had any at my disposal, I would certainly give it to you. Moreover, the background of Chu Feng is not as simple as it appears. Other branch leaders, and even some senior figures at headquarters are reluctant to offend him for Chu Feng's sake. I am willing to pay double for the sacred celestial grass. Xianxiaaudiobooks inhaled deeply and declared, this is a debt I owe to Chu Feng. Regardless of Chu Feng's background, I must aid him this time. Xianming nodded, seemingly unwilling to delve further into Chu Feng's background. She spoke softly, I have managed to acquire some sacred celestial grass from the Dazhou dynasty branch at a considerable cost. But this time, I will not accept your spirit stones. You cannot claim that it was provided by the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, regardless of what transpires. This affair has nothing to do with my Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. Xianxiaaudiobooks resolutely nodded, very well, but I will ensure that the spirit stones owed are paid. Consider this a debt I owe to Sister Xianming. At that moment, an elderly man dressed as a steward hurried in, his expression fraught with urgency. What is the matter? Why are you shouting? Do you not see that I am entertaining guests? Xianming frowned slightly. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Head of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion, forgive my uninvited arrival. As soon as the words were uttered, Chu Feng, accompanied by Lu Mei and the head of the Miao Yin Pavilion, appeared before them. Chu Feng has arrived. The steward's words caught in his throat, and he exchanged a helpless glance with Xianming before retreating. He knew he could not stop this individual and dared not attempt to do so, especially with the formidable Miao Yin Pavilion master present, head of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion. It has been a while, Chu Feng remarked, turning to Xianxiaaudiobooks with a hint of surprise in his voice. Junior Sister Xianxiaaudiobooks, I did not expect to see you here. I heard you were in a certain relic. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression darkened as she coldly replied, thanks to your esteemed self, I returned earlier than expected. Thanks to my esteemed self? How could Junior Sister Xianxiaaudiobooks' early return possibly be related to me? How flattering, Chu Feng retorted casually. Chu Feng, your sudden visit to the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion is surely not merely for a nostalgic reunion with Xianming. Xianming interjected with a light laugh, stepping forward to mediate. The Heavenly Immortal Pavilion has had dealings with the Tianji Peak, after all, without the permission of the Ling Tian Immortal Sect. The branch in Feng Tian City would not have been established. Thus, she had crossed paths with Chu Feng on several occasions, a man whose arrogance and overwhelming talent were both remarkable and intimidating. Clearly, I have interrupted a significant discussion between the head of the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion and Junior Sister Xianxiaaudiobooks. Therefore, I shall not prolong the pleasantries, Chu Feng stated nonchalantly. I have heard that the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion has recently acquired the sacred celestial grass and have come to request it. In that instant, Xianming's eyes flickered with discernible agitation. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who had initially disregarded Chu Feng, suddenly grew solemn, her gaze sharp with anger. Chu Feng, you are spying on me. On what grounds do you make such an accusation? Chu Feng replied with a slight smile. It is merely that I happen to have a need for it. After all, it took considerable effort for me to learn that the Heavenly Immortal Pavilion had obtained the sacred celestial grass, and I have expended immense resources to acquire it. The timing of your arrival suggests otherwise. How could you have known so swiftly without keeping watch on me? Xianxiaaudiobooks' fury ignited. Chu Feng, you are insufferably arrogant. Do not forget that this is Feng Tian City. I am a royal princess and the named disciple of the sect leader, and in terms of status, I am not beneath you. Even if you are a candidate for the sacred sun, you have no right to spy on me. The sacred celestial grass is mine. Do not even think about it. Ziyue, do not act impulsively. Xian Ming's expression shifted slightly. Beside her, Lu Mei scoffed coldly, eyeing Ziyue. Do you truly believe that your status as the sect leader's named disciple and a royal princess will serve as a safeguard? I warn you. Should you dare to oppose my senior brother again, I will have no qualms about ending your life. Ziyue. Chu Feng's demeanor turned icy as he strode forward, nearly standing before eyeing Ziyue, their heights almost aligning. What do you intend to do, Chu Feng? Eyeing Ziyue's face turned pale, her words faltering in weakness. The overwhelming aura he exuded felt like an insurmountable mountain pressing upon her, though she too was at the mid-stage of the divine elixir realm. If Chu Feng had indeed reached the peak, it would be impossible for her to feel such pressure merely from his presence. This indicated that he had broken through to the infant transformation stage. In her preoccupation with Chu Fan's matters, she had been oblivious to such a significant development. Chu Feng. This is the heavenly immortal pavilion, and fighting is strictly prohibited. Xian Ming's expression changed abruptly, fearing that Chu Feng might strike Ziyue, head of the heavenly immortal pavilion. It would be prudent for you to refrain from any rash actions. This is the Lingyun immortal sect. Miao Yin, the pavilion master, said coolly, her invisible aura locking onto Xian Ming. Xian Ming's countenance paled as the weight of her powerful spiritual awareness warned her that any act of defiance would invite immediate retribution. She had only just reached the divine transformation stage, and a single strike from Miao Yin could obliterate her entirely. Is this a warning directed at me? Miao Yin's face turned somewhat pale as she glanced at Chu Feng. Chu Feng had indeed broken through to the infant transformation stage. She sensed that even if she were one entire realm above him, she might not stand a chance against him. Such crucial information had eluded her until now. Had she known of Chu Feng's advancement sooner, she would have reconsidered whether to hand the sacred celestial grass over to Ziyue. What do I intend to do? Chu Feng's expression was frosty as he peered down at Ziyue's exquisite visage, his tone devoid of warmth. Do you believe that if I were to slay you here and now, your father, the heavenly emperor Tianwen, or that figure deep within your sect, would deign to question me? You cannot genuinely think that you possess the strength or status to oppose me. You are merely a princess of a dynasty. Do not forget that the entire dynasty is but a vassal of the immortal sect. Chu Feng, if you have the courage, then kill me. Eyeing Ziyue's once pale face now bore no trace of color as she struggled to voice her defiance. She understood that Chu Feng spoke the truth. As a named disciple, she had only met the sect leader once since her initiation. She was merely a nominal disciple. Should Chu Feng take her life, it would indeed bring disgrace upon the sect leader, but as long as Tianji Peak remained powerful, he would face no repercussions. At most, he would receive inconsequential reprimands. As for the heavenly emperor Tianwen, he was a man driven by self-interest. In his eyes, children were merely tools for profit. If she were to perish, she would have lost her value. Perhaps Chu Feng held some trepidation regarding her background, but it was merely trepidation. He was not incapable of killing her. Nor did he fear to do so. Kill you? That would be far too trivial. I have not slain Yi Tanyao, let alone you. Chu Feng's smile was frigid. I am acutely aware of your endeavors, and for whom you toil. However, I shall make you witness as I sever his head from his body. Seeking to restore meridians and mend the divine pill with the holy celestial grass? If you must rely on a woman for even this trivial matter, then Chu Fan is unworthy to be my adversary. Moreover, I eagerly anticipate the day you find yourself kneeling at my feet, beseeching me for mercy. With a resounding slap, Chu Feng struck Ziyue's face, sending her hurtling backward, shattering a decorative mountain. This serves as a lesson for you, he stated coldly. Now begone. Ziyue's complexion was ashen, her face marked by 5 vivid crimson fingerprints. Casting a resentful glance at Chu Feng, she refrained from uttering threats. Understanding that such words were futile, she was painfully aware of the chasm that lay between her and Chu Feng. The holy celestial grass was beyond her reach, and she needed to devise an alternative method to address Chu Fan's injuries. Even her plans required re-evaluation, for Chu Feng's strength was suffocatingly formidable. Even if Chu Fan were to recover, he would stand no chance against Chu Feng, master of the dream of immortals. Chu Feng turned his gaze towards Xian Ming, who appeared slightly pale, paralyzed by Miao Yin's oppressive aura. Suddenly, Chu Feng vanished from his original position, and upon reappearing, he held a piece of snow-white gauze, which he tossed aside to reveal Xian Ming's breathtaking visage. I have heard you once proclaim that your face is only for your future husband to behold. A hint of arrogance danced upon Chu Feng's features as he continued. This serves as a warning. Do not attempt to oppose me within the Lingyun immortal sect, or I may resort to even more outrageous acts. His eyes swept over the entirety of the heavenly immortal pavilion, his demeanor cold. In fact, I cannot guarantee the continued existence of this pavilion. Chu Feng. Xian Ming's starry eyes bore into him. The holy celestial grass has arrived, Chu Feng, holy son. At that moment, an elderly man dressed as a steward hurried over, and Miaoying's previously unwavering pressure dissipated as if by magic. He was at least a formidable powerhouse on par with Miaoying, capable of undergoing tribulation at any moment. Young master, he is at least in the late stage of the Great Ascension. A wary glint flickered in Miaoying's eyes as she subtly positioned herself to shield Chu Feng. The ancient and venerable lineage of the heavenly immortal pavilion was truly formidable. Even a mere steward possessed such terrifying strength. A protector of the way, how intriguing. Chu Feng regarded the steward, glancing at the purple box in his grasp, and with a nonchalant smile declared, "Should I desire to eliminate you within the Lingyun immortal sect, a single protector is far from sufficient." With that, he did not accept the holy celestial grass and began to stride toward the pavilion's exit, his voice echoing, "Xianming, remember this. You are in the Lingyun immortal sect. Should you create disturbances here, even those old geezers from your headquarters will be unable to save you. Master of the dream of immortals." Lu Mei's gaze was steely as she addressed Xianming. "Your heavenly immortal pavilion has a good rapport with my Tianji Peak, but should you dare to oppose my senior brother, even if our master disagrees, I shall not hesitate to end your life." Having spoken, Lu Mei and Miaoying swiftly followed after Chu Feng. "Miss, are you all right?" The steward cast a worried glance at Xianming, who was intently focused on Chu Feng's departing figure. This was the first time she had suffered such a significant setback. "Miss, this is still Lingyun immortal sect. You." At this moment, Xianming returned to her senses and cast a calm glance at the steward. "Elder Wang, I am aware of my limits." She produced another piece of snow-white gauze, donning it once more to obscure her unparalleled beauty. "This time, I underestimated Chu Feng." Xianming stated coldly, "The fact that he removed my veil cannot be allowed to spread. Elder Wang, what should we do about the holy celestial grass? Shall we hand it over to Princess Ziyue or directly to Chu Fan?" Elder Wang inquired. "Is Chu Fan still at the Zhuge family?" "Indeed, miss. But today Zhuge Jingyue also went to the Jitian Palace, and it seems there were some unexpected developments. Should we inform Chu Fan? Neither shall it be given to anyone. We will simply state that Chu Feng has taken it. From this point onward, the heavenly immortal pavilion will not intervene." Chu Feng is correct. This is ultimately the territory of the Lingyun immortal sect. Xianming remarked casually, "I previously misjudged the situation. Chu Feng's potential and future require reevaluation. Our heavenly immortal pavilion's greatest reliance lies in our business acumen, abstaining from involvement in the myriad disputes of the ancient immortal continent. Although Chu Fan has displayed some potential, he is not worth us alienating Chu Feng on his behalf. Issue orders to withdraw the shadow guards assisting Chu Fan and observe the situation for now." "Understood, Mississippi. I shall attend to it now." Elder Wang responded. "Wait, those shadow guards responsible for gathering intelligence on Chu Feng, deal with them according to pavilion law." Xianming's tone was icy, laced with menace. Instantly, Elder Wang's body trembled as he hastily replied, "Miss, is the punishment of severing their hands not too severe?" "Severe?" Xianming's eyes narrowed, her voice chilling. "The miscommunication led to my erroneous judgment regarding Chu Feng, nearly jeopardizing the relationship between our heavenly immortal pavilion and the Lingyun immortal sect. Not executing them on the spot is already showing leniency. First, execute Hong Tianwang Ing Hong and suppress Ing Shui, forcing that old fox, Emperor Tianwen, to personally intervene and sever ties with the royal family, preserving the royal family's dignity. Then, move directly to our heavenly immortal pavilion, suppress Ing Ziyue, and send a message to the powerful figure behind her and Emperor Tianwen, making it clear that Tianji Peak is not to be trifled with. If provoked, I would not hesitate to flip the table and walk away. This way, I would simultaneously issue a warning to myself, truly a masterstroke. Furthermore, the entire process leaves no trace of flaw, flowing seamlessly as if it were all preordained. Breaking through the emotional barriers and advancing beyond the infant transformation stage so swiftly is unprecedented in the history of the ancient immortal continent. If this is labeled arrogance or foolishness, then the entire generation of the Ling Tian immortal sect must be considered fools, and their demise is not far off. Elder Wang stood in a daze, gazing in the direction Chu Feng had departed. Had Chu Feng's seemingly arrogant actions concealed such profound intentions? "I understand, Mississippi. I will attend to it immediately." Soon, Elder Wang departed. After Elder Wang's exit, Xianming gazed at the direction in which Chu Feng had vanished. Slowly removing her veil to behold her exquisite visage reflected in the lake's waters, the image of Chu Feng surfacing in her mind. "Chu Feng, I shall remember you. This matter is far from over." Chapter 24, Justice. Upon the city walls of the Wang city, Hong Tianwang Ing Hong was subjected to a torturous execution, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings. Yet at that moment, within the royal city, a former top-tier clan of the dynasty, the Yi family estate, was engulfed in whales of despair, rivers of blood flowing freely. Cease at once. Tianji guards, do you hear me? Halt immediately. Yi Tongyao's voice was piercing, her complexion as pale as death as she knelt upon the blood-soaked earth. I am still the fiancé of your Tianji Peak's Chu Feng, your future mistress. I command you to cease at once, or I swear I will not let you off lightly. The Yi family, as a supplier to the immortal sect, had been mired in corruption, colluding with the traitor Chu Feng, causing immense losses and disgrace to the sect. The leader of the Tianji guards, clad in starry armor that concealed his form, revealed only his icy eyes as he coldly declared, by direct order of Chief Chu Feng, no matter the means. We must recover all of the Yi family's embezzled assets within 2 days. Miss Yi Tongyao, it would be futile for you to resist. We are merely executing the chief's orders, and we possess the authority to eliminate anyone from the Yi family who dares to defy us on the spot. The leader of the Tianji guards paused momentarily before coldly stating, the chief has not specifically instructed that you, Miss Tongyao, be treated as an exception. Therefore, I advise you to return to the Xian sect, lest the rough hands of the Tianji guards inadvertently cause you harm, which would be unfortunate for all. I am still Chu Feng's fiancé. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Yi Tongyao's complexion grew even paler as she exclaimed, her voice, though loud, resonated with increasing helplessness. This leader of the Tianji guards had previously shown her utmost respect during their encounters while escorting Chu Feng. Yet this time, he dared to speak to her in such a manner. Chu Feng had not offered her any special considerations. He merely ordered her to be monitored, permitting her only to move between the Yi family and the Lingyun Xian sect. If she were to interfere with the Tianji guards' mission, they would suppress her, perhaps even severely injure her, and it was likely that Chu Feng would not spare her a glance. Was it a threat? An intimidation? Perhaps. The leader of the Tianji guards merely spoke the truth. However, at this moment, numerous members of the Yi family knelt behind Yi Tongyao, their faces ashen and devoid of color. Yi Tongyao, you selfish woman, it is because of you that the Yi family is utterly doomed. A woman dressed as a noble lady, her eyes red with fury, lunged at Yi Tongyao, frantically tearing at her. My husband and son were killed by the Tianji guards because of your recklessness. I want you to accompany them in death. The noblewoman was merely at the foundation establishment stage, and while Yi Tongyao's strength was not formidable, it would have been a trivial matter to strike her down with a single blow. Yet, Yi Tongyao did not resist. She sat on the ground with vacant eyes, allowing the noblewoman to claw at her. Given the noblewoman's strength, she could not inflict any real harm. Second aunt, I do not understand why it has come to this. It was never my intention. Truly, I did not wish for this. Yi Tongyao mumbled repeatedly, her vacant gaze fixed ahead, where two familiar yet mangled figures were imprinted on her mind against the blood-red earth. Second uncle, Yi Zhanshan. Cousin, Yi Fanyuan. When the Tianji guards searched their storage rings and residence, they were killed on the spot by a dozen guards for merely showing slight resistance, their souls scattered. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure swept through the air. No. Yi Tongyao snapped back to reality with a scream, but her strength was insufficient to effect any change. Suddenly, the leader of the Tianji guards struck, obliterating the noblewoman with a single blow. Yi Zhanshan was also one of the principal conspirators alongside Yi Zhanchuan. Over 560,000 high-grade spirit stones and countless rare treasures were found in his storage ring, with egregious embezzlement. According to the sect's regulations, his entire family is to be executed. This woman interfered with the search, and by the chief's orders, I have the right to eliminate her on the spot. The leader of the Tianji guards offered a brief explanation to Yi Tongyao. Second aunt, watching the lifeless body devoid of any vitality, Yi Tongyao collapsed to the ground. Where's Chu Feng? I know he has come to the royal city. I want to see him. Her voice became hoarse and weak. We are only responsible for executing orders. We are not authorized to inquire about the chief's whereabouts. The leader of the Tianji guards replied coldly. Miss Tongyao, you should be aware of why all of this is happening today. Why must you make things difficult for us subordinates? Behind Yi Tongyao, numerous members of the Yi family, including many who once wielded great power in the royal city, now bore expressions of despair. They had exhausted all connections, yet to no avail. Those who had once been close friends now acted as if they had never known them. The Yi family, a top-tier noble clan that had stood for hundreds of thousands of years in the Fengtian dynasty, had produced 3 first-rank ministers, 1 cabinet elder, and countless second-rank officials, as well as a queen and several imperial concubines. It could be said that the blood of the Yi family might still flow in the veins of the current Tianwen emperor, especially after Chu Feng's engagement to Yi Tongyao. With the backing of Chu Feng, the future leader of the Tianji Peak and potentially the next head of the Xian sect, the power and influence of the Yi family reached an unprecedented zenith within the Fengtian dynasty, with hints of being comparable to the imperial family. In the past, the family had no major ascension stage experts or second-rank court officials. Even stepping into the Yi family estate was a privilege reserved for the highest nobility and prominent figures from the Lingyun Xian sect. Yet now, wails echoed throughout the Yi family estate, where over 100 Tianji guards had sealed every corner, forcing thousands of Yi family members into the central courtyard. Any hint of resistance would be met with the ruthless blade of the Tianji guards. On the ground lay numerous corpses of those at the combined body and transformation stages, as well as nearly 100 mutilated bodies from the infant transformation stage, their blood staining the earth crimson. "Old ancestor, let us fight." A young prodigy of the Yi family roared, directing his gaze toward an elderly man in gray robes, seated cross-legged at the center of the crowd. The old man bore a weathered visage, exuding an aura of ancient power so formidable that even the combined might of over 100 Tianji guards could not fully conceal his presence. He was, without a doubt, a major ascension stage expert, perhaps even a half-step into the realm of immortality, the legendary Yi Kuang. "Indeed, ancestor, let us confront the Tianji guards. We have nothing to lose." The Yi family has been unwaveringly loyal to the Xian sect for hundreds of thousands of years, yet we have been met with such a fate of extermination. I refuse to accept it. The wealth accumulated by the Yi family over millennia has been nearly entirely plundered by the Tianji guards. What does it mean to say that the Yi family is corrupt? The Lingyun Xian sect is vast, requiring astronomical resources daily. Hasn't the Yi family made tremendous contributions to the stability and expansion of the sect? Shouldn't we be entitled to some profit? Yes, let us fight. We will protect our ancestor, break through, and seek redress at the sacred grounds of the Xian sect. We will not relent. I refuse to believe that Chu Feng can truly dominate everything, that the Xian sect will turn a blind eye to justice. At that moment, cries of defiance erupted from all corners of the estate. They were unwilling. They were dissatisfied. Why? Why must the Yi family bear such a heavy burden for the actions of Yi Tongyao? Silence. Suddenly, Yi Kuang opened his eyes and bellowed. Why? Because the leader of Tianji Peak, Shen Jizhen, is a senior elder within the sect, responsible for all internal affairs. His word can determine the life and death of the Yi family. Because Chu Feng possesses immortal bones and is the strongest prodigy of the sect, the foremost candidate for the Holy Sun. Fight. With what shall we fight? Go to the sacred grounds of the Xian sect and appeal to the elder for justice? You think 100 years of my seclusion has led to the Yi family being reduced to this state? Kneel down and wait for the higher-ups of the Xian sect to deal with this. I believe they will grant the Yi family a fair resolution. Yi Kuang roared. This major ascension stage superpower, named for his wildness, once dominated the dynasty undefeated, his gaze now filled with profound despair. The stronger one is, the more one comprehends the terrifying foundation of the Xian sect. The Feng Tian dynasty is powerful enough. Its territory spans billions of miles, housing over 100 billion people, with armies in the millions and countless strong individuals. Throughout the annals of the Feng Tian dynasty, emperors of remarkable prowess and transcendent beings have reigned. Yet did they lack ambition? Did they not harbor aspirations to break free from the dominion of the immortal sect? Undoubtedly they did. However, they remained subservient to the immortal sect, a vassal dynasty for over 1,000,000 years, too fearful to even entertain the notion of rebellion. Is the Yi family formidable? Indeed. Yet, within the confines of the Feng Tian dynasty, they are merely potent compared to the immortal sect, where they are akin to mere ants. What can they possibly contend with? Ancestor, our Yi family has been wronged. What sins have we committed? A young prodigy, unwilling to yield, rose to his feet. If annihilation is our fate, then it is a destiny we must accept. Yi Kuang bellowed, striking him down with a single blow that shattered his legs, forcing him back to his knees. It is precisely your loss of the reverence that is due to the immortal sect that has brought our Yi family to this dire juncture. A young girl, at the pinnacle of her foundation establishment, dared to meddle in the power struggles of the immortal sect, infiltrating Damo Peak to liberate a traitor. Who granted you such audacity? Do you truly believe that under the protection of the Holy Son of Chu Feng, you possess such capabilities? Damo Peak is a place where countless titans and foreign deities have been imprisoned, never to rise again. It is a forbidden ground of the immortal sect, teeming with formidable beings, where even I would not dare to act with impunity. Do you genuinely think that the higher-ups of the immortal sect are fools? Have they not realized the punishment that has befallen the Yi family? The mere utterance of Chu Feng could strip us of our supplier's position. This is the collective will of a multitude of high-ranking members of the immortal sect. Chu Feng merely nudged it along. Foolishness. Yi Kuang roared. How could my Yi family have produced such foolish creatures as yourselves? Yi Tongyao's face turned pale. The intricacies behind the release of Chu Feng and the suppression of Yi Zhenchuan were far more profound than she had anticipated. Yet she could not restrain herself from speaking out. But ancestor, Chu Feng is innocent. He has been unjustly accused of theft by Chu Feng. Injustice, so what of it? Naive. Foolish. Yi Kuang's fury intensified. Injustice or not, he is a traitor certified by the Demo Peak system. How dare you be so audacious? You do not even comprehend that you are being used as a pawn. That Chu Feng and his allies are not virtuous souls. Yi Tongyao's complexion remained ashen, but she persisted. Ancestor, you have not met Chu Feng. He is a good person. She still refused to acknowledge that she had been manipulated by Chu Feng as a mere piece on a chessboard. Nonsense. Yi Kuang, a venerable elder of the great ascension stage, did not hold back his expletives. He is merely coveting the identity of Chu Feng's fiancé and the position of our Yi family supplier, using you to undermine Chu Feng. You freed Chu Feng from Demo Peak, yet he left you behind. What was his intention? It was because Chu Feng cherished you, leading them to believe he would continue to protect you, thus inciting the ire of the immortal sect's higher-ups. A person who disregards the sect's dignity for personal matters does not deserve to be a holy son or the future master of the immortal sect. Therefore, to safeguard you, Chu Feng was compelled to use your father, Xianxian, and the entire Yi family as scapegoats. Utterly foolish, you have been sold at a high price, and yet you assist others in counting their gains. The Yi family is merely your scapegoat. Had it not been for Chu Feng's affection for you, you would have been slain 1,000 times over by now. At this moment, the leader of the Celestial Guardians spoke coldly. Yi Kuang, you are astute, yet your words are excessive. He did not refute Yi Kuang's statements. Impossible. Yi Tongyao's face turned a ghastly shade of white, nearly collapsing to the ground. Feeling utterly drained of strength, Yi Kuang's words had shattered her worldview. She yearned to argue back, unwilling to accept that she had been used as a pawn by Chu Feng and his associates to conspire against Chu Feng. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, Chu Feng had imprisoned Yi Xianxian and wielded the Yi family as a weapon, yet she remained safe, even moving freely between the immortal sect and the Yi family. Was Chu Feng truly protecting me, cherishing me? Yi Tongyao murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If what Yi Kuang claimed were accurate, it would indeed explain the stark contrast in Chu Feng's treatment of her. It was perhaps due to the dissatisfaction of the immortal sect's higher-ups that Chu Feng was reluctantly compelled to suppress her and the Yi family, causing him to distance himself from her affections. At that moment, a middle-aged noblewoman, observing the almost broken Yi Tongyao, could not help but whisper to Yi Kuang, Ancestor, is what you say truly the truth? Lin Xia, Yi Xianxian's path, Yi Tongyao's mother. The distinction between truth and falsehood is of little consequence. Yi Kuang replied coolly, what matters most is that she is the only one who can save Xianxian and the Yi family now. Upon saying this, Yi Kuang could not help but lower his head, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He had witnessed Chu Feng when he was betrothed to Yi Tongyao. If all of this were orchestrated by Chu Feng, then his methods are indeed terrifying. At that moment, in the skies above the Yi family estate, a man and two women stood amidst the firmament, observing every dialogue and action of the Yi family. Senior brother, is what Yi Kuang said truly accurate? Lu Mei could not help but look towards the unperturbed Chu Feng and asked, did you truly injure her and humiliate her to protect Yi Tongyao and imprison Yi Xianxian? Yi Kuang's words had nearly reshaped Lu Mei's understanding of the situation. The Celestial Maiden, the leader of the Extreme Heaven Palace, could not help but gaze at Chu Feng with anticipation. Her brief time spent with him had only deepened her sense of his profound depths. Seeing the expectation in their eyes, Chu Feng could not help but smile. Truth and falsehood, half-truths and half-lies. The infiltration of Demo Peak to release Chu Feng had indeed incensed many high-ranking members of the immortal sect. That much is true. That old man, Yi Kuang, has some wits about him to have cultivated to such a level. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth curled slightly, uncertain whether to commend Yi Kuang for his remarks about Chu Feng or to praise his insight into the internal affairs of the immortal sect. Nevertheless, Chu Feng had to concede that Yi Kuang's words bore some merit. One must remember that in the original narrative, Chu Feng possessed an ethereal physique, unparalleled combat prowess, and an extraordinary background, with few in the Lingyun immortal sect able to rival him. By all logic, someone of Chu Feng's celestial caliber should command the attention of the majority of sect elders. Yet, the reality was that almost all the high-ranking members of the Lingyun immortal sect were deeply dissatisfied with Chu Feng, restricting him at every turn, with many aligning themselves with Chu Feng and Chu Batian. The reason was simple. Chu Feng was excessively arrogant and foolish. For the sake of a single Yi Tongyao, he disregarded the greater interests of the sect, failing repeatedly to eliminate even the insignificant Chu Feng, allowing him to continually rise, resulting in the decline of the celestial peak. Anyone in his position would no longer hold faith in Chu Feng. Foolishness is one thing, but the most alarming aspect is the arrogance that accompanies it. Otherwise, with the support of over half the strength of the entire Lingyun immortal sect and its vast heritage, Chu Batian and Chu Feng could never have succeeded in eliminating Chu Feng or turning the tide. Chapter 26. Chu Feng has come to rescue us. Junior sister, do not be anxious. Take your time. What is meant to be mine will be mine. No one can seize it. Chu Feng's lips curled slightly as he uttered words that left Lu Mei somewhat perplexed. What precisely was meant to be Chu Feng's? Lu Mei always felt that after the incident at Damo Peak, her senior brother's demeanor had become increasingly incomprehensible, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Chu Feng's behavior remained as arrogant and domineering as ever, at times even unreasonably overbearing. However, unlike before, it seemed that the stars, the earth, and the people were all aligned in his favor. Though his demeanor was unchanged, it felt worlds apart. Such a senior brother had become even more alluring. Lu Mei silently mused, her cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth. Young master, a powerful presence approaches. Suddenly, the grave voice of Miaoyin Xianxia resonated, her gaze shifting toward the outskirts of the Yi family estate. With a thunderous rumble, the clouds above churned ominously, lightning crackled, and blinding golden light pierced through the darkness. A terrifying roar echoed from afar, deafening and accompanied by the harsh clang of steel, as if a multitude of soldiers were thundering towards them. A wave of malevolence surging forth. Massive lions, clad in purple armor, charged from the distant heavens, atop which sat figures of iron wielding great halberds, their approach heralded by the cacophony of thunder. Advanced spirit beasts, thunderous lions. Lu Mei quickly snapped back to reality from her infinite musings. Her brows furrowed with a hint of menace. How audacious of them to bring the Imperial Guards to the Yi family. Did Ying Tian intend to rebel and wage war against the Tianji Guards? I have heard of this Thunder Guard, Miaoyin Xianxia remarked, her brow slightly furrowing in apparent trepidation. The Thunder Guard consists of 1,000 men. Their base soldiers are at the Divine Pill stage, organized into squads of 10, with squad leaders at the Infant Transformation stage. 10 squads form a company, led by a captain at the God Transformation stage, and 10 companies make a battalion, commanded by a commander at the Combined Body stage. Moreover, each soldier is at least accompanied by a Divine Pill stage thunderous lion, infused with high-level spiritual energy, capable of forming a heavenly thunder array. Under the command of the battalion leader, they can even pose a challenge to those at the Great Ascension stage. Lu Mei's eyes turned icy as she spoke. Hong Tian Wang Ying Hong is said to be affiliated with Ying Tian. He didn't go to the city gate to witness Ying Hong's punishment, but instead brought the Thunder Guard to the Yi family. It appears Ying Tian is indeed entangled with Chu Feng. How foolish to oppose us at Tianji Peak. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Mei's eyes. A mere Thunder Guard. Senior brother, summon all the Tianji Guards scattered throughout the royal city. Let us wreak havoc upon them, turning the tides with bloodshed. I doubt even the imperial family would dare utter a word. This is becoming increasingly interesting, as the hidden figures begin to surface. A slight smile curled at the corner of Chu Feng's lips as he affectionately ruffled Lu Mei's hair, causing her face to flush anew, her earlier ferocity dissipating. Mayor, do not rush, let the bullets fly for a while. Lu Mei, perplexed, inquired, Senior brother, what are bullets? Once again, she found herself enveloped in confusion. Miaoyin Xianxia, too, appeared intrigued. Bullets? What could that possibly be? Is it a supreme artifact concealed by the Lingyun Xian sect? Cough. I meant to say let the arrows fly for a while. Chu Feng cleared his throat, realizing his slip. He needed to be more cautious in the future. Lu Mei was relatively naive, but should he encounter those wily old foxes, it would be all too easy to raise their suspicions. With a resounding roar, the Thunder Guard arrived, sealing off every exit of the Yi family estate. A vast thunder array manifested, encompassing even the Tianji Guards and the array they had established. Imperial family of Feng Tian, do you dare to rebel by disrupting our operations at Tianji Peak? The leader of the Tianji Guards barked coldly, his gaze frosty, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Prepare for battle. His presence was overwhelming, commanding the skies and revealing him as a peak expert at the Combined Body stage. Fight! 100 Tianji Guards rushed from various corners of the estate, their voices resonating with thunderous might. Each of them was a cultivator at the God Transformation stage. Elite among elites, adorned in top-tier spiritual treasures, their combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. Faced with the renowned Thunder Guard, even though they were outnumbered 10-1, the Tianji Guard's might was undiminished. At that moment, a figure clad in thunder armor stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Before you stands the leader of the Thunder Guards. Sule, by the prince's command, I have come to assist the Tianji Guards in investigating the Yi family and reclaiming the dynasty's assets from corrupt officials to restore them to the treasury. The leader of the Tianji Guards surveyed the menacing army surrounding him and retorted coldly, I fail to see your intent to assist us in searching the Yi family. Moreover, how do you distinguish which spirit stones belong to the dynasty and which belong to the corrupt sect? Do the spirit stones bear the words Feng Tian dynasty? It seems your Prince Tian has grown weary of his throne and dares to interfere with the Tianji Guard's duties. He is courting death. As the leader of the Tianji Guards, directly under the administration of Tianji Peak, he would not heed the commands of the Feng Tian dynasty's crown prince. Impudent! You dare to directly address the crown prince? Such treason! Su Lei thundered in rage. Treasonous acts warrant death. We execute the command of the crown prince, investigating the family of the high-ranking official Yi Zhenchuan. Should you dare to obstruct our official duties, we will execute you on the spot. Kill! 1,000 thunder guards roared in unison, their thunderous lions roaring in response, shaking the heavens and summoning a tempest of malevolence. Enter, seize all criminals of the Yi family. Imprison them in the heavenly prison, and seal all spirit stones belonging to our dynasty. Su Lei commanded coldly with a wave of his hand. With that, 100 thunder guards mounted their thunderous lions and thundered into the Yi family estate, a wave of malevolence in their wake. The Yi family is finished. Yi Kuang's voice carried a sense of helplessness. The struggle between the Tianji Peak and the imperial family, further entangled with the higher echelons of the sect, was beyond the Yi family's capacity to contend with. The Yi family was merely a pawn in their game. Wait, ancestor! Su Fan is also here, not far away. At that moment, Yi Tongyao's pupils widened in shock, exclaiming, I can sense his aura. Su Fan must be here. He has come to save us. The Thunder Guard was summoned by Su Fan. Chapter 27. Will you also slay me? Yi Tongyao stood up, her eyes reddened, scanning her surroundings in hopes of spotting Su Fan. Having released Su Fan came at a tremendous cost. Her father was imprisoned and on the brink of execution. The Yi family facing annihilation and countless casualties imminent. Yet, in the eyes of ancestor Yi Kuang, Su Fan had become a mere pawn, driven by self-interest. She was desperate to prove to the ancestor and her family that Su Fan was a brave, resolute prodigy who defied the odds. Su Fan, where are you? Please come out. Yi Tongyao called out. Enough. Yi Kuang roared in fury, admonishing. Do you not think the Yi family has suffered enough at the hands of that Su Fan? Do you wish for the Yi family to be annihilated for him? At such a time, you still hold hope that Su Fan will save you. What good will it do if he arrives? A mere divine pill cultivator is of no use. Yi Tongyao's cries would only further incite the wrath of the holy son Chu Feng, redirecting his anger toward the Yi family. Of course, he could not voice such thoughts. Yet, Yi Tongyao paid no heed to Yi Kuang, continuing her search for Su Fan's figure. Smack! Suddenly, a middle-aged noblewoman stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Yi Tongyao's face, her voice laced with fury. Yi Tongyao, have you not caused enough trouble? Mother, you struck me. Yi Tongyao cried, covering her face, her eyes brimming with tears of anguish. Throughout her life, Lin Xia had never laid a hand on her. I see now that I have been too lenient, failing to teach you the ways of the world, which has led you to become so willful. Lin Xia's eyes were filled with sorrow. Look at the Yi family now. Your father's fate hangs in the balance. And yet you concern yourself with that insipid Su Fan's whereabouts. It is utterly naive and foolish. Chu Feng shook his head in bemusement. The former Chu Feng would have found Yi Tongyao's sincerity endearing. Despite all that had transpired, she had not changed in the slightest. Yet perhaps this was for the best. If Yi Tongyao had truly become more astute, he would find it more challenging to manipulate her. Thunderous footsteps echoed as 100 Thunder Guards entered the manor, confronting the Tianji Guards with palpable malice and murderous intent. The leader of the Tianji Guards felt his gaze darken, an inferno of rage igniting within his eyes. His fists clenched, unsure of how to proceed. This was a blatant provocation, an affront to the Tianji Guards. The Thunder Guard was forcing their hand. However, this was ultimately within the confines of the Wangqing, and engaging the prince's personal guards within the royal city was a grave matter. He dared not make a unilateral decision. Not a single one shall leave the Yi family estate. At that moment, Chu Feng's voice pierced his consciousness, resonating in his mind. Chief, the Tianji Guard leader trembled slightly, realizing that Chu Feng was nearby, observing the situation. Su Lei, we of the Tianji Guards are executing the chief's orders to search the Yi family. Should you dare to step into the Yi manor, you obstruct my official duties, and I shall not hesitate to show no mercy. With Chu Feng's command backing him, the Tianji Guard leader found his resolve, his eyes suddenly igniting with lethal intent as he bellowed. Any Thunder Guard that steps into the manor is akin to defying the celestial sect. Leave none alive. Kill. With a roar, the Tianji Guard leader unleashed a torrent of lethal energy, his colossal hands sweeping the sky, an overwhelming force of divine prowess. With a single downward motion, he crushed an entire squad of Thunder Guards, including their captain, reducing them to mere pulp. Kill. Dozens of Tianji Guards surged forth, their murderous aura palpable, their battle armor radiating a celestial light, their prowess terrifyingly formidable. The Tianji Guards were of a higher cultivation realm than the Thunder Guards, in a battle of equals. It was a one-sided massacre. In the blink of an eye, over 20 Thunder Guards, along with their mounts, the Thunder Lions, were obliterated in a cloud of crimson mist. Damn it! Su Lei seethed with rage, his eyes turning bloodshot, his heart aching. Each Thunder Guard was a paragon of excellence, their training consuming immense resources. To see nearly 30 perish in an instant was a devastating blow. Form ranks, prepare for battle. Su Lei commanded. Tianji Guards, stand down immediately. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. His roar reverberated through the air, a tempest of fury. As he spoke, 900 Thunder Guards encircled Su Lei, forming a massive thunder array, dark clouds swirling ominously above, pressing down for miles, with lightning crackling, their murderous intent reaching the heavens. Poised to invade the Yi Manor at any moment. The sheer might of their presence eclipsed that of a typical Great Ascension expert by unfathomable degrees. The Tianji Guard leader smirked coldly, his eyes devoid of warmth, chillingly declaring, Su Lei, should you dare to lead the Thunder Guard into the Yi Manor, you defy the Celestial Sect's decree, equating to treason. I would not hesitate to execute you all. With the authority of Chu Feng's command at his back, the Tianji Guard leader stood resolute. What did it matter that they were in the Wangqing? He answered only to the chief's orders. I act under the prince's command. I know nothing of your Celestial Sect's orders. Thunder Guards advance. The Tianji Guards dared to obstruct them, and Su Lei's fury surged. Form ranks. The Tianji Guard leader coldly commanded, rallying his forces to form the Tianji Grand Array. An epic clash loomed on the horizon. At that moment, within the Yi family estate, an atmosphere of suffocating tension pervaded, the faces of many Yi family members pale with dread, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Neither side could be offended. Both were poised to raze the Yi family to the ground. Resistance was futile, and yet, to remain passive while they fought within the Yi estate would certainly affect countless innocent lives. Su Lei, cease this madness. Just then, a deep and authoritative voice echoed from afar, halting Su Lei as he prepared to lead his forces into the Yi Manor. Hearing this voice, Su Lei's eyes reddened with fury, yet he paused, growling, Your Highness, the Tianji Guards are excessively domineering, overstepping their bounds. They openly massacre the prince's personal guards within my Wangqing. As the prince's personal guard and a peak-level cultivator, Su Lei wielded considerable influence within the Wang dynasty. Even Great Ascension experts would show him respect. This was the first time someone had dared to provoke him so brazenly. Has he finally decided to make his presence known? Chu Feng's gaze remained indifferent, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In the distance, a man clad in a golden dragon robe strode forward with regal authority, flanked by a fully armored, sword-bearing guard. He traversed the ground effortlessly, showcasing extraordinary power. Chu Feng, the Tianji Guard. No, Chu Feng's might exceeded expectations. The prince, Ying Tian, moved with a solemn expression as he whispered to his golden-armored guard beside him. It appears Chu Feng has issued them a death sentence. It will be difficult to wrest the person from their grasp. Yi Kuang was correct. Your escape from Damo Peak has drawn considerable attention from the higher echelons of the Celestial Sect. I cannot afford to engage Chu Feng directly. Should a confrontation with the Tianji Guards ensue, I would struggle to explain myself to my father. The individual in golden armor accompanying Ying Tian was, indeed, Chu Feng. Ying Tian, you have already aided me greatly this time, Chu Feng replied in a low tone. The Yi family's numbers are indeed a beacon attracting trouble. But assist me once more by providing an opportunity. I must take Tong Yao with me. With Chu Feng's volatile nature, I cannot leave her in his care. Very well. I shall create a diversion for you. You must act swiftly. Ying Tian nodded, his expression grave, adding, the Tianji Guards have undoubtedly informed Chu Feng. He is within the royal city and will arrive shortly. Soon, Ying Tian reached the entrance of the Yi Manor, his countenance darkening as he surveyed the slain Thunder Guards within the estate, an aching sensation welling within him. He turned his gaze toward the Tianji Guard leader, coldly stating, Your Tianji Guards exhibit considerable audacity, daring to slay the prince's elite guards within the royal city. What do you take my Wangqing for? A mere servant? Ying Tian's voice rang with authority, his dark hair billowing as the golden dragon emblazoned on his attire seemed to roar, resonating with the vast aura of the royal city, instilling a terrifying sense of oppression. As the crown prince and heir to the dynasty, second only to the emperor, Ying Tian's authority was formidable. Despite being merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, his wrathful roar imparted an aura that transcended even that of Great Ascension experts, causing the Tianji Guard leader to tremble slightly. The disparity in status was, after all, insurmountable. The Tianji Guard leader was but a subordinate of the Tianji Peak. The Fengtian dynasty is a realm of lords, and due to the unique nature of the dynasty, the position of the crown prince is, in some respects, even more esteemed than that of the chief disciple of the peak of the immortal sect. Your Highness, you flatter me, the leader of the Tianji Guard replied, cautious in the presence of the crown prince. We are here under the orders of the chief of Chu Peak to investigate the Yi family and have no intention of engaging in conflict with the Thunder Guard. They were the ones who provoked us first. What a fine provocation indeed. Ying Tian exclaimed in anger, suddenly stepping into the grand estate of the Yi family. Entering the Yi family estate is a provocation towards you all. This is the Feng Tian dynasty, not your Tianji Peak. I have also entered the Yi family estate. Will you strike me down as well? Chapter 28. What can be done? The complexion of the Tianji Guard leader changed abruptly, and he said in a low tone, Your Highness, I am merely following orders. Why must you make things difficult for a mere pawn? Please do not push me. Do not push you? Ying Tian scoffed. Thunder Guard, follow me inside. I want to see if the Tianji Guard dares to strike down this crown prince. As he spoke, he discreetly transmitted a message to Chu Feng beside him. When the Thunder Guard clashes with the Tianji Guard, seize the opportunity to take Tong Yao away. Time is of the essence. Act swiftly. Chu Feng nodded and replied, Your kindness needs no words of thanks. Both Tong Yao and I will remember this favor and repay it in due time. Ying Tian merely nodded, refraining from further elaboration. By your command, Su Lei exclaimed joyfully, raising his hand as he followed Ying Tian into the Yi family estate. Thunder Guard advance. Boom, boom, boom. Roaring. 900 mighty thunder lions, towering and imposing, entered the Yi family estate simultaneously, causing the vast courtyard to tremble. How dare they? Do they believe Tianji Peak has no one to stand against them, to bully us with their might? In the sky, Lu Mei was enraged at the sight and prepared to descend. As a disciple of the divine extreme, true immortal, she was not intimidated by any crown prince. Junior sister, do not be hasty, Chu Feng interjected, blocking Lu Mei's path. Let us first observe what Ying Tian intends to do. At this moment, Chu Feng's gaze was not even fixated on the crown prince Ying Tian, but rather on the golden armored guard beside him, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chu Feng, is that you? Detain all members of the Yi family. Su Lei commanded. Let us see who dares. The expression of the Tianji Guard leader darkened significantly as he shouted, Tianji Guard, keep an eye on the Yi family members. Yet, under the leadership of Crown Prince Ying Tian, he dared not act. The disparity in status was simply too great. Advance. Su Lei stated nonchalantly, waving his hand. With the Crown Prince present, he doubted that the Tianji Guard leader would dare to act against him. Moreover, he would welcome the Tianji Guard leader's actions, as it would provide him with an excuse to eliminate him on the spot. Hand them over. Ye family members, hands on your heads, do not resist. Behave yourselves. With the Crown Prince overseeing, the Thunder Guard felt entirely liberated, brazenly approaching to seize individuals before the Tianji Guard. Anyone who dares to resist, strike them down. The Tianji Guard leader's face turned sour as he cautioned, do not kill. In the presence of Ying Tian, he dared not indiscriminately take lives. Yet he was powerless to prevent the Thunder Guard from taking the Yi family members away. Chief, why do you still not emerge? Bang. Soon. Chaos erupted within the Yi family estate, a scene of utter disarray. Yet curiously, both sides refrained from using lethal force. The elite of Tianji Peak and the Crown Prince's finest were all formidable cultivators, yet they engaged in brutal physical combat. Amidst the chaos, many of the weaker Yi family members were caught in the fray, suffering significant casualties. The Yi family members looked on in despair, knowing they could not intervene, as neither side was one they could provoke, left to be mere lambs to the slaughter. In the tumultuous estate, the only area devoid of conflict was the vicinity of Yi Tongyao. After all, she still bore the title of Chu Feng's fiancée, and both sides instinctively avoided her, aware that she was not one to be trifled with. With red-rimmed eyes, Yi Tongyao gazed helplessly around her, her complexion pale, with the imprint of a palm still visible on her face. It was all because of her that the Yi family suffered countless losses. Could it truly be, as the ancestor Yi Quan claimed, that she was being manipulated by Chu Feng and his associates to harm Chu Feng, with the Yi family merely serving as scapegoats? At that moment, a familiar low voice reached Yi Tongyao's ears. Tongyao, unbeknownst to her, a figure clad in golden armor had appeared before her. Chu Feng, it truly is you. I was not mistaken, Yi Tongyao said, her eyes reddening, her heart torn between joy and sorrow. Tongyao, it is I? Time was of the essence. There was no room for further discussion. Come with me. Chu Feng's voice was urgent as he reached out to grasp Yi Tongyao's hand, intending to take her away. However, Yi Tongyao evaded his grasp, shaking her head. Chu Feng, my father is still in Chu Feng's hands. My entire family is here. I cannot leave. If I do, Chu Feng will never spare them. Unbidden. Memories of the previous night on the extreme star peak flooded her mind, recalling Chu Feng's words. She was Chu Feng's fiancée. Time is running out. Tongyao, trust me. Come with me now, and I will find a way to rescue your father and family, Chu Feng urged swiftly. Yet, Yi Tongyao shook her head, steering clear of the topic. Her gaze filled with hope as she looked at Chu Feng and asked, Chu Feng, the ancestor Yi Kuang said that day when I let you go on Tianji Peak, you deliberately chose not to take me with you, claiming that your associates intended to use me to scheme against Chu Feng. Is that true? Hope radiated from Yi Tongyao's eyes, yearning to hear a denial from Chu Feng, for she had paid a steep price regarding this matter. However, to her surprise, Chu Feng hesitated momentarily, rarely averting his gaze from hers, though he quickly returned it, speaking in a low tone. Tongyao, the situation was urgent, and I was gravely injured. It was difficult to protect you while taking you with me, so I had to leave you there temporarily. Yet, that fleeting hesitation chilled Yi Tongyao's heart. Chu Feng had never spoken to her in such a manner. In her memory, Chu Feng was resolute, decisive, and unyielding in the face of adversity. Is it because I am Chu Feng's fiancé that you believed he would protect me, thus leaving me on Dharma Peak? Yi Tongyao felt disoriented. Chu Feng's response corroborated Yi Kuang's words. Who are those behind you? Yi Tongyao's voice grew hoarse. I found it strange that on the vast Dharma Peak, there were hardly any guards patrolling. I released you so easily, even stealing Chu Feng's Holy Sun token without using it. Was all of this arranged by your associates, who had already sent the guards away? If those behind you possess such capabilities, why not simply release you, but instead use my hand? Is it because I am Chu Feng's fiancé, intending to utilize me to harm him? Do you know all of this, Chu Feng? Yi Tongyao was naive, but not foolish. When all the facts lay before her and logic aligned, she began to understand. However, she merely wished to know whether Chu Feng was truly aware of everything. Xianxiao, allow me to elucidate. Chu Feng breathed deeply and spoke at that time. I believed you were merely the manifestation of Chu Feng's emotional turmoil, and he would likely not harm you in the short term. Perhaps you are unaware of what this emotional turmoil entails, but it is imperative that you understand. Thus, in your quest to garner support from those behind the scenes, you chose to leave me on Damo Peak. Yi Tongyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You truly are aware of everything, Chu Feng. I have gravely misjudged you. Xianxiao, I genuinely do not have the luxury of time to explain everything to you. Chu Feng glanced around anxiously and urged. You must trust me and leave this place with me. I promise to clarify everything. Indeed, you are a heartless creature, Yi Tongyao retorted fiercely. You are fully aware that I am still engaged to Chu Feng. If I accompany you now, my father and family will undoubtedly face dire consequences. Xianxiao, you have completely misconstrued my intentions. Chu Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze suddenly turning frigid. Time is of the essence. Please forgive me. Chu Feng could arrive at any moment, and we have little time for further discussion. What are you planning to do, Chu Feng? Yi Tongyao exclaimed in anger. At that moment, Chu Feng abruptly raised his hand, intending to incapacitate Yi Tongyao. Given his strength, even in his current weakened state, subduing her would be a trivial matter. Xianxiao, I am forced to resort to such desperate measures. Chu Feng is volatile, and your proximity to him is perilous, Chu Feng declared, his hand descending with force. Chu Feng, you dare! Yi Tongyao screamed, abruptly shutting her eyes. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air. The anticipated pain never came. Yi Tongyao opened her eyes to find a tall figure clad in a flowing white robe before her. The robe was embroidered with crimson plum blossoms, and his chiseled visage, as sharp as a blade, bore eyes that sparkled like stars, emanating an icy demeanor. With a single hand, he grasped Chu Feng's descending arm, rendering Chu Feng utterly helpless despite his struggles. Chu Feng, Yi Tongyao gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. Xianxiao, that will suffice. Step aside to avoid injury. Chu Feng turned to Yi Tongyao, offering her a gentle smile. Yet in that moment, Chu Feng, standing nearby, was rendered speechless. That will suffice? What do you mean? Could it be that Yi Tongyao delayed her departure merely to buy time for Chu Feng's arrival? It was even possible that she had betrayed him to protect her father and the Yi family. In an instant, a myriad of doubts flooded Chu Feng's mind. Otherwise, at such a moment, how could Chu Feng, with his arrogant and domineering nature, display such a tender smile upon seeing Yi Tongyao with him? Chapter 29. Speak to me directly. Who is this person? Mayer, ensure the protection of Tongyao, Chu Feng commanded indifferently. Understood, senior brother. Lu Mei responded, instantly appearing by Yi Tongyao's side and swiftly escorting her away before she could utter a word. Chu Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings, and he suddenly bellowed. Have you all had your fill of chaos? Miaoyin, anyone who dares to make a move, regardless of their identity, shall be executed on the spot. His voice resonated like a celestial explosion, silencing the tumultuous noise around them. By your command, Miaoyin, the immortal princess, appeared in the sky, a terrifying pressure emanating from her, suppressing the area for miles around. At the pinnacle of the great ascension stage, a half step into the realm of immortality, she transcended the mundane, wielding a fragment of celestial power that was beyond the comprehension of those at lower realms. In an instant, the melee within the Yi family estate came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, Prince Xianxia's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Chu Feng's hand ensnared by Chu Feng. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes, but vanished as quickly as it appeared. Chu Feng, it has been a while, Xianxia remarked casually, hands clasped behind his back. In terms of status, he was the crown prince of the dynasty. Capable of representing the royal family in the cabinet meetings at the Lingyun immortal sect, his authority on par with Chu Feng's. In terms of strength, he was considerably older than Chu Feng, at the peak of the transformation stage, capable of contending with those in the integration stage, far surpassing the likes of Hong Xianxian. He had visited the immortal sect numerous times, and thus was no stranger to Chu Feng. Has it truly been long? Merely a year has passed, which for us cultivators is but the blink of an eye, Chu Feng replied coldly. Yet I did not anticipate that in just a year's absence, you would audaciously dare to oppose me. It seems you have grown weary of your position as crown prince. At the next cabinet meeting of the immortal sect, I shall propose a change in the crown prince of the Fengtian dynasty, Chu Feng continued. Xianxia's eyes flared with anger. He had not expected Chu Feng to be so arrogant, leaving him no face and tearing down the facade of civility. However, being the crown prince for so long, he was no fool and replied calmly, Chu Feng, this prince does not comprehend your intentions. I have merely come to apprehend the relatives of the criminal Yi Zhenchuan. If I have inadvertently offended you, I beg your forgiveness. As for your proposal to the cabinet regarding the change of crown prince, feel free to proceed. Since I have taken on this role, I have remained loyal to the immortal sect and have handled the affairs of the dynasty with utmost caution. I trust many within the immortal sect's higher echelons are well aware of my dedication. However, I must insist you release my personal guard. A cold smirk crept across Xianxia's heart. Chu Feng remained as haughty as ever, believing he could simply replace the crown prince at will. He had secured his position with the support of several high-ranking officials within the immortal sect. Loyal to the immortal sect? Chu Feng scoffed, abruptly turning his gaze to Chu Feng, causing Xianxia's heart to leap in alarm. Had Chu Feng discerned Chu Feng's true identity? Yet this armor possessed the ability to conceal one's aura. Even those at the great ascension stage could not perceive it. It must be mere coincidence. Chu Feng, the traitorous disciple who hoarded and pilfered the immortal sect's scriptures. How dare you claim loyalty? Chu Feng's mocking tone pierced through the air. Chu Feng, is it you? I do not understand what you are implying. Xianxia's voice turned grave. He has been my personal guard since childhood, codenamed 09. One of the royal palace's secret guards. Chu Feng, I presume you understand what the secret guards entail? Chu Feng, I am uncertain where my subordinate has offended you. I ask for your understanding. Chu Feng's voice turned hoarse as he struggled to suppress his animosity towards Chu Feng. At this point, was he still attempting to hide? Since that is the case, do not blame me for being unforgiving. Chu Feng sneered, his other hand suddenly reaching out to seize Chu Feng's golden helmet, visibly causing Chu Feng's pupils to constrict in horror. Chu Feng, Xianxia shouted, his eyes wide with alarm. The secret guards serve the royal family and are tasked with executing special missions. Their true identities must not be revealed. Boom. Xianxia stepped forward, unleashing the overwhelming might of the pinnacle of the transformation stage. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to hold back. Crown Prince, it would be wise for you to remain still. Just then, Miao Yin's figure appeared before Xianxia, her terrifying aura locking onto him. A palpable sense of death loomed, causing Xianxia's complexion to turn ashen. Miao Yin, do you dare to lay a hand on this prince? He demanded in a low voice. If you do not move, I shall not either, Miao Yin replied coolly. Chu Feng, you are indeed cautious. You have only brought a clone, but before me, you lack even the strength to self-destruct. At that moment, Chu Feng's deep voice reverberated, as a hand pressed down upon Chu Feng's head, enveloped in the radiance of countless stars, effectively pinning Chu Feng beneath him. 09. The Dark Guards must never reveal their true identities, Xianxian admonished in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fury surged in Chu Feng's eyes as he roared, his dantian exuding a cataclysmic aura, his body beginning to fissure. Yet, the overwhelming energy from Chu Feng kept him firmly subdued, preventing any explosion. In truth, prior to their arrival, Xianxian had anticipated the possibility of exposure. Even the slightest chance was unacceptable to them. Thus, Chu Feng had come as a mere avatar, prepared to self-destruct at a moment's notice should unforeseen circumstances arise. This way, even if complications ensued, Xianxian could manage them entirely. However, Chu Feng's prowess exceeded their expectations, capable of forcibly suppressing even a self-detonation. You know nothing of my strength, yet I see through you entirely. What do you possess to contend with me? Chu Feng bellowed fiercely, star-sealing. Boom. In an instant, The stars surrounding Chu Feng erupted, their brilliance blinding, as countless celestial bodies expanded, forming an intricate array of runes that descended upon Chu Fan with great force. The celestial Star King's art. Tian gasped, recognizing the technique. As the crown prince, he was well aware of its forbidden nature. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chu Feng had mastered such a taboo art. At this moment, though Tian was a peak transformation god, he felt an intense sense of threat emanating from Chu Feng. Should that starry rune descend upon him, a significant portion of his power would surely be sealed. Divine Sword Slay. Chu Fan roared in retaliation, his eyes shooting forth two golden divine swords, their brilliance piercing and exceedingly sharp, capable of cleaving through space itself. Even a typical peak divine dam practitioner would likely fall before them. Bang! Yet, in an instant, the two divine swords were shattered. The 9 transformations of the divine sword technique. And yet you dare claim you are not Chu Fan? Chu Feng sneered coldly. As the starry runes pressed down, completely sealing Chu Fan's destructive aura, all his energy retracting, Chu Feng reached out, lifting Chu Fan's golden helmet, revealing a plain yet resolute face to all present. Chu Fan. Indeed, it is Chu Fan, Lin Xia exclaimed, turning to Yi Kuang. Ancestor, he is Chu Fan. Our Yi family is saved. Her eyes glistened with tears. It was all because of him that the Yi family faced annihilation. This is merely a blood avatar. Yi Kuang shook his head. A seasoned figure in the ascendant stage, he possessed sufficient insight. However, with this avatar, should a true immortal intervene, utilizing blood to trace the connection, they could indeed find Chu Fan's true self, or even, if proficient in curses, directly slay him. Lin Xia hastily exclaimed, Feng or no? The Holy Sun's master, a divine-level true immortal could do it. If we capture Chu Fan, our Yi family will be saved. Yi Kuang sighed ruefully. A divine-level true immortal is a revered elder of the sect, burdened with countless responsibilities. How could they possibly intervene for our Yi family, unless the Holy Sun implores them? But what incentive does Chu Feng have to seek out a divine true immortal for the Yi family? Moreover, he can discern that Chu Feng has broken through his emotional barriers. Otherwise, he would not have rapidly ascended to the transformation stage. Without those emotional ties, Yi Tong Yao is ultimately inconsequential to Chu Feng. I will find Tong Yao, Lin Xia said rapidly as she made her way toward Yi Tong Yao. At this moment, Chu Feng turned his gaze to the pale-faced Tian, gripping Chu Fan and coldly stating, Tian, now you will tell me who this person is. Chapter 30 Chu Feng, you beast. Tian stammered, his expression dark and grim, yet he quickly regained his composure, coolly retorting, Chu Feng, he is not 09. This prince does not know when he infiltrated the Dark Guards. The Dark Guards seldom reveal their true faces. It appears I have overlooked this. Chu Fan, you scoundrel. Where is 09? When did you infiltrate the Dark Guards? Tian's response was swift, his tone indifferent. Speak honestly, or this prince will ensure you suffer greatly. The Ministry of Justice's dungeons are a place where even ascendant stage practitioners must shed a layer of skin. Your Highness, I apologize. Chu Feng is tyrannical, slandering me for stealing sect techniques for his own gain. I had no choice but to infiltrate the Dark Guards. Chu Fan's complexion was pale, but he spoke each word with conviction. 09 has perished while on a mission. By coincidence, I obtained his Dark Guard armor. However, I, Chu Fan, will take full responsibility for my actions and will not implicate your Highness. With that, Chu Fan struggled to turn his head, but Chu Feng's grip on his neck was unyielding, rendering him unable to escape. Facing the heavens, he roared defiantly, Chu Feng, this time I have lost, but I refuse to concede. Do not think to extract anything from me. Do as you will. I tell you, this is merely an avatar of mine. I, Chu Fan, have emerged from a humble village, rising from obscurity through countless trials of life and death. You cannot break me. One day, I shall defeat you with my own hands and return to the Lingyun immortal sect with dignity. I will make all aware that you, Chu Feng, are merely better born and backed. Yet in the path of cultivation, I, Chu Fan, shall not be outdone. My will is even stronger than yours. Chu Feng, this is our duel. If you are still a man, do not unleash your wrath upon innocent women. Tong Yao is blameless. If you dare lay a finger on her or her family, I, Chu Fan, swear before the heavens, I will grind your bones to dust and flay your skin. Chu Fan's roar resonated with an indomitable spirit, igniting a fervor among the young prodigies of the Yi family present. Many of the Yi family's youth aspired to study at the Lingyun immortal sect, though most were merely outer disciples, unable to even enter the inner sanctum. They had heard of Chu Fan's exploits, a once ordinary servant who had turned his fortunes around, overwhelming the top-ranking disciples of the outer sect and breaking into the inner circle. He was a paragon for countless servants and outer disciples, a legendary figure. Yi Tongyao had once believed Chu Fan superior to Chu Feng for a reason. Such a passionate figure was indeed the idol of most young maidens. Bang! Chu Feng chuckled, casually discarding Chu Fan as if he were trash, his lips curling slightly as he glanced at Ying Tian and then back at Chu Fan, coolly proclaiming, "Quite the performance. Your rhetoric is commendable, stirring the atmosphere so well that it has stirred my own blood. Rising from obscurity is indeed remarkable. Yet I lament that my master's strength does not permit such a path." This statement left most in attendance momentarily stunned, their mental states nearly unraveling. What profound reasoning! Chu Feng's master was a divine-level true immortal, a revered elder of the Lingyun immortal sect, a superpower renowned throughout the ancient immortal continent. His influence was immense. It was impossible for Chu Feng to develop quietly. With billions of people in the ancient immortal continent, few could do so. As for your desire to defeat me, I shall grant you an opportunity. Chu Feng's gaze remained indifferent. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall publicly execute Yi Zhenchuan at the sect's gates. If you dare to come, I promise before all present to engage in a fair life-and-death duel, one-on-one. Regardless of the outcome, no one shall intervene. At that time, I shall await you." At this moment, Ying Tian let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with derision. "Chu Feng, you have already transcended the infant transformation stage. While Chu Fan is merely at the initial stage of the divine pill realm, a significant gap in cultivation. How can you speak of a fair battle? As the foremost son of the immortal sect, you ought to look down upon your contemporaries, your combat prowess unparalleled. Do you lack even this modicum of courage? Ying Tian, your turn will come soon. You have no place to interject here." Chu Feng cast a detached glance at Ying Tian, his eyes radiating an air of lofty disdain, as if he were observing an inconsequential ant. He had never regarded Ying Tian with any esteem, even valuing Zhuge Jingyue more than him. In the original narrative, Ying Tian was indeed formidable in the early stages, holding a position of great prestige. Yet, as the story progressed, he became nothing more than a puppet emperor, stripped of power by his sister Xianxiaaudiobooks and Chu Fan, devoid of any authority. The Feng Tian dynasty may have expanded, but it had no relation to Ying Tian as emperor. Such a worthless being did not merit even a glance from Chu Feng. Nevertheless, that single glance turned Ying Tian's face crimson with rage, as if he were reminded of something, his fury reaching a boiling point as he growled, "Chu Feng." Whenever he faced his father, the Emperor Tianwen, it was with the same indifferent, condescending gaze, as if he were merely a worthless insect. The Emperor Tianwen may be excused. But why should you, Chu Feng? Chu Fan gritted his teeth, refraining from challenging Chu Feng immediately, for he understood the vast chasm that lay between them. The speed of cultivation was indeed a vital aspect of a cultivator's talent. Chu Feng's voice turned icy. "Do not forget, my age is even younger than yours. What grounds do I have to fight you on equal footing? A weakling dares to claim that he will eventually surpass me. The disparity between us will only widen. As for Yi Tongyao, she is my fiancée, from the inside out. Every strand of her hair belongs to me. If I desire her to live, she shall live. If I wish her dead, her entire family shall accompany her to the grave. A weakling lacks the qualifications to make demands of me." At this juncture, a cold smile crept across Chu Feng's face as he looked down at Chu Fan and stated, "After all, it is merely a trivial matter regarding a certain Yi Zhenchuan. To kill him or not is simply a matter of my word, a minor issue. Kneel before me now, bow 3 times and 9 times, and promise that you will avoid my path in the future, and I shall spare his life." Chu Feng's gaze was frigid. The protagonist, the child of destiny, accompanied by fortune? He had to admit that Chu Fan's rise from adversity was not solely due to luck. His own strength played a significant role. However, if he wished to rise, he should remain prostrate. Since he could not currently locate Chu Fan, he would first strike a heavy blow to his morale, weakening his fortune. "Chu Feng, you beast. Yi Zhenchuan is your father-in-law. How can you utter such words?" Chu Fan almost screamed in anguish. He could not kneel. Chu Fan could not accept it. After emerging from his small mountain village, he had vowed to become an unparalleled powerhouse and would never bow before anyone. How could he? After Yi Tongyao risked her life to release him from Damo Peak, even if it was under their manipulation, pay such a price without kneeling to save her father? Chu Feng's smile remained icy. "Is this how you repay a savior? It seems that your so-called rise against all odds and steadfast will is nothing but a facade. Unwilling to kneel? Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. Reveal those who conspire with you behind the scenes." Chu Feng glanced at Ying Tian and said coldly, "Confess everything. I will not only spare Yi Zhenchuan, but also guarantee that I will not pursue the Yi family's past transgressions, restoring their status as suppliers and noble rank immediately, and the immortal sect will cease its pursuit of you. I also assure you of Yi Tongyao's absolute safety." How does that sound? In an instant, everyone from the Yi family trembled, their gazes turning to Chu Fan, filled with anticipation. If Chu Feng revealed those behind the scenes, everything for the Yi family would return. Their glory, status, resources, all restored to heights unknown. The allure was too great. At that moment, Yi Kuang could not help but be moved, urging, Chu Feng, though we have not met, I have heard of you. With your talent, if you cultivate diligently, you will surely achieve greatness. Why involve yourself in such futile conflicts? If you expose those behind the scenes, I, Yi Kuang, swear before heaven that you will be a distinguished guest of the Yi family, with all the cultivation resources you need provided by us. At this time, Lin Xia glanced at the pale-faced Yi Tongyao beside her and spoke up. Chu Feng, I too have been through much. I understand your youth, your vigor, and your desire for beauty. It is not entirely your fault for liking my daughter. However, she is the fiancée of the Saint's son and cannot betray him. But if you reveal those behind the scenes and save my Yi family this time, aside from Tongyao, you may choose any woman from the Yi family. Just then, a young talent from the Yi family exclaimed, Chu Feng, Sister Tongyao sacrificed so much to save you. Can you not do this little thing for her? Indeed. What are you hesitating for? Quickly reveal those behind the scenes. Yi Tongyao's face was pale, yet her eyes were filled with hope as she looked at Chu Feng. Although she had grown somewhat disillusioned with him, she still hoped that Chu Feng would make a sacrifice for her. At this moment, Ying Tian's expression darkened to the utmost, sweeping his gaze across the entire Yi family, wishing to issue an order to eliminate these people he had just sought to save, leaving not a single one alive. It was evident to anyone with keen insight that he was one of those colluding with Chu Feng. How dare this Yi family oppose him? Chapter 31. This sword is what I return to you. Chu Feng, you beast, how dare you use a woman to threaten me? Are you even a man? Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words, only able to glare at Chu Feng and roar, if you have the guts, kill me now. I have no one behind me, and Yi Zhenchuan is innocent. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Feng outright rejected Chu Feng and the entire Yi family. The individuals behind him had been cultivated through countless life and death encounters, forming a network he relied upon. How could he betray them for the Yi family? Moreover, even if he revealed them, those individuals might not perish, but he would certainly meet his end. Chu Feng was not foolish enough to believe that Chu Feng would truly protect him. Yi Tongyao was indeed significant, possessing the rare and valuable xianxiaaudiobooks, and Chu Feng would exhaust all efforts to rescue her, but he could not abandon everything he had for her sake. Chu Feng, I did not misjudge you after all. A slight smile crept across Chu Feng's lips. Indeed, the notion of the protagonist valuing loyalty was nothing but a facade. Those who could rise to the pinnacle could not possibly be brainlessly reckless. In the original narrative, Chu Feng's ascent to greatness was not without reason. He could at least discern the important from the trivial. Before Ying Tian, Chu Feng made his choice without a hint of hesitation. For at this stage, Ying Tian was one of his greatest supports, not to mention the possibility that Yi Tongyao had already betrayed him for her family. Beside him, Ying Tian let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Chu Feng, blinded by love, would make an irrational choice and expose him. The accusation of harboring the rebellious Damo Peak is far too grave. After all, he is merely the crown prince and is not yet capable of bearing such a burden alone. To quell the wrath of Tianji Peak, Emperor Tianwen might well consider replacing the crown prince. At this very moment, Wang Hongtian should still be enduring the excruciating punishment of Lingxi at the city gate, with 100,000 blades, though that may take some time. Yet in this moment, the entire Yi family was momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on Yi Tongyao, their eyes brimming with confusion. Is this the person you so desperately sought to rescue? Even your father has been imprisoned, and your family is on the brink of destruction? Alas, Yi Kuang sighed, shaking his head and closing his eyes. In truth, had he been Chu Feng, he might have made the same choice, for Yi Tongyao, now disregarded by Chu Feng, had lost her significant value. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope still lingered in his heart. Slap! Lin Xia's expression darkened as she turned, and without hesitation struck Yi Tongyao across the face. How could I have given birth to such a foolish daughter? Do you not yet understand what you must do? Yi Tongyao stood there, dazed, seemingly devoid of any sensation from the slap, staring blankly at Chu Feng, motionless. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. She had been forsaken by Chu Feng. He showed not the slightest hesitation, as if fearful of arousing suspicion from those behind the scenes. Chu Feng, why? Yi Tongyao began to walk step by step towards Chu Feng. Tongyao, this is a scheme devised by Chu Feng to sow discord. Do not let him succeed. Chu Feng strove to maintain his composure, pleading, believe me. Will you? Believe you? Yi Tongyao's eyes were filled with anguish as she raised her hand and slapped Chu Feng across the face. Chu Feng, from this day forth, we sever all ties. We are no longer friends. Tongyao, it is not like this, Chu Feng shouted, disbelief flooding his eyes. How could Yi Tongyao strike him? Bang! Suddenly, Yi Tongyao turned and, in the presence of Su Fan and everyone else, knelt directly before Chu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. Yi Tongyao seemed to be responding to Su Fan's earlier refusal to bow to Chu Feng in order to save Yi Zhenchuan. Tongyao, what are you doing? Su Fan roared, feeling a pain that nearly suffocated him, rendering him breathless. Yi Tongyao's act was far more tormenting than a mere slap across the face. Su Fan had always believed that Yi Tongyao would eventually be his woman. Chu Feng was his arch-nemesis, the one who had nearly caused him to lose everything. How could his woman kneel before his enemy? Where was the dignity of a man? Tongyao, please rise. He does not deserve your submission. Su Fan bellowed. Yet Yi Tongyao paid no heed to him, her pristine forehead bloodied and bruised, rasping to Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I realize my mistakes. I implore you, let the divine extreme true immortal intervene to locate Su Fan's true form and spare my father. From this moment forth, I shall serve you faithfully as your Tao companion, and will no longer indulge in any unrealistic fantasies. Yi Tongyao, do you not realize what you are saying? Su Fan roared, feeling as if his heart were shattering. Yi Tongyao was actually beseeching Chu Feng to summon the divine extreme true immortal to kill her. Ha ha ha, beg me. Chu Feng laughed heartily, his voice filled with a sense of exhilaration. Upon ascending Da Mo peak, he had once told Yi Tongyao that he would eventually make her willingly kneel at his feet, begging him to marry her. Yet he had not anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly and so gloriously. Meanwhile, the Yi family looked on with cold indifference, feeling no sympathy for Yi Tongyao. It was because of her that the Yi family had fallen to such a state. Now, her kneeling before Chu Feng was nothing less than what she deserved, given the countless lives lost due to her actions. With each passing moment, Chu Feng's smile grew brighter. In the original narrative, the Yi family ultimately sided with Su Fan due to Yi Tongyao. However, when faced with the blade at their throats, they strangely aligned themselves with him. Odd. So very odd. Tongyao, you are gravely mistaken. Please rise. Chu Feng is not worthy of your kneeling. Su Fan howled, his voice torn with anguish. He had faced death and hardship without ever bowing to Chu Feng. How could Yi Tongyao submit so easily? Tongyao, do you know what I despise the most? Chu Feng tilted Yi Tongyao's chin, his palm gently caressing her flawless face. Without waiting for her response, he softly declared, what I detest the most is betrayal. As for traitors, I will make their existence far more unbearable than death. In that moment, the entire Yi family felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, sensing an ominous blade poised above them, ready to descend at any moment. Yi Tongyao had so humiliated herself, yet Chu Feng was still unwilling to forgive her. Truly, he had shattered the barriers of the heart, a rare prodigy indeed. Yi Kuang sighed inwardly, for otherwise, Chu Feng would not treat Yi Tongyao in such a manner. Countless prodigies have struggled with their inner demons, unable to break free even upon reaching the ascension stage, let alone the immortal realm. Yet Chu Feng, at the divine pill stage, had shattered his own emotional barriers, unencumbered and poised for limitless potential. Yi Tongyao felt an icy chill envelop her, her eyes filled with despair as she wept. Chu Feng, I truly recognize my mistakes. I beg you, spare my father and the Yi family. I will serve you wholeheartedly from now on. I have bowed to you. I implore you. Bang, bang. Bang. Yi Tongyao struck her head frantically against the solid floor, her forehead becoming increasingly bloodied and bruised. When had Chu Feng become so merciless? Ying Tian watched with a growing sense of alarm. Such an extraordinary beauty, whose allure could not be overstated, was pleading so desperately, yet Chu Feng remained unmoved. Tongyao no. Su Fan felt himself losing his sanity. He suddenly surged to his feet and lunged at Chu Feng, roaring, Beast, I will kill you. Yet he was no match for Chu Feng, especially with his own powers sealed. Slap. Chu Feng casually struck him down, causing Su Fan's chest to cave in, and he coughed blood. Truly, the ancient forbidden scriptures were formidable. The 9 transformations of the primordial spirit made the avatar and true form nearly indistinguishable. Chu Feng clicked his tongue in wonder. This technique, if all goes as expected, must have been passed to Su Fan in advance by the old man from the Black Ring. The 9 transformations of the celestial god sword art. The 9 transformations of the primordial spirit. Among the entire ancient immortal continent, these were the most supreme techniques, coveted by countless prodigies. Yet they had fallen into the hands of Su Fan, who was but at the divine pill stage. Truly, he was the child of destiny, Chu Feng mused inwardly. To be honest, had it not been for his prior enmity with Su Fan, he would have had no desire to contend with such an indomitable little cockroach, especially one so blessed with fortune. The 9 transformations of the primordial spirit allowed for each transformation to create an avatar indistinguishable from the true form, yet completely under the control of the true self. Moreover, because the avatar was nearly entirely isolated from the true self, unless an immortal emperor descended. Even a true immortal would be unable to locate Chu Feng's true form through the avatar. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold and indifferent as he spoke icily. Yitong, you lack the qualifications to bargain with me. However, in light of our past relationship, I shall grant you one opportunity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The resplendent power of the celestial stars surged forth, coalescing in Chu Feng's grasp into a magnificent sword of starlight. With his own hands, he drove this blade into Chu Feng's skull, declaring, I might consider granting you another chance for redemption. Chu Feng's voice was frigid as he casually discarded the sword before Yitong. It is you who sets Chu Feng free. Thus, it is your hand that must bring his demise. A sharp intake of breath echoed through Ying Tian at that moment, chilled by the brutal ruthlessness of Chu Feng's methods. An unparalleled fiend, murmured Yi Kuang to himself. He showed no mercy towards his enemies. One could only imagine the profound psychological blow Chu Feng would suffer when Yitong plunged the sword into his head. After all, he had come here today to rescue her. Yet now, Yitong would be the one to drive the starlight sword into his very skull. Chu Feng, you heartless beast. I, Chu Feng, vow that I shall not share this world with you. The wounded Chu Feng nearly succumbed to madness upon hearing those words. Struggling, he cast a desperate glance at Yitong, growling, Tong Yao, do not trust Chu Feng. He is unwilling to offer you even a single promise. He merely seeks to utilize your hand to strike at my resolve, to create a rift between us. Do not fall for his deceit. Am I then to trust you? In that instant, Yitong seized the starlight sword with both hands, rising abruptly and driving it mercilessly into Chu Feng's skull. Chu Feng, this strike is my retribution to you. Chapter 32. A son not enough to kill. With a sickening thud, the starlight sword pierced through Chu Feng's brow. A burst of crimson erupting forth, splattering onto Yitong sky-blue gown like a blood-red plum blossom unfurling. Gasping for breath, Yitong looked down at Chu Feng. Her eyes filled with loathing. Blood and flesh marred her forehead, yet her gaze towards Chu Feng was steeped in profound hatred. Once, she had believed in him wholeheartedly. But now her animosity ran equally deep. She had taken immense risks to liberate him from Demo Peak, only for Chu Feng to treat her as a mere pawn against Chu Feng, casting her aside without hesitation at a critical juncture. Yitong was left to bear the anguish of losing a loved one. How could she not harbor hatred? Chu Feng, I wish I could devour your flesh raw. She rasped. The starlight sword, forged from Chu Feng's condensed spiritual essence, was razor-sharp and imbued with tremendous power, driving straight through Chu Feng's head and into the earth below. Boom. The overwhelming force of the celestial stars wreaked havoc within Chu Feng's body, and in an instant, he was left a bloody mess. Tong Yao, why do you not believe me? Chu Feng's eyes widened in profound agony. Yitong had indeed betrayed him. Boom. Suddenly, unable to withstand the tremendous power, Chu Feng's body erupted, a cloud of blood mist swirling forth, the metallic scent overwhelming and nauseating. Chu Feng waved his hand, dispersing the blood mist, and, casting a glance at Yitong, who stood in shock, spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. Confiscate the Yi family's assets. Everything obtained shall be deposited into the treasury of Tianji Peak. The members of the Yi family shall remain within their premises, prohibited from stepping beyond the threshold, awaiting the judgment from the Xianxia's cabinet. In that instant, cries of despair arose among the many direct descendants of the Yi family. It was not a cry of joy, but rather one of temporary relief. Originally, the Tianji guards intended to take them all to be imprisoned at the Xianxia's Demo Peak. Among them, how many would survive? Remaining in the Yi family signified a glimmer of hope for its continued existence. This hope was bought with Yitong's kneeling and that fateful sword thrust. Old fool Yi Kuang, on behalf of the entire Yi family, I express our gratitude for the sun's great mercy. Yi Kuang rose and bowed deeply to Chu Feng. Indeed, Chu Feng had spared their lives, for which they felt compelled to express their gratitude. Their crime was embezzlement, and the Yi family had indeed committed such acts, even though it was common knowledge. This time, however, Chu Feng had brought these matters to light. Thank you, son. Thank you, son. Nearly 1,000 direct descendants of the Yi family, even those who bore expressions of humiliation, could only follow Yi Kuang in bowing deeply to Chu Feng. Where's my father? Yitong's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. Yi Zhenchuan is the principal offender in this significant case and shall be executed tomorrow afternoon. You may come to witness it, Chu Feng replied coldly. Before obtaining the 9 Yang and 9 Yin celestial scriptures, Yitong's primary utility was to be employed against Chu Feng. Beyond that, she was not worth his excessive investment of energy. Yitong's gaze was bittersweet as she watched Chu Feng's indifferent figure. Would she truly never return to the past? Yet the ancestral spirit had said that Chu Feng's decision to execute Yi Jinchuan was to protect her. The ancestral spirit would not be mistaken. Chu Feng paid no further heed to Yi Tongyao, instead turning his attention to the leader of the Tianji guards. Your performance earlier was commendable. What is your name? The leader of the Tianji guards trembled slightly, promptly responding, reporting to the sun, I was taken in by the peak master since childhood and have no name. My code is Xian Wu, the captain of the Tianji Guard Xian Army's 100-man squad. Good. Chu Feng nodded slightly. Many within the Tianji guards were indeed orphans with exceptional talents raised by Lu Wudao, cultivated from a young age, and remained fiercely loyal to Tianji Peak. Xian Wu, you shall be responsible for overseeing the Yi family from now on. Chu Feng spoke casually, patting Xian Wu's shoulder with a smile. I apologize for putting you in a difficult position earlier. Xian Wu, a peak cultivator at the fusion stage, was exceedingly thrilled at that moment. The master had actually patted his shoulder. Despite being at the pinnacle of his cultivation, he understood that he was merely an ordinary squad leader within Tianji Peak. If nothing unexpected occurred, given his talent and the lack of resources directed towards him, his life would likely reach its end without further advancement. But Chu Feng's future was boundless. To serve the young master, Xian Wu would not hesitate to sacrifice even his life without a moment's thought. Standing tall, he declared, I will not disappoint. Very well. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. At that moment, Lu Mei approached, glancing at Ying Tian before quietly speaking to Chu Feng, senior brother. Why not keep Su Fan's avatar? Upon noticing Lu Mei's gaze, Chu Feng understood her thoughts and replied with a smile. Su Fan cultivates an ancient forbidden technique. The 9 transformations of the Yuan spirit. His avatars exist independently from his true self. Even a master might struggle to locate his true essence. Valuable information cannot be gleaned from a mere avatar. Chu Feng shook his head, turning his attention back to Ying Tian. A glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes as he added, moreover, why waste excessive effort dealing with such a puppet prince? From the very beginning, he has never regarded Ying Tian as a worthy opponent. In the original tale, without Su Fan and Ying Ziyue, even as the prince, Ying Tian would have had no opportunity to ascend to the throne. He is nothing but a fool. Upon hearing that Su Fan's avatar had been slain, Ying Tian, having just begun to breathe a sigh of relief, was instantly consumed by rage at Chu Feng's words. He roared, Chu Feng, you have repeatedly humiliated this prince. I will not let this matter rest. No one had ever dared to so brazenly insult and trample upon his dignity. Chu Feng's gaze remained indifferent as he replied, to be frank, aside from your title as prince, you possess no qualifications that merit my attention. Were it not for Su Fan, you wouldn't even qualify to be my opponent. However, I am in a good mood today and can offer you a chance to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Disclose Su Fan's whereabouts, and I assure you, the throne of the Feng Tian dynasty will be yours. Lu Mei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Her voice laced with a menacing aura. Ying Tian, you would do well to consider this carefully. To oppose me for the sake of a mere Su Fan is a consequence you cannot bear. Ying Tian's expression darkened, a cold smile gracing his lips as he retorted. I am oblivious to what you speak of, and I have no knowledge of Su Fan's location. He has infiltrated the Imperial Guards and is the foremost criminal of the Feng Tian dynasty. Should the Tianji Peak discover Su Fan's true identity, I implore you to inform this prince, and I shall personally execute him. As for his infiltration into the Imperial Guards, I acknowledge my oversight. And if the holy son of Chu Feng wishes to report this to the cabinet, so be it. The humiliation I have endured today will not be forgotten. I shall repay it in kind. Sule, lead the others away. With that, Ying Tian turned to leave the Yi family estate. Attempt to depart without my consent? At that moment, the indifferent voice of Chu Feng resonated. Those who have struck my Tianji guards believe they can leave so easily? Inform the Xianzong. Where shall I place the dignity of Tianji Peak? By my command. The enchanting Miao Yin raised her hand, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the area, infused with celestial power that darkened the skies. Ying Tian felt an overwhelming force pinning him down, rendering him incapable of lifting even a finger. Chu Feng, what do you intend to do? Ying Tian bellowed in rage. I am the heir apparent of the dynasty. Dare you lay a hand on me? The consequences would be dire. Do not forget, we are in Feng Tian City, not your Tianji Peak. Within the cabinet, the dynasty and the main peak are equals. My status is not far beneath yours. No, 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 Chu Feng replied, shaking his head with a smile. I do not wish to harm you. I merely intend to impart a lesson. He stepped closer to Ying Tian, his tone casual. Previously, did you not flaunt your status as crown prince? Arrogant and threatening my subordinates? What are you planning? A flicker of fear crossed Ying Tian's eyes, an intense sense of foreboding surging within him as he shouted, Su Lei, what are you waiting for? Quickly save this prince. Any who dare to move shall be executed on the spot. Lu Mei's murderous fury surged forth. Her hand raised as a brilliant light erupted, annihilating a thunder guard and his steed instantaneously. By my command, Xian Wu bellowed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he led all Tianji guards to encircle the Thunder Guard army. Those who dare act recklessly shall be slain immediately. No need for consultation. Cough, cough. At that moment, Yi Kuang, the elder of the Yi family, lightly coughed twice, a dreadful pressure instantly radiating from him, sealing the space around them. The Holy Sun has given his orders. We are merely to seal the Yi family. If you engage in conflict here, the millennia-old foundation of the Yi family will be obliterated. Though he spoke of both sides, it was evident that Yi Kuang had chosen to stand with Chu Feng. At this juncture, many strong members of the Yi family stepped forward, subtly sealing the movements of the Thunder Guard army. Yi Kuang, you old fool. I am the Crown Prince, a representative of the dynasty's honor. Do you not fear the annihilation of your clan for betraying the dynasty? Ying Tian roared. Your Highness, the Yi family has always been loyal to His Majesty, and our allegiance to the Xinzong is as evident as the sun and moon. Yi Kuang replied with a calm demeanor. As a formidable figure in the great ascension stage, during the peak of the Yi family's power, he and the Crown Prince were equals. He would not cower before Ying Tian's threats. Moreover, he had come to realize that the only one who could save the Yi family now was Chu Feng. Slap. Suddenly, Chu Feng stepped in front of Ying Tian and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to oppose me? Return and inform Emperor Tian one that if he wishes to ally with Wu Ji Peak against me, let him come himself. There is no need to send his offspring to test the waters. Otherwise, I fear he will find his sons insufficient for my purposes. Chapter 33, Chancellor of the Dynasty. Imperial Master. Slap. Chu Feng's gaze was frigid as he raised his hand for another strike. At the gates of the royal city, Ying Hong was publicly executed. Yet Ying Tian chose to come here, where he had little connection with the Yi family. What could this unusual reaction possibly signify? Such behavior could not merely be attributed to Xu Fan's close ties with Ying Ziyu. It was evident that Ying Tian had received directives or perhaps subtle hints from Emperor Tian I. What prince dares to issue commands without the emperor's consent? This puppet prince would not dare intervene in the affairs of a second-rank official without the emperor's approval. The reigning Emperor Tian I was still alive. To be a prince and yet overstep the emperor's authority in ministerial matters is a grave transgression. Unless Ying Tian is courting death. Although Ying Tian was a fool, he was not foolish enough to that extent. Chu Feng could see through this clearly. Yet, the clearer he saw, the more acutely he felt the emperor's ruthlessness. And the more he sensed the depths of Emperor Tian Wen's cunning. Scoundrel! 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 Chu Feng, I will never rest until you are dead. Ying Tian screamed, his eyes bloodshot. A noble prince of the dynasty, yet subjected to slaps in the face. This was a humiliation beyond measure. Could a prince, who has been struck in such a manner, ever ascend to the throne? Perhaps, but the chances are slim. Moreover, Ying Tian understood all too well that in the eyes of Emperor Tian I, he was merely a compliant puppet. Should he lose his utility, the emperor could easily replace him. You dare speak of a vendetta against me? You are not worthy. Chu Feng replied coolly. Brother, why not simply render him incapacitated? Lu Mei suggested, her voice filled with fierce intent. Emperor Tian I may be a crafty old tortoise, but he has plenty of eggs to spare. Should this one be disposed of, he can easily find another. Chu Feng chuckled, glancing at Lu Mei, who seemed to revel in her reckless audacity. After all, Ying Tian was still the crown prince. To incapacitate him might not spark a direct confrontation with Emperor Tian I. But other main peaks would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. It was not an unconsidered option. Although he had reached a decision in his mind, Chu Feng pretended to ponder for a moment, as if weighing the feasibility of the act. Though a mere waste, a rabid dog can still bite when cornered, and that alone can be quite troublesome. If I incapacitate him, what could Emperor Tian I possibly do to me? In an instant, Ying Tian's complexion drained of color. Suddenly, he recalled that the figure before him was none other than Chu Feng, arrogant, domineering, and reckless, renowned throughout the sect for his disregard for consequences. Yet, his master was immensely powerful, a grand elder of the sect. Many formidable individuals seethed with envy but were powerless to act against him. Ying Hong was publicly executed. Despite his status as crown prince, if this individual truly lost his temper and rendered him incapacitated, it was not outside the realm of possibility. Chu Feng, do not act rashly. I am the crown prince of the dynasty, appointed by the cabinet of the Xinzong. Ying Tian stammered, fear evident in his voice. To incapacitate me would have severe repercussions. Spare me this time, and I promise I shall never oppose you again. In that moment, fear consumed Ying Tian, and his attitude underwent a complete transformation. He was genuinely terrified. This is a world where strength is revered, even if he lost his status as crown prince. As long as he possessed strength, he could still live as a carefree prince. But without strength, he would have nothing. A worthless being could never hope to retain the title of crown prince. Oh, did you not claim you would pursue a vendetta against me? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips. It appears that the original protagonist's reputation for arrogance and tyranny, while not entirely devoid of merit, has at least served a purpose. At the very least, it has terrified Ying Tian to the point of near death. I was mistaken. This is my fault, and I apologize to you, Ying Tian uttered, his face ashen, humiliation evident in his eyes. Hypocritical, presenting one facade while concealing another, it is no wonder he can count Su Batian as a friend. Lu Mei coldly reprimanded. Brother, this scoundrel is better off disposed of. He is simply irksome to behold. At that moment, Ying Tian felt an overwhelming urge to weep aloud. Why is it that whatever I say is wrong? Is Wuji Peak renowned for producing such unreasonable disciples? Previously, there was only Chu Feng, but now his junior sister is even more troublesome, resorting to threats of murder without a shred of decorum. Who dares to show themselves? At that instant, Miao Yin suddenly barked an order, raising her hand to strike the heavens, causing the sky to collapse into a swirling vortex. Oh, Miao Yin, please show mercy. This old body cannot withstand your antics. An elderly hunchback clad in a black robe adorned with white cranes emerged from the vortex, a smile gracing his face as he said, I have merely come to convey a message of peace from the Holy Sun and the Crown Prince. We are all elite prodigies of the immortal sect. It would be unwise for our own to engage in battle, giving outsiders cause for laughter. Tu Tianxiang, you old rascal. I thought you were dead. Miao Yin, the fairy of the immortal realm, regarded him with a flicker of wariness, then turned to Chu Feng and said, Young master. This old fellow is the teacher of Emperor Tianwen and serves as the prime minister of the Feng Tian dynasty. While the emperor is in seclusion, it is Ying Tian who nominally governs, but in truth, the power lies in his hands. He is the emperor's most trusted confidant. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, The imperial teacher Tu Tianxiang, I am aware of him, a discarded heir of the Tu family from Riji Peak, who gained the favor of the previous emperor and became the teacher of Emperor Tianwen. I cannot believe this old fellow has been summoned. He recalled that in the original text, the Feng Tian dynasty had faced a significant crisis, the only occasion when Emperor Tianwen had intervened. On that occasion, the seemingly ordinary Tu Tianxiang had revealed strength surpassing that of Emperor Tianwen, slaying a true immortal. Of course, it was only in the later chapters that Emperor Tianwen emerged as the pinnacle figure. However, Tu Tianxiang's role in those events is undeniably significant, aside from his own prowess. He serves as the emperor's most crucial advisor and aide. Most importantly, he hails from the Tu family of Riji Peak, one of the 7 main peaks of Ling Yun immortal sect. Unlike Tianji Peak, every peak lord of Riji Peak bears the surname Tu, and the majority of its powerful practitioners also share that name. The Tu family is a colossal entity entrenched within the Ling Yun immortal sect, and their influence cannot be overlooked. Chu Feng even suspected that Tu Tianxiang was sent by the immortal sect to monitor the Feng Tian dynasty. After all, although it is ostensibly an autonomous dynasty, how could the immortal sect refrain from intervening? Yet, due to Emperor Tianwen's inscrutable methods, he had managed to subdue Tu Tianxiang, making him his most essential ally. Prime Minister Tianxiang, I have long admired your esteemed name, which resounds like thunder. Chu Feng replied with indifference. My master instructed me to pay my respects to you upon arriving at the Feng Tian dynasty. I did not expect that during our first meeting, you would come as the representative of Emperor Tianwen to oppose my Tianji Peak. Holy son of Chu Feng, please remember to convey my gratitude to Brother Wu Dao for his concern. This old body can endure a few more years. Tu Tianxiang continued to smile amiably. My visit today is unrelated to His Majesty. I have come of my own accord. The Feng Tian dynasty is subordinate to the immortal sect, loyal to the entire sect. How could we conspire with Wuji Peak against Tianji Peak? The royal family of Feng Tian has always maintained amicable relations with Tianji Peak. The heavens bear witness. His Majesty harbors no ill will towards Tianji Peak. Oh, was that a message from Emperor Tianwen? Chu Feng smiled. Yet upon visiting the royal family, I felt their overwhelming sincerity. First, they had Ying Hong represent the royal family in publicly provoking me at the Holy Heaven Tower. Then the Crown Prince Ying Hong appeared, even dispatching the Imperial Guard. Now, here you are, the Imperial Teacher and Prime Minister, personally coming to negotiate. Truly, I am taken aback by this unexpected honor. At that moment, Tu Tianxiang abruptly waved his hand, enveloping Chu Feng in a veil of mystical profundity, shielding them from external scrutiny. Holy son of Chu, since we have reached this juncture, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. Tu Tianxiang's smile vanished. his expression turning grave as he glanced toward the Ling Yun immortal sect. I trust you have come to realize that Chu Feng's escape from Damo Peak is a matter of great significance. Damo Peak is a forbidden ground of the sect, imprisoning countless demons, alien deities, true immortals, and even stronger beings. Perhaps even those nearing the status of an immortal emperor. It is undoubtedly the most fortified and heavily guarded place within the immortal sect. Yet, Chu Feng, whom you ordered to be cast into Damo Peak, managed to escape from there. Do you truly believe your fiancé, even armed with your holy son's token and aided by Su Batian, possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat? If it were so simple, the immortal sect would have been obliterated long ago. Therefore, there is much more to this than meets the eye within the immortal sect. The ones capable of silently releasing Chu Feng from Damo Peak, allowing him to escape without a trace. Number no more than 5. Chapter 34. Ying Tian's mental breakdown. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he replied. So what exactly are you trying to convey? Tu Tianxiang spoke solemnly. Brother Wu Dao must have realized that the situation is far from straightforward, which is why he entrusted you with a portion of Tianji Peak's strength in advance to ensure your safety. Under these circumstances, if you were to publicly execute Yi Zhengchuan and make a grand display of coming to the royal city to deal with the Yi family, His Majesty, pressured from external forces, would have no choice but to feign a symbolic response. However, His Majesty is caught in a dilemma and does not wish to antagonize Tianji Peak. Otherwise, how could the Feng Tian dynasty, as a vassal state, allow such a thing? If His Majesty does not wish for Ying Hong to die, it would not be so simple for you to carry out the slow torture of Ying Hong. Chu Feng's expression tightened slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a tremor within. He had indeed underestimated Emperor Tianwen. That figure's cunning and insight into the situation extended far deeper than he had imagined. In truth, holy son of Chu, your imprisonment of Yi Zhengchuan and your intention to publicly execute him have kept me vigilant. Tu Tianxiang stated gravely. Had it not been for your earlier message to the Crown Prince to relay to His Majesty, I would never have personally intervened. Your misunderstanding of the Feng Tian dynasty runs too deep. His Majesty also faces his own difficulties. Chu Feng replied coolly. So, you, or rather the Emperor Tianwen behind you, wish to play both sides, trying not to offend either? Protecting Chu Feng while opposing me, yet still seeking my understanding? Chu Feng's eyes turned cold. Do you think me weak, that Tianji Peak is in a position of disadvantage, and that we are easy to bully? Holy son of Chu, you have misjudged His Majesty and me. Tu Tianxiang sighed ruefully. We of the Feng Tian dynasty are merely vassals of the immortal sect. Forced to bow our heads under the eaves, we have no choice. Thus, His Majesty has not only discarded Ying Hong and Ying Shui, but has also dealt with his own son, Ying Hong, to vent his frustrations on you. However, you cannot further dispose of the Crown Prince of the dynasty, His Majesty's eldest son. Chu Feng spoke with indifference. If it is to be ruined, then so be it. I cannot swallow this anger. The one from the infinite peak in the depths of the sect wishes to cross paths with me. Fine, for now, I cannot touch them. But you, the Feng Tian dynasty. A cold smile graced Chu Feng's lips as he refrained from elaborating further. While the dynasty appeared to hold equal status with the main peak, it was merely a facade. Vassals would always remain vassals. Tu Tianxiang forced a bitter smile, replying, what does the Holy Son desire? As long as the Feng Tian dynasty can provide it, I shall earnestly petition His Majesty on your behalf. The Crown Prince truly cannot be rendered useless. Otherwise, the dignity of the royal family will be utterly diminished. Agree to 3 conditions of mine, and I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Regarding the royal family's protection of Chu Feng, I could also choose to turn a blind eye, Chu Feng declared. What conditions? Please, Holy Son, speak. Firstly, I am in need of a capable personal maid who can stand on the stage, and I find that Xianxia would be quite suitable, Chu Feng stated nonchalantly. Holy Son, you truly put me in a difficult position, Tu Tianxiang sighed. Princess Xianxia possesses extraordinary talent and is favored by His Majesty. Furthermore, persuading her to serve as your maid may not be agreeable to her. Do not jest, old sir. I have faith in your capabilities, Chu Feng replied, his tone devoid of warmth. The second condition is that the upcoming cabinet meeting is about to convene. My master wishes to open the divine secret realm, and I hope the Feng Tian dynasty will offer robust support during the meeting. Of course, my Tianji Peak will not allow His Majesty to exert himself without recompense. I can grant the dynasty 3 entries into the secret realm. Cough, cough, cough. The divine secret realm. This. I cannot respond to this condition. Tu Tianxiang's expression changed suddenly, and he began to cough violently, appearing as if his life was hanging by a thread. Senior Tianxiang, please take care of your health. Stay at your residence and recuperate. The weather outside is frigid, lest you catch a chill, Chu Feng chuckled. As for the third condition, I have not yet decided. Let it suffice that the emperor owes me a condition, Chu Feng added casually. Cough, cough, cough. My health is not well. Cough. Cough, cough. I shall first discuss this with His Majesty and provide a response to the Holy Sun thereafter, Tu Tianxiang said. His face flushed from the fit of coughing. He turned swiftly to leave, seemingly eager to escape any further unreasonable demands from Chu Feng, vanishing from sight in a heartbeat. Before long, Tu Tianxiang soared into the royal palace, his coughing subsiding, and a grave expression replaced his previous demeanor. His hunchback straightened instantly. What an audacious individual. Another prodigy from Tianji Peak, this generation of immortal sex is becoming increasingly lively. Tu Tianxiang adjusted his attire and strode confidently into the palace, shedding any semblance of frailty. Meanwhile, on the other side, senior brother, what did Tu Tianxiang say to you? Lu Mei inquired curiously, her demeanor only softening in Chu Feng's presence. He said everything and yet nothing at all, Chu Feng replied, ruffling Lu Mei's hair. It is exceedingly difficult to extract anything of value from an old fox like him. Lu Mei furrowed her brow, her voice laced with menace. Aren't the people of the Tu family known for their forthrightness and fiery tempers? How did such a cunning old man emerge among them? Perhaps I should find a way to eliminate him. However, I cannot gauge his strength. Even the palm strike from the mistress of Miaoying Palace failed to harm him, Lu Mei mused, visibly contemplating ways to deal with Tu Tianxiang. Miaoying Xianji couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Chu Feng chuckled, there is no need to eliminate him. His existence may indeed benefit my Tianji Peak. Lu Mei's frown deepened. Senior brother, you speak in riddles that I cannot comprehend. Then let us dispose of Ying Tian instead. I shall personally render him useless, Lu Mei declared, her eyes glinting with determination. Ying Tian looked on the verge of collapse, trapped under the influence of Miaoying Xianji, helplessly watching Tu Tianxiang arrive and depart in haste. Not even sparing him a glance. Why not take him away? Ying Tian was convinced that Lu Mei genuinely intended to ruin him. Just a pitiful puppet. Miaoying. Let him go? Chu Feng shook his head, his tone devoid of interest in further entanglements with Ying Tian. Understood, young master. Lu Mei replied, disappointment evident in her voice. Then I shall seek another opportunity to eliminate him. Once released by Miaoying Xianji, Ying Tian fled from the Yi family estate, practically rolling and crawling away, as if escaping from hell itself, eliciting a bemused chuckle from Chu Feng. With such cowardice, he could only pretend to be formidable before a minor character like Xian Wu. It was no wonder he became a pawn of Ying Ziyue in the original narrative. In the Tianxian pavilion, Ying Ziyue faced Chu Feng's overwhelming presence without flinching, showing little change in her expression or uttering any empty threats. Just this alone set her far apart from her brother, Ying Tian. Ying Ziyue's reaction to being asked to serve as his personal maid would surely be entertaining. Chu Feng's gaze deepened. This would mark his first encounter with Chu Fan since his rebirth. Undeniably, Chu Fan's exhibited potential instilled in him a sense of caution. Having barely escaped from Damo Peak, he had already regained much of his strength and even cultivated to the 9th transformation of the Yuan spirit, creating no small amount of trouble for Chu Feng. Such a child of fortune must not be underestimated. Chapter 35. Chu Fan's mind crumbles. The Zhuge family. Pu. A middle-aged figure hovered in the sky, emanating an aura of immense terror, striking down the plaque at the entrance of the Zhuge family estate with a single hand, coldly declaring, Zhuge Jingyue, a month has elapsed, and I give you 3 days to produce 1 million high-grade spirit stones, or vacate the residence and offer the property as recompense. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Zhuge Jingyue stood at the entrance, her expression devoid of emotion, replying, Yu Zhongming. My father rendered great favors to your Yuehua gang during his lifetime. Is this how you repay the Zhuge family? If Zhuge Xiong were alive, I would naturally repay your Zhuge family, but he perished because of you. You harbinger of misfortune, Yu Zhongming retorted coldly. My Yuehua gang has suffered substantial losses due to our association with your Zhuge family, with precious materials and goods frequently pilfered. Zhuge Jingyue. I have already shown considerable leniency by waiting until now to demand repayment. I grant you 3 days. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Yu Zhongming turned and swiftly vanished into the sky. Only after Yu Zhongming's figure disappeared did Zhuge Jingyue, who had maintained a pale countenance, sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from behind the Zhuge family gate. A mere initial stage cultivator dares to come to our Zhuge family to demand debts, even daring to knock down our family plaque. A young man gritted his teeth. Not only the Yuehua gang, but also the Lian family, the Ming Trading Company, and others. When our ancestors were alive, they fawned over our Zhuge family. Now, look how they have taken away a significant portion of our valuable assets. If only our ancestors were still here, or at least one strong cultivator from our clan were alive, we would not have fallen to such depths. Alas, Who would have thought we would have a chaste and virtuous maiden in our midst? A woman remarked. What chaste maiden? Just a harbinger of misfortune. A chorus of young men and women debated amongst themselves, openly disparaging Zhuge Jingyue. Enough, Zhuge Jingyue shouted, golden divine light erupting as she suppressed the numerous young men and women. Zhuge Yao, who were you referring to as a chaste maiden? Zhuge Jingyue approached the woman before her, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. I didn't say anything about you, Zhuge Yao stammered, her complexion paling as she spoke, never imagining that Zhuge Jingyue would unleash her fury so directly this time. And you, who dared to call me a harbinger of misfortune? With a swift and chilling voice, Zhuge Jingyue struck each of them across the face with resounding slaps. Given her prowess, those young scions of the family had no standing to resist her. The assembled youth of the Zhuge clan seethed with indignation, yet remained silent until Zhuge Jingyue had walked away. Suddenly, Zhuge Yao gritted her teeth and shouted after her, Zhuge Jingyue, is it wrong to call you a chaste and virtuous woman? If it weren't for your condition, how could the ancestor have chosen to forcibly transcend the tribulation? How could your father, Zhuge Xiong, have purchased so many precious tribulation items, leading our family into such insurmountable debt? Had you chosen to relinquish your body earlier, the Zhuge family would not be in this predicament. With Zhuge Yao leading the charge, the other youths chimed in loudly. Indeed, you are the true harbinger of misfortune. All the elders of the family perished because of you, my grandfather included, and my great-grandfather too. If you have the guts, then go ahead and kill us all. After all, we have been expelled from the Zhuge family mansion and have nothing left. Leaving the royal city is but a road to death. At this moment, Zhuge Jingyue paused in her tracks, standing motionless for a long while before her voice emerged. It is I who owe you all. Soon, I shall repay you in full. However, from this day forth, we shall sever all ties, and there shall be no further connections between us. In the blink of an eye, Zhuge Jingyue's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the Zhuge residence, a deep growl echoed. Chu Feng, I vow to tear you limb from limb. Yi Tongyao, you have betrayed me. Thud. In the courtyard, Chu Feng's eyes were filled with venomous rage, his lips stained with blood, hair disheveled, and a dark aura emanating from his body, resembling a demonic figure. Inside the room, it resembled a wreckage. Every piece of furniture lay utterly destroyed by Chu Feng's rampaging aura. Xiao Fan, rein in your emotions. Be wary of falling into madness. Can't you see that Chu Feng is deliberately targeting your mind and will? Yi Tongyao is merely under his control. Within the black ring, Yin Lao's voice rang out, and a vast celestial sound dispersed through Chu Feng's consciousness, pulling him back from the brink of madness. Yin Lao, Tongyao has betrayed me. She must have informed Chu Feng that I remain in the royal city and would go to the Yi family to take her away. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chu Feng to appear so swiftly. Chu Feng's voice was low and hoarse. He was consumed by hatred. The sword that Yi Tongyao had thrust into his head, her final, cold, and resolute gaze, all returned to him through his doppelganger, causing his heart to ache almost to suffocation. Betrayed by the one he loved, it was a heart-wrenching agony. Yin Lao spoke solemnly. None of us anticipated that Chu Feng would break through the mental barriers so swiftly and undergo such drastic changes, even going so far as to target Yi Zhenchuan. Yi Tongyao, you must understand, is merely a naive girl who has faced little adversity under such duress. It is not surprising that she would be coerced into action by Chu Feng. Yet you must not let this affect your spirit. Tomorrow, you must still venture to Lingyun Immortal Sect to rescue Yi Zhenchuan. Yi Tongyao risked her life to save you. This is a fact. She may show you no mercy, but you must not be unjust to her. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, you will hold no value. You must demonstrate your potential to them. Only then will they assist you against Chu Feng. Chu Fan let out a low growl, but Yin Lao, I am unwilling. Chu Fan, remember, only by becoming a supreme being do you earn the right to make choices. Yin Lao replied coldly. For now, you are still weak. If you wish to attain everything, you must strive to grow stronger at any cost. Chu Fan gasped for breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. After a long moment, he gradually regained his composure, saying, Yin Lao, I lost control. Today, I, Chu Fan, swear by the heavens that when I reach the pinnacle, I will make Chu Feng pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold for today's transgressions. Indeed, excellent. Yin Lao responded with satisfaction. Although Yi Tongyao has betrayed you, she remains significant. If the opportunity arises, it is best to bring her along. Her Xian Yin Meigu combined with the 9 Yin Immortal Canon and the 9 Yang Immortal Canon holds boundless potential. After this incident, I will take you to the Immortal King's secret realm to obtain those 2 immortal scriptures. A true strong man does not dwell on momentary gains or losses. In ancient times, The 10,000 calamities immortal emperor endured 10,000 tribulations, failing countless times before finally attaining the path of the immortal emperor. The road to immortal emperor has never been smooth. Chu Feng nodded. I understand, Yin Lao. I will now seek out Ziyue to procure the holy celestial grass and forge a demon king doppelganger. Even if I must confront Chu Feng directly, I will still possess the strength to fight. Someone is coming, Yin Lao remarked casually. At that moment, Zhuge Jingyue pushed open the door and entered. Upon seeing the disheveled room and the bloodied Chu Feng, her brow furrowed slightly. I made a minor error in my cultivation. Please forgive me. Chu Feng smiled and said, Jingyue, I truly appreciate your help this time. That Chu Feng has sent people on a frenzied hunt throughout the immortal sect and various royal dynasties. Were it not for you, I would have been lost as to where to hide. He would never expect that I would conceal myself right under his nose. Zhuge Jingyue's expression regained its calm as she replied, Chu Feng, I came here specifically regarding that matter. I'm afraid you can no longer stay here. Chu Feng's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly forced a smile. Are you also fearful of Chu Feng's might, worried that I may bring you trouble? Fear not. I shall not burden you. I will leave after tonight. Zhuge Jingyue shook her head. It is too late. You must leave immediately. I have already sent someone to inform Chu Feng, the Holy Sun, that you are hiding within the Zhuge family. Within the hour, Chu Feng and the Heavenly Extreme Guard will arrive. You must hurry and depart. Jingyue, are you jesting with me? Chu Feng's smile froze. Zhuge Jingyue's expression remained impassive. You know I never jest. Why? Chu Feng's breath quickened, fists clenched, his voice suddenly hoarse. Why must you do this? Because I must save the Zhuge family. I cannot allow the family to perish because of me. A hint of bitterness flashed in Zhuge Jingyue's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, stating, I have decided to become Chu Feng's furnace. The next time we meet, we shall be mortal enemies. In 1 hour, I will personally lead people to hunt you down. Now go. Boom. Chu Feng's aura erupted uncontrollably, overturning the room, his eyes suddenly turning blood red as he roared, Zhuge Jingyue, you too will kneel before Chu Feng. Yi Tongyao has betrayed me, and now you too have turned against me, stabbing me in the back. The successive betrayals shattered Chu Feng's already fragile mind. His thoughts in chaos. Within the Black Ring, Yin Lao's voice abruptly resounded. Chu Feng, you are being influenced by the blood of the Demon King. Calm down. Now is not the time to dwell on this. Chu Feng, we are merely ordinary friends. I have protected you for many days. I have already shown you enough kindness. Where does betrayal come into play? Zhuge Jingyue furrowed her brow. This is betrayal. Those who betray me shall meet a wretched end. Chu Feng suddenly roared, his blood-red eyes glowing with fury as he growled, with the body of the Kuei water, if you intend to serve as a furnace for Chu Feng, it would be better for me to savor the pleasures first. Boom. In an instant, Chu Feng unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at Zhuge Jingyue's pristine forehead. Chapter 36. Enlightenment again? Chu Feng, have you lost your mind? Old Yan's voice erupted from the Black Ring. Your mind has been disturbed by the blood of the Demon King. Awaken, awaken, awaken. The Black Ring shimmered, and Old Yan's voice reverberated in Chu Feng's mind. However, this time, Chu Feng had been overwhelmed by successive blows, his thoughts muddled, and under the interference of the Demon King's blood, he exhibited signs of complete demonic corruption. Old Yan's shouts had no effect whatsoever. Kill, kill, kill. Chu Feng growled, his eyes crimson, unleashing a punch filled with demonic energy. Chu Feng, you have succumbed to darkness. Zhuge Jingyue's brow knitted in anger. She despised the mention of the Kuei water body. However, feeling guilty towards Chu Feng this time, she refrained from retaliating immediately. Lightly tapping her toes on the ground to retreat. Embrace the darkness. Hee hee. I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it. Chu Feng laughed wickedly. Zhuge Jingyue, you wish to be Chu Feng's furnace? Then allow me to indulge in the delights of the Kuei water body first. His laughter was imbued with a sinister allure. The demonic energy emanating from his pores soon enveloping the entire room, disrupting Zhuge Jingyue's mind. Boom. Chu Feng's fist followed closely, targeting Zhuge Jingyue's pristine forehead. The demonic energy swirling menacingly, its destructive force astonishing. The space around them warped under the pressure of his impending strike, even before his fist made contact. A trickle of crimson blood oozed from Zhuge Jingyue's forehead, responding to the tremendous sense of oppression. At that moment, within the space shrouded in demonic energy, pairs of men and women appeared, engaged in exquisite acts, their moans resonating through the air. Although Zhuge Jingyue recognized these were mere illusions conjured by demonic intent, the vivid imagery profoundly disrupted her mind. Moreover, she had first-hand experience of Chu Feng's terrifying combat prowess. She knew he could easily slay beings at the pinnacle of the divine pill stage, making it unwise to underestimate him. Chu Feng, you have crossed the line. Zhuge Jingyue channeled her energy, her body radiating golden light, her eyes regaining clarity as she shouted in fury. War God Avatar. Suppress. Boom. A colossal figure of a war god descended from the heavens, crashing into the swirling demonic energy, obliterating the countless illusions of men and women. An overwhelming pressure manifesting to suppress all. Zhuge Jingyue glowed with power, her fist striking out as the war god's figure followed suit. A punch unleashed with blinding golden light and boundless battle intent. Bang! The fists collided with a resounding thud. The courtyard was instantly uprooted, reduced to dust. Boom! An endless wave of pressure erupted, sending Chu Feng stumbling back 3 steps, while Zhuge Jingyue was forced to retreat a dozen paces, her complexion slightly pale. Under the enhancement of the Demon King's blood, the corrupted Chu Feng's combat strength far exceeded his previous self. However, at that moment, blood continued to seep from his pores. Chu Feng, swiftly suppress the demonic intent. If it invades your mind, it will be too late for regrets. Old Yan's voice was filled with urgency. Do not forget. This is the territory of the Zhuge family. Buzz, a towering demonic figure rose behind Chu Feng, seemingly connecting the heavens, its vast form exuding a chilling aura. Chu Feng emitted a sinister laugh, his voice infused with demonic allure, directly infiltrating Zhuge Jingyue's ears, causing her face to flush as her mind involuntarily conjured embarrassing scenes. Jingyue, I am coming. Chu Feng disregarded old Yan entirely, lunging forward, the shadow of the Demon King raising its hand to strike down upon Zhuge Jingyue. Chu Feng, I truly misjudged you. From this day forth, we owe each other nothing. You take your own path, and I shall take mine. Zhuge Jingyue, despite her usually calm demeanor, was now furious, her voice booming. Spear of the war god, kill, kill, kill. The echo of the war god drowned out the myriad seductive sounds in her mind. A golden spear materialized in Zhuge Jingyue's hand and was hurled with a thunderous force, piercing through the demonic figure's hand. Yet, Chu Feng retaliated with a blow that sent Zhuge Jingyue flying. Uft! Zhuge Jingyue spat blood, crashing through a pavilion. Jingyue, I am coming. Chu Feng's laughter was wicked as he dove into the wreckage of the pavilion. Yet at that moment, furious shouts erupted from the Zhuge family, the commotion finally alerting the powerful beings in their ranks. As a once preeminent family, although their grand ancestor and formidable beings had perished, they were not a mere divine pill-stage individual who could act recklessly in this domain. Demonic fiend, prepare to die. Suppress. Boom. In an instant, 5 colossal hands of transformation emerged from the heavens, their terrifying power crashing down towards the corrupted Chu Feng. Before the hands could make contact, the overwhelming intent to kill caused Chu Feng to cough up blood, plummeting from midair and crashing hard to the ground. The transformation stage was 2 major realms above the initial divine pill stage. Moreover, the Zhuge family's transformation stage was not ordinary. There were even 2 at the peak of that realm. Even the most prodigious genius could not hope to transcend numerous realms, let alone face 5 formidable beings of the transformation stage. Old Yan, save me. In that moment, under the oppressive pressure, Chu Feng's gaze briefly regained clarity. Yet the intense murderous intent nearly suffocated him, the threat of death permeating his heart. This was beyond what he could contend with at this moment. Xiao Fan, you are far too impulsive. Old Yan sighed, the black ring suddenly glowing, enveloping Chu Feng's body. In that instant, his demeanor transformed, radiating an imposing aura. A mere clown dares to act recklessly. Chu Feng crossed his arms behind his back, coldly declaring, as the 5 colossal hands trembled under an unseen force. Shattering in the heavens. Who dares to be so audacious in the city of the Heavenly King? At that moment, an icy female voice resonated from the heavens. A colossal white hand stretching forth, dominating the sky. The sacred sky tower within the extreme sky palace also began to shine, as if sensing a formidable external threat. Ready to rise and suppress all evil. Chu Feng, show mercy where mercy is due. Chu Feng's voice was cold and authoritative. One must understand the cycle of karma. Misdeeds will inevitably be repaid in due time. Glowing with radiant energy, Chu Feng's form twisted in the space behind him, vanishing into a swirling vortex. The immense white hand tore through space, plunging into the void. Yet Chu Feng's figure had already disappeared amidst the chaotic currents of the void. Forgive me, young master. For the demonic essence possessing Chu Feng has likely surpassed celestial levels. He is intent on fleeing, and my power is insufficient to contain him. In the heavens, Miao Yi knelt before Chu Feng, her expression filled with remorse. This is not your fault. Chu Feng shook his head and smiled, bending down to assist Miao Yi in rising. This realm of lingering thoughts transcends the mere notion of surpassing the immortal realm. It is entirely normal that you cannot contend with him. Old Yan, Chu Feng's gaze pierced through the torn fabric of the void, his eyes deep and cold. The strength of this individual in life was far beyond the simple classification of surpassing the celestial level. In the ancient Golden Age, he was among the pinnacle of existences. Chu Fan's acquisition of the Black Ring, or rather, the aid of this being, was the most significant manifestation of his flourishing fortune. I shall observe how long that ethereal luck of yours can sustain you. Chu Feng's eyes glimmered with icy resolve. This was the first time Chu Fan's true form was exposed before him. He believed that soon there would be a second and a third. Chu Feng had never subscribed to the idea of nebulous fate. He held steadfast to the conviction that as long as his strength was formidable enough, if Chu Fan dared to make even the slightest misstep, he would unhesitatingly eradicate him, leaving no opportunities for escape. The cycle of cause and effect was a belief only held by the weak. Chu Feng's voice, though not raised, resonated through the heavens. I do not believe in fate. If there truly exists such a thing as destiny, I shall shatter it with my fists. His presence exuded authority, dominance, and audacity. Disregarding heaven and earth, he revered only himself. Upon uttering these words, a vague comprehension flickered within Chu Feng, his heart enlightened, and his celestial bones radiated with light, akin to an emperor of immortals descending upon the world. In the celestial expanse, immortal sounds intertwined, creatures scurried, heavenly rains fell, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth, heralding extraordinary phenomena. Senior brother is so powerful, so impressive, so handsome. Lu Mei mused inwardly, her face turning crimson as she gazed at Chu Feng. At that moment, Miao Yin, standing at the pinnacle of the great ascension stage and on the cusp of the celestial level, was utterly astounded. The young master had attained enlightenment. His heart was clear and fluid, a realm many true immortals could scarcely achieve. Miao Yin was overwhelmed with admiration, rendered speechless. Countless prodigies had spent centuries in cultivation without a moment of enlightenment. She herself, having reached her current level, had never experienced such an epiphany. Yet today, Chu Feng had showcased a spontaneous moment of clarity. His celestial bones were a terrifying talent. Even though Chu Feng was the young master, Miao Yin couldn't help but internally lament the vast disparity between individuals. Chapter 37, remarkably strong, but a bit costly in spirit stones. Chu Feng, holy son, Zhuge Jinghua, pale and rising from the ruins, looked up at Chu Feng, her gaze complex, filled with admiration for him, along with a myriad of other emotions. Was this the man who would soon become her furnace? So powerful, terrifyingly so. Perhaps becoming his furnace would not tarnish her dignity after all. After all, Chu Fan was somewhat stronger than she, but before him, he was easily subdued and relentlessly hunted, with nowhere to hide. To submit to such a man was not disgraceful. Zhuge Jinghua was fiercely proud, her own talent and combat prowess sufficient to sustain her arrogance. This was why, despite the pressures from numerous royal families and top-tier powerhouses, including those at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage and even true immortals, she had steadfastly resisted submission, believing deep down that she would eventually surpass them all. If it weren't for her family's impending disaster due to her actions, coupled with Miao Yin's words, she would never have considered becoming Chu Feng's furnace. Yet at this moment, she felt a flicker of respect for Chu Feng. Miao Yin quickly regained her composure, her formidable presence at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage radiating authority as she coldly declared, "The Holy Son of the Extreme Heaven Peak is present. Those who dare to disturb shall face retribution upon 10 clans." Her voice was skillfully controlled, deliberately avoiding Chu Feng's vicinity, echoing across 1,000 miles. Buzz. In the Extreme Heaven Palace, the patterns of the Holy Sky Tower awakened, a torrent of immortal energy enveloping the sky. An overwhelming pressure as if an immortal king was slowly awakening to suppress the 9 heavens. The space within 1,000 miles was suppressed, and any Great Ascension stage powerhouse daring to move would be instantly obliterated. In that moment, countless powerful beings within the Feng Tian dynasty were stirred, old monsters casting their consciousness towards the spectacle, though none dared approach Chu Feng. They merely observed from a distance, filled with astonishment. Enlightenment amidst the celestial expanse. What kind of prodigy was this? Within the imperial palace, terrifying presences were also roused. Master, this lad's talent may surpass even your estimations of his prodigiousness. That prodigy from the 2 families seeking to vie for the position of Holy Son may have encountered a formidable opponent. A tall man shrouded in immortal energy chuckled softly from atop a grand golden throne. Before him stood the chancellor of the cabinet, Tu Tianxiang. Tu Tianxiang shook his head with a wry smile. Your Majesty, the success or failure of such matters lies between the younger generations. I have grown old, and managing the affairs of the dynasty has already left me overwhelmed. I cannot attend to these matters. However, the more monstrous Chu Feng appears, and the more helpless Chu Fan seems before him, the the more restless that being in the depths of the immortal sect will become. Old Lu Wudao has harbored grievances since that incident years ago. The Emperor of Tianwen chuckled in rebuke. You old fellow. Lamenting to me again. How many dream of occupying the Chancellor's position, and yet you come to me with complaints? Do you think I am unaware of your leisurely days spent at home, frolicking with those young spirits, as rumors swirl that you have grown senile and increasingly lecherous? I have merely secluded myself for 3 years, and look at the state of our dynasty. Great clans and court ministers harboring ulterior motives, and the royal offspring colluding with outsiders. Tu Tianxiang replied, Isn't this precisely what your majesty wishes to reveal to that being in the depths of the immortal sect? The more chaotic our Feng Tian dynasty appears, the more helpless we seem, the more at ease he will be to focus on dealing with that old Lu Wudao. The emperor's voice took on a somber tone. Indeed, let them fight amongst themselves. The more turmoil, the better. Lu Wudao even sent Chu Feng to our Feng Tian dynasty to seek suppliers, likely testing our royal family's reaction. Emir Chu Feng is hardly worthy of Lu Wudao's attention. Master, isn't that Chu Feng seeking for Ziyue to serve as his personal maid? Let him have his way. And as for opening the divine mystery realm, the Emperor of Tianwen let out a cold laugh. Let that be so. Though I fear the one in the depths of the immortal sect will not easily grant access. Let Lu Wudao contend with him. However, we must keep a close eye on this young man Chu Feng. He possesses celestial bones, a prodigious constitution unseen in the ancient Golden Age. The grand competition of the immortal sect, occurring once every 10,000 years, is about to commence, with all major super sects gearing up, unleashing their hidden treasures to suppress the momentum of the Lingyun immortal sect. And as for Chu Fan, Ziyue's friend, whose luck soars to the heavens, we should extend our hand to assist him as well. Master, we in the Feng Tian dynasty cannot remain passive. We must partake in the grandeur of this golden age. With that, the emperor's figure vanished from the throne. Farewell, your majesty. Tu Tianxiang bowed deeply, then sighed. Truly a time of many tribulations. His majesty seems intent on preventing me from enjoying a peaceful retirement. Subsequently, he communicated telepathically, Steward, recruit another 100 young and beautiful maidens for me. Remember, make a grand spectacle. It would be best if the entire sect were aware of it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the ethereal energy converged around Chu Feng, forming a colossal funnel that fervently poured into his being. Chu Feng's celestial bones radiated with a luminous glow, and infinite stars gathered around him. A miniature version of Chu Feng emerged from his dantian, inhaling the boundless spiritual energy as a massive star began to coalesce slowly at the site of his dantian. However, after an extended period, the star remained unformed. The concentration of spiritual energy was alarmingly insufficient. What kind of extraordinary technique was the stellar king art that the young master was practicing? The charming fairy Miaoyin gasped in astonishment and promptly retrieved 10,000 top-grade spirit stones from her ring, casting them into the whirlpool of energy that Chu Feng was attempting to condense. This Feng Tianwang city, indeed, was the most abundant source of spiritual energy across this vast land, yet it could not support Chu Feng's cultivation at the first level of the infant transformation stage. I have heard from my master that according to the calculations of past peak masters, practicing the stellar king art is exceedingly energy-intensive. One must condense 9 true stars even at the infant transformation stage to connect with the 9 stars deep within the cosmos. Only upon achieving the alignment of the 9 stars can one harness the boundless power of the stars and advance to the divine transformation stage, said Lu Mei with a grave expression. Legend has it that in ancient times, the immortal who created the stellar king art could give birth to an entire world from a single star, nurturing myriad beings. My senior brother must be on the verge of condensing the first star? My heavens, to condense a star at the infant transformation stage. Miaoyin gasped once more. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones that Miaoyin had contributed began to shatter violently, their rich spiritual energy being incessantly devoured by the miniature Chu Feng. The star continued to solidify, and a formidable pressure began to emanate from it. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 10,000 top-grade spirit stones had been destroyed. I still have 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, Lu Mei declared, unhesitatingly retrieving the spirit stones from her storage ring and tossing them into the energy whirlpool. As a true immortal disciple, she had some savings of her own. The sight caused Fairy Miaoyin to tremble with disbelief. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. For her, that was no insignificant sum, enough to sustain her cultivation for a considerable period. This was truly the infant transformation stage in action. This was no mere technique. It was akin to a bottomless pit for wealth. And this was merely for condensing the first star. To manifest all 9 stars would financially ruin even a top-tier family of a dynasty. Below, Zhuge Jingyue stood, in stunned silence. 10,000 spirit stones. The Zhuge family was also a top-tier family, yet at the peak of their family's prosperity, even she could only receive 10 top-grade spirit stones. Despite her negotiations with the sect suppliers, where she would demand hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, most of those would be allocated to procure heavenly materials and treasures, with countless others to attend to. Such a technique, even if offered to the Zhuge family, would be utterly unfeasible. Without money and spirit stones, how could they cultivate? Bang! Bang bang! The spirit stones continued to shatter, and the star gradually took on a tangible form, floating beside the miniature Chu Feng's nascent soul. Boom! At that moment, the myriad stars seemed to twinkle in unison, as if responding to the miniature Chu Feng. Chu Feng emerged from his epiphany, opening his eyes as a flash of stellar radiance flickered across them, retracting the stellar divine infant back into his dantian. A single punch embodies the might of a star. Chu Feng murmured, unleashing a punch that shattered the surrounding space, creating a massive vortex. Is this the Stellar King art? Truly worthy of being an ancient technique from the primordial era, at the second level of the infant transformation stage. I should have no trouble obliterating an ordinary early-stage divine transformation being, he mused, though it does consume a substantial amount of spirit stones. Chapter 38. You may speak, but I cannot listen. Chu Feng pondered, feeling a bit of a headache. Practicing the Stellar King art before reaching the infant transformation stage was indeed costly. However, with the 500 top-grade spirit stones supplied monthly from the Tianji Peak, along with the additional provisions for the supplementary Holy Sun position, it was barely sufficient. Yet now, to condense the first star, he had already expended 13,000 top-grade spirit stones. What a staggering figure. An ordinary practitioner, from the Qi refinement stage through to the divine transformation stage, and even becoming a formidable divine transformation being, would likely require a similar amount of spirit stones. Yet here he was, at the infant transformation stage, consuming resources equivalent to those of a not-so-weak divine transformation. At this moment, Chu Feng glanced at his storage ring, and the anticipated wealth did not materialize. He found only a meager handful of top-grade spirit stones, just around 800 or 900 at best. While there were plenty of mid-grade and low-grade spirit stones, totaling around 40 to 50,000, they were primarily meant for rewarding the menial workers on the stellar peak, translating to around 300 to 400 top-grade spirit stones at most. As a candidate Holy Sun, the chief of Tianji Peak, with parents who were unparalleled powerhouses, he should have been swimming in spirit stones, yet here he was, almost destitute. Would anyone believe such a tale? Chu Feng felt utterly bewildered. Were it not for Fairy Miaoyin by his side, breaking through to the second level of the infant transformation stage would have posed a significant challenge. In the original work, the protagonist practiced an ancient forbidden celestial scripture, integrating the techniques of several celestial emperors, and even during the infant transformation stage, did not consume so many spirit stones. This technique is rather problematic. Chu Feng felt a throbbing headache. 13,000 spirit stones was no small amount for Tianji Peak. Although the peak boasted vast resources, it was also burdened with tens of thousands of disciples and innumerable menial subordinates and guards, leading to astronomical daily expenses. Unless he wielded his power to compel his subordinates to contribute their top-grade spirit stones, acquiring a short-term influx of 100,000 or 80,000 top-grade spirit stones would be feasible. However, this would likely incite widespread resentment. Lu Wudao would probably want to strike him down immediately. In the original story, even the arrogant and reckless Chu Feng would not dare to resort to such tactics, instead opting to seek out secret realms and opportunities, contending with various prodigies for treasures and resources. In that narrative, it seemed that Chu Feng only began venturing out for training after breaking through to the infant transformation stage, facing betrayal and humiliation from Chu Fan repeatedly, which might also explain part of it. Chu Feng's gaze deepened. However, at present, he had a plethora of matters to attend to. How could he leave the sect to train? A top-grade spiritual vein. Chu Feng looked down at Zhuge Jingyue, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. He recalled the rewards from the selection system. If he could make Zhuge Jingyue utterly devoted to him, he would be rewarded with a top-grade spiritual vein. With a spiritual vein in place, would he still need to worry about insufficient spirit stones? However, persuading this renowned female warrior to willingly submit to him would not be a trivial task. At this moment, the members of the Zhuge family, having overheard Chu Feng's musings, were on the verge of losing their composure. One punch to slay an early-stage divine transformation being? Currently, the strongest individual in the Zhuge family was merely at the divine transformation stage. Did he think divine transformation beings were as plentiful as cabbages by the roadside? The reason divine transformation beings are regarded as formidable is precisely because they are not to be underestimated, no matter where they are placed. In the outskirts of the royal city, in certain smaller towns, a divine transformation being is often regarded as a legend, a powerhouse capable of establishing a small sect. Zhuge Jingyue was also at a loss. She was currently only at the initial stage of the divine pill realm, with 2 major levels still separating her from the divine transformation stage. Moreover, she appeared to be a year or 2 older than Chu Feng. Zhuge Jingyue, was it you who informed me that Chu Fan was hiding within the Zhuge clan? Chu Feng spoke in a calm tone, though his heart had already begun to piece together the puzzle. In the original narrative, Zhuge Jingyue should have already been acquainted with Chu Fan. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he chose to conceal himself among the Zhuge family, especially with all the clan's top-tier experts having perished, an ideal refuge for him. Zhuge Jingyue quickly regained her composure, bowing respectfully to Chu Feng, and said, I humbly report, Holy Son Chu Feng, that Jingyue bears grave guilt for failing to notice the traitor Chu Fan lurking in a corner of the Zhuge residence. With my meager strength, I could not prevent his escape. Please, Holy Son, punish me. Jingyue is willing to accept all responsibility, but I implore you not to implicate anyone from the Zhuge clan. Harboring a traitor from the immortal sect is an unforgivable crime that could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. Do you believe you can shoulder such a burden? Chu Feng's gaze was frigid as he descended before Zhuge Jingyue, declaring, however, considering your ignorance, if you can withstand a single strike from me at the same realm, I shall not pursue your entire clan. In truth, Chu Feng had already surmised that Zhuge Jingyue was likely inclined to accept becoming his furnace of cultivation, which was why she had chosen to inform Chu Fan of his location within the Zhuge family, as a testament to her loyalty. Yet, what Chu Feng sought was not merely her submission, but her unwavering devotion. Zhuge Jingyue, known for her pride and often referred to as the goddess of war in the original tale, was a formidable opponent. Chu Feng intended not only to suppress her with authority, but to crush her spirit with overwhelming power. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Zhuge clan, initially filled with trepidation, exhaled in relief, confident in Zhuge Jingyue's prowess. If she had lacked talent, the numerous strong figures within the clan would not have sacrificed themselves for her, leading to their downfall. The Holy Son's status is unparalleled. How could Jingyue dare? Zhuge Jingyue lowered her head. What? Are you afraid? Chu Feng's tone was devoid of warmth. I have heard of your title as the goddess of war within the dynasty. Do you not even dare to accept a single punch from me at our level? Then, I shall be forced to act formally and eliminate your 3 clans. Forgive my offense, Holy Son. Zhuge Jingyue took a deep breath, not daring to be careless. In a confrontation of the same tier, she would have even fought against someone in the transformation stage. But Chu Feng was different. He was a legendary prodigy known throughout the continent, and he far surpassed her in realm and comprehension of divine abilities. Chu Feng, having spoken with such confidence, undoubtedly possessed the means to back it up. Boom. A golden specter of a war god manifested behind Zhuge Jingyue, radiating blinding light. She was enveloped in golden brilliance, wielding a golden spear. Proceed. Chu Feng stated indifferently. Otherwise, if I strike, you will have no chance. Forgive me, Holy Son. Zhuge Jingyue shouted, suddenly launching forth. War god strike. Boom. Zhuge Jingyue transformed into an ancient war god, capable of plucking stars and seizing the moon with her outstretched hand. Her spear pierced through space, accompanied by an overwhelming battle intent that shook the hearts of those present. This strike was not to be underestimated, even by someone in the early stages of transformation. Is that all? Chu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he slowly raised a fist, striking with unhurried precision. Yet, as the moment of impact arrived, a terrifying force surged forth like a flood. Buzz. In an instant, the war god's spear shattered piece by piece, crumbling under the might of Chu Feng's fist as if it were mere paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the blow. Zhuge Jingyue's expression shifted dramatically. This strike could even pierce through the dark shadows summoned by Chu Fan, yet it failed to budge Chu Feng even the slightest. A chilling sense of crisis enveloped her mind. Chu Feng was not merely boasting. This punch truly held the potential to kill her on the spot. War god descends. Zhuge Jingyue bellowed, merging with the specter behind her. Golden light surged, and she charged forth with all her might, ready to clash with Chu Feng's fist. This was her ultimate move, the last resort she had kept hidden, one that could even slay someone in the early transformation stage. Kill. Boom. In that instant, the earth shattered, and boundless golden light enveloped Chu Feng, echoing with the roars of ancient times, the war god's furious howl. Crack, crack suddenly. The sound of bones fracturing resonated as Zhuge Jingyue was sent flying, her right arm dangling limply, her complexion ashen. She coughed up blood midair, crashing to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. As the golden light dissipated, Chu Feng stood with a calm demeanor, his expression indifferent as he asked, "Is she dead?" In truth, he was slightly astonished by Zhuge Jingyue's strength. It should be noted that he had already surpassed the transformation stage. Even if he suppressed his realm to the divine elixir stage, his comprehension of the realm was far beyond what Zhuge Jingyue could compare. Not to mention, even in a genuine battle at the same level, Zhuge Jingyue could not possibly stand against him. In the original tale, Chu Feng was indeed Chu Feng's greatest adversary in the early stages, not merely in words. Is she dead? The members of the Zhuge clan gazed fearfully into the dust. The prowess of their young master was unparalleled across the ancient, immortal continent. Few could rival him. Miaoyin Xianji marveled in astonishment. If they were both at the divine elixir's initial stage, she believed Zhuge Jingyue could defeat her tenfold. Yet, Zhuge Jingyue could not withstand a single punch from Chu Feng at the same realm. The strength of senior brother is undeniable, Lu Mei exclaimed with excitement. Master once privately mused that at the same level, senior brother could kill him with one punch. I overheard it. Did the master truly say such a thing? Miaoyin questioned, but was immediately overtaken by a shiver. Lu Mei Xianzi, what did you just say? I did not hear that. Such words should not be uttered lightly. You may speak freely, but I cannot afford to eavesdrop. Chapter 39. What is she thinking? Holy Son, Jingyue is not dead. Zhuge Jingyue's voice, weak and barely audible, suddenly emerged from the dust. She is not dead. Lu Mei was utterly astonished. Even the esteemed master, Lu Wudao, a true immortal at the pinnacle of the divine realm, claimed that at the same level, he would be killed by senior brother's punch. How could this woman possibly survive? It was simply unfathomable. Could it be that, at the same level, this woman from a small dynasty is stronger than Lu Wudao? Buzz. Lu Mei waved her hand, dispersing the dust with her spiritual energy to reveal Zhuge Jingyue's form. She was drenched in blood, every inch of her body marred, her right shoulder and arm hanging limply, the bones completely shattered. Zhuge Jingyue's complexion was ghastly pale, devoid of color, yet she emitted no sound of pain. With her left hand, she struggled to rise, swaying as she approached Chu Feng and resolutely offering him a deep bow, saying, Holy Son, Jingyue has been defeated but remains alive. Do your words still hold weight? At that moment, the atmosphere grew suffocating. It was evident that Zhuge Jingyue had suffered far more than just a shattered right arm. Her entire body, even her internal organs, had been ravaged by the overwhelming force of Chu Feng's punch. Such injuries would render her incapable of standing again, even for those in the divine transformation or integration stages. The agony she endured was beyond what an ordinary person could bear. A common individual would be driven to death by such torment, a suffering that could rival even the most cruel of punishments. At the city gate, the anguished wails of those subjected to such torment were widely known. Yet Zhuge Jingyue, a woman in her early 20s, did not utter a single cry of despair, instead struggling to rise. What an astonishing display of terrifying willpower. The impact of this scene is even more suffocating than the overwhelming combat prowess exhibited by Zhuge Jingyue. Zhuge Jingyue. Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback, but then suddenly gave Zhuge Jingyue a thumbs up, exclaiming, aside from my elder brother, few can earn my respect, but today, I must commend you. Though Lu Mei is still young, her experiences in dealing with some of Lu Wudao's unsavory dealings have endowed her with considerable insight. After all, those involved in such affairs are certainly not ordinary individuals. Yet, Lu Mei boldly asserted that those with strength far surpassing Zhuge Jingyue, even the notorious demons of great renown, cannot compare to her in terms of willpower. Just a hint of her interrogation would have them weeping and disclosing their ancestral secrets. Sister Jingyue, henceforth, we shall refer to each other as sisters, Lu Mei declared, patting her modest chest. From now on, you shall call me sister, and I shall call you elder sister. Lu Mei had her own little scheme. Zhuge Jingyue would soon become Chu Feng's furnace companion, and her time alongside her elder brother would surely not rival that of Zhuge Jingyue. As the saying goes, love is not as profound as companionship. Therefore, it is crucial to cultivate a good relationship with Zhuge Jingyue. And who knows, perhaps Lu Mei and Jingyue will truly become sisters in the future. Stealing a glance at the expressionless Chu Feng, Lu Mei's cheeks suddenly flushed. How absurd. What was she imagining? Lu Mei was overestimating Jingyue. Zhuge Jingyue's voice was weak. But at this moment, Lu Mei's thoughts had already drifted far beyond her reach, leaving little room for a response. Truly remarkable, Miaoyin exclaimed. Although the Kuei Shui body is also a special physique, holding a place among the 5 elemental bodies, it is not renowned for combat prowess. Zhuge Jingyue's capability is already astonishing. Coupled with her indomitable will, her future accomplishments are boundless. I speak with unwavering conviction. I shall not pursue the Zhuge family's transgressions any further, and Zhuge Jingyue shall bear the full brunt. Chu Feng suddenly interjected, gazing into Zhuge Jingyue's resolute eyes. He could only sigh. She truly embodies the female warrior from the original text. lacking the advantages of a fated protagonist, and without formidable physique or talent. She has nevertheless ascended to the pinnacle of the ancient immortal continent through her own efforts, despite the myriad powerful foes coveting her body. Such willpower is indeed formidable. To completely conquer Zhuge Jingyue and win her unwavering loyalty is a long and arduous journey. At this moment, all members of the Zhuge family released a collective sigh of relief. Safety at last. As for Zhuge Jingyue, the harbinger of misfortune, let her depart. Suddenly, Chu Feng lowered his head and whispered in Zhuge Jingyue's ear, "In light of your proactive confession, I shall not pursue the crime of harboring Chu Fan. But I expect no further transgressions." With that, Chu Feng soared away from the Zhuge family, his voice echoing from afar. "Junior sister, I leave Zhuge Jingyue in your care. The Zhuge family may evade the death penalty, but they cannot escape the consequences. I command you all to search diligently for Chu Fan's whereabouts." Meanwhile, Zhuge Jingyue remained dazed for a long time, Chu Feng's words swirling in her mind, refusing to dissipate. It turns out, Chu Feng had already discerned her secret of protecting Chu Fan. Her little ploys were likely laid bare before him. That previous punch was perhaps not a punishment for the Zhuge family, but rather a reprimand directed at her. After all, if Chu Feng wished to annihilate the current Zhuge family, it would merely require a single word. The son possesses a broad-minded spirit. Zhuge Jingyue admires him. Supporting her injured body, Zhuge Jingyue bowed deeply in the direction of Chu Feng's departure. After all, her protection of Chu Fan, in a certain sense, placed her at odds with Chu Feng. Yet, he had clearly acknowledged it without delving deeper. Such magnanimity is truly worthy of admiration. Zhuge Jingyue, it seems I must also address you as Miss henceforth, Miaoyin Xianxia remarked with a smile. I must congratulate you on making the wisest choice. In truth, I envy your fortune. Lu Mei, returning to her senses, nodded in agreement. My elder brother has always associated with significant figures from major royal families, senior members of the immortal sect, or other exceptional prodigies from prominent sects, rarely engaging with those of lower status. If it weren't for the master's directive, my brother would never have deigned to visit such a small place as Fengtian King's city. Zhuge Jingyue, I am grateful for the support of the palace master. Zhuge Jingyue deeply bowed to Miaoyin, fully aware that, given Miaoyin's stature and strength, she had no need to elaborate so extensively. There was certainly an intention of uplifting her behind those words. Miaoyin Xianxia took a step to the left, gracefully avoiding Zhuge Jingyue's bow, and smiled lightly. From now on, you shall be by the young master's side, much closer than I am, so do not initiate greetings unless the young master indicates it. Thank you for the guidance. Palace master, I understand. Zhuge Jingyue replied, foregoing any further bows. Indeed, she would now be Chu Feng's furnace companion. While furnace may be an unflattering term, it essentially signifies an individual extremely close to Chu Feng. This also implies that, as she traverses the world, she would naturally bear the label of being one of Chu Feng's inner circle. And few within the Lingyun immortal sect would be worthy of eliciting such a respectful gesture from him. Miaoyin Xianxia nodded. The matter of you becoming the young master's furnace companion should not be publicly proclaimed. I am somewhat aware of the Zhuge family's circumstances. Jitian Palace will step in to assist you. As for the share of suppliers from the immortal sect, the young master has declared that this is of significant importance and will first be handled by Jitian Palace. Once your Zhuge family has stabilized its footing and a few of your members reach the harmonization stage, we will gradually transition the responsibility back to you. To ensure Jitian Palace's involvement is seamless, I will select a young member from your Zhuge family to be my disciple. Do you have any suggestions? The young master is indeed far-sighted and considerate. Zhuge Jingyue had no counter-arguments. Her complexion paled as she surveyed the younger generation of the Zhuge family, all of whom were watching her from a distance, their eyes reflecting a spectrum of emotions, some filled with resentment, others reveling in her misfortune, and yet others harboring malice. But none bore sympathy. So be it. After this matter, she shall have no further ties to the Zhuge family. Chapter 40. The Cursed Chaos Divine Race. Ultimately, it is my fault that the Zhuge family has fallen to such depths. Zhuge Jingyue felt no resentment. At this moment, she was at peace and declared, I would like to request that Palace Master accept my cousin, Zhuge Yao, as a disciple. Both her parents are harmonization stage powerhouses, yet they perished because of me. I owe her that much. Understood. Miaoyin Xianxia nodded, saying little more. After all, accepting a single disciple is a trivial matter for her. However, given her status and strength, the simple act of taking on a disciple could stir significant waves within the Fengtian dynasty, and the disciple would enjoy unprecedented resources and treatment. Zhuge Jingyue suddenly recalled Chu Feng's earlier words, took a deep breath, and said, Palace Master, Fairy Lu Mei, may I ask for a little more time? Sister Jingyue. We agreed to refer to each other as sisters from now on. You can call me Meyer, or just junior sister, Lu Mei protested. Fairy Lu Mei. Decorum must not be forsaken. You are the direct disciple of the divine true immortal, and I am not worthy to address you casually, Zhuge Jingyue insisted. Call me whatever you like. I'll be calling you Sister Jingyue from now on, Lu Mei replied nonchalantly. If it were my brother, he certainly wouldn't care about such trivialities. The ethereal fairy Miaoyin nodded with satisfaction, observing that Zhuge Jingyue had swiftly embraced her current identity. After all, Zhuge Jingyue was indeed the one she had recommended to Chu Feng. Do you wish to pursue Chu Feng? Fairy Miaoyin inquired. Yes, master. Zhuge Jingyue's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent as she replied in a low voice. Chu Feng escaped from my grasp. While the young master may not express concern, I cannot afford to overlook this. I possess some understanding of Chu Feng. Even if I cannot slay him, I shall ensure he faces hardship. Very well. The young master will depart from the royal city tomorrow to return to the immortal sect. You have but one night. Miaoyin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Jingyue, I will dispatch a team of Tianji guards to assist you. They can easily eliminate even those at the great ascension stage. Lu Mei declared, her aura radiating fierce determination. I appreciate your concern, Fairy Lu Mei, but deploying the Tianji guards would create too much commotion. Inadvertently alerting Chu Feng and deterring him from making an appearance, Zhuge Jingyue gracefully declined. My Zhuge family possesses enough strength to deal with Chu Feng. St. Sky Tower. Young master, Zhuge Jingyue has taken several members of the Zhuge family's transformation stage to hunt down Chu Feng, Miaoyin reported. Yes, I am aware. Chu Feng replied without surprise. This was characteristic of the war goddess. Zhuge Jingyue, with her resolute and decisive nature, would never waver once a choice was made. Her connection with Chu Feng had reached its conclusion. By pursuing Chu Feng, she was unequivocally expressing her stance. How intriguing that the war goddess is after Chu Feng. If she indeed finds him, the expression on Su Baishan's face will surely be quite amusing, Chu Feng smirked. At that moment, Lu Mei approached with a solemn countenance, stating, Senior brother, Master has conveyed alarming news. A grave incident has occurred within the immortal sect. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, noting Lu Mei's usual demeanor was far from this grave tone. Junior sister, what has transpired? The ancestor of the great Zhou dynasty has been slain. Lu Mei articulated each word with gravity. Gasp. Upon hearing this, Fairy Miaoyin's scalp nearly bristled with shock, and she inhaled sharply, asking, Is it the first emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, the great sage Emperor Zhou Tian, Xianxiaaudiobooks? Indeed, it is Xianxiaaudiobooks. Lu Mei's voice grew even more somber. In the forbidden ground of buried immortals, he was killed due to a dispute over an immortal artifact. Struck down by the previous holy son of the extreme sword immortal sect, Xianxia, in 3 swift strokes. My heavens! Fairy Miaoyin's body trembled slightly. That individual has been a transcendent being for over 1,000,000 years, ranking among the top 10 true immortals in the entire Lingyun immortal sect. It is said he was on the verge of breaking through to the Earth immortal stage. How could he possibly be slain by Xianxia? It was rumored that Xianxia had only recently succeeded in his tribulation and ascended to the true immortal realm. Chu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, his expression growing grave. Xianxia, Xianxian. This event would have a profound impact on the extreme sky peak, as depicted in the original narrative. Yet he had not anticipated it occurring so swiftly. Xianxia, the sword of defiance, for the love of the sword, for the madness of the sword, for the death of the sword. In the original text, he was the most formidable sword immortal. Following the original plot, the Lingyun immortal sect would soon declare war on the extreme sword immortal sect, with the Feng Tian dynasty and the great Zhou dynasty joining forces to assault one of the subordinate kingdoms of the extreme sword immortal sect. The revered true immortal Lu Wudao was set to lead this war. However, during this conflict, the Feng Tian dynasty, the great Zhou dynasty, and the various peaks of the immortal sect would all harbor ulterior motives, leading to mutual constraints that would culminate in a disastrous defeat, particularly since Chu Feng, due to his relationship with Yue, represented the Feng Tian dynasty alongside Prince Tian, making clandestine agreements with the extreme sword immortal sect to preserve the strength of their dynasty, revealing immense potential in the process, which garnered the admiration of Xianxia. Another wave of turmoil amidst the aftermath. Chu Feng's brow knitted in contemplation. Following the catastrophic defeat, Lu Wudao was held accountable, stripped of his position as the Grand Elder of the immortal sect, causing his status to plummet and severely wounding the morale of the extreme sky peak. What is the current reaction from the immortal sect? Chu Feng inquired with a solemn tone. The news has just returned, shaking the entirety of the immortal sect. Various subordinate kingdoms have hastily submitted petitions to the cabinet, demanding war against the extreme sword immortal sect, insisting they hand over Xianxia to avenge Xianxian. Lu Mei's expression was grave as she elaborated. Master has convened a cabinet meeting. gathering the leaders of the major peaks and many kingdom sovereigns to collectively deliberate on how to respond. Master has instructed that given the current turbulent times, you must swiftly return to the extreme sky peak to manage affairs and prepare for the impending war against the extreme sword immortal sect. Fairy Miaoying gasped. The extreme sword immortal sect is one of the 5 major super sects, renowned for its unwavering swordsmanship. It is improbable they would capitulate and surrender the former holy sun Jianxi yet. If the peak master has stated so, it undoubtedly indicates immense pressure, making war highly likely. However, if war ensues while the sect leader is in seclusion, who will bear such a heavy responsibility? Fairy Miaoying took a deep breath. Addressing Chu Feng, young master, this matter must be approached with utmost caution. She seemed privy to information unknown to others, yet found it difficult to articulate directly. I shall deliberate with great care. Chu Feng regarded Miaoying intently, aware that she was not merely the master of the Extreme Heaven Palace, a subsidiary of the Extreme Sky Peak, but also the representative of his enigmatic mother within the Feng Tian dynasty. Miaoying, please handle matters concerning the Zhuge and Yi families on my behalf. At dawn tomorrow, I shall accompany my junior sister back to the Extreme Sky Peak. Just then, Lu Mei interjected, senior brother, an envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty, is requesting an audience at the back in trance. Do you wish to meet with them? Miaoying's brows furrowed slightly as she remarked, young master, the Great Zhou dynasty shares a border with the Feng Tian dynasty and directly adjoins the Great Ming dynasty, a subordinate of the Extreme Sword Immortal sect. Due to numerous border issues, the two sides have engaged in fierce conflicts, even going to war on several occasions. Their relationship is far from amiable. If we declare war against the Extreme Sword Immortal sect, the Great Zhou dynasty will undoubtedly be at the forefront and will require cooperation from the Feng Tian dynasty. Given the sensitivity of this moment, it would be prudent not to meet with the envoy. However, Chu Feng smirked, since the Great Zhou dynasty and the Feng Tian dynasty are at odds, it is all the more reason to meet. Moreover, not only shall I meet with them, but I shall do so with great fanfare, ensuring that all are aware, particularly the royal palace and those old foxes, Tianwen and Tua Tianxiang. Those two old geezers wish to play both sides, concealing their strength and shifting allegiances. I shall boldly receive the envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty within the royal city of the Feng Tian dynasty. Chu Feng instructed Lu Mei, junior sister, command the Tianji guards to assemble at the main entrance to welcome the envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty. Understood, senior brother. I shall make the arrangements at once. Lu Mei swiftly departed. Fairy Miaoying sighed with a wry smile. Young master, if Emperor Tianwen learns of your ostentatious reception of the Great Zhou dynasty's envoy, especially during this sensitive time following Ji Xianxian's demise, he may very well align even more closely with the Wujifeng. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Feng's eyes as he replied, no, he will not. On the contrary, my display of strength will only heighten his wariness, making him more reluctant to conspire with Wujifeng. Moreover, Miaoying, do you believe that Emperor Tianwen will not only refrain from wrath, but will in fact hasten to send his own daughter to serve me as a close attendant? Chu Feng chuckled. That is inconceivable. Miaoying momentarily paused, replying, young master, you executed one of his sons and treated Prince Ing Tian in such a manner. Even if he is shameless, he must still maintain some semblance of dignity for the royal family's reputation. Then let us wager on this. I bet that during my audience with the envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty, Ing Ziyue will be sent to my door? Chu Feng declared with a grin. Miaoying dared not respond. As Miaoying Xianji was yet to finish her words, Chu Feng interrupted her with a smile, declaring, it is settled then. Should I lose, you may demand anything of me. Should I emerge victorious, all I ask is that you convey a message to those behind you. The Chaos Divine clan is doomed, and I shall annihilate them in due course. With the young master stating such, Miaoying had no choice but to smile wryly and nod in agreement. As for the nature of the Chaos Divine clan, Miaoying was utterly perplexed. Like her master, every utterance and action of the young master left her in a haze. Chapter 41. Betrayal, betrayal, and yet more betrayal. At the same time, within the Prince of Feng Tian's residence, the Emperor's decree echoed, by the grace of heaven. The Emperor proclaims, the Crown Prince, Ing Tian, is devoid of virtue and shall forfeit his salary for 1 year. Remaining at home for self-reflection, the pale-faced eunuch concluded the proclamation and turned to the hunchback Tua Tianxiang, saying, Old Tua, having delivered the imperial edict, I shall take my leave. You may go. I still have matters to discuss with the Crown Prince, the official replied. The eunuch nodded, hesitatingly adding, Your Majesty has ordered the Crown Prince to a year of confinement, with no visitors permitted. Understood. I shall finish my words, and then depart. You may leave first. Tua Tianxiang waved his hand dismissively, swiftly sending the eunuch away. Meanwhile, Ing Tian remained kneeling before him, seemingly unable to regain his composure for quite some time. When he finally raised his head, his face was as pale as death, devoid of color. The previous crown prince had been confined for a year due to his close associations with certain court ministers, ultimately succumbing to madness and dying under mysterious circumstances. Old Tua, save me. I do not wish to die. Ing Tian pleaded, his face ashen. I took the imperial guards to the Yi family at your behest. Such matters are trivial. They have passed. Tua Tianxiang smiled kindly, reaching out to patting Tian on the head. Tianer, I have watched you grow. I am still your teacher, and a teacher would never harm you. This decree was issued by me through the cabinet. Do not fear. Teacher, you have terrified your disciple. I thought my father disapproved of my performance at the Yi family. Ing Tian exhaled in relief. Tua Tianxiang smiled gently, but refrained from revealing that it was also he who had issued the edict confining the previous crown prince for a year. Tianer, do you know why your teacher has ordered you to remain in the prince's residence for a year with no visitors allowed? Please enlighten me, teacher. Tianer is foolish and unable to comprehend your profound intent. Ing Tian replied respectfully, fully aware that this man was his father's most trusted confidant. Your father has just attended a cabinet meeting at the immortal sect. Do you know what has transpired? Tua Tianxiang spoke softly, not waiting for Ing Tian's response before continuing. The first emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, Xian, the true immortal, has died. Goodness! Ing Tian gasped, feeling the hairs on his body stand on end, urgently exclaiming. How could this be? That individual ranked among the top 10 in the entire immortal sect, having lived for over 1,000,000 years with unfathomable power. Who could possibly kill him? It was the previous holy son of the extreme sword immortal sect, Xianxia. Tua Tianxiang's voice grew grave. Oh heavens! Ing Tian was left in shock. The previous holy son of the extreme sword immortal sect had only passed a millennium ago, cultivating for 1,000 years. He managed to slay Xian, the true immortal. Such a prodigy. A great upheaval is imminent within the immortal sect. Tua Tianxiang nodded, sighing, indeed. A grand event is unfolding, one of monumental significance. Our Feng Tian dynasty shall undoubtedly be swept along by this tide, and with a misstep, we risk a change of dynasty. Surely not. Ing Tian faltered, saying, even if Xian is dead, that is a matter for the great Zhou dynasty. It has no bearing on our Feng Tian dynasty. Smack. Tua Tianxiang unceremoniously struck Ing Tian on the back of the head, chiding him with a laugh. You foolish lad. Although our Feng Tian dynasty has had its disputes with the great Zhou dynasty, we remain one of the subordinate dynasties under the Ling Yun immortal sect. This is an internal affair. The death of Xian, the true immortal, concerns the first emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, the architect of their realm. All major dynasties must outwardly unite against a common enemy. His demise cannot go unacknowledged by our Feng Tian dynasty. Your father has gone to the immortal sect to petition the cabinet for war against the extreme sword immortal sect, demanding they surrender Xianxia. That is impossible. Ing Tian shook his head, asserting, the extreme sword immortal sect has always been domineering. How could they be compelled to surrender Xianxia, a once-in-a-millennium swordsmanship prodigy? Thus, it won't be long before the great Zhou dynasty launches an attack on the Ming dynasty, and our Feng Tian dynasty must also send troops. Tua Tianxiang chuckled. Ing Tian grimaced, saying, the great Zhou dynasty has always sought to suppress our Feng Tian dynasty while Xian was alive, provoking us at every turn. Several princes of our royal family have perished at their hands. Countless within the royal family would be relieved by Xian's death. How could we possibly send troops to support the great Zhou dynasty? It would merely be a charade. Indeed, a mere charade. Tua Tianxiang echoed. But if you, foolish boy, can see through this, do you think the great Zhou dynasty and the immortal sect's higher-ups cannot? His gaze grew profound, and he spoke solemnly. This is precisely why I decreed your year-long confinement, forbidding any visitors. The immortal sect will undoubtedly issue a stern command to the emperor, compelling our dynasty to launch a full-scale offensive. Tanner, the teacher has made arrangements. You must now prepare to disguise yourself and secretly accompany that lad, Chu Feng, to the extreme sword immortal sect. You must ensure they believe our Feng Tian dynasty does not wish to become enemies. With Chu Feng, Ing Tian hesitated, feeling a chill envelop him as if plunged into an icy abyss. To venture to the extreme sword immortal sect on the brink of war could easily lead to his demise. The extreme sword immortal sect had slain Xian, the true immortal. Would they spare a mere crown prince? Indeed, you shall go with him. Tua Tianxiang sneered. He is a defector from the immortal sect, currently being hunted by the Tianji Peak. His presence will make it easier for the extreme sword immortal sect to believe in our sincerity. The emperor has permitted you to protect him for so long. It is time he contributed something for our royal family. Ing Tian swallowed hard, saying, Teacher, is there any proof? Otherwise, I fear the extreme sword immortal sect may not believe us. He dreaded the thought of the royal family suddenly announcing a year later that he had perished in the prince's residence from madness. There is none, no seal, no proof. And if you perish at the extreme sword immortal sect, you will be merely a bloodline lost to the emperor, bearing no connection to the Feng Tian royal family. Tua Tianxiang's smile was warm, yet it sent shivers down Ing Tian's spine. Ah, someone approaches. Tua Tianxiang's expression shifted slightly as he glanced outside, his demeanor darkening. Tianer, you must go and handle this. With that, Tua Tianxiang melded into the void. Just then, a cold female voice emanated from outside the prince's residence. Crown Prince Ing Tian. Zhuge Jingyue comes under the command of Holy Son Chu Feng to hunt down the immortal sect defector, Chu Feng. Chu Feng. Ing Tian's expression soured, his body trembling slightly. The incidents at the Yi family residence had become a shadow looming in his heart. At that moment, Ing Ziyue emerged from the rear hall, supporting Chu Feng. Her countenance icy as she declared, "Cursed Zhuge Jingyue. I once thought her worthy of acquaintance, only to discover she is spineless. Choosing to become Chu Feng's furnace while daring to flaunt her power at the prince's residence. Vile woman." Chu Feng, his face devoid of color, gritted his teeth and muttered, "Ziyue, Crown Prince, I shall bear my own burdens. I, Chu Feng, will never implicate you. Ziyue, take Chu Feng to the secret chamber to hide." Ing Tian wearily waved his hand. If it were not for the obligation to accompany Chu Feng to the extreme sword immortal sect, he would have seriously considered relinquishing this unfortunate soul, for his own misfortune was indeed overwhelming. Soon, Ing Ziyue led Chu Feng to the secret chamber. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated. "Ing Tian, I just overheard Ziyue mention that Zhuge Jingyue has become Chu Feng's furnace." Brother Batian. Ing Tian looked up to see a tall, robust figure striding toward him, his expression exceedingly grim. It was Chu Feng who said so. Ing Tian nodded. He also mentioned that Zhuge Jingyue, in an attempt to please Chu Feng, plotted against him, intending to capture him and deliver him to Chu Feng. Damn it. Suddenly, Su Batian let out a furious roar. The body of the Kuei water. How could that foolish and arrogant Chu Feng possibly deserve her? Su Batian growled, his eyes tinged with bloodshot fury. He had just learned from Ing Tian that Zhuge Jingyue possessed the Kuei water constitution. Fierce and unyielding, the Kuei water constitution was the most suitable for him. And just as he was contemplating how to acquire Zhuge Jingyue, she was intercepted by Chu Feng. Damn it, Chu Feng, you shall pay for this. Su Batian seethed, his agitation palpable. For reasons unknown, he felt as if something of utmost importance had been snatched away by Chu Feng, causing a suffocating sensation in his chest. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the prince's residence, Ziyue, you say the holy heaven grass was taken by Chu Feng. Chu Feng's countenance darkened, his emotions flaring anew. Chu Feng. Once again, it's Chu Feng. This scoundrel seems to be omnipresent. He was gravely injured, and his flight to the prince's residence had been partly motivated by the desire to procure the holy heaven grass for healing. Otherwise, how could he gather the Demon King avatar tomorrow and venture to the Ling Tian immortal sect? Chu Feng, I am truly sorry, Ing Ziyue said, a hint of guilt in her voice. Chu Feng is far too formidable, and as the holy son of the immortal sect, I find myself utterly powerless against him. In truth, I came to your brother's residence today to bid you farewell. Father has decreed that I serve as Chu Feng's personal maid. Chu Feng, what ails you? Ing Ziyue noticed that Chu Feng remained silent for an extended time. When she looked up, she saw a dark mist swirling around his face, and his eyes seemed to brim with a demonic essence. Ziyue, even you are to betray me. Chu Feng lowered his head, obscuring his expression, his voice becoming hoarse. Within the black ring, Old Yan's feeble voice roared, Chu Feng, control your mind. The demonic essence within your sea of consciousness has yet to be fully purged. Betrayal, betrayal. You all conspire against me. I, Chu Feng, can still ascend to the pinnacle on my own. Suddenly, Chu Feng bellowed, raising his head with blood-red eyes. What of a mere royal princess? What significance does she hold? She is merely destined to serve Chu Feng as a slave or servant. Wretched beings, all of you. It sickens me. Chapter 42. Old Yan's disappointment. Chu Feng. Suddenly, Ing Ziyue's voice rose sharply, her eyes flashing with anger. The bond between her and Chu Feng had always been founded on mutual respect. As a strong-willed woman herself, she could not tolerate such humiliation. However, recalling the numerous hardships they had faced together and recognizing the toll recent events had taken on Chu Feng, she restrained her emotions and patiently explained, since childhood, I have been favored by father, who is also a proud man. Now, he has lowered himself to command me to serve Chu Feng. There must be difficulties he faces. Logically and emotionally, as a member of the royal family, I must alleviate my father's burdens. But rest assured, as the most cherished daughter of the royal family, as long as I do not breach any protocols, Chu Feng would not dare to act against me lightly. However, for our safety, until our strength catches up to Chu Feng's, it would be prudent for us to minimize, if not entirely avoid, our encounters. But fear not. Being by Chu Feng's side does not come without its advantages. I will be able to monitor his every move and relay information beneficial to both the royal family and you. Xianxia endeavored to suppress her emotions, stating, Chu Fan, we have known each other for so long, and we have endured so much together. Surely, you can understand my position, correct? What Chu Fan had just said had indeed wounded her heart. Understand? How can I possibly understand? Understand that you are to spread your legs for Chu Feng? Chu Fan's blood-red eyes glinted with near madness as he roared, suddenly bursting forth from the secret chamber. He felt that if he remained in this place any longer, he would either be slain by Chu Feng or driven to madness. Xianxia, Chu Feng is my greatest enemy, and I will one day take his life with my own hands. If you wish to serve him, pouring tea and running errands, that is your choice. But if you stand alongside Chu Feng, we shall be adversaries, and I will show you no mercy. Chu Fan's voice echoed with a kind of madness. Having emerged from the mountain village, he had sailed smoothly through various crises, resolving them deftly. Yet, in such a short span, the relentless onslaught of betrayals had inflicted a profound psychological blow upon him. Boom. The secret chamber was smashed open, a gaping hole left in its wake. The terrifying demonic energy surged forth, dark mist swirling violently as Chu Fan burst through the rooftop, ascending to the skies above the prince's residence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demonic energy rolled forth, and the demonic blood coursing through Chu Fan glowed, as if an ancient demonic deity were poised to traverse the river of time and descend upon this world. Xiao Fan, have you lost your mind? Old Yen roared, momentarily stunned. He had not expected the seemingly resilient Chu Fan to be driven to such depths. It was precisely Chu Fan's indomitable spirit that had drawn him to take on the role of his mentor. Old Yen suddenly felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with peril. How could it be devoid of trials? Even in comparison to Chu Feng, it seemed Chu Fan had fallen short. Old Yen muttered to himself. While Chu Feng appeared to thrive, he was ensnared in a web of factional intrigues, and the betrayal of Yi Tongyao weighed heavily upon him. Yet, rather than being crushed, Chu Feng had visibly grown, exceeding all expectations. In comparison, Chu Fan indeed paled in contrast. Supporting Chu Fan seemed less favorable than backing Chu Feng. A fleeting thought crossed Old Yan's mind, but it vanished just as swiftly. Nevertheless, it had planted a seed in his heart. Chu Fan, your heart's resolve has faltered. Do not allow the remnants of the Demon King to control you. You must take charge of those remnants. Old Yan quickly regained his composure and urged. After all, he had spent a long time with Chu Fan, witnessing his gradual growth. As a being with emotions, who could remain unfeeling? Given the circumstances, perhaps departing the Feng Tian dynasty would be wise. The Extreme Sword Immortal Sect, a grand sect with ancient lineage, awaits your arrival alongside Prince Ing Tian, Old Yan advised. Though he was but a remnant soul, with the strength he once possessed, combined with the rare elixirs he had consumed alongside Chu Fan, he could easily eavesdrop on the conversation between Tua Tianxiang and Prince Ing Tian. Moreover, the Feng Tian dynasty and Chu Feng had become your inner demons. You must not leave hastily. Yi Tongyao ultimately saved your life, and with Yi Zhenchuan's execution tomorrow, you cannot simply stand by. Once we reach the Extreme Sword Immortal Sect, I will guide you to acquire the 9 Yin Immortal Scripture and the 9 Yang Immortal Scripture. So it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to rescue Yi Tongyao. Despite Chu Fan's rampage and loss of resolve, which deeply disappointed Old Yan, he still mapped out a path for him to depart the Feng Tian dynasty. Old Yan, I will heed your counsel, Chu Fan replied hoarsely, his blood-red eyes straining to resist the encroachment of the Demon King's remnants upon his will. In that moment, Chu Fan suddenly burst forth from the prince's residence, enveloped in an aura of terrifying demonic intent, leaving all those below utterly astonished. Has Chu Fan lost his mind? Meanwhile, Ing Tian felt as though he were teetering on the brink of insanity. After all, they were within the prince's estate. If Chu Fan were to charge out, would the arrogant madman Chu Feng not come rushing to eliminate him? That scoundrel, Su Batian, already irked by matters concerning Zhuge Jinghua, felt his gaze darken upon witnessing Chu Fan's reckless emergence. What a waste. Unable to withstand even a minor setback, yet daring to claim he could rival Chu Feng. But Chu Fan knows far too much. He cannot be allowed to fall into Chu Feng's clutches. Ing Tian, if Chu Fan succumbs to darkness and falls into Chu Feng's hands, neither of us will find respite. Su Baishan's eyes turned cold as he raised a hand, performing a gesture across his throat. No, the Holy Sun cannot. Ing Tian instinctively responded. Elder Tu had just instructed him to escort Chu Fan to the Extreme Sword Immortal Sect. In this critical moment, he could not allow him to perish. Ying Tian had no desire to venture to the sect alone. While Chu Feng may be lacking, his presence was still preferable. Why? Su Batian furrowed his brow, casting a glance toward the secret chamber, where he spotted Xianxia, standing pale and still, instantly comprehending the situation. What a spineless fool. As the crown prince, he has placed himself in peril for the sake of his sister. No wonder Chu Feng looks down upon Ying Tian. There is a reason for that. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Su Batian turned away, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze icy as he regarded Chu Feng, filled with murderous intent. Chu Feng was under his responsibility, privy to far too much, and now, acting so recklessly, he was prepared to act decisively. Otherwise, those above him would begin to question his competence. In this critical moment, Chu Batian displayed an extraordinary resolve, showing no leniency to Ying Tian. As the chief of Wuji Peak and a candidate for the Holy Sun, he could certainly match Chu Feng's actions. Damn it, both he and Chu Feng deserve to die. Ying Tian's face darkened, though he dared only to rage inwardly. Tianer, if Chu Feng perishes, it is also his own fault. In such a situation, there is no need to protect him. Elder Tu communicated telepathically to Ying Tian. He too felt a tinge of disappointment regarding Chu Feng's reaction. Could such a person truly bear the weight of the responsibilities he was given? If he were to survive this encounter, perhaps. Chu Feng, you finally dare to show your face. Zhuge Jingyue's cold voice resonated through the heavens as she soared into the air, confronting Chu Feng, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She could never forget the lascivious glint in Chu Feng's gaze and the demonic intent he had unleashed, conjuring those images in her mind. Those who repay kindness with malice deserve death. Zhuge Jingyue's principle was to repay all debts. Thus, for the survival of the Zhuge clan, she ultimately chose to set aside her dignity and become Chu Feng's furnace. Yet, for every grudge she held, she would repay it tenfold. It all begins with Chu Feng. Boom. Suddenly, several powerful beings at her side unleashed their might, executing tremendous techniques to immediately seal off the space around Chu Feng. They had all witnessed Chu Feng's previous escape through a rift in space. Zhuge Jingyue, are you truly so heartless? Chu Feng roared, his eyes blood-red, brimming with demonic energy. He never anticipated that the one who would drive him into a corner would not be Chu Feng, but rather someone he once trusted dearly. His injuries were worsening. Coupled with his full resistance against the invasion of demonic energy, his combat strength was nearly depleted. Chu Feng, you are merely the first. From this day forth, anyone who has wronged or insulted me shall be repaid in kind. This spear is my retribution for you. Boom. Zhuge Jingyue was resolute, sparing no words for Chu Feng. Even though she bore injuries, the wounds inflicted by Chu Feng were merely superficial, and with the aid of heavenly materials, her body had nearly recovered. With a blinding golden light, the shadow of the war god re-emerged as a spear shot forth, aimed directly at Chu Feng's brow, radiating with murderous intent. You and I have severed all ties. There is no need for further words. Let us engage in a full-scale battle. Zhuge Jingyue's tone was imperious, her fighting spirit soaring. Yet, little did she know that Chu Feng had scarcely any battle spirit left. Was it truly the case that I, Chu Feng, must fall at the hands of a woman who has betrayed me before I even reach the pinnacle? I refuse to accept this. Chu Feng howled in despair. Alas! At that moment, within the black ring, Elder Yin sighed softly. Little Fan, from here on, you must rely on yourself. Elder Yin felt an increasing sense of disappointment. Chu Feng was far too naive. Zhuge Jingyue would not have acted this way had it not been for Chu Feng's bizarre maneuvers, which had driven her to the opposite side. Otherwise, even if she chose to become Chu Feng's furnace, she would not resort to such lethal actions. He was but a remnant soul, lacking a physical form to shield him, making the restoration of his power exceedingly arduous. Repeated exertions would lead to tremendous depletion. Buzz. Suddenly, Elder Yan's remnant soul once again seized control of Chu Feng's body, a pressure of overwhelming might descending upon the realm. This time, Elder Yin chose not to elaborate. Boom. A single hand casually swatted out, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth, shattering the space sealed by mere several beings at the transformation stage. Chapter 43. Hidden Mission. Qi Observation Technique. The remnant of a celestial-level powerhouse possessing a mortal's body. Below, Su Baishan's gaze sharpened, as the holy son of a super-celestial sect. His insight was beyond that of ordinary individuals, and he immediately perceived Chu Feng's anomaly. He had initially wished to observe whether Zhuge Jingyue could eliminate Chu Feng directly, thus sparing him the need to act personally. A strand of remnant energy could only be utilized a few more times, exerting limited power. Chu Batian smirked coldly, and when he saw Chu Feng raise his hand to tear the fabric of space to escape, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. Divine technique. Infinite universe kill. He was a top-tier prodigy, a half-step into transformation, the possessor of a tyrant's body, his combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary transformation experts. His consciousness condensed into a killing sword, roaring forth and directly slicing into Chu Feng's mind. Both Elder Yan's remnant and Chu Feng's consciousness cried out in agony, struck by a devastating blow. As a remnant soul, the most feared attack was precisely this type of divine consciousness assault. "Subadian, you beast!" Chu Feng roared in fury. "Betrayal! Another stab in the back from one of his own. Damn it! These scoundrels deserve to die." They believed you could not contend with Chu Feng and were no longer of any use, fearing you would expose their secrets. Thus, they sought to silence you. Elder Yan stated, managing to maintain some semblance of calm. Having decided to intervene and save Chu Feng, he had already prepared for injury. After all, he was merely a remnant soul. The previous ambush had only been unexpected, and there were countless methods to deal with him. Boom. Chu Feng turned, his eyes blazing with murderous intent, locking gazes with Subadian, who immediately let out a cry of anguish, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Just then, Zhuge Jingyue's spear lunged at him. Chu Feng barely dodged, yet still felt the spear pierce his chest, blood spilling into the sky. Bang! Chu Feng struck Zhuge Jingyue away with a palm, then, dragging his wounded body, tore open the fabric of space, fleeing into the chaotic void. "Little Fan, my strength is spent. I must slumber for a time. During this period, take care of yourself and follow Grandpa's plan as you proceed." Elder Yan's final words echoed in Chu Feng's mind. "Elder Yan." Chu Feng let out a chilling roar, but soon fell into a state of unconsciousness under the invasion of the Demon Kings while amidst the chaotic currents of space. At merely the initial stage of the Divine Pill realm, he was on the brink of being torn to shreds by the turbulent void. Just then, a glimmer of light appeared within the chaos, making contact with Chu Feng's body, and instantly, the brilliance surged, engulfing him completely. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden quest of the system. You have successfully suppressed the Child of Destiny, Chu Feng, causing his fate to become disordered, resulting in a decline of his fortune by half. You are rewarded with 1,000 destiny points. The hidden function of the system, the art of fortune gazing, is now activated." In the Holy Sky Tower, Chu Feng, seated in the main position, was momentarily taken aback. He had been awaiting the envoy of the Great Zhou dynasty when the voice of the system suddenly rang out. "What have I done? How did I complete a mission so abruptly?" Chu Feng inquired. "System, what exactly is a hidden task? What is the purpose of the destiny points?" The hidden task is an untriggerable mission, completed randomly by the host. The host, having traversed into a villain's role, stands in opposition to the Child of Destiny of this world, a scenario that is typically fatal. If the host can reverse the situation, it will automatically trigger. The system will not provide reminders, the system explained. The destiny points are essential for exchanging items with the system, and will only be activated upon the completion of a hidden task. Good heavens, even a grand system has its backup plan. Chu Feng was left speechless. "Where can I exchange items? I haven't seen anything. Host privileges are insufficient. The exchange shop is temporarily inaccessible. Please continue to strive," the system replied. "Damn it." Chu Feng cursed under his breath. "What is the point of completing the hidden task if all I receive are these seemingly useless destiny points and this so-called art of fortune gazing?" It seemed he had forgotten that his motive in dealing with Chu Feng stemmed from the knowledge that Chu Feng would one day eliminate him. "What use are these destiny points to me?" The system, devoid of emotion, responded, although the host currently cannot utilize destiny points to exchange for necessary resources. They can be employed to enhance strength, improve the physical body, cultivate techniques, and even elevate the cultivation levels of those around you. In an instant, Chu Feng's eyes lit up. What a marvelous asset. Truly, a product of the system must be of exquisite quality. Even if I cannot exchange for resources, the potential of this function is beyond imagination. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of cultivation. It had already been 2 full days since his arrival, and he had only just managed to break through from the first to the second level of the infant stage, nearly failing due to a lack of resources. The further one ascends in cultivation, the more challenging it becomes. Legendary cultivators often seclude themselves for centuries, struggling to achieve a single breakthrough. One could only imagine the difficulties of advancement. Take for example the immortal Ji Xian, who had been stuck at the true immortal realm for 1,000,000 years without progress. If he knew that destiny points could directly enhance his cultivation level, he would probably sell the entire Great Zhou dynasty to acquire them. A word of caution. Host, while destiny points can directly enhance cultivation, the required resources must still be provided by the host. Failure to do so may result in wasted destiny points. The system's words doused Chu Feng's eagerness with cold water. What he lacked the most at this moment was resources. As the foremost candidate for the Holy Sun, he still owed the Fairy of Melody 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. and Mayer still needed 3,000. He had thought he could forego subduing Zhuge Jingwei, believing that a little indulgence would suffice. We both deserve some pleasure. But it seemed he still needed to ensure Zhuge Jingwei was utterly devoted. System. How can I earn more destiny points? Surely, I cannot merely wait for hidden tasks to complete? Chu Feng inquired, who knew what the system's hidden tasks entailed. That could take ages. While spirit stones could be acquired with effort, elevating his realm was the true challenge, and he understood this well. The system will randomly trigger tasks, presenting choices. Upon completion, the host can earn destiny points as a reward. Furthermore, the art of fortune gazing is now active. Suppressing or subduing the child of destiny can also yield destiny points, the system elucidated. The art of fortune gazing? Chu Feng pondered for a moment, then turned his gaze towards the fairy of melody beside him. Instantly, a river-like yellow light materialized before his eyes. Fairy melody, yellow fortune value. 9,999 points. Naturally, this thought surfaced in Chu Feng's mind. Is fairy melody on the verge of bursting with yellow fortune? System. What level of fortune does yellow represent? Fortune is categorized into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The further along the spectrum, the greater the potential for growth. Purple is exclusive to the children of destiny. The level of cultivation is unrelated to fortune, and unless one encounters a significant fortuitous event, progression in fortune is nearly impossible, the system explained. Chu Feng nodded in understanding. No wonder fairy melody was merely yellow, despite her enigmatic nature and formidable strength. She was but a minor supporting character in the original narrative. Unless something extraordinary occurred, it was likely her breakthrough to true immortal would be her limit. In this age of golden opportunity, she truly did not stand out. It seemed that Chu Fan must certainly possess purple fortune. Turning to Lu Mei, Chu Feng was met with an orange fortune value the size of a small stream. Lu Mei, yellow fortune value, 3,625 points. Is that merely the second tier of fortune? Chu Feng slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. As the second disciple of the divine extreme, true immortal, she only had a second-tier fortune, which was hardly distinguishable from that of ordinary cultivators. However, in the original story, Lu Mei would soon fall victim to Chu Fan, her poor fortune explaining her fate. Otherwise, given Lu Mei's background, she should have at least possessed green fortune to match her identity. Chu Feng turned the art of fortune gazing upon himself. Red, thin as chopsticks, barely discernible, as if it could vanish at any moment. Chu Feng. Red fortune value, 96 points. His face darkened instantly. What the hell? Red, 96 points. Is this the rhythm of tripping over stones and then crashing into a tree to meet my demise? System, your art of fortune gazing is malfunctioning. There is no way I possess red fortune, and certainly not to this extent. Chu Feng spoke sternly. System, please rectify this. The art of fortune gazing does not err. The system's voice remained cold. The path of fortune is mysterious and extraordinary, unrelated to identity, background, or innate fortune. The host need not contemplate this. Do not question the accuracy of the system. After careful reflection, Chu Feng could only let out a bitter laugh. The original self was indeed deserving of such fortune. After all, how many years had he worn the green hat, leaving those around him to perish in his wake? To say he was a celestial lone star would not be an exaggeration. He was undoubtedly deserving of such meager red fortune. System. Can destiny points be used to enhance fortune? Chu Feng inquired, gazing at his paltry fortune above. He was skeptical that, even if he weren't slain by Chu Fan, he might one day be struck down by lightning. Indeed, the system replied succinctly. Use all my destiny points to enhance my fortune. With gritted teeth, Chu Feng declared. Fortune can be regained, but if I die, I will have nothing left. Understood. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chu Feng felt as if something intangible had shifted. His mind clearing, and his thoughts becoming more coherent. Looking up, he noticed his red fortune was gradually increasing, albeit with great difficulty. It was a painstaking process. 100 points, 500 points, 1,000 points, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 9,000, 9,999. Abruptly halted, Chu Feng felt numb. Having completed a precious hidden task, yet the reward of merely 1,000 destiny points failed to elevate his fortune to the coveted orange tier. How perilous this was. Following his plan, he was likely to confront the Extreme Sword Immortal sect. With such luck, did he dare to take the stage? The Extreme Sword Immortal sect would likely regard his identity as inconsequential, should he encounter a true immortal on the battlefield, given the current state of his fortune. It was not inconceivable that a single blow could lead to his rebirth once more. Welcome, envoy of the great Zhou dynasty. Suddenly, the neatly arranged heavenly guardian guards simultaneously bellowed, their voices resonating like thunder, echoing for 1,000 miles. After all, per Chu Feng's instructions, It was imperative to make a grand spectacle, ensuring that everyone was aware of the envoy's visit. At the entrance of the sacred heaven tower, a middle-aged man of imposing presence stepped onto the red carpet, accompanied by an enigmatic figure cloaked in black, their face obscured. Upon lifting his gaze, Chu Feng noticed that the middle-aged man's fortune was merely yellow, yet upon glimpsing the black-clad individual, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling with realization. A blue fortune. A magnificent blue fortune surged forth like a mighty river, only slightly lesser in scale than that of Miaoying. System, does blue fortune classify as a child of destiny? Chu Feng inquired hastily. Not at all, the system replied. Only purple fortune is exclusive to the child of destiny. Blue fortune belongs to the pseudo-child of destiny. A pang of disappointment surged within Chu Feng. It appeared that only by suppressing the child of destiny could he garner rewards of destiny points. The system continued. Suppressing a pseudo-child of destiny also yields destiny point rewards, albeit significantly less than that of a true child of destiny. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chu Feng's eyes. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. At this stage, having something was better than having nothing. He could seize the opportunity to test his mettle against Chu Feng, the true child of destiny. However, he mused, this world likely harbored more than just Chu Feng as the sole child of destiny. Chu Feng felt a twinge of frustration. It shouldn't be the case, otherwise. This newly unlocked function by the system would essentially be rendered useless. Xiaoxiaaudiobooks, Blue Fortune, 5,400 points. Observing the figure in black, Chu Feng's eyes gleamed, and his mind conjured the background of Xiaoxiaaudiobooks, the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, aged 35, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Possessing the divine body of the destiny god king, having established his foundation at 3 years of age, achieved the divine pill at 9, transformed at 25, and reached the transformation stage by 30. Now, 5 years later, he had already attained the apex of the transformation stage. It was said that upon his birth, the accompanying extraordinary phenomenon reverberated throughout the Lingyun immortal sect, with rumors suggesting that the sect leader intended to take him as a personal disciple, ultimately being personally instructed by the immortal Ji Xian. Of course, these were merely rumors, and Chu Feng had not taken the initiative to investigate. While the original body was arrogant, ranking first among the candidate holy sons, he was ultimately just in his early 20s and had only reached the pinnacle of the divine pill stage. Though such a realm would be considered remarkable elsewhere, within the context of the immortal sect, it merely indicated the standing of some established inner disciples. The truly formidable members of the younger generation within the sect were already at the transformation stage or higher. Thus, they would not engage in rivalry with Chu Feng or Su Batian, even if they desired to compete. They would have to wait until they broke through to the transformation stage themselves. Otherwise, the sect would not permit it. Xiaoxiaaudiobooks, on the other hand, belonged to the elite among them. God King Xiaoxiaaudiobooks, no wonder he possesses blue fortune, Chu Feng muttered to himself. This individual was, in the original narrative, second only to Chu Feng, the goddess of war, and even overshadowed Su Batian. Following the demise of Ji Xian, the battle between the Lingyun immortal sect and the extreme sword immortal sect had resulted in a devastating defeat, leaving the great Zhou dynasty without an immortal-level powerhouse to anchor it, teetering on the brink of chaos, with Xiaoxiaaudiobooks single-handedly shouldering the weight of the dynasty's fate. The envoy of the great Zhou dynasty, Ji Wufeng, pays respects to the holy son Chu Feng. The middle-aged man advanced to the forefront, clasping his fists and offering a slight bow, not bending at the waist like the other formidable beings, nor kneeling on one knee. This was, in fact, the true demeanor befitting a great ascension stage powerhouse. Should they ascend to the immortal level, they could even stand on equal footing with the peak masters of sects or the emperors of dynasties. The ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Kuang, was compelled to display such humility due to the calamity that had befallen his clan, having been drawn into the maelstrom of disaster. As the envoy of the great Zhou dynasty visited, Chu Feng remained expressionless, gesturing with his hand. I have failed to extend a proper welcome. Please, take a seat. Ji Wufeng glanced around. There was not a single table present to accommodate seating. Chu Feng merely made a gesture for show. He understood. Given the recent fall of the ancestor and the absence of an immortal-level protector, the great Zhou dynasty had suddenly found itself at the center of turmoil, surrounded by other dynasties that appeared united, yet likely sought to take a bite out of the chaos. Especially concerning the relationship between the great Zhou dynasty and the Feng Tian dynasty. At such a time, Ji Wufeng was prepared for the likelihood that Chu Feng would refuse to meet him, which prompted him to discreetly seek an audience through the back door. Yet, he never anticipated that Chu Feng would receive him so ostentatiously, causing his heart to race with anxiety, fearing that Chu Feng harbored ulterior motives. Now, however, this response from Chu Feng eased his tension. This was the normal attitude he had expected. Chu Feng, Holy Sun, may I? Ji Wufeng raised his eyes to the surrounding heavenly guardians, as well as to Lu Mei and the immortal Ji Miaoyin, clearly indicating his desire for them to withdraw so that he could discuss pressing matters. No need. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Those present here are all my most trusted confidants. He outright refused. Speak freely, or take your leave if you wish. He offered no regard for face. Ji Wufeng managed a strained smile, turning to the figure in black as if seeking their counsel. This was the Feng Tian dynasty. The crown prince had made no prior announcement and had suddenly come here. If word got out, it would be easy for the Feng Tian dynasty to find a means to incriminate him. To put it lightly, he was here to meet Chu Feng. Yet at this sensitive juncture, should the Feng Tian dynasty seek to place blame, it would be exceedingly simple. No need. The figure in black shook their head, removing their hood to reveal a strikingly handsome face, smiling as they declared, I am Ji Haoyue, crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, and a personal disciple of the immortal Ji Xian. With a direct introduction, Ji Haoyue exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, aware of Chu Feng's proud and domineering nature. He understood that the latter preferred straightforwardness over convoluted formalities. God King Ji Haoyue, I have long admired your name. It is said that the sect leader intends to take you as a disciple, to succeed the position of sect leader, Chu Feng remarked with indifference. I had always thought that after breaking through to the transformation stage, I would come to the great Zhou dynasty to defeat you. Yet here you are, seeking me out. He spoke no falsehood. This had indeed been the original body's underlying intent. Speak, what demands do you have for this visit? Chu Feng stated coolly. Ji Haoyue found himself momentarily at a loss for polite words, but soon broke into a hearty laugh, recognizing his own folly. He had been too accustomed to dealing with cunning old foxes. Before arriving, he had already anticipated Chu Feng's disposition. Indeed, the Holy Sun Chu Feng's character is as grand as the rumors suggest. I have fallen into the trap of convention, Ji Haoyue chuckled self-deprecatingly, and continued, thus, I shall not waste further words. I have come to propose a transaction with you, or rather, with the heavenly peak that stands behind you. A transaction? Chu Feng seemed to smile faintly, though his expression remained largely unchanged. What sort of transaction? At the cabinet meeting of the sect, Ji Haoyue emphatically urged Tianji Peak to vehemently oppose any war with the extreme sword immortal sect. Her words were articulated with great precision. Why? Lu Mei exclaimed almost instinctively. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Who could have anticipated that Ji Haoyue, the one person who should have been most supportive of avenging immortal Ji Xian, would instead beseech Tianji Peak to reject the notion of conflict with the extreme sword immortal sect? Miaoyin Xianji trembled slightly, equally perplexed by Ji Haoyue's stance. What was happening? The sole true immortal powerhouse of the dynasty, the first emperor, had been slain. His most cherished and only disciple had refused to seek vengeance on his behalf. This was truly a shocking revelation. Could it be that Ji Haoyue and her father, the current emperor of the Dazhou dynasty, had long harbored grievances against immortal Ji Xian, wishing for his demise to consolidate their own power? Such a possibility could certainly provide an explanation. Although Ji Xian had abdicated, his strength and influence remained formidable. The top-tier aristocracy of the Dazhou dynasty largely comprised the old guard who had fought alongside him in the past. Even without an active role or sitting on the imperial throne, the highest authority undeniably lay in his hands. With this realization, Lu Mei and Miaoyin Xianji exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of suspicion. So he was a rebel at heart. After all, Ji Xian was a pivotal figure in the Dazhou dynasty. Yet his descendants seemed eager for his early demise. Chu Feng's gaze subtly shifted, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Ji Haoyue, clearing her throat. Ji Haoyue felt somewhat awkward under their penetrating stares, yet she understood their unspoken thoughts. Ladies, the situation is not as you surmise, Ji Haoyue said, a hint of bitterness gracing her lips. If it were as you believe, I, as his direct disciple, would be the most furious after our ancestor was killed by the sword maniac. If I had the strength, I would rush to kill him with a single sword strike. But alas, I lack that power. As the disciple of our ancestor and the crown prince of the Dazhou dynasty, I must consider the ramifications of war for our dynasty. Ji Haoyue's expression grew even more somber. Currently, under the aegis of the Lingyun immortal sect, various dynasties were clamoring for the cabinet to declare war on the extreme sword immortal sect. Yet, if war were to actually commence, how many would truly lend their support? Their underlying intent was likely to use this as an excuse to push Dazhou to the forefront of the battle against the extreme sword immortal sect. Secure in the knowledge that, should we lose, the extreme sword immortal sect would not dare to invade the heartland of the Lingyun immortal sect. With the sole true immortal of the Dazhou dynasty fallen, if we were to lose 10 or 8 more great powers, it would be uncertain whether the dynasty could maintain its prestige. I trust that after Chu Feng Shengzi's arrival in the Fengtian dynasty, he would better comprehend my predicament. He referred to the constraints he faced upon arriving in the Fengtian royal city, the duplicity of the Fengtian dynasty, and the myriad limitations imposed by the various main peaks within the immortal sect. Otherwise, how could a mere Chu Feng, only at the divine pill stage, evade capture after fleeing from Damo Peak, despite the exhaustive search efforts of the Tianji guards? This would be a gross underestimation of the immortal sect's power. Let alone the immortal sect, if the Fengtian dynasty were to mobilize its full might, Chu Feng, as long as he remained within the Fengtian realm, could be located no matter his hiding place. It seems you are well versed in my experiences since arriving in the Fengtian dynasty, Chu Feng remarked with an indifferent expression. In truth, he had felt a strong urge for violence regarding the current circumstances, even contemplating a complete upheaval. Moreover, he had expressed such sentiments on more than one occasion. To upend everything would force Emperor Tianwen, Tu Tianxiang, and the various forces backing them to repeatedly make minor concessions, thereby securing numerous benefits for himself. However, this was the limit of what he could achieve given his current strength and status. To truly overturn the table, not only would his current strength be insufficient, but Lu Wudao would also never permit it. After all, they were all in the same boat. This was the harsh reality. Chu Feng, please do not misunderstand. The major dynasties and the main peaks within the sect all have their spies among one another, a well-known secret. Xiaoyue offered a slight smile, adding, moreover, with your esteemed status, you are always the center of attention wherever you go. It is only natural that Haoyue pays heed to you. Xiaoyue's flattery was evident. As she had a request, Chu Feng responded with a non-committal smile. Is this your personal opinion, or does it represent the collective sentiment of the Dazhou dynasty? Xiaoyue's eyes darkened further as she replied, this is my own opinion. The upper echelons of the dynasty, including my father, are fervently eager to avenge our ancestor. Were it otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance or the support of Tianji Peak. If the Dazhou dynasty expressed a desire for vengeance, even if many other dynasties strongly supported war, the cabinet would still deliberate cautiously, for they were the ones directly involved in this conflict. This meant that a substantial majority of the Dazhou dynasty's upper echelons were fully in favor of war. Chu Feng scoffed. In this case, you expect me to request Tianji Peak to refuse war? That would position Tianji Peak directly against the overwhelming majority. Yet, internally, Chu Feng felt a peculiar shift. He was intrigued. He was familiar with the original plot, and the outcome of this war was almost certainly destined for catastrophic failure. However, if the immortal sect's cabinet and the leaders of the various dynasties reached a consensus to engage in war, then, as merely a candidate for the immortal sect's holy son, he would find it challenging to alter that resolution. But what if the Dazhou dynasty, the protagonist in this narrative, did not wish to engage in war? Then there might indeed be room for maneuvering. Chu Feng would not easily reveal his inner thoughts, understanding that the principle of targeting the prominent was at play. He was keen to ascertain what leverage Xiaoyue possessed to propose such a transaction. Given the magnitude of the potential loss, what could a mere crown prince of the Dazhou dynasty, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, offer in exchange for a deal with Tianji Peak? Xiaoyue spoke solemnly. I am aware that my demands may seem unreasonable. Therefore, what if I were to offer the entire Dazhou dynasty in exchange? As long as you, Chu Feng, assist me this once, thereafter, the entirety of the Dazhou dynasty shall wholeheartedly support you in ascending to the position of sect leader. Xiaoyue raised her gaze, her eyes blazing with intensity as she addressed Chu Feng. Although the major dynasties nominally belong to the immortal sect, they operate independently, each managing their own affairs. They have historically maintained a stance of non-involvement in the struggle for the position of sect leader. While your talents are exceptional, is there truly no one among the other main peaks or the families of the current sect leaders who can rival you? Not to mention others, consider the Tua family, from which the imperial teacher of the Fengtian dynasty, Tua Tianxiang, hails. Their current chief of the Sun Peak, Tua Hao, possesses the Sun's sacred body, a physique that once attained the title of immortal emperor in an ancient golden age. His innate gifts may not be inferior to yours, Xianxia. This era is unlike any other. The major dynasties are not without the possibility of entering the fray. Surely, Chu Feng Xianxia can comprehend the significance of the Dazhou dynasty's declaration of full support for you. Chu Feng's gaze turned frosty as he replied coldly, you have piqued my interest. What a skillful art of persuasion you possess. However, do you truly think I could be so easily deceived into a fool's errand? Tianji guards, seize Xiaoyue. Administer 100 lashes, and then cast her aside. Chapter 45, The God King's Guardian? At your command, the celestial guards shouted in unison, their voices resonating through the heavens, causing Ji Wufeng and Xiaoyue to tremble, their faces paling slightly. They had never anticipated that just moments ago, everything seemed harmonious. And now Chu Feng had so swiftly changed his demeanor. He had previously instructed the celestial guards to extend a grand welcome, only to now command them to lash the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. If it were anyone else, Xiaoyue would not have felt such trepidation. Whipping the crown prince. Was he seeking death? Yet, with a man as reckless as Chu Feng, he harbored no doubts that he was both capable of uttering such a command and executing it. Holy son Chu Feng, let us speak amicably. Ji Wufeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily interjected. He was finally experiencing firsthand the formidable ability of this man to turn on a dime. Truly, seeing is believing. Holy son Chu Feng, I am unaware of where this crown prince has erred. Ji Haoyue's complexion had turned slightly pale as he felt the predatory gazes of the celestial guards surrounding him. These guardians were indeed prepared to act against him. Chu Feng let out a chilling smile and remarked, "Your plans are indeed quite splendid. You wish for me to stave off the great Zhou dynasty's declaration of war while promising a most delightful covenant. However, you have overlooked a crucial detail. You, a mere crown prince, though endowed with the God King's physique and possessing significant potential. What right do you have to make such promises on behalf of the great Zhou dynasty? While Ji Xuanjun is deceased, I am aware that many of your dynasty's valiant generals and meritorious officials still live. After Ji Xuanjun's demise, even your father was unable to command them. Otherwise, they would not have led him by the nose into seeking vengeance against the extreme sword immortal sect. What authority do you possess among the various dynasties? The internal strife is most vehement within yours. To effect change is not a matter of mere moments. Are you expecting to proffer me this beautiful promise? Only for me and the celestial peak to intervene in your internal affairs should you encounter difficulties, thus helping you secure your throne?" Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with coldness, as if he could see through Ji Haoyue's underlying schemes. Furthermore, he had to admit that Ji Haoyue's promise was indeed enticing. Had Su Batian heard it, he might have leaped with excitement and instantly acquiesced. But this was only true for those unfamiliar with the history of the great Zhou dynasty. Ji Haoyue, with all his scheming, was oblivious to the fact that the man before him was well versed in the original narrative. After the great Zhou dynasty declared war, those valiant generals and meritorious officials, possessing immense strength, many of whom were at the great ascension stage, led the dynasty's ministers into battle, while Lu Wudao remained at the rear, charging forward, and it seemed they were poised to annihilate the Ming dynasty. Yet, at a pivotal moment, the Feng Tian dynasty on the left flank faltered due to Su Fan and Ying Tian's clandestine agreement with the extreme sword immortal sect, resulting in the collapse of the Feng Tian army. The million-strong forces of the extreme sword immortal sect subsequently surrounded the great Zhou dynasty, including Lu Wudao, ensnaring them in a net. The great Zhou dynasty's vast army was decimated, and its valiant generals were captured en masse. Lu Wudao, attempting to break free from the encirclement, suffered severe losses and entered a prolonged seclusion, losing his position as the Great Elder, paving the way for Chu Feng's eventual demise at Su Fan's hands. Su Fan, due to this battle, established an unparalleled reputation for the extreme sword immortal sect, gaining its protection and embarking on a rapid rise to power. It was precisely because of this battle that Ji Haoyue ascended to the throne, truly taking command of the waning and turbulent Great Zhou dynasty. And now, on what grounds could Ji Haoyue offer him any promises? Those valiant generals and officials only heed Ji Xuanjun. With Ji Xuanjun gone, the youthful Ji Haoyue, lacking any substantial foundation, was merely seen as a promising young man in their eyes. Ji Haoyue remained silent for a long while before suddenly clasping his hands in respect and bowing deeply to Chu Feng. "Holy son Chu Feng, your gaze is piercing. Haoyue admires you. Previously, my attitude was improper, and I hope the Holy Son can forgive me." Ji Haoyue finally began to regard Chu Feng with the seriousness he warranted. The reason he sought out Chu Feng was that he believed this young man, due to his youth, must lack depth and be unversed in the intricacies of court struggles and the hearts of men. But he was mistaken. Chu Feng's understanding of the great Zhou dynasty seemed to rival his own. Chu Feng had not spoken in error with Ji Xuanjun's demise. The great Zhou dynasty was indeed teetering on the brink of collapse. Those valiant generals cared little for his or his father's commands, demanding that the emperor petition the immortal sect for war. Their sole focus was avenging Ji Xuanjun, without a thought for the consequences. The current emperor of the great Zhou dynasty was powerless against these men. What could he, Ji Haoyue, do? Thus, he could only place his hopes on Chu Feng, this young man of high standing who wielded considerable power at Celestial Peak. Of course, before meeting Chu Feng, he had harbored a sense of contempt for him. Such an arrogant youth could easily be swayed with flattery, coaxing him into helping him without any issue. If Su Batian, that hypocrite, could accomplish such a feat, how much easier would it be for Ji Haoyue? It was well known that during the cabinet meeting, Chu Feng had spoken in Su Batian's favor, directly opposing Lu Wudao. Ji Haoyue had been present then. The labels of arrogance, dominance, and recklessness had been affixed to Chu Feng at that time. However, though I am nominally the crown prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, I find myself devoid of anything that could facilitate a trade with Holy Son Chu Feng. Xiaoyue forced a bitter smile. Precious heavenly materials, exquisite spiritual artifacts, scriptures? Chu Feng lacked for nothing. I apologize for disturbing the Holy Son, Xiaoyue said regretfully. Uncle Feng, let us depart. Xiaoyue felt the weight of bitterness in his heart as he turned to leave. Fully aware that this battle might yield disastrous consequences for the dynasty, yet as the crown prince, he felt utterly powerless. This transaction is not without consideration on my part. Chu Feng's indifferent voice echoed, causing Xiaoyue to pause momentarily before abruptly turning back, his eyes alight with excitement, though he struggled to conceal his eagerness. Holy Son Chu Feng, you cannot be jesting with me. At this moment, aside from his title as crown prince and the God King's physique, he possessed neither real power nor significant resources. He could not fathom why Chu Feng would wish to assist him. Just with you? Chu Feng seemed to chuckle lightly, his expression remaining impassive. I do not have the leisure for such trivialities, nor are you worth my time. I may assist you this once, and can also persuade my master to refrain from igniting this conflict. However, I require you to pay a price. Xiaoyue observed that Chu Feng did not appear to be jesting, and he could no longer suppress his excitement. As long as I can preserve the foundation of the Great Zhou dynasty and protect the territory painstakingly established by my ancestor, I am willing to pay any price, even if it costs me my life. Your life holds no value to me, Chu Feng replied coolly. While I cannot deny that your earlier promise stirred my interest, I cannot trust you at this moment. Therefore, I need you to present something that will lend credence to your words, something that will empower me to speak with my master. For instance, Chu Feng's gaze deepened, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. I am in need of a leader for the Celestial Peaks Guards. This left Lu Mei, the girl who seemed eager to eliminate anyone, momentarily taken aback. Was the senior brother suggesting that Xiaoyue serve as his guard? Chu Feng had already established his own faction, and even Ying Tian had his personal guard, the Thunder Guard, protecting him. It was only natural for Chu Feng to cultivate a group of attendants to safeguard his interests within the immortal sect. However, to have a prominent crown prince serve as a mere attendant? That was utterly unprecedented. No past sect master had ever been afforded such a privilege. The ruler of a dynasty, akin to a feudal lord, could stand on equal footing with the master of the main peak, theoretically. Xiaoyue could also be considered an equal to Chu Feng. Not to mention, Xiaoyue possessed the divine physique of a god king, being the most gifted talent in the past million years of the Great Zhou dynasty's establishment. There were even those who believed he was destined to inherit the position of sect master, which underscores the immense potential he held. The notion that Chu Feng would want him to serve as an attendant was simply outrageous. The entirety of the Great Zhou dynasty would likely be thrown into chaos over such a proposition. This was absolutely unacceptable. Ji Wufeng's expression darkened, and he immediately interjected. Holy Son Chu Feng, His Highness is the legitimate crown prince and a god king physique. How could he serve as the commander of the attendants of your extreme star peak? This is a tremendous affront to the Great Zhou dynasty. Even with the numerous celestial guards casting watchful eyes, Ji Wufeng's face betrayed his anger. This was a profound humiliation to the Great Zhou dynasty. A dignified crown prince could not be reduced to the role of a mere guard commander. Where would that leave the dignity of the Great Zhou dynasty? If they could not even uphold this modicum of face, what reason did Ji Wufeng have to believe that the Great Zhou dynasty would genuinely support and endorse Chu Feng? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Chu Feng coldly commanded, "Show them out." What he would not admit was that even if Xiaoyue did not come to his door upon returning to the extreme peak, he would still persuade Lu Wudao against initiating this war. It was not that the Lingyun immortal sect was weaker than the extreme sword immortal sect. Rather, the internal strife was too intense, making it impossible to unite against a common enemy. With such infighting, how could they hope to achieve victory? Even if a war were to commence, the extreme peak could not engage alone. However, should an opportunity arise to gain an advantage, Chu Feng would not be averse to seizing it. He had been yearning for a means to gather destiny points, and the vast fortune surrounding Xiaoyue was something he coveted. "Leave, if you must," Ji Wufeng replied defiantly. "Even if war breaks out, the Great Zhou dynasty may not necessarily suffer defeat." "I agree. As long as the Holy Sun is unperturbed by the gossip of others, I can accompany the Holy Sun back to the immortal sect at dawn tomorrow and assume the position of commander of the extreme star peaks attendants. For the eternal glory of the Great Zhou dynasty, my own modest dignity is of little consequence." At that moment, Xiaoyue's deep voice unexpectedly echoed, "Huh? What do the words of others matter?" A smile ghosted across Chu Feng's lips, and he responded, "Of course, this is merely a pledge." as long as I am assured of the great Zhou dynasty's unwavering support. His Highness may depart from the extreme star peak at any time to ascend the throne of the dynasty. Absolutely not, Your Highness. Ji Wufeng's countenance shifted dramatically, and he urged urgently, Hao Yue, this is utterly unacceptable. Within the immortal sect, the 7 main peaks and other peaks possess formidable influence. We can seek assistance from others, not just the extreme peak. With a wry smile, Ji Haoyue replied, Uncle Wufeng, let us not deceive ourselves. If other main peaks or dynasties were willing to aid us, why would I risk infiltrating the Fengtian dynasty to meet with Holy Son Chu Feng personally? They would likely be delighted to see the great Zhou dynasty defeated and divided among themselves. The immortal sect has many powerful figures. Yet how many truly wish to support our dynasty in waging war against the extreme sword immortal sect? Moreover, with the sect master in closed-door cultivation, we cannot even meet with him. The only one with decisive authority is the great elder, the divine extreme true immortal. Ji Wufeng took a deep breath, resigned, and said, Regardless, Your Highness, you are the hope of the great Zhou dynasty. This was said by ancestor Ji Xian while he was still alive. I cannot gamble your reputation and future. He continued, if I can indeed become a peerless powerhouse in the future, I shall lead the dynasty to glory. If I cannot, then that is my own inadequacy, and it has nothing to do with being the commander of the attendants. Ji Haoyue chuckled lightly, Uncle Wufeng, you merely worry that my father and the court will have a poor impression of me. After all, how could a crown prince who has served as an attendant ever ascend to the throne? But if the dynasty falls and powerful figures perish, what does it matter whether I attain the throne or not? At this critical juncture for the dynasty's survival, as the crown prince, it is my duty to step forward and make sacrifices. Ji Wufeng wished to continue persuading him, but upon meeting Ji Haoyue's resolute gaze, he could only sigh deeply. Even if Ji Haoyue did become Chu Feng's attendant, would that truly be enough to dissuade Lu Wudao? Would it genuinely prevent the cabinet from issuing orders to go to war? Even if they managed to delay it, how many within the dynasty would recognize the sacrifice Ji Haoyue made? They would likely say that Ji Haoyue did not deserve the favor of ancestor Ji Xian, that after his demise, he clung to life out of fear of war, seeking comfort, and ultimately bringing shame upon the dynasty. Yet he understood better than anyone that he could not dissuade Ji Haoyue. Suddenly, with a thud, Ji Haoyue knelt on one knee, bowing his head before Chu Feng, saying, I, Ji Haoyue, commander of the Extreme Star Peak's attendants, pay my respects to the Peak Master. Simultaneously, the system prompt sounded. Ji Haoyue's fortune shifted, and the host gained 500 destiny points. Chu Feng's gaze brightened slightly as he employed his fortune-seeing technique on Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue emanated a blue aura, totaling 5,300 points. Remarkably, he had only lost 100 points of fortune. This meant that for each point of blue fortune, one could gain 5 points of destiny value. Ji Haoyue chose to submit solely for the sake of the great Zhou dynasty, not out of unwavering loyalty. Hence his fortune had only diminished by 100. Completely subduing a person was exceedingly difficult, let alone an arrogant prodigy. It was far more satisfying to suppress them. Chu Feng sighed inwardly, feeling a sudden yearning for Chu Fan, and looked forward to the impending execution of Yi Zhenchuan. He wondered if Chu Fan would dare to come in person. Holy Son Chu Feng, I hope you do not forget your promise. Ji Wufeng said solemnly before bowing deeply to Ji Haoyue and departing with a heavy heart. Chapter 46, The Immortal Sect's Cabinet Meeting. In the Lingyun Immortal Sect. High above in the central core of the 7 main peaks, a vast, majestic mountain floated in the air, shrouded in immortal light, constantly inhaling and exhaling an abundance of spiritual energy. The entire mountain resembled a colossal life form endowed with intelligence, instilling a sense of immense pressure and reverence from a distance. This mountain was the seat of the Immortal Sect's cabinet, from which policies determining the rise and fall of millions of disciples and countless dynasties were issued. On ordinary days, the cabinet was typically attended only by the sect master, various elder members, and the peak masters, along with a handful of significant figures. However, today, within the cabinet's grand hall, stood no fewer than 20 true immortals and over 100 peak-level beings, resembling radiant suns suspended in the air, exuding endless spiritual energy and instilling a terrifying sense of oppression. The main seat of the cabinet remained conspicuously vacant. Ladies and gentlemen, the sect master is currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough. I shall preside over this cabinet meeting in his stead, declared Lu Wudao, his voice cool and authoritative. As his gaze swept across the assembly, this meeting convenes with all the lords of the various dynasties, the main peak masters, and key cabinet members in attendance. Aside from the sect master and a few elders in closed-door cultivation, he continued, the first agenda item for this meeting is the shocking news that Ji Xian, a true immortal, was slain by the previous holy son of the extreme sword immortal sect, xianxia, in the forbidden land of the buried immortals. This has sent shockwaves throughout the world, and countless disciples within the sect have been abuzz with discussion. Our cabinet must swiftly decide how to respond to this situation. The second item on the agenda pertains to the depletion of the celestial sect's treasury of spiritual stones, which has reached a critical low, while the monthly expenditures remain exceedingly high. Hence, I have submitted a petition to the cabinet, advocating for a reduction in the expenditures of the various main and secondary peaks, as well as various minor expenses. I propose an increase in the annual contributions of spiritual stones and rare materials from subordinate dynasties to replenish the sect's treasury, preparing for potential upheavals in the future. With the attendance of key cabinet members at this assembly, it is an opportune moment to deliberate the viability of my proposal. I invite all present to express their thoughts freely. As Lu Wudao's indifferent voice fell, even these towering figures who stood at the pinnacle of the celestial sect, casting their gaze over the vast expanse of the earth, were visibly shaken. The cabinet agenda proposed by Lu Wudao, particularly the second item, far exceeded their expectations, leaving them utterly unprepared. The notion of reducing expenditures across the peaks, a matter of such gravity, had not been hinted at previously. Master of the Wujia Peak. As the second-ranking elder in the cabinet, responsible for assisting Lu Wudao in managing the sect and overseeing its finances, you should have been aware of this matter beforehand. Inquired a peak master at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, moving closer to the front. From the foremost seat to the right of the sect leader, a black-robed elder, eyes closed, replied with a faint tone, with the sect leader in seclusion, the divine extreme true immortal Qian Gang has taken unilateral command, manipulating the sect's affairs. Such significant matters are beyond my purview as merely the second elder of the cabinet. However, the depletion of the sect's treasury is already common knowledge, and there is no need for me to elaborate further. The sarcasm and displeasure in the words of the Wujia true immortal were almost palpable. What was this second elder of the cabinet, assisting the great elder in managing the sect? In the decades since the sect leader entered seclusion, he had effectively become a mere decorative figure. How could such a crucial matter concerning the entire sect and the multitude of cultivators across the vast land not have been communicated to the various peaks in advance? The countenance of the secondary peak master darkened significantly at this thought. Once the news spread, its abruptness would incite unrest throughout the sect, leaving its members in a state of anxiety. The Wujia true immortal turned to the impassive Lu Wudao across the room, stating coldly, "The treasury is exhausted." And as one of the main peaks, Wujia Peak naturally supports this wholeheartedly. Yet, as you all know, our peak has over 200,000 disciples, both inner and outer, alongside various servants and guards, totaling over 100,000. The consumption is astronomical, and the allocations of spiritual stones and rare materials from the sect are insufficient. I even have to personally supplement the peak's expenses yearly. If expenditures are to be cut, I will bear the burden no longer and shall have to request the great elder's consent for me and my 20,000 disciples to take to the streets to beg for sustenance. Upon finishing, the Wujia true immortal shook his head, a bitter expression on his face. However, I also empathize with the sect's difficulties and am willing to contribute my remaining 30,000 high-grade spiritual stones to the sect's treasury, and I will immediately rally all disciples within the peak to practice frugality. The secondary peak master seemed to have received a clear answer, sneering. The affluence of my Yuxing peak pales in comparison to that of the major peaks. The spiritual stones and rare materials allocated yearly amount to less than 1% of the sect's total expenses, and the discontent among the peak's higher-ups and disciples has long been palpable. While secondary peak disciples may not hold the same importance as those of the main peaks, I implore the cabinet to recognize their unwavering loyalty to the sect. In these trying times, I wholeheartedly support the initiative to cut costs, but unlike the wealthy Wujia peak, if my Yuxing peak's allocations are further reduced, I would have no face to return to my peak and would rather take my own life here within this cabinet to demonstrate my loyalty to the sect. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting near the end of Lu Wudao's lower seat slammed his palm on the table, erupting in anger. Wujia true immortal, Yuxing peak master. Your peaks rank among the wealthiest in the entire sect. The monthly stipends that disciples receive even surpass those of the disciples of the Tianji peak. This is common knowledge. Now that the sect faces hardship, with the treasury depleted and expenses far exceeding income, it is well known, especially in light of the murder of the true immortal Ji Xian, as we stand on the brink of war. Without spiritual stones and resources, how can we sustain a conflict against the extreme sword sect? A true immortal and a peak master at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, willing to offer merely 30,000 spiritual stones. Are you feeding dogs? The elder, who has tirelessly maintained the sect's operations, expressed his heartfelt dedication, only to be met with mockery from you two. It truly leaves me disheartened. The middle-aged man clasped his hands towards Lu Wudao, declaring loudly, Elder Wudao, though my Xingyue peak is but a small peak, I fully support your proposal and am willing to reduce our expenditures by 10%, cooperating wholeheartedly with the cabinet's decision. The Wujia True Immortal responded indifferently. As the elder responsible for the sect's finances, I am somewhat aware of Xingyue Peak's expenditures. The annual allocation of spiritual stones and rare materials from the sect amounts to 150,000 high-grade spiritual stones, ranking at the bottom of the sect. A 10% reduction would only yield 15,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A hint of derision crept onto the Wujia True Immortal's lips. I am willing to contribute 30,000 from my own purse. Sufficient to sustain 2 dogs like your Xingyue Peak. You scoundrel! The master of Xingyue Peak's face flushed red with anger. The master of Yuxing Peak interjected with a sneer. Xingyue Peak ranks at the bottom among secondary peaks. According to sect regulations, you may attend but not speak. So take your 15,000 spiritual stones and return to feed dogs. Zhang Junjia, do not think that just because your Yuxing Peak ranks above mine, I am intimidated by you. The master of Xingyue Peak retorted angrily. If you have the gall, let us battle on the life and death stage instead of resorting to mockery. My Xingyue Peak has long harbored discontent against your Yuxing Peak. With just over 1,000 disciples at your Xingyue Peak, you are not worthy. The master of Yuxing Peak shook his head, his disdain evident. Reducing expenditures affects us greatly. I, the Riji Peak, must convene a peak assembly to discuss this matter. So must my Shiji Peak. I, the DG Peak, already rank at the bottom among the 7 main peaks, receiving the least allocation. As long as the major peaks have no objections, my DG Peak is also willing to cut some expenditures. The master of DG Peak casually closed his eyes, practicing Tai Chi. Across from the peak masters sat the rulers of various dynasties, their expressions grave. They too began to voice their opinions. Wujia Great Elder, you are aware of my Feng Tian dynasty's situation. We are not affluent and face enormous expenses, always under threat from our neighbors, maintaining an army of millions. Contributing 1 trillion spiritual stones annually is already our limit. The Emperor of Feng Tian, merely a projection of his true self, sighed. The sect is in distress. And I do not possess the wealth of the Wujia True Immortal. My Feng Tian dynasty will certainly lend its full support. Otherwise, I could send a few princes and princesses to serve as free labor for the sect tomorrow. Even Feng Tian dynasty is in such dire straits. My Qian dynasty fares even worse. We have far fewer princes and princesses than the Tianwen Emperor. We merely have more ordinary citizens. Perhaps I could capture a few 100,000 to send to the sect as free labor, as our contribution. My Dezhou dynasty's ancestor has just fallen, and we are preparing for war. I was about to request if the sect could exempt us from this year's quota. The Emperor of Dezhou's expression was one of bitter distress. Everyone, perhaps we could borrow some spiritual stones from my Dezhou dynasty? It was clear to all that this ruler was genuinely impoverished. The Tianwen Emperor remained silent. The Daiqian Emperor gazed skyward. The Dowei Emperor simply closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The other dynasty rulers adopted various stances, each unique. While supporting your petition for the sect to engage in warfare is acceptable, borrowing money might strain our relations. Cough, cough, in light of the Dezhou dynasty's hardships. Should the sect not extend its support and allocate more resources? The Tianwen Emperor coughed twice, directing his gaze towards the Wujia True Immortal and the Divine Extreme True Immortal Lu Wudao, who oversaw the sect's finances. Indeed, the demise of the immortal Ji Xian has united countless formidable warriors in a shared resolve. The Great Qian dynasty fervently supports the declaration of war against the extreme Sword Immortal sect. The cabinet, overseeing the larger strategy, should promptly draft a resolution to avenge Ji Xian. Otherwise, it would surely dishearten the multitude of devoted warriors loyal to the sect. The situation is dire. The extreme Sword Immortal sect is bullying us, and our dynasty must stand united against them, putting an end to our internal strife. We wholeheartedly support the Great Zhou dynasty in waging war. The sovereigns of various dynasties collectively exhaled, shifting the discussion towards the first agenda item, inciting the Great Zhou dynasty to confront the extreme Sword Immortal sect, which is their primary objective. Let us acquire more resources. Not a single coin should be spared. The Grand Elder, who oversees all matters with absolute authority, commanded with determination, I shall execute this with utmost diligence. The Wuji True Immortal, his eyes remaining closed, spoke in a tone devoid of urgency. Instantly, all gazes converged upon Lu Wudao. Fools, utter fools. This sect's foundation shall inevitably crumble under your stewardship. The master of Xingyue Peak remarked, his expression darkening as he waved his sleeve and returned to his seat, commencing his cultivation in silence. Have you all said enough? Lu Wudao opened his eyes, a flicker of lightning flashing within, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. lingering a moment longer on the Wuji True Immortal and Emperor Tongwen. His imposing presence quelled the previously raucous cabinet into an immediate hush. Reduce expenditures. Aside from the bottom-ranking Xingyue peak, no one supports this notion, all claiming poverty. Lu Wudao's tone was neutral, betraying neither anger nor joy. The esteemed Wuji peak receives an annual allocation of over 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones, yet as its peak master, I possess merely over 300,000. It is truly lamentable. One might as well keep that to raise a dog. It is well known that Wuji Peak houses the greatest variety of spirit beasts. Not only do its disciples receive the highest monthly allowances, but the expenses for raising livestock also amount to a staggering sum each year. Lu Wudao cast a glance at Zhang Junjie, the master of Falling Star Peak, whose face flushed crimson, a flicker of ire igniting in his eyes. However, he dared not challenge Lu Wudao, merely retorting coldly before resuming his seat. Let us not forget, a disciple from Tianji Peak spent over 1 billion high-grade spirit stones to open their peak. Compared to that, our Wuji Peak's livestock expenses are negligible. The Wuji True Immortal retorted sharply, referring to the opulent Xingxing Peak, with its grand palaces, abundant spiritual energy, and countless menials, continuously depleting vast resources. The cultivation of our peaks is well known throughout the sect, yet Su Batian, as a candidate for the Holy Sun, enjoys substantial support from the sect while neglecting his training. Engaging in underhanded tactics behind the scenes, who might be orchestrating this? Lu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. Should I acquire evidence, I will ensure that justice is served, regardless of who is involved. Humph. The Wuji True Immortal chuckled coldly. The Grand Elder possesses keen insight. Should there be evidence, I shall personally render Batian incapacitated. However, without proof, I implore the Grand Elder to preserve his dignity and refrain from sullying a disciple's reputation, lest it dishearten the millions of disciples within the sect. Lu Wudao glanced indifferently at the Wuji True Immortal, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes, choosing not to linger on this matter. He spoke solemnly. Since we cannot reach a consensus on reducing sect expenditures, let us continue deliberating on avenging Ji Xian. Having served the sect loyally for 1,000,000 years, his vengeance must be exacted. However, how we shall enact this, I request concrete proposals from all present. Mere verbal support for war against the extreme Sword Immortal sect will not suffice. Lu Wudao's gaze turned icy as he addressed Emperor Tianwen. I am aware of your many princes and princesses, birthed in swarms each year. But this sect is not a refuge for the inept. There is no need to send any more misfits our way. The sect's treasury is depleting. We cannot afford to nurture so many useless individuals. And you, the ruler of the great Qian, you speak of seizing millions of commoners. Are you the ruler of this immortal sect or a tyrant of the demonic sect? Should I discover that you are exploiting the common folk, the cabinet may need to consider whether the great Qian dynasty deserves a change in leadership. For the path of immortality does not tolerate such behavior. Lu Wudao offered no quarter in his admonition. Let us continue the discussion within 3 days. A concrete plan regarding the first agenda item must be presented. The matter of Ji Xian's fate cannot be delayed. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Or you may summon the sect leader to preside over the cabinet. Chapter 47. Was it truly voluntary? At the highest peak of Tianji Peak, within a small world, disciple Chu Feng, Lu Mei, pays respects to master. Chu Feng and Lu Mei bowed before Lu Wudao, who sat cross-legged ahead of them. Rise, Lu Wudao gestured. Noting the presence of Xiaoyue, who had returned with Chu Feng, still clad in the armor of a guard, a long knife at his side. Xiaoyue, captain of the Extreme Star Peak Guards, pays respects to the Grand Elder. Xiaoyue's expression was complex as he performed a deep bow to Lu Wudao. The captain of the Extreme Star Peak Guards, Lu Wudao's lips twitched imperceptibly as he turned to regard the unflinching Chu Feng. This lad, having shattered his inner demons, had indeed become audacious. The sole disciple of that old Ji Xian, the heir of the great Zhou dynasty, had surprisingly accepted a position as a guard at Extreme Star Peak at such a critical juncture. Xiaoyue, the handling of Ji Xian's death is still under discussion in the cabinet. Do not be anxious, Lu Wudao spoke solemnly. He presumed Xiaoyue was impatient to avenge Ji Xian, having been pressured by Chu Feng to become a guard at Extreme Star Peak, thus urging him to speak on behalf of the great Zhou dynasty in the cabinet. Such a maneuver, given Chu Feng's arrogant nature, was not out of character for him. To have a prince of a dynasty, a body of a divine king, serving as a guard is a privilege no one across the ancient immortal continent has ever enjoyed. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. The Holy Sun, with his extraordinary talent and unmatched courage, has won Xiaoyue's admiration. Thus, I voluntarily joined Extreme Star Peak as a guard. Xiaoyue promptly replied, seemingly having prepared his response in advance. Was it truly voluntary? Lu Wudao's words carried a deep significance as he scrutinized the impassive Chu Feng intently. You hypocrite, you can speak some truth, Lu Mei scoffed lightly, clearly pleased by Hao Yue's words that struck a chord within her. In her eyes, Chu Feng was the finest of all. Hao Yue smiled wryly. It was evident that Lu Mei still held a grudge against him for those deceptive words spoken during his time in the Fengtian dynasty. Throughout their journey back to the sect, she had scrutinized him at every turn, seemingly dissatisfied that he, a mere guard, had been appointed as the captain of Extreme Star Peak, believing he was unworthy of serving Chu Feng. She would often threaten him, saying that if he dared to conspire against Chu Feng, she would eliminate him herself. Yet with Chu Feng's current capabilities, it was a wonder he didn't conspire against her instead. Following their conversation, this dignified prince of the great Zhou dynasty found himself reduced to the status of a guard, even selling himself short. He could not comprehend Lu Mei's misunderstandings. Who was truly plotting against whom? Master, I have just returned to the peak and have yet to visit the cabinet. I am unaware of how the matter of Jixian's death is being handled. Chu Feng inquired, his concern evident. This was indeed his foremost preoccupation. Should a resolution to declare war against the Extreme Sword Immortal sect have already been reached? With unanimous approval from the cabinet, even Lu Wudao or any figure from deep within the sect would find it impossible to overturn. Hao Yue's body shuddered slightly, his expression grave as he glanced at Lu Wudao. Lu Wudao smiled faintly. You wish to know whether a decision has been made regarding waging war against the Extreme Sword Immortal sect, correct? The proposal has yet to be passed, remaining steeped in controversy, with discussions growing increasingly intense. Lu Wudao's voice resonated softly. At this moment, he existed only as a wisp of consciousness atop the celestial peak, while his true self presided over a meeting within the cabinet. The majority of the sovereigns were staunchly in favor of war, a predictable stance, but they were reluctant to commit troops or resources. Each one calculated meticulously, seeking to reap the benefits without bearing the burdens. A hint of murderous intent subtly infused Lu Wudao's tone, revealing the profound divisions that characterized this cabinet meeting. Strangely, however, he refrained from disclosing the second agenda item to Chu Feng, seemingly wishing to alleviate the pressure on him. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. The discussions were undoubtedly heated, perhaps even bordering on quarrels. He recalled his own participation in several cabinet meetings, where those who typically appeared aloof and ethereal, true immortals, would exchange barbs and veiled insults, their faces flushed and voices raised, a commonplace occurrence. Had it not been for the preservation of the cabinet's dignity, a physical altercation would have hardly seemed surprising, particularly during the year-end meetings. When the allocation of resources for the upcoming year was debated, the lower-ranking peak masters would often bicker fiercely, with some even arranging clandestine duels. As for the 7 primary peaks and other formidable secondary peaks, their shares of resources remained largely fixed, barring significant decline in strength or unforeseen events. This cabinet meeting, however, was of unparalleled consequence, as it pertained to waging war against the Extreme Sword sect, one of the 5 great immortal sections. The ramifications were manifold: spiritual stones, resources, rare materials, weapon supplies, the number of strong warriors each peak could contribute, potential ambushes from other major forces, and so on. Moreover, within the sect, there lay powerful factions deeply allied with the Extreme Sword sect, whose interests would be profoundly affected by any conflict. Balancing these interests was a tangled web. A mere joint petition from the sovereigns to support war could not easily sway decisions. Master, the implications of waging war against the Extreme Sword sect are too vast and intricate. Shouldn't we at least summon the sect leader to preside over the cabinet meeting personally? Chu Feng suggested gravely. If the leader were to oversee the proceedings, even if the war ended in defeat, the responsibility would naturally fall upon him. Sparing Celestial Peak from significant repercussions and ensuring Lu Wudao retained his position as the elder, the unsavory dealings of the Fengtian dynasty would then be left for the leader to contend with. Your brother is correct. That old man is the highest authority of the sect. Given the gravity of this situation, why should the master bear the burden alone? Lu Mei interjected, visibly displeased. The leader's family typically enjoyed the lioness share of sect resources while contributing the least. If war is to come, let the Zhu family lead the charge. Mayor, speak with care, Lu Wudao warned, his gaze darkening. The sect leader is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the celestial immortal realm. How could we disturb him over such trivial matters? Trivial matters? Chu Feng frowned at the implications. Was war against the Extreme Sword sect truly a triviality? For some reason, he sensed that Master had long been aware of the impending fall of immortal Jixian, and that his current silence suggested he was biding his time, waiting for something. Logically, a matter as significant as waging war against the Extreme Sword sect should warrant the leader's involvement. Even if Lu Wudao wished to withhold information from the leader, could it be that the leader's trusted aides had not informed him? As the leader of a top 10 sect, was he truly oblivious to the assassination of a formidable immortal? Or perhaps he was aware, but chose to allow Lu Wudao to handle it. Did they share an unspoken understanding? There seemed to be deeper, more intricate motives behind this situation. Suddenly, Xiaoyue approached, kneeling before Lu Wudao with urgency. As the crown prince of the Dazhou dynasty, I implore you, elder, to reject this war proposal. Xiaoyue could no longer wait. Once the cabinet meeting concluded with a unanimous vote for war, it would be impossible to turn back. To wage war against the extreme sword sect, demanding the surrender of Xianxia in order to avenge our ancestors. How can you refuse? Lu Wudao appeared taken aback. As the crown prince, do you not seek to avenge your ancestors? Your father has pleaded desperately with the sovereigns to send troops, secretly paying a hefty price to secure their support for Dazhou's war efforts. Yet here you are, asking me to refuse? Does your father and those old men know of your request? At that moment, Chu Feng clearly discerned a glint of coldness in Lu Wudao's eyes. Was Master displeased with Xiaoyue's reluctance to engage in battle? Did Lu Wudao secretly favor war? Yet, in the original narrative, it was the sovereigns who had coerced Lu Wudao into conflict. Why did it feel as though there was a deeper conspiracy at play? Chu Feng's gaze sharpened. Though he refrained from speaking immediately, father is unaware, and many elders also remain in the dark. This is my own decision, Xiaoyue replied, his voice laced with resignation. However, when he mentioned Xianxia, a flicker of vengeance ignited in his eyes. The grudge of my ancestors shall be avenged. On the day I break through to true immortality, I will go to the extreme sword sect to slay Xianxia and avenge my ancestors' blood. But revenge must not come at the cost of the Dazhou dynasty's annihilation. Moreover, even if we do go to war, it will only result in a Pyrrhic victory, leaving the Dazhou dynasty severely weakened. When that time comes, will the sovereigns truly exert themselves to compel the extreme sword sect to surrender Xianxia, rather than seeking greater benefits for their own dynasties? Unless the sovereigns genuinely commit to supporting Dazhou within the sect, at least 4 peak masters must participate in this battle. All peaks and secondary peaks must set aside their schemes and unite. Only then is there a slim hope for victory, and not at the expense of Dazhou's destruction. Xiaoyue's voice was laden with bitterness. He could not stand idly by, watching as his father and the elders were blinded by hatred, while he himself remained powerless to avert the impending doom. The suffocating feeling of knowing that, regardless of victory or defeat, the Dazhou dynasty would face decline or even annihilation was unbearable. Had he not reached a point of utter despair, Xiaoyue would not have agreed to become the leader of the Xixing Peak Guards, seeking only the faint hope that Chu Feng might advocate for him in front of Lu Wudao. Yet, he was merely a substitute holy son. No matter how extraordinary his talent, it was merely talent, and until he became a true superpower, he could not influence the larger currents at play. Xiaoyue, are you aware that should your words reach the outside, not even your true self could protect you? Lu Wudao's gaze turned icy. Do you understand the consequences of daring to accuse the sovereigns and the peak masters of scheming against one another? Since Xiaoyue has spoken, he must be prepared for the repercussions, Xiaoyue replied resolutely, despite the terrifying pressure emanating from Lu Wudao's gaze, causing his body to tremble. He showed no signs of retreat. He merely spoke a truth that all were aware of, yet dared not voice. In the burial ground of the immortals, the 5 great sects dispatched numerous formidable beings to participate, and our extreme sword immortal sect also sent several true immortals to explore. Yet, it is only our great Zhou dynasty's ancestor who has fallen, while the true immortals of other dynasties, along with the masters of the main and secondary peaks, remain unscathed. Since returning from the burial ground, many powerful figures have refrained from mentioning what transpired within, shrouded in secrecy. To this day, not a single strong individual has stepped forward to enlighten us on the events that unfolded. Did our ancestor truly perish at the hands of the sword-crazed one? A venerable true immortal, at the pinnacle of his power and having lived for 1,000,000 years, could he really be enough? Lu Wudao coldly interrupted Xiaoyue's words, stating, Xiaoyue, you possess keen intelligence. Yet you are too young to grasp the profound intricacies of this matter and what it entails. If you continue, even Tianji Peak will not harbor you. And I cannot protect you either. The Grand Elder, I, Xiaoyue, feel deeply aggrieved and wish to say more. He understood that if it were not for Chu Feng leading the way, he would never have had the chance to meet Lu Wudao. Even his father forbade him from coming to the immortal sect. This was his only opportunity. He wished to voice the thoughts that plagued his heart. Enough. I am already aware of everything you wish to say. I will handle it fairly, Lu Wudao declared with a cold wave of his hand. An overwhelming force cascading down upon Xiaoyue. leaving him no chance to resist before he was expelled from the small world. Lu Wudao then turned his gaze to Chu Feng, the icy indifference in his eyes vanishing in an instant as he spoke with a hint of bemusement. "Little Feng, the words this young man uttered are indeed what you wish to convey to your master, are they not?" This lad is rather indirect, using Ji Haoyue's mouth to express his thoughts. Lu Wudao was well aware of what Chu Feng had done in the Fengtian dynasty, and the happenings below would be reported to him without fail. His perspective was not so naive. Ling Qihong Tian Wang suppressed Suba Tian, slapped the prince Ing Tian, intimidated the celestial pavilion, subdued Ing Ziyu, and engaged in a fierce exchange with the cunning Tua Tian Xiang. It seemed that Tua Tian Xiang had suffered a significant loss at Chu Feng's hands, paying a considerable price. Such feats could not be accomplished by a mere arrogant fool. When Lu Wudao first learned of these events, he too was somewhat astonished. Could breaking through one's inner demons truly lead to such comprehensive enhancement? In his long life, this was the first time he had heard such a thing. Ultimately, it could only be attributed to Chu Feng's extraordinary talent. After all, his parents were no ordinary individuals. A tiger father and mother do not produce a dog son. "Master, your insight is as sharp as ever. Your disciple is in admiration." Chu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, feeling no embarrassment as he offered a compliment. After all, this was his original intention, and he had no plans to conceal it from his master, Lu Wudao. "Master, what Ji Haoyue mentioned also reflects my own doubts." Chu Feng mused for a moment before speaking solemnly. "Of course, Ji Xian, the true immortal, ultimately belongs to the great Zhou dynasty and has little to do with our Tianji Peak. Whether this battle commences or not, and whether we win or lose, I do not particularly care. However, I believe Ji Haoyue's words do reflect a portion of the current state of our sect. If this battle is to unfold, could Master entrust the leadership to the sect master or the head of Wuji Peak, while our Tianji Peak provides support from the rear, assisting the great Zhou dynasty to the best of our abilities? As long as Master does not personally take charge, even if we were to fail, he would not bear the entire responsibility. Tianji Peak could remain unscathed. With the foundation of the Lingyun immortal sect, even in defeat, the core would not be severely damaged. The decline of one or two dynasties is of little consequence. A faint smile, bordering on irony, graced Lu Wudao's lips as he regarded Chu Feng. "What if I told you that Ji Xian, the true immortal, is actually affiliated with our Tianji Peak faction?" Chu Feng's body trembled slightly, and he looked up to see a rare glint of killing intent flashing in Lu Wudao's eyes, though it was not directed at him. "Ji Xian is one of Tianji Peak's own? How could I have never heard of this?" Lu Mei was taken aback. Due to her involvement in handling some of Lu Wudao's murky affairs, her understanding of Tianji Peak far surpassed that of Chu Feng. Yet even she had not been privy to this information. If that is the case, then the great Zhou dynasty is also part of our Tianji Peak. Lu Wudao's eyes glinted with cold light, his killing intent palpable as he spoke. Though the Lingyun immortal sect presents a united front, the 7 main peaks operate independently. Who does not possess some hidden trump cards? Ji Xian and the great Zhou dynasty are among our Tianji Peak's trump cards. The entirety of the Lingyun immortal sect, those aware of this matter, could be counted on one hand. If the relationship between the great Zhou dynasty and our Tianji Peak remains undisclosed, even with great audacity, they would not dare to initiate an attack against the Fengtian dynasty, gradually encroaching upon their territory. Given another century, it is not impossible for Ji Xian to completely annex the Fengtian dynasty. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng was utterly astonished. If Ji Xian, the true immortal, was indeed one of Tianji Peak's people, then the intricacies of this matter were likely far deeper than he had imagined. Thus, it seemed that Ji Xian's demise was connected to Tianji Peak, with significant figures within the sect conspiring against them. Chu Feng's expression turned grave, his eyes flashing with cold light. With Ji Xian's strength, to silently collude with the extreme sword immortal sect and orchestrate Ji Xian's downfall within the burial ground, while ensuring the other true immortals remain tight-lipped. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a select few within the sect. Lu Wudao's gaze turned frigid, brimming with murderous intent, yet he shook his head, saying, "Initially, I too believed that it was that individual pulling the strings from the shadows. But he lacks the motive to do so. Despite signs of the Fengtian dynasty gravitating towards him, it is a dynasty gathered by the 6th-generation sect master, with no direct ties to him." Chu Feng furrowed his brow even tighter. If Ji Xian was indeed a hidden asset of Tianji Peak, then the situation became even more precarious. Chapter 49, Turning the Tables. Enough with the games. "Little Feng, Master understands your intent. You do not wish for Master and Tianji Peak to become ensnared in this vortex of covert warfare," Lu Wudao stated coldly. "But since you can perceive that this battle may very well end in defeat, Ji Haoyue can discern it too. Do you think the other peak masters and those old foxes among the dynasties truly cannot see it? These ancient beings have lived longer than Xian. Cunning beyond your imagination, they will not involve themselves without a vested interest. With Xian's death, the entire sect is roused at this moment. Anyone opposing the war will be branded as weak. The leaders of the various dynasties have long since recognized this, riding the tide of events, waiting for the opportunity to divide the spoils of the great Zhou dynasty after the inevitable defeat. Do you think the sect master is truly unaware of this? He is not in seclusion without reason. He has known about this matter for some time and wishes to see me, your master, make a fool of myself. For over 100 years, I have presided over the sect's internal affairs, holding absolute power. Any issue that arises will be placed squarely upon my shoulders. Should we choose not to engage in battle, the sect master will undoubtedly emerge from his retreat, seamlessly reclaiming the authority I hold. Chu Feng's expression grew grave. He realized that he had underestimated the depths of this matter. The chain reaction sparked by the death of a super true immortal who had lived for over 1,000,000 years was unimaginable, whether Lu Wudao wished it or not. He and Tianji Peak had already been ensnared in this maelstrom. Master, perhaps we should withdraw Tianji Peak from the immortal sect. Lu Mei suddenly interjected, her voice laced with righteous indignation. If those old geezers are devoid of virtue, then let us not be bound by righteousness. With the formidable strength of our Tianji Peak, it would be effortless to rebel against the immortal sect and assert dominance over several dynasties as vassals. Lu Wudao chuckled softly, saying, "You little girl, it's best to keep such words confined to this place. Do not utter them carelessly outside." Chu Feng remained speechless, pondering how his little junior sister could oscillate between being fiercely intimidating and naively innocent. To rebel against the immortal sect would merely provide the sect master with a pretext to ruthlessly eliminate Lu Wudao. As it stands, Lu Wudao still holds the position of Grand Elder, wielding immense power within the sect. To defect from the sect would be akin to discarding a winning hand, an outright admission of defeat. Master, the most prudent course of action now is to unearth the puppeteer behind everything, the one who has been subtly guiding Xianxian. Chu Feng's gaze turned icy. If we eliminate him, the present predicament will unravel effortlessly. Perhaps we might even uncover a significant lead. Lu Wudao shook his head, replying, "That would be exceedingly difficult. The figures behind the scenes are deeply concealed. This time, their target encompasses not only Xianxian, but you as well." The incident at Damo Peak merely served as a scapegoat for Yi Tongyao and Su Batian. While that place is a forbidden zone of the sect, a single misstep could unleash terrifying entities long suppressed beneath it, bringing calamity upon the entire sect. Not even Su Batian, nor his master, possesses the audacity or capability to act so recklessly. I have been investigating this matter quietly. There are covert operatives from Tianji Peak within Damo Peak. Yet I have found not a single clue. Chu Feng furrowed his brow. Master, could these two incidents be orchestrated by the same individual or force? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Lu Wudao suddenly smirked coldly. What of it? As long as I remain in this position as Grand Elder, no one can touch you or Mayor. They dare only engage in petty schemes from the shadows. I, your master, am no pushover. If it comes to a confrontation, I shall simply overturn this piece of sky and see who suffers greater losses. At that moment, a powerful Tianji guard soared in, reporting to the Peak Master-in-Chief. We have received word from the law enforcement guards that the chief of Wujifeng was ambushed by a group of formidable adversaries on his way back. 2 great Ascension protectors have been slain, and Su Baishan's fate remains uncertain. The deputy master of Wujifeng has already led the Wujiguard to the scene. The leader of the law enforcement guards is currently awaiting your orders on whether to dispatch a contingent to assist the Wujiguard in locating Su Batian. Understood. Relay to him that I am presiding over a cabinet meeting. Any significant matters may be reported later. Do not disturb me. Lu Wudao coldly waved his hand, dismissing the Tianji guard. Su Batian has been assassinated. Chu Feng was taken aback, his pupils constricting slightly as he looked at Lu Wudao, feeling a slight flutter in his heart. In his eyes, Lu Wudao suddenly appeared unfathomably profound. He could ascertain that those responsible for Su Baishan's assassination must have been dispatched by Lu Wudao. Otherwise, such timing would be too coincidental. Lu Wudao had just asserted that he would not hesitate to overturn the heavens, and news of Su Baishan's ambush arrived at that very moment. Lu Wudao was indeed a figure shrouded in mystery, yet he had unfortunate allies in the original protagonist's foolishness. I have taken Lu Mei to Fengtian Royal City, where we have stirred a considerable ruckus, drawing much attention, which conveniently allows my master to make arrangements in the shadows. This is what he meant by overturning the heavens. If you can play dirty, so can Tianji Peak. Let us see who prevails. As Chu Feng repeatedly pondered this, a sudden realization dawned upon him regarding Lu Wudao's unexpected interest in a mere Lu family, personally seeking new suppliers. In truth, Lu Wudao could have simply issued an order. Countless dynasties and families would scramble for the lucrative opportunity, rendering his personal involvement unnecessary. This time, not only had he fulfilled Lu Wudao's intentions, but he had also done so splendidly, successfully drawing a significant amount of attention. It was not merely the hidden figures plotting. Lu Wudao was also calculating. Chu Feng's thoughts churned, and he offered a wry smile. Master is formidable. I am but a pale shadow. He had initially believed himself familiar with the original plot. Yet those narratives were predicated on the original protagonist's mindless arrogance. His arrival had already altered the course of events. These ancient beings, having lived for thousands of years, were not easily trifled with. Those old-timers sought war, intending to roast his master over a fire. Yet his master too wished to seize this opportunity to consolidate their powers and resources. Lu Wudao seemed unfazed by the assassination of Su Batian, stating indifferently, "If they wish for war, so be it, but they must also pay a price." The immortal sect has enjoyed stability for far too long. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes. The cabinet meeting should continue for several more days. How can the outside remain as tranquil as a still pond while we bicker within? Tomorrow, Xiao Feng, you shall personally oversee the execution of Yi Zhenchuan. I wish to see who dares to meddle. I, Lu Wudao, am not yet dead, and yet they dare conspire against my disciples, assassinating the members of Tianji Peak. They are courting death. Xiao Feng, remember this. If you must kill, ensure they feel the pain. The dignified Damo Peak, a sacred ground of the sect, had been breached by a mere alchemist, and they sought to shift the blame onto his disciple. Within Damo Peak, countless powerful beings resided. Did they bear no responsibility? Xiao Feng, you are to lead a team of Tianji guards to Damo Peak immediately and apprehend all those responsible for guarding it that day. Tomorrow, execute them alongside Yi Zhenchuan. With that, Lu Wudao's figure slowly dissolved, his voice brimming with murderous intent echoing throughout the small world. Xiao Feng, act without restraint. As long as your master remains in the position of Grand Elder, as long as I am alive, no one within Lingyun Immortal Sect can threaten you. This is my promise to your parents. Go. Watching the place where Master Lu Wudao had vanished, Chu Feng's gaze turned somber and frigid. He could feel the immense pressure Lu Wudao faced, suspecting that more than one force conspired against Tianji Peak, perhaps even targeting him. In the original narrative, Lu Wudao was likely coerced into leading the charge against the extreme sword immortal sect with minimal support. Of course, the most frightening aspect was that the original protagonist was wholly unaware of these machinations, blindly shielding Yi Tongyao and her family, delivering a fatal blow to Lu Wudao from behind. For he could not pursue Chu Feng's accountability. Thus, Lu Wudao was left to swallow this bitter pill, unable to even investigate Ji Xianxia's death further. In the worst-case scenario, he could simply upend the table and declare that no one could play anymore. A slight smirk crept onto Chu Feng's lips, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. This time, it would be different. He was no longer the person he once was. The larger the commotion he caused outside, the lighter Lu Wudao's burdens would become during the cabinet meetings, allowing those old-timers to yield more. If so, then he would tear away the immortal sect's facade of modesty. At that moment, Lu Mei interjected, "Senior brother, the palace master of Miaoyin has sent word. That old scoundrel Tu Tianxiang has delivered xianxiaaudiobooks to Jitian Palace. However, by the time you return to the immortal sect, the palace master was already en route to bring xianxiaaudiobooks to the sect. Moreover, that wretched Yi Tongyao is accompanying the palace master, claiming she has important news to report to you. When master was speaking with you, I refrained from telling you, with the palace master's strength, she should be arriving shortly." With a voice laced with malice, Lu Mei directly referred to Yi Tongyao as a wretched woman. Just a few days prior, she would never have dared to address Yi Tongyao in such a manner in front of Chu Feng, as Yi Tongyao was ostensibly still his fiancée. However now, having gleaned from the conversation between her master and senior brother that Yi Tongyao was being exploited to clandestinely harm Chu Feng and plot against her master, she felt an overwhelming urge to slay Yi Tongyao on the spot. Chu Feng's gaze was frigid, and with an air of indifference, he remarked, "Both xianxiaaudiobooks and Yi Tongyao have arrived. Excellent. Junior sister, please instruct Miaoyin to escort them directly to Damo Peak. Such a thrilling spectacle deserves an audience." His eyes glimmered with a chilling light as he added, "Junior sister, take a squad of Tianji Dark Guards to Feng Tianwang City and bring back everyone from the Yi family residence, along with all the accounts from their years as suppliers. Anyone who dares to obstruct you shall be executed on the spot. That old fool Tao Tianxiang wishes to protect the Yi family, does he? And Su Batian wants to curry favor with them? Let me overturn this table and see who remains untainted." Chapter 50. You should be the first to be investigated. Damo Peak, one of the forbidden grounds of Lingyun Xianzong, is also a place where strong practitioners are most densely concentrated. Beneath the blazing sun, Rays of light blazed like flames upon Damo Peak. Yet it seemed to absorb all brightness, leaving the summit shrouded in darkness. From above, the rocks of Damo Peak appeared a dark crimson, exuding an eerie aura that sent chills down the spine upon nearing. Legend has it that the first leader of the Xianzong once ascended Damo Peak and vanquished a demon emperor, achieving the supreme path. And the resentment of that demon emperor has lingered over Damo Peak for countless ages, never dissipating. Though this is merely a legend, disciples below the foundation establishment stage cannot approach within 1,000 meters of Damo Peak, lest they risk succumbing to demonic influence. Surround it. Not even a mosquito shall be allowed to escape. A cold, indifferent voice resonated, its volume modest yet echoing like thunder across Damo Peak. Boom. In an instant, a vast divine radiance pierced the heavens, and a grand formation materialized, enveloping the entire Damo Peak. A terrifying aura spread forth in an instant, as the Tianji guards, clad in their battle armor, stood resolutely in all directions, sealing off every entrance and exit of Damo Peak, a palpable sense of killing intent filling the air. Tianji guards, do you intend to revolt? How dare you surround Damo Peak? This is a forbidden ground. What do you seek to accomplish? Within the forbidden ground lies a powerful demon sovereign. Should it be disturbed and released, your Tianji Peak cannot bear the consequences. In that moment, shouts of shock and anger reverberated like thunder throughout the skies and beneath the earth. One after another, formidable beings, akin to blazing suns, erupted from the peak. Their malevolent auras palpable, their expressions contorted with fury. For countless ages, no one had dared to encircle Damo Peak. This place serves as the most stringent law enforcement office within the sect, where only Damo Peak apprehends criminals. None have ever dared to besiege it. Damo guards, set up the formation. An order rang out from a high-ranking official, and in an instant, dark clouds rolled in, cold shouts echoing through the heavens. Thousands of Damo guards soared into the air, forming the Damo Grand Formation to confront the Tianji Grand Formation. My heavens, Miao Yin, has your Tianji Peak gone mad? How could you surround Damo Peak? Not far away, Xianxia, who had just arrived at the Xianzong, felt her pupils constrict violently, her expression frozen in shock, her body rigid. Although Xianxia was a princess of the dynasty, she was also a nominal disciple of the sect leader. While this was merely a formality, she was still aware of some fundamental rules of the Xianzong. Damo Peak is one of the absolute forbidden grounds of the sect, guarded in rotation by powerful individuals from the 7 main peaks to oversee the formidable beings within. The strength of Damo Peak itself ranks just below the 7 main peaks. And given its status as a forbidden ground, it could be said that even if one of the main peaks were to fall, Damo Peak would remain unscathed. Surrounding Damo Peak is something that has never occurred in the endless years of the Lingyun Xianzong's existence. Do not forget, you are now the maid of the young master and can be considered part of Tianji Peak. Miao Yin, the celestial princess, remarked coldly, her expression grave. She had never anticipated witnessing such an unprecedented event upon her arrival at the Xianzong. Chu Feng, Yi Tong Yao murmured, her voice tinged with complexity. How could she not recognize that the indifferent tone just now belonged to Chu Feng? This voice was etched into her memory, domineering, cold, and merciless. It was he who had turned heartless and ruthless against her in the Damo Hall, directly capturing Yi Zhenchuan. This afternoon, her father was to be executed at the mountain gate. She had come to the Xianzong hoping for one last chance to make an effort. Suddenly, a chilling voice reverberated through the heavens. By the command of the Grand Elder, I lead the Tianji guards to Damo Peak to apprehend the traitors. Do you dare to resist with the Damo guards? Are you attempting to rebel? Chu Feng strode down from the heavens, his plum blossom robe billowing in the wind, his cold gaze surveying the myriad powerful beings atop Damo Peak. Buzz. In his hand appeared an ancient bronze token, an aura of antiquity and authority radiating from it. The Grand Elder's token, a powerful being exclaimed, their expression shifting to one of grave concern. In that moment, many formidable individuals felt a chill run down their spines. Upon seeing this token, it is as if one sees the Grand Elder himself. If you have any doubts, you may inquire with the Grand Elder in the inner cabinet later, Chu Feng stated impassively, gesturing towards the celestial mountain in the sky. Chu Feng, with the Grand Elder's token in hand, yet you still command the Tianji guards to encircle Damo Peak. What is your true intention? A formidable being bellowed. One of those who had conversed amicably with Chu Feng in the Damo Hall just days prior. Little did he expect, merely 2 days later, Chu Feng would arrive with the Tianji guards, a storm of killing intent surrounding Damo Peak, without a hint of forewarning. What is my intention? Chu Feng's lips curled slightly, his expression indifferent. 3 days ago, the traitorous disciple Chu Feng, who stole the sect's profound techniques, escaped from the Damo Peak prison, under the orders of my master. I am here to investigate. It is utterly perplexing that a mere divine pill-stage disciple could escape from the Demo Peak prison, a place where even golden immortals are suppressed. For the safety of the sect, the Demo guards, the upper echelons of Demo Peak, the elders, and those responsible for guarding that day must all cooperate in this investigation. Should there be any resistance or falsehoods, I have the authority to execute first and report later. As per my master's orders, I hope all of you will cooperate and not make things difficult for me. Chu Feng, even with the Grand Elder's orders. My Demo Peak's master is currently attending a meeting in the inner cabinet. Did you receive consent from the master to surround Demo Peak? A powerful figure retorted, their face darkening with anger. For endless years, Demo Peak had never been subjected to such scrutiny. This is an enormous humiliation. Chu Feng, even with the Grand Elder's orders. Do not forget that Demo Peak is a forbidden ground and responsible for enforcing the sect's laws. A powerful being in the Great Ascension stage spoke coldly. Though Tianji Peak is one of the 7 main peaks, you have no authority to encircle and investigate Demo Peak. To investigate Demo Peak, unanimous consent from the inner cabinet is required, along with a collective vote. Moreover, regarding Chu Feng's escape, it has already been unanimously determined that it was Yi Tongyao, the outer sect disciple and your fiancé, who used your token to release him. Yi Xianxiaaudiobooks is currently imprisoned within Demo Peak. The Saint Child Chu Feng. This is a resolution you made yourself on that day. Do you wish to go back on your word? If a thorough investigation is to be pursued, the first one to be scrutinized should indeed be you, Chu Feng, who handed the token to Yi Tongyao. Soon, an elder from Demo Peak responded, asserting, indeed. A decision was made that day. If an inquiry is to be conducted, we must first apprehend Yi Tongyao, and the first person to be examined should be you, Chu Feng. Are you suggesting that just because you are the disciple of the Grand Elder would turn a blind eye? While Demo Peak may not rival your Tianji Peak, we are not to be trifled with. Should Yi Tongyao remain at large, do not blame Demo Peak for disregarding the Grand Elder's orders and refusing to cooperate with the investigation. I am Elder Tuo Shenrui of the Sun Extreme Peak. On the day Chu Feng escaped, I was among those tasked with overseeing the Demo Peak's powerful guardians. I was present during the examination of Yi Tongyao. Are you insinuating that I, along with the Sun Extreme Peak, colluded with Chu Feng to facilitate his escape? A middle-aged man radiating brilliance, akin to a blazing sun, coldly retorted, Chu Feng, if you wish to investigate me, wait until you become the Grand Elder or a true Saint Child. Dao Wei, heed my command. Strengthen the defenses and await the return of the Peak Master. Soon, numerous formidable beings began to respond, fiercely clinging to the fact that Yi Tongyao possessed Chu Feng's token. The focus had initially been on Yi Tongyao, a mere pawn in the grand scheme, and Demo Peak had willingly afforded Chu Feng some semblance of dignity. However, today, the encirclement of Demo Peak was utterly unacceptable. Your fiancée is a suspect, yet she remains unpunished, and you, Chu Feng, are one of the main suspects. Why should you not be investigated, while only Demo Peak is scrutinized? At this moment, some of the most powerful figures atop Demo Peak even displayed a readiness to engage in battle. The atmosphere grew tense, with murderous intent swelling. The scene on the verge of eruption. The entire sect was shaken, from the 7 major peaks to the various secondary peaks and ancient families within the sect. Powerful beings cast their divine senses, as the blazing sun overhead was gradually obscured by dark clouds. Fierce winds swept through, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. No one could remain unstartled. The sacred ground of the sect had suddenly been sealed off by the Tianji guards. The substitute Saint Child Chu Feng, brandishing the Grand Elder's token, intended to conduct a sweeping investigation of Demo Peak, which included elders of other major peaks. This was nothing short of a monumental affair. Chapter 51. The Dominance of Lu Wudao. Within the Celestial Mountain Cabinet, an enraged voice thundered, Elder Lu Wudao, what is the meaning of this? The rich celestial aura was shattered into countless fragments. To the left of the seat of the sect master, not far from the true immortal Wuji, a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe rose from his seat, his face a mask of fury, an overwhelming aura causing the entire cabinet to tremble subtly. The master of Demo Peak, true immortal xianxia, ranked among the top 20 in the sect and held the authority of law enforcement due to the peculiar status of Demo Peak. His standing within the Lingyun sect was second only to the masters of the 7 major peaks. Master xianxia, such uproar is unbecoming in the cabinet. Wuji, true immortal, admonished casually, before inquiring, what has transpired to prompt such a direct address of the Grand Elder's name? Many peak masters and sovereigns cast puzzled glances. What could have occurred to incite such fury in one so esteemed? Lu Wudao, his face devoid of expression, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, replied indifferently. True immortal xianxia, to roar within the cabinet is a grave offense. As the master of a major peak, having lived for over 100,000 years, Do you not grasp this simple rule? Considering this as your first offense, I shall overlook it this time. True immortal Xiaoxia's face turned crimson with rage. As he bellowed, Grand Elder, your most favored disciple wields your Grand Elder token and leads the Tianji guards to encircle Damo Peak, proclaiming an investigation from top to bottom. Do you truly remain oblivious to this? Hiss. At this revelation, gasps echoed throughout the cabinet, as several peak masters at the pinnacle of the great ascension trembled. It was no wonder that true immortal Xiaoxia was so incensed. Conducting a thorough investigation of Damo Peak was tantamount to rubbing the face of true immortal Xiaoxia and Damo Peak into the ground. The prestige of Damo Peak, as a sacred ground of the sect, would likely be obliterated. Investigating Damo Peak, Grand Elder, is rather inappropriate, Wuji True Immortal said, his body stiffening slightly as he turned to the expressionless Lu Wudao, speaking in a grave tone. Damo Peak is one of the sect's sacred grounds, suppressing numerous powerful beings and demonic entities. Should any unforeseen events arise that could impact the demon abyss and allow their escape, it would pose a grave threat to the sect. Lu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his murky gaze. Wuji True Immortal, I ask you, who is the Grand Elder here, you or I? Wuji True Immortal faltered, taken aback by Lu Wudao's bluntness, leaving him no face at all. His countenance darkened to an extreme, yet he replied, naturally, you are the Grand Elder, with the sect master in seclusion. The Grand Elder is responsible for managing all internal affairs and overseeing the entire situation, Lu Wudao coldly stated. Then why should I not permit my disciple to investigate Damo Peak? A dignified Damo Peak allowed a mere rebel of the divine pill stage to escape, yet dares to claim the title of sacred ground? In my view, it is more akin to a cesspool. I have received word that within Damo Peak, there exist numerous traitorous spies colluding with external foes. Thus, I instructed my disciple to carry my token to conduct an investigation. Do any of you have objections? Lu Wudao slowly rose, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembly, indifferently stating, or do you believe I lack the authority for such an action? The room fell silent. No one anticipated that Lu Wudao would exhibit such rare assertiveness. It is known that although Lu Wudao is typically domineering, he maintains a negotiable attitude within the cabinet. In matters of great importance, he would often confer with various peak masters. This was the first time Lu Wudao had directly ordered an investigation of a major peak possessing a true immortal. Lu Wudao was evidently intent on asserting dominance over Damo Peak. A thought suddenly flickered in the minds of the assembly. Lu Wudao's sudden display of such forcefulness at this critical juncture clearly hinted at ulterior motives. Names such as Damo Peak, Chu Feng, the Yi family, and the Sun Extreme Peak flashed through their minds, their expressions darkening for reasons unknown. The Grand Elder certainly possesses this authority. True immortal Xiaoxia's expression remained furious, as he struggled to suppress the surging wrath within, nearly roaring. But such an important matter should have been discussed in advance within the cabinet, and I, as the peak master, should have been notified. Notify you? Only to have you preemptively shelter those rebels in seclusion? Lu Wudao retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, true immortal Xiaoxia could no longer contain his fury. Erupting in a loud roar, Lu Wudao, are you insinuating that I am a traitor? Do you truly believe I am made of clay, to be bullied and humiliated at your whim? Do not force me to release the demonic giants beneath Damo Peak. We can all perish together, one by one. Lu Wudao keenly seized upon that phrase, suddenly appearing before true immortal Xiaoxia, his voice frigid. True immortal Xiaoxia, whom do you refer to as one by one? At that moment, the atmosphere within the cabinet shifted, as numerous powerful beings drew in a sharp breath, their expressions turning grave. All gathered were ancient beings, possessing vast experience, and they keenly sensed that something was amiss in true immortal Xiaoxia's demeanor. His reaction was evidently abnormal. As a true immortal, with a steadfast heart and unwavering will, one should not be so easily provoked, especially to the extent of publicly uttering Lu Wudao's name within the cabinet. This is a profound disrespect. Such behavior is undoubtedly not without reason. Bloodslaughter, your mind is unsettled. Be mindful of your words. The Wujian immortal, with a grim expression, issued a warning. It remains unclear whether he was cautioning against the direct mention of Lu Wudao's name or alluding to something else entirely. Under the oppressive aura of Lu Wudao, a flicker of panic distinctly flashed in Bloodslaughter's eyes, yet he swiftly regained his composure and spoke in a low tone. What I meant was that Chu Feng, relying on the authority of the elder, has acted with reckless abandon, coercing me to detain Chu Feng while sparing Yitong Yao. Now I truly understand what it means to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Presently, the elder uses this matter as a pretext to send Chu Feng to scrutinize my Damo Peak. How are we to maintain our dignity henceforth? If everyone believes that Damo Peak is unworthy of overseeing the forbidden grounds of our sect, They can certainly reach a resolution in the cabinet to revoke our law enforcement powers and force us to vacate Demo Peak, thereby sparing the elder from looking upon us with disdain. Bloodslaughter, having lived for over 100,000 years, possessed profound cunning, immediately seized upon the connection between Yi Tongyao and Chu Feng to make his case. It is you, Chu Feng, who has oppressed and threatened Demo Peak. And now your master comes forth. Lu Wudao suddenly smiled, his smile chilling. You Demo Peak are indeed audacious. The elders within your peak firmly insist that it was Yi Tongyao who wielded Chu Feng's chief token to secure Su Fan's release. Even you, the peak master, claim that this little peak relies on my authority, rendering a dignified true immortal like yourself powerless to retaliate. For many years, I have refrained from action, leading some to believe that Tianji Peak is an easy target and any filth can be cast upon us. You refer to Chu Feng as my disciple. Yet I am bewildered to discover that my disciple's authority is so fearsome. A mere chief token, the status of a substitute holy son, held by a foundation-building individual, can liberate a traitor at Demo Peak at will. Surely, you do not consider me and the countless powerful beings of Tianji Peak to be fools. Boom. Lu Wudao's thunderous roar resembled a clap of thunder, causing the void to tremble as his colossal hand extended, filling the vast emptiness, and suddenly pressed downwards. Lu Wudao, have you lost your mind? Bloodslaughter's complexion changed dramatically as he repeatedly unleashed formidable divine powers, capable of shattering vast expanses of void. Yet he could not budge Lu Wudao's hand in the slightest. Ultimately, he was grasped by Lu Wudao's hand as easily as one might hold a chick. In an instant, all the powerful beings present were taken aback, utterly astonished that Lu Wudao would strike so fiercely, directly suppressing Bloodslaughter. This is the core of the immortal sect's cabinet. Shengji senior brother, do not act rashly. Let us speak calmly. Wujizhen Immortal's expression shifted drastically. Lu Wudao suddenly turned, casting a cold gaze upon Wujizhen Immortal. The icy killing intent in his eyes caused Wujizhen to tremble slightly, as if haunted by some dreadful past, his complexion paling as he involuntarily stepped back. However, he quickly regained his composure, seemingly embarrassed, and shouted angrily, Elder, this is the immortal sect's cabinet. As the current authority, you must not act so impulsively. Bloodslaughter is also a member of the cabinet. Chapter 52. Is this the act of demonic cultivation? Has Chu Feng gone mad? For many years, I have refrained from action, and many probably think that I have aged and lost the will to fight. But I warn you all, temper your actions, or I shall not hesitate to bring about a cataclysm. Of course, Wujizhen, you may choose to summon that individual, should he be willing to emerge from seclusion. I would gladly resign from my position as elder this very moment. Lu Wudao scoffed, casually tossing the now flushed Bloodslaughter back into his seat. Let us continue discussing the impending war against the extreme sword immortal sect. Until we reach a resolution that satisfies all, none shall depart. Should I discover anyone meddling in external affairs, do not blame me for my ruthless measures. Upon uttering this, Lu Wudao cast a cold glance at the visibly distressed Wujizhen Immortal and indifferently stated, You are worthless. You are not worthy to oppose me. I grant you a modicum of face, yet you truly believe you can turn the tide and reclaim your position? With that, Lu Wudao resumed his seat and closed his eyes. The discussion continued regarding which true immortals would participate in the battle, which main peaks would volunteer, the number of powerful beings each dynasty would contribute, the territories responsible for the extreme sword immortal sect, and a series of subsequent matters. The atmosphere grew suffocating. The previously raucous cabinet fell into sudden silence. Lu Wudao's brazen action left them breathless. This was a prodigy who once stood toe-to-toe with the sect leader. Had it not been for that incident, one could hardly say who would truly lead now. They suddenly comprehended that the conflict with the extreme sword immortal sect was likely Lu Wudao's primary motive for his abrupt intervention. Lu Wudao was issuing a warning to certain individuals. Bloodslaughter's expression darkened to the extreme, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Yet upon gazing at the meditative Lu Wudao, he ultimately lost the courage to strike. He was no match for Lu Wudao. Unless he summoned the sect leader from seclusion now, I shall see how long you can remain so arrogant, Wujizhen Immortal muttered softly to himself, glancing at Bloodslaughter before returning to his seat. At this moment, however, many prominent figures of the immortal sect found their thoughts in turmoil after this encounter. Who had the energy to bicker and quarrel? What truly was Lu Wudao's objective? This was the paramount question they needed to contemplate. On Demo Peak. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Faced with the Demo Peak's aggression and intimidation, Chu Feng suddenly laughed. Many of the formidable beings who had spoken earlier had been present in the Demo Hall that day, witnessing his judgment of Yi Tongyao and observing his handling of Su Fan. At that time, each had stood by, indifferent to the outcome. Yet now, they all seized upon this incident to cast aspersions upon him. My token allows my fiancé to traverse Damo Peak freely, even releasing detained traitors. Now I stand here, holding the Elder's token, and yet you dare to claim I lack the authority to investigate Damo Peak." Chu Feng's smile was radiant as he suddenly pointed at a senior Damo Elder of the Great Ascension stage, exclaiming, "I truly cannot fathom the reasoning behind this. However, since you all insist on discussing Yitongyao, let us take this opportunity, with so many powerful beings of the immortal sect present, to examine Yitongyao." As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, Miao Xinji appeared before him alongside Yitongyao and Yingziyue. "Yitongyao, recount the entire process of your entry into Damo Peak with my token, in full detail." Chu Feng's voice was devoid of warmth. Chu Feng, the Holy Sun. Suddenly confronted by the gazes of numerous dignitaries, Yitongyao body trembled slightly, her complexion pale, entirely devoid of the confidence she had displayed in Damo Hall. At that moment, she had felt secure, for Chu Feng was there. Yet now she understood that, due to her reckless actions, Chu Feng would no longer protect her. At that time, Yitongyao voice quivered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Yitongyao, simply recount the events of that day in their entirety." The imposing voice of the Great Ascension Elder resonated, exuding an air of authority. Yitongyao seemed to recall something, her pallid complexion still evident. Yet her gaze grew resolute as she spoke. "On that day, although I entered the Damo Peak successfully by relying on the sun's token, I was confronted by a group of formidable Damo guards. They declared that unless there was a command from the cabinet or the master of Damo Peak, even the son of Chu Feng himself could not enter the forbidden prison of Damo Peak." At this point, Yitongyao suddenly pointed at the Elder of Damo Peak and continued, "I was on the verge of giving up when this Elder appeared, reprimanding those guards, asserting that I am the betrothed of the son of Chu Feng, sent by him to retrieve Chu Fan, and commanded them to withdraw. Then, he vanished. Indeed, it was he. After his appearance, nonsense." The Elder of Damo Peak erupted in fury, his voice booming with rage, his entire being trembling with indignation as his beard quivered. With a sweeping motion, he reached for Yitongyao, exclaiming, "Wretched girl, how dare you tarnish my reputation? I shall slay you for this insult." Chu Feng let out a cold laugh. Buzz. The enchanting immortal maiden made her move, her pure white hand emanating celestial energy, meeting his palm with a counterstrike, shielding Yitongyao. "Kill, kill, kill." The great heavenly formation suddenly erupted with a torrent of divine radiance, resonating with the heavenly peak, summoning forth a terrifying celestial light that struck the Elder of Damo Peak directly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a mist of blood enveloped the area as a great ascendant elder was obliterated on the spot. A ghostly figure emerged from the crimson haze, its gaze filled with resentment as it glared at Chu Feng, roaring with divine consciousness. "Chu Feng, I am an Elder of Damo Peak. By what right do you command my demise?" Yitongyao spews fabrications, casting aspersions upon an elder. "By the laws of our realm, she deserves death." He was on the brink of madness. With his body annihilated and only his soul remaining, it meant he stood little chance of transcending the tribulations to become a true immortal, destined instead to become a ghostly immortal. However, ghostly immortals must face tribulations every 100 years, a total of 81 times throughout history, and none have ever successfully traversed all 81. One could say that being alive now is akin to being dead. To silence you, you must be a spy within Damo Peak. Seize him and search his soul thoroughly." Chu Feng stated indifferently. "Chu Feng, do you dare to probe my soul?" The anguished cry of the spirit filled the air, laden with indescribable terror. "Soul searching is a technique of the demonic path. Chu Feng, you have already fallen into darkness. Damo guards, act swiftly to eliminate this fiend." He was frantic. Even as a ghostly immortal, with his strength, he could survive 1 or 2 tribulations and live for another 200 years. However, if his soul were searched, his consciousness would be shattered, and though his spirit lingered, it would be as if he were dead. "How dare you search my soul? I, the Ling Yun immortal sect, am a righteous sect. How can we treat our brethren with such barbarity? Has Chu Feng gone mad? Where are the elders of the cabinet? Where is the master of Damo Peak? Where are the law enforcement guards? Why has no one appeared yet?" Behind the scenes, a powerful figure roared in anger. "Soul searching is an abomination to the righteous path. This is the token of the Grand Elder. Who dares act against it? For it is equivalent to betraying the immortal sect, deserving the death of 3 clans." Chu Feng's Grand Elder token radiated with a profound, majestic aura, as if a supreme immortal lord were gazing down upon them. The many Damo guards who had intended to act were instantly quelled. Buzz. A figure clad in white flashed through the air, and the elder's soul was swiftly suppressed and contained within a purple box. "Young master." The immortal maiden presented the purple box to Chu Feng. Chu Feng accepted the box with a calm expression, a palpable aura of menace permeating his voice as he commanded, Tongyao, continue. Relate the events of that day in detail, without omission. Fear not, for I am here. No one can harm you. As long as your account proves sufficiently valuable, I shall consider it a service to redeem your past transgressions. Yi Tongyao trembled with excitement, her body quaking. Will it absolve my father and the Yi family of their crimes? That will depend on the weight of your contributions, Chu Feng replied coolly. His tranquil words bore a chilling undertone, suffocating in its intensity. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood frozen, her mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. A great ascendant elder, of such esteemed rank, had been slain so effortlessly, and now they sought to search his soul? She suddenly recalled how gentle Chu Feng had been with her that day at the Celestial Pavilion. He has gone mad. Simply because of Yi Tongyao's words, he killed an elder of Damo Peak. Was Chu Feng attempting to overturn the heavens of the immortal sect? At this moment, countless powerful figures within the immortal sect were left utterly astounded. Had the heavens of the immortal sect truly changed? Could a great ascendant be so easily slain? Could they also search souls? Where were the elders of the cabinet and the law enforcement team? Why had they not yet come to subdue this madman, Chu Feng? Within the cabinet, silence reigned. Eyes turned toward the still-closed eyes of Lu Wudao. Was this truly his directive for Chu Feng? Or had Chu Feng misconstrued his intentions? The fall of a great ascendant elder would have once rocked the immortal sect to its core, warranting an emergency meeting within the cabinet. Yet now, Chu Feng executed the elder without hesitation and sought to search his soul, all due to the words of a mere girl, with no clarity on the truth of the matter. Beast! Scoundrel! The blood-killing true immortal trembled with rage, his entire being shaking with fury. That elder, now suppressed, was his confidant. Chapter 53, Retribution. Madness. Utter madness. How dare he? On Damo Peak, the crowd gazed in horror at Chu Feng, utterly unprepared for his audacity. A great ascendant elder was no mere commoner. Even within the immortal sect, they belonged to the upper echelons. Yet now, his corporeal form had been severed, and his soul contained. The strong figures of Damo Peak glared in fury, their eyes ablaze as if they wished to incinerate Chu Feng. However, in the face of such wrathful gazes, Chu Feng remained unfazed, standing calmly in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, softly stating, in truth, I am not a bloodthirsty individual. However, this is contingent upon your willingness to comply. Yi Tongyao had merely pointed fingers. Once the truth was uncovered, justice would be served. Yet should there be any defiant resistors, that elder would serve as a cautionary example. With those words, Chu Feng turned to Yi Tongyao and urged, proceed. Relate all that transpired that day without concealment. As Chu Feng's indifferent voice rang out, Yi Tongyao's delicate form quivered slightly, and she began anew. After those Damo guards withdrew, I took the token you provided and made my way to the location where Chu Feng was held. At the entrance, there were several guards from Damo Peak. Yes, those few. Yi Tongyao, emboldened, identified several individuals without hesitation. Chu Feng's voice resonated once more. Seize them. With his command, the heavenly guards sprang into action. Having witnessed the earlier events, the Damo Peak forces dared not resist. Moments later, dozens were subdued and brought before Chu Feng. The gazes of the crowd turned towards Yi Tongyao, their eyes filled with a desire to devour her whole. Yi Tongyao shuddered, turning her head away. At this moment, Chu Feng spoke up, are there any others? Upon hearing this, Yi Tongyao quickly shook her head. No, there are none. In the cabinet, Lu Wudao chuckled lightly. However, despite the mirth in his laughter, a chilling aura permeated the entire assembly of powerful figures, piercing to the marrow. Lu Wudao's gaze shifted towards the infuriated blood-killed true immortal, and he began, so this is the Damo Peak under your command? With so many individuals. The release of prisoners warrants severe consequences. Blood-killed true immortal opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he could not refute the claim. Although the command token of the chief disciple carries a certain degree of authority, it certainly does not extend to the release of sect prisoners. This matter could be ordered by Chu Feng, yet it was not the prerogative of Damo Peak to execute it. The fact that prisoners were allowed to escape is undeniable, as is the failure to intervene. This constitutes a grave dereliction of duty. Lu Wudao's gaze now bore a sharp intensity, and he suddenly declared, blood kill. Did you not express a desire to relocate from Damo Peak? Now, I shall grant you that wish. With this proclamation, Lu Wudao's expression turned indifferent as he addressed the assembly again. Blood kill true immortal, as the peak master of Damo Peak. With multiple elders under your supervision failing to uphold sect regulations, allowing the traitor Su Yang to escape, I hereby, in the name of the Grand Elder, revoke your enforcement powers and order you to vacate Damo Peak within 3 days. Furthermore, as the overseer, You shall bear the primary responsibility and are commanded to serve as a venerated elder in the Great Zhou dynasty for a century. Do any of you have objections? Silence enveloped the room. Bloodkill, seething, exclaimed, I accept the relocation from Dimo Peak, and I concede to the revocation of my enforcement powers. But why must I serve as a venerated elder in the Great Zhou dynasty for a century? He swiftly grasped the implications. The current Great Zhou dynasty was in turmoil following the death of the true immortal Xian. The entire kingdom was precariously balanced, especially at this critical juncture of deliberation regarding war with the extreme Sword Immortal sect. Should war be declared, the Great Zhou dynasty, as the primary party involved, would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the conflict. Serving as a venerated elder there would thrust him into the front line of battle. In response to Bloodkill True Immortal's protest, Lu Wudao replied coolly, the relocation from Dimo Peak and the revocation of your enforcement powers are merely an explanation for this incident. However, they do not constitute punishment. The sect is inherently just, merits are rewarded, and transgressions are duly penalized. The Great Zhou dynasty, being a vassal of the immortal sect, is in a precarious state, and it is reasonable for the sect to dispatch a powerful individual to oversee matters. Assigning you as a venerated elder is already a leniency on my part. Do you dispute this punishment? Bloodkill ground his teeth. I certainly do dispute it. Lu Wudao chuckled lightly. That is of no consequence. I am known for my accommodating nature, as everyone is aware. If you are unwilling to serve in the Great Zhou dynasty, then go to the outer heaven and slay 3 demon lords instead. Bloodkill's expression changed dramatically. The outer heaven was a gathering place for extraterrestrial demons. The 5 great immortal sects maintained a relative balance, avoiding mutual conflict largely due to the presence of these extraterrestrial demons. In fact, many powerful figures from the 5 sects, including the holy sons of various peaks, were stationed in the Outer Star Palace specifically to fend off these demonic incursions. Extraterrestrial demons were the true invaders of this world and posed the greatest threat. Even Chu Feng, upon reaching the transformation stage, would be required to venture to the Outer Star Palace. This was an inevitable rite of passage for every holy son. Competing against other holy sons and emerging victorious was the only path to becoming the successor to the sect leader. As for now, both Chu Feng and Su Batian were merely candidates for the position of Holy Son. Of course, if they were merely sent to the Outer Star Palace, it would be acceptable, as even true immortals like them rotated through their posts. However, what Lu Wudao proposed was to slay 3 demon lords. The combat prowess of a demon lord equaled that of a true immortal. They were not easily vanquished. In other words, this was tantamount to exiling him to the outer heaven for thousands of years, if not longer. It was even possible that, should fortune not favor him, he might never return. Bloodkill clenched his jaw, ready to argue further. Yet at that moment, Lu Wudao's expression turned frigid, and he spoke slowly. Are you attempting to negotiate? Bloodkill, you must understand, this is a punishment. As Lu Wudao's tone grew progressively colder, Bloodkill's heart trembled at the recollection of recent events. At this juncture, Wu Ji True Immortal also whispered a suggestion. Let him revel in his arrogance for a while longer. Upon hearing this, Bloodkill True Immortal gradually sat down, taking a deep breath. I shall serve as a venerated elder in the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 54. Conclusion and Judgment. Bloodkill True Immortal returned to his seat, but his demeanor was now somewhat listless. He hung his head in silence. Wu Ji True Immortal's expression was equally grim as he returned to his seat, his face dark as water. Lu Wudao, on the other hand, wore a faint smile, his gaze subtly drifting towards Dimo Peak, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. That audacious lad is indeed decisive. However, his audacity is equally remarkable, executing a great ascension elder without hesitation. Lu Wudao was acutely aware of the external circumstances. He had to admit, when Chu Feng ordered the execution of that great ascension elder, he was taken aback. Yet, in hindsight, the outcome was favorable. At the very least, even if they were to engage in war with the extreme Sword Immortal sect, they had preemptively captured a true immortal peak master to serve as a vanguard. Moreover, this Bloodkill True Immortal was not even from his faction. Gazing leisurely at the other elders and peak masters, Lu Wudao chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, let us resume our earlier discussion. What are your thoughts on waging war against the extreme Sword Immortal sect? Outside Dimo Peak, as the guards and elders were systematically subdued and arrested, a powerful figure finally snorted. Chu Feng, are you satisfied now? You've apprehended the individuals involved. But do you still intend to seal off Dimo Peak? Do you truly believe Dimo Peak is made of clay? Hearing this, Chu Feng smiled. I have always been clear about public and private matters. Since the personnel responsible for the release of prisoners have been apprehended, there is naturally no need for further lockdown. Tianji guards, stand down. With Chu Feng's command, The myriad Tianji guards scattered around Damo Peak transformed into streaks of light, swiftly regrouping behind Chu Feng, forming a battalion of 1,000. Observing this, the powerful figures atop Damo Peak finally appeared somewhat relieved. One strong individual coldly snorted. "We shall remember today's humiliation at Damo Peak. I hope that Chu Feng, the esteemed holy son, does not contravene sect regulations. Otherwise, do not blame Damo Peak for its stringent enforcement." Chu Feng responded with a faint smile, showing no concern for such threats. Lu Wudao had stated that as long as he remained in the position of Grand Elder, no one could threaten him. This was a belief Chu Feng held firmly. For in the narrative of the original text, Lu Wudao was known for his extreme protectiveness. Had it not been for the original protagonist's excessive sycophancy, which constrained this formidable master, the outcome would not have been so dire. However, this time, I shall not waver. Speaking of which, I wonder how matters are progressing on my master's side. As Chu Feng pondered this, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slightly altering the situation, earning 500 destiny points. The sudden notification from the system momentarily startled Chu Feng. He quickly realized that this change in circumstances could not possibly pertain to the affairs at Damo Peak. After all, capturing elders and guards from Damo Peak, whose strengths ranged merely from the transformation stage to the Great Ascension stage, would hardly affect the subsequent developments of the plot. Thus, it must be that there has been some progress on my master's end. Chu Feng's eyes flickered with speculation, though he dared not confirm it. Nevertheless, he had no intention of dwelling on this matter. Given his current strength, he was not yet in a position to involve himself in the higher echelons of the sect. However, there were actions he could undertake. Immediately, Chu Feng spoke again. "By the way, let us put aside the matter of Chu Fan for the time being. Yet, we must reach a conclusion regarding Yi Zhengchuan today. I kindly request the esteemed members of Damo Academy to escort Yi Zhengchuan to the Hall of Punishments. Of course, if it is too cumbersome for you, I can personally send someone to assist." A voice emerged from Damo Academy. "There is no need for that. We shall bring him ourselves." Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "Then do ensure he is well guarded, lest he escapes like that Chu Fan did. Should that occur, it would be more than just the reputation of Damo Academy at stake." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the members of Damo Academy glared at him with indignation. Yet at that moment, Chu Feng appeared oblivious to their ire, turning his attention to the group of Tianji guards behind him, and commanded, "Open the Hall of Punishments," and toll the bell of inquiry. The instant his words fell, several commanders of the Tianji guards swiftly moved. Soon, an ancient hall began to rise, its doors swinging wide open. Simultaneously, a massive bell at the entrance of the hall was struck, its thunderous sound reverberating across the land for miles around. The commotion was so immense that it even startled the outer disciples of the immortal sect. This was precisely the purpose of the inquiry bell. With the Hall of Punishments opened and the inquiry bell tolling, it was meant to announce the judgment of the guilty to all within the immortal sect. As they gazed upon the ancient hall now suspended in the air above the sect, the powerful figures within the immortal sect turned their attention towards it. Xianxia trembled slightly. She had never anticipated witnessing such a scene so soon after her arrival at the immortal sect. Her gaze shifted towards the man who was now striding confidently towards the Hall of Punishments, and for a moment, a dazed expression flickered in her eyes. As a princess of the dynasty, she was inherently strong, and ordinary men rarely captured her interest. Yet now, Chu Feng's demeanor was nothing short of formidable. Likewise, the countenance of Yi Tongyao shifted as she watched Chu Feng's retreating figure, memories of the past surfacing in her mind. Back then, Chu Feng had been exceedingly compliant towards her. However, now, she could only silently pray that he would show leniency during the impending judgment. Inside the Hall of Punishments, Chu Feng ascended to the main seat, then slowly turned around, acutely aware of the countless gazes fixed upon him. These gazes emanated from various elders of the other peaks, as well as from within the cabinet. Each pair of eyes held a spectrum of emotions, scrutiny, pressure, and contemplation. Nevertheless, Chu Feng remained utterly unfazed. He produced a command token and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "The Grand Elder is presiding over a meeting within the cabinet. By this token, I act in accordance with the Grand Elder's command to judge Yi Zhengchuan and his family for their embezzlement within the immortal sect. This judgment shall be witnessed by all." His words echoed, amplified by the tolling inquiry bell, reaching every corner of the immortal sect. Following this proclamation, Chu Feng added, "Bring Yi Zhengchuan and all his accomplices to the hall." As his words concluded, the Tianji guards responded in unison. In a flash of light, dozens of individuals were escorted to the front of the Hall of Punishments, kneeling in unison. It was indeed Yi Zhengchuan and the other members of the Yi family. Upon being brought to the Hall of Punishments, Yi Zhengchuan forced a ghastly smile and uttered, "Nephew, ahem, holy son Chu, I am innocent." Chapter 55. Yi Zhengchuan. Do you plead guilty? Yi Zhengchuan knelt on the ground, his expression one of abject servility. At this moment, he was genuinely terrified. The tolling of the inquiry bell signified immense implications, and he understood them all too well. Within the Lingyun immortal sect, there existed 3 bells. The first was the Lingyun bell, located within the main hall of the sect master, only to be tolled by the sect master himself. The sound of this bell signified that the Lingyun immortal sect was in dire peril, requiring all disciples, elders, and peak masters to unite and confront the threat. The second was the Qinmu bell, situated in the square at the mountain gate, rung daily by the attending disciples to mark the passage of time. The morning bell signaled the outer disciples to rise early for their cultivation. The third was the inquiry bell, located outside the Hall of Punishments. The tolling of the inquiry bell indicated that the trial would be open to the entire sect. Even if outer disciples could not be present, they could still hear the proceedings through the bell's enchantment. This was a serious matter. Just days prior, even while imprisoned in Damo Peak, Yi Zhengchuan still harbored a tinge of hope that perhaps Chu Feng would, out of consideration for their past, or for Yi Tongyao, merely conduct a superficial trial. However, it was now evident that this was far from the case. In response to Yi Zhengchuan's sycophantic pleas for mercy, Chu Feng's expression remained cold, and he merely stated, "Yi Zhengchuan, do you plead guilty?" At these words, Yi Zhengchuan's expression momentarily stiffened, but he quickly inhaled deeply and replied, "Surely there must be some misunderstanding here. I have always been loyal to the sect, diligent in my duties. How could I possibly be guilty? Of course, I acknowledge that Tongyao's release of Chu Fan was due to my failure as a mentor. I can accept that." As Yi Zhengchuan's words fell, some powerful figures who had come to observe the trial spoke up. "Chu Feng, one must always speak with evidence. If you claim Yi Zhengchuan is guilty, you must present proof. We cannot wrong an innocent man. You are acting on behalf of the Grand Elder, and must adhere to the sect's regulations." In my view, it seems you cannot discern your own position. Currently, you are merely a substitute Holy Son, yet you act so arrogantly. What would happen if you truly became the Holy Son? You are merely relying on your master being the Grand Elder. Voices rose in unison. Some questioning, others mocking. However, such remarks evidently did not sway Chu Feng in the slightest. He merely smiled coldly and said, "Evidence you seek? Junior sister." Upon hearing Chu Feng's command, Lu Mei immediately brightened with a smile, swiftly approaching him and handing over a small booklet. Receiving the pamphlet, Chu Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, "I grant you one final opportunity. Will you plead guilty?" As his words fell, Yi Zhengchuan, kneeling on the ground, suddenly turned pale. That was the ledger? No, it couldn't be. They must not allow the ledger to be revealed so easily. Otherwise, the repercussions would not fall solely upon me. This is a deception. Yi Zhengchuan's mind raced. Throughout his years as a supplier, embezzlement and misconduct certainly could not have only benefited him. Many were involved, and he found it hard to believe that these people would allow Chu Feng to easily acquire the ledger. Weighing his options, Yi Zhengchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Holy Son, you must see that I am utterly wronged. There are those who have slandered and framed me." Chu Feng could hardly contain his laughter upon hearing this. Slander and framing? This old dog was the one who had been ordered to be detained by him. If anyone was to speak of slander, it would be his own. Indeed, Chu Feng had the audacity to ring the bell of inquiry and conduct the interrogation in such a manner because he was aware that Yi Zhengchuan was not innocent. When he ordered his detention at Damo Peak, it was not merely for the sake of venting anger. It was a calculated move to eliminate him. In the original narrative, Chu Fan's rapid rise was undeniably aided by Yi Zhengchuan's clandestine support. Observing Yi Zhengchuan, who still stubbornly denied everything, Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh aloud, then said, "Do you think that the ledger in my possession is a forgery? Do you believe that the extensive matters recorded within it will go unaddressed? Or do you think that those involved will remain indifferent? In truth, you have made a valid point. After your detention, there were indeed those who lobbied on your behalf, hoping to preserve the Yi family. But alas, they are not worthy. The interests of the sect outweigh all else. Do not expect those petty individuals to intervene. Even the sect leader must adhere to the sect's regulations." Chu Feng's voice rang out, his gaze sweeping across the many formidable figures who had previously spoken. This was the reason he had sounded the bell of inquiry. In the face of sect regulations, all actions are deemed just. Furthermore, he wished to see if, with the tolling of the inquiry bell and the attention of the entire immortal sect, some individuals would dare to step forward. This was, after all, a table-turning act. Why engage in clandestine schemes? It was far more meaningful to lay everything bare before the immortal sect, allowing all to witness the unfolding events. With a piercing gaze, Chu Feng opened the ledger. In that instant, his aura surged dramatically. Under the unique stellar energy refined by the extreme Star King technique, the celestial rivers seemed to swirl around him. How audacious! to have embezzled such a vast sum. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the inquiry bell and echoing throughout the immortal sect. In an instant, murmurs of astonishment erupted across the sect. Just how much had been embezzled to provoke such wrath from Holy Sun Chu? At least several 100,000 spirit stones, perhaps? Several 100,000? Why not aim a bit higher? Is several 100,000 spirit stones not significant enough? Surely, it must be more. The disciples of the immortal sect were filled with curiosity. At this moment, taking a deep breath, Chu Feng finally stated, Yi Zhengquan and his Yi family gained the trust of the immortal sect 3,000 years ago, becoming the sect's procurement suppliers. The direct descendants of each generation of family heads also enrolled in the sect as disciples. However, over a century ago, the Yi family began to corruptly amass wealth. According to investigations, the total amount embezzled amounts to 87 billion high-grade spirit stones. As Chu Feng's words concluded, they struck like a thunderclap in the ears of countless disciples of Ling Yun immortal sect. Particularly for the outer disciples, this figure rendered them utterly speechless. After all, for these outer disciples, let alone high-grade spirit stones, even low-grade spirit stones were exceedingly precious. Chapter 56, Immediate Execution. How much? Am I hearing this correctly? Over 80 billion high-grade spirit stones. The outer disciples were completely dumbfounded. Moreover, it was not just the outer disciples. Many from the inner sect peaks were equally aghast. After all, within the inner sect, apart from the 7 main peaks which enjoyed relatively abundant resources, the annual consumption was calculated in the hundreds of millions or even billions of spirit stones. However, the other secondary peaks received only a scant allocation of spirit stones. For instance, the Xingyue peak barely received 1 million spirit stones in a year. This figure was indeed astronomical. Chu Feng's gaze was icy as he spoke. Of course, some may claim that I am fabricating these claims. But alas, the ledger meticulously records where there were deductions and where embezzlement occurred. I am quite curious. Who was this ledger intended for? After all, for the sake of caution, such records should have been kept unrecorded. Yi Zhengquan fell silent, his face instantly paling. At that moment, Chu Feng continued, Moreover, it is not merely the ledger. Within the Yi family estate, 100 billion spirit stones were also discovered. According to investigations, the Yi family possesses no formidable entities, no developed spiritual veins, nor any other investment industries, with all income derived solely from procuring materials for the immortal sect. Yet even if the Yi family spent not a single spirit stone throughout these years, the income over several millennia would barely amount to 100 million spirit stones. How do you explain this surplus, Yi Zhengquan? Do you mean to say that these spirit stones were simply found on the roadside? Yi Zhengquan remained silent, his head bowed. Now that the evidence lay before him, how could he defend himself? Witnessing this, Chu Feng stepped forward, softly speaking. It seems that the head of the Yi family has no rebuttal. Therefore, I declare that Yi Zhengquan, abusing his position for personal gain, has embezzled a vast fortune. According to the sect's regulations, his entire clan shall be eradicated. Bring forth the executioners, execute him immediately. As soon as Chu Feng's words fell, several members of the Heavenly Extremity Guards entered the hall, brandishing sharp blades. The glint of the blades reflected ominously on the ground, causing the bowed-headed Yi Zhengquan to tremble violently. Beside him, Yi Tongyao stumbled and fell to her knees at Chu Feng's feet, her voice trembling with desperation. Chu Feng, Holy Son, please spare my father. I am willing to serve you. By the way, didn't I just achieve merit by identifying so many people? At this moment, Chu Feng slightly bowed and grasped Yi Tongya's chin, coldly stating, You seem to lack a clear understanding of your own identity. You are already in a position of guilt. Your prior accusations were merely a means to save yourself. As for your father, he has not acted in such a manner. As he spoke, Chu Feng applied slight pressure, pushing Yi Tongya to the ground before casually saying, Of course, even if the Yi family had the audacity, they could not have embezzled such a sum alone. Yi Zhengquan, the opportunity lies before you. Identify one person, and it will count as a meritorious act, allowing you to save one member of your family. If you identify enough, perhaps you could even save your own life. As the words fell, Chu Feng turned to the group of Yi family members who were detained behind him and remarked with a smile, Thus, esteemed members of the Yi family, your fates lie not in my hands, but rather in those of your family head. Yi Zhengquan's expression grew increasingly bitter, his complexion paling further still. Was this a rescue? No, it was a heart-wrenching execution, particularly when he contemplated the identities of those involved, each one far beyond the Yi family's capacity to offend, if he truly pointed fingers. Just then, a young man cried out in a trembling voice, Second uncle, what are you hesitating for? If the 3 clans are exterminated, the Yi family will cease to exist. Another middle-aged man chimed in, Holy Son, may I report? Chu Feng smiled. Oh, you are privy to the inside story? The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, I have secretly transported an elder under the arrangement of family head Yi Zhenchuan. I remember his identity. Chu Feng urged, speak, and if verified, you shall be spared from death. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man swiftly replied, it is an elder from the Falling Star Peak, named Sun Jixuan. I remember it clearly. He bears a lightning mark on his forehead. As the middle-aged man's words echoed, Chu Feng's cold voice rang out, Heavenly Extremity Guards, apprehend the criminal. Yes, the Heavenly Extremity Guards responded in unison. In the next moment, a roar erupted from outside the punishment hall. You dare, Chu Feng. I am an elder of the Falling Star Peak. Even if there is to be a trial, it should be presided over by the Peak Master. Thunderous roars resonated from outside the hall, indicating a fierce battle was underway. Chu Feng remained calm, suddenly uttering the command, suppress. With those simple words, the Heavenly Extremity Guards, who were entangled with the elder outside, immediately formed a formidable array. Then, atop the Heavenly Extremity Peak, celestial light shone brilliantly, instantaneously shooting toward a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, his body enveloped in lightning. The middle-aged man continued to shout defiantly, but in the next moment, his body was pierced by the celestial light, utterly obliterated. His strength was merely at the fusion stage, and he was no match for the elder from the Demo Peak, leaving not even a trace of his soul behind. At this juncture, Chu Feng appeared as though he had merely performed a trivial act. Turning to the remaining members of the Yi family with a smile, esteemed guests, are there any others you wish to identify? Rest assured, I act under the command of the Grand Elder, ensuring fairness and justice. No one shall threaten your safety. Now is the perfect opportunity to confess and redeem yourselves. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Yi Zhenchuan finally spoke up. Holy Son, I have something to say. He abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. He realized he had no choice left. Even if he chose to remain silent, the others from the Yi family would surely speak. The tide had turned, and continuing to resist was futile. It was better to confess willingly and seek that glimmer of hope. As for what followed, Yi Zhenchuan could no longer afford to contemplate. Within the cabinet, Lu Wudao sat at the head, his gaze sweeping over the leaders of the various peaks, and he remarked casually, esteemed colleagues, you seem a tad restless? Quite understandable, given that there are so many pests colluding with the Yi family. I presume you are all eager to rectify the situation? However, please rest assured, my disciple is always decisive in matters of life and death, distinguishing clearly between public and private. Those who violate the sect's rules, be they elders of various peaks or direct disciples, will be dealt with fairly. None shall be spared. Therefore, let us return to the discussion of attacking the extreme sword immortal sect. Chapter 57. Esteemed colleagues, do not deceive yourselves. Lu Wudao, are you truly intent on being so ruthless? It would be best to know when to stop, for everyone's sake. Voices of dissent rose within the cabinet. Listening to the inquiries, Lu Wudao slightly raised his eyes, revealing a chilling smile. I fail to comprehend your words. Is it not only right to cleanse the sect of its vermin? Or do you all know of these pests yet have chosen to harbor and conceal them? Lu Wudao's voice grew frostier by the moment, and an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire cabinet. The previously vocal individuals turned pale, falling silent, their expressions grim. For at this moment, with Yi Zhenchuan's confession, over 100 individuals had already been apprehended by the Heavenly Extremity Guards. These were all pillars of their respective peaks, and their capture naturally set the peak masters on edge. However, the pressure exerted by Lu Wudao was immense, especially in light of the earlier incident where he effortlessly suppressed the blood-slaughtered true immortal. It reminded them of the past. Lu Wudao's status as the Grand Elder was not merely a product of familial connections, but was earned through sheer force. He had slain a demon sovereign upon entering the true immortal realm, and had single-handedly defeated 3 true immortals of the same rank in the chaotic Star Sea. His reputation as a prodigy, having slain the Jixian true immortal after a millennium of cultivation, was legendary. Yet, in truth, many had forgotten the terror of this individual. For Lu Wudao had not revealed his prowess in ages. As the cabinet fell silent once more, Lu Wudao's smile faded, and he spoke earnestly. The sect cultivates you not to become ingrates. I hope you do not deceive yourselves. My disciple will handle the matters outside. Once again, if you feel it is unjust, bring that person here. Otherwise, return to your discussions. His gaze swept over the members of the cabinet, and Lu Wudao calmly continued. Now, let us resume the meeting. As his words fell, Lu Wudao slowly sat down, his expression once more becoming inscrutable, like that of an ordinary elder. However, within his heart, he could not help but sigh lightly. That rascal certainly knows how to leverage the prevailing situation. Lu Wudao felt greatly satisfied with Chu Feng's actions, as they stood firmly on the principles of sect rules and righteousness, allowing him to easily control the meeting. After all, everything Chu Feng did was reasonable and lawful, leaving no room for flaws. The peak masters, witnessing their people being apprehended, found themselves in a position where, despite their anxiety, they could not muster any valid grounds for objection. In such circumstances, if they wished to protect their own, there was but one course of action: to choose their sides and align with Lu Wudao. This was also why Chu Feng had received the system prompt about gaining destiny points. In this life, Lu Wudao did not find himself as unsupported as in the original narrative, resulting in significant deviations from the original plot. That fellow is remarkably composed. But he should be reaching his limits soon, Lu Wudao mused. He was intrigued to see just how long that individual could withstand the mounting pressure. Yi Zhenchuan, at this moment, had fully embraced a mindset of throwing caution to the wind. As he exposed one name after another, the heavenly extremity guards showed no mercy, apprehending each individual without hesitation. However, bearing in mind the lessons learned from those who have previously rebelled, these individuals dared not resist. They merely shouted in protest. Chu Feng, one should always leave a line when interacting with others. You, from the heavenly extreme peak, have yet to reach a level of omnipotence. I advise you to release me, lest my master, upon his arrival, exact his vengeance upon you. Have you not considered the consequences of offending so many? The air was filled with the echoes of furious shouts. This compelled Xianxiaaudiobooks to speak up. Is this truly wise? After all, the individuals implicated by Yi Zhenchuan extend across numerous peaks, even involving elders from the Day Extreme Peak and Star Extreme Peak among the 7 foremost peaks. Indeed, it encompasses a significant portion of the Lingyun immortal sect. Just observing left her feeling alarmed. Meanwhile, Lu Mei, her eyes shimmering with emotion, remarked, "Do you not think our senior brother looks quite dashing like this? Besides, what is done is done. What can they do? At worst, they could all be killed." Instantly, Lu Mei's demeanor shifted, her abrupt change in attitude causing Xianxiaaudiobooks to instinctively take 2 steps back. She sensed that this delicate and beautiful girl before her seemed somewhat unhinged. From behind, Miao Yin spoke softly, "Do not forget your current identity. The young master has his reasons for acting this way. Even if there are no reasons, we must unconditionally support him." Hearing Miao Yin's cold words, Xianxiaaudiobooks was taken aback, then slightly bowed her head. "I apologize, it is my fault." Miao Yin replied indifferently, "Previously at the Dharma Peak, and now again. I hope there shall not be a third time. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to teach you how to act as a maid." Within the punishment hall, Chu Feng sat at the head, his gaze directed towards the Yi family members. Amidst their palpable fear, Chu Feng revealed a smile. "I am pleased with your awareness. However, it is a fact that you have violated sect rules. Exposing accomplices is indeed commendable, yet merits and demerits cannot cancel each other out." He was about to pronounce judgment upon the Yi family when a cold voice suddenly interjected, "Hold on." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, turning towards the source of the voice. Outside the great hall, a youth clad in a crimson python robe stepped forward, producing a token and declaring, "Chu Feng, I come on the orders of Saint Sun Li Qi to take over this case. You are no longer needed here. Please withdraw." The words of the youth left the Yi family members in shock, while the captured masters from various peaks displayed smiles of relief. The Saint Sun Li Qi is intervening. Excellent. The crowd rejoiced, especially a few elders from the Star Extreme Peak, whose brows lifted slightly. At that moment, Chu Feng's mind recalled some information. Saint Sun Li Qi, the Saint Sun of the Star Extreme Peak, possessed the Thunder God body and had broken through to the transformation stage 7 years ago, proceeding to the Celestial Palace beyond the heavens. Chapter 58. I hear you wish to see me? Chu Feng's thoughts drifted back to the original plot. Within the Lingyun immortal sect, when the current sect leader reaches the late true immortal stage, a new generation of Saint Suns is selected. Each of the 7 main peaks is entitled to nominate a candidate. 30 years ago, the sect leader Mo Wentian successfully advanced to the late true immortal stage, thus commencing the selection of this generation's Saint Suns. Naturally, the candidate from the heavenly extreme peak was him, while the candidate from the boundless peak was Su Batian. However, both were among the later nominations. The other 5 peaks had candidates who had been Saint Suns for much longer. One had even reached the composite stage. Li Qi was among them as well, nominated as a candidate 13 years earlier. 7 years ago, he successfully broke through to the transformation stage and was formally elevated to the position of Saint Sun. According to sect rules, each generation of Saint Suns would compete over a millennium, and the strongest among them could become a candidate for the sect leader. When the current sect leader falls or breaks through to the golden immortal realm to become a supreme elder, they may then assume the position of sect leader. I recall that this fellow did not meet a favorable end in the original story. It seems he perished midway. Thus, he likely remains a mere passerby. Chu Feng's impression of him from the original narrative was rather vague. After all, he had read the later chapters, where some main characters were vividly etched in his memory. However, this character, who barely featured in the text and was only slightly stronger than a mere bystander, was a figure he could remember distinctly. Just as he pondered this, the youth in the python robe barked, "By the Saint Sun's decree, do you dare disobey? You are merely a candidate, Saint Sun. According to sect rules, even in carrying out the judgment, it should be overseen by the highest-ranking individual present. Or do you, Chu Feng, intend to violate sect regulations?" Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. What the youth stated was indeed sect protocol. Simply put, matters of judgment and punishment should be supervised by the highest-ranking individual present. Even if acting on behalf of the Grand Elder, this principle must be adhered to. Previously, the Peak Masters were entangled by Lu Wu Dao within the cabinet. Externally, Chu Feng's candidate status naturally ranked above that of ordinary elders, placing him at the highest level. However, now the other party attempted to suppress him using the identity of a Saint Sun. The term candidate Saint Sun inherently indicated a lower status. Yet, at that moment, Chu Feng merely smiled. In the next instant, his figure abruptly vanished from the punishment hall, reappearing before the youth in the python robe. Boom! Terrifying spiritual energy erupted at that moment. As the starlight enveloped Chu Feng, a hand made of radiant, starry spiritual energy suddenly materialized, seizing the body of the youth and lifting him slowly into the air. At that moment, Chu Feng, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood in the void and began to speak. "So, you are instructing me on how to conduct myself?" The youth, caught in the grip of the starry hand, emitted creaking sounds, and his face flushed crimson. Yet, he did not yield, gritting his teeth and retorting, "Chu Feng, how dare you? You intend to violate sect rules." The other powerful figures present all chimed in, admonishing, "Impudent. Just moments ago, you proclaimed your intention to uphold sect rules, yet now you disregard them entirely. You are merely abusing your status as a disciple of the Grand Elder. Once this matter concludes, I will certainly report this to the Peak Master." Hearing this, Chu Feng scoffed, "Violate sect rules? Pray tell, have your brains been gnawed upon by dogs? Or have I violated any rules?" The gathered masters glared at each other. "Isn't your behavior in this instance a violation?" Chu Feng burst into laughter. "A mere lackey, whose origins are unknown, dares to call my name before all of you. Am I to be restrained by him? According to sect rules, to call my name directly, one must at least hold the rank of elder, correct? Otherwise, even inter-sect disciples should refer to me as Senior Brother Chu Feng or Your Excellency the Saint Sun. Pray tell, what rank does he hold? Which elder is he? How dare you address me so directly? A slight punishment is hardly a violation of our sacred traditions." The man in the python robe's expression shifted dramatically, yet he quickly regained his composure, squeezing out an apology through clenched teeth. "My apologies, esteemed Holy Sun. It was my rudeness. But do you dare defy the command of Li Qi?" Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's thoughts stirred, and his arm, transformed from the essence of the stars, flung the young man in the python robe 100 meters away. He then spoke with indifference, "Have him come here in person. Otherwise, do you truly represent Li Qi? Now be gone." The expression of the python-robed youth froze in shock. The once smiling onlookers also found their expressions stiffening instantaneously. They never anticipated that the situation remained unchanged. Just then, a swirling vortex abruptly materialized in the void, from which a figure emerged. Accompanying this was a chilling voice. "Oh? I hear you wish to see me, the candidate Holy Sun, Chu Feng?" The python-robed youth, startled, hastily moved to stand beside the figure. "Esteemed Holy Sun, I am but an incompetent servant, and I require your divine manifestation." As the crowd believed the situation was about to pivot once more, Chu Feng, however, merely raised an eyebrow. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from his hand, coalescing into a magnificent sword forged from the essence of the stars. With a flash, Chu Feng had traversed several hundred meters, positioning himself above the figure, and then, with a resounding strike, he brought the sword down. "Chu Feng, dare you? Are you attempting rebellion?" The figure bellowed in fury, eyes wide with disbelief, raising a hand as countless bolts of lightning erupted, forming a shield. Yet, as Chu Feng's sword descended, resembling a falling star, the boundless power of the cosmos converged, shattering the lightning shield. Unrelenting, it crashed down upon the figure's form. With a thunderous boom, the figure was obliterated, disintegrating into strands of lightning that dissipated into the heavens. Countless spectators stood dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe that Chu Feng had acted so decisively, especially the python-robed youth, who remained frozen in shock for several seconds before letting out a piercing scream. "Chu Feng, do you dare to assassinate the Holy Sun?" The other powerful figures also regained their senses. "What audacity! The Grand Elder can no longer protect you. You have brought this upon yourself. You must perish." Xianxia trembled, instinctively wanting to say something, but the words caught in her throat. Meanwhile, Lu Mei, her face alight with excitement, whispered, "So handsome. Brother, you are so magnificent." "Exactly right. Just kill these wretches." Chapter 59. Chu Feng, you are utterly defiant. Silence. The entire assembly fell into a profound stillness. Countless gazes converged upon the figures standing in the sky. After several breaths, a chorus of furious shouts erupted. What audacity! Chu Feng, you are utterly defiant. Seize him at once. Where are the Star Extreme Guards? The scene descended into chaos in an instant. Within moments, numerous figures took to the air, encircling Chu Feng. Without needing him to speak, Miaoyin and several other Star Extreme Guards flashed to his side, forming a protective barrier around him. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Are you truly intending to rebel against Tianji Peak? In the council chamber, the leader of Star Extreme Peak, an elder clad in a pale blue robe with hair and beard as white as snow, abruptly stood up. Lu Wudao, shouldn't you provide an explanation to me? The infinite true immortal then interjected. Grand Elder, your disciple seems to have acted with reckless abandon. This situation may not bode well. The previously manageable situation now exhibited signs of crumbling. After all, Chu Feng's actions had undeniably struck a blow to the face of everyone in Star Extreme Peak. As one of the 7 main peaks, the Star Extreme True Immortal was now compelled to take a stand. With their involvement, the infinite True Immortal would naturally align with them, placing both major peaks at odds with Tianji Peak. This turn of events caused Lu Wudao's heart to tremble slightly. This reckless young man, how could he behave so impulsively? He sighed inwardly. Yet, at this moment, Lu Wudao would not yield. Slowly opening his eyes and speaking deliberately, Xiao Changkong, why the rush? The Star Extreme True Immortal's expression darkened, coldly stating, I may be patient, but you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. A candidate Holy Sun attacking the Holy Sun. Is this the code of conduct of your sect? Is this the standard of Tianji Peak? You, Lu Wudao, may be formidable, but do not force my hand. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to experience your abilities firsthand. Lu Wudao pondered briefly, falling into silence. He certainly did not fear the Star Extreme True Immortal. However, he had to consider the consequences of engaging in battle with the Star Extreme True Immortal. A clash between the leaders of the 7 main peaks would carry immense ramifications, potentially igniting internal strife within the sect. It could even lead to the intervention of some ancient figures within the sect. In such a scenario, he would likely face punishment for mismanagement and be stripped of his position as Grand Elder. Although Lu Wudao did not care for such matters, he had to consider his disciples and the rest of Tianji Peak. Should he lose his position as Grand Elder, the repercussions would extend beyond mere authority. Other factions would surely seize this opportunity, taking advantage of his fall. Likewise, the resources available to Tianji Peak would be significantly diminished. In the path of cultivation, resources are of utmost importance. Why do we join sects? Why do we vie for power? Is it not to acquire more resources? With a contemplative gaze, Lu Wudao pondered how to navigate this predicament. At that moment, on the outside, Chu Feng scanned the crowd, his expression devoid of panic, and coldly declared, Rebellion? I see that it is you who seeks to rebel. Seize that traitor. He pointed at the python-robed youth. Beside him, Lu Mei and the others were momentarily taken aback. Though they could not comprehend why Chu Feng maintained such confidence at this juncture, they obeyed his command. Miaoyin acted first, unleashing her formidable aura to push back the surrounding crowd. With a swift motion, she conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy that effortlessly lifted the python-robed youth into the air, bringing him before Chu Feng. At this moment, Chu Feng spoke again. Now, speak. Who are you, and why do you masquerade as a subordinate of Holy Sun Li Qi? Furthermore, who was that false Holy Sun? The python-robed youth was bewildered by Chu Feng's words. False Holy Sun? Pretender? He widened his eyes and shouted angrily, You lie? How could it possibly be fake? Other powerful figures also retorted, Do you take us for fools? Are you attempting to deceive us with such nonsense? Chu Feng, with a faint smile, replied, You claim I am fabricating tales? Then allow me to pose a question. Is not the current Holy Sun Li Qi engaged in combat against the malevolent forces beyond the stars, representing the immortal sect? Why has he appeared here? According to the sect's regulations, isn't the personnel of the Celestial Palace supposed to operate on a rotation system? Or is it that the Celestial Palace truly allows for free passage, permitting anyone to come and go at will? Furthermore, taking a step back, it has been 7 years since Li Qixing, the Holy Sun, achieved his transformation into the divine realm. Surely, after all this time, his strength must have significantly advanced. How could I, a mere nascent cultivator, and one who has only just broken through, possibly slay the Holy Sun with a single sword strike? Are you suggesting that Li Qixing is perceived as such a worthless being in your eyes? Answer me. A fierce glint flashed in Chu Feng's gaze, and his voice echoed, plunging the crowd into silence. Even though they all understood that what had just been revealed was merely a fragment of Li Qixing's spiritual manifestation, it was nevertheless a manifestation of the divine realm. To be so effortlessly vanquished only attests to the fact that Chu Feng's prowess far exceeded what was expected of a nascent cultivator. Yet, knowing this does not provide an answer to the question at hand. How could one respond? Shall one say that Li Qixing is indeed such a worthless individual? Observing the silence of the crowd, Chu Feng continued, "Thus, I have reason to suspect that this individual is a spy, attempting to muddle the waters and rescue these culprits of the sect. Furthermore, I suspect that he may wish to seize this opportunity to infiltrate Damo Peak and release the suppressed world-destroying demon." The young man in the python robe was utterly stunned by these words. The accusations were severe, and if these charges were substantiated, he feared that even 1,000 deaths would not suffice. Cold sweat poured down his brow as he suddenly regained his composure. "I possess the Holy Sun's token," he exclaimed, raising the token aloft. "Surely, this token cannot be counterfeit." However, the moment his words fell, Chu Feng's figure flickered, appearing beside the young man. Snatching the token from his grasp, he then declared, "What audacity to dare steal the Holy Sun's token! This crime warrants even greater punishment. Guards, take him to the Damo Peak prison, and once the matters concerning the Yi family are resolved, conduct a thorough interrogation." With this proclamation, 2 celestial guards swiftly approached the young man, and before he could continue his defense, 2 restraints of spiritual energy had already bound him completely. Chapter 60, Chu Fan. Where art thou? In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, a resplendent barrier spanned the starry river like a great wall. Before this barrier, a pitch-black vortex exuded dark mist, perpetually eroding the luminous shield. Behind it, several colossal palaces floated in the void. This was the celestial realm. The inky vortex connected to the demon realm, where countless extraterrestrial demons resided, intent on devouring other worlds, making them foes to nearly all sentient beings. The 5 great immortal sects were compelled to unite and establish a defensive line in this outer realm, with the Immortal Palace guarding this location. Lingyun Star Palace, despite its name suggesting a palace, was essentially an artifact of the Immortal King, containing an immense spatial realm. Within this star palace, hundreds of thousands of cultivators stood ready, prepared to engage should the demons launch an assault. At this moment, within a cavern of the star palace, a delicate-looking man suddenly opened his eyes, his face contorted with rage. This man was Li Qi. His gaze radiated a chilling, murderous intent, particularly as he recalled the earlier events. Clenching his fists, his seething fury coalesced into whispered words. "Chu Feng, you have thoroughly provoked my wrath. With merely 3 months remaining until my rotation day, I shall allow you to bask in comfort for these 3 months." Li Qi muttered to himself. This was precisely why he had chosen to intervene in matters of the lower realm. The competition for the Holy Sun was indeed a matter of strength, but equally a matter of influence. The other Holy Sons were all aligned with various factions. He had initially intended to involve himself to garner support, but he never anticipated that his manifested avatar would be so easily slain. Such an act not only thwarted his plans, but, in Li Qi's eyes, was tantamount to being publicly slapped in the face. Had it not been for the fact that his rotation duty had yet to commence, he would have eagerly descended in his true form to teach Chu Feng a lesson on respect and hierarchy. Li Qi's resentment was unbeknownst to Chu Feng. Yet, even if he were aware, it would scarcely matter. In the narrative, Li Qi was merely a side character, not deserving of his attention. In Chu Feng's perspective, the urgency of resolving the Yi family's affairs far outweighed any other concern. With a flicker of his form, he returned to the Hall of Punishment. Chu Feng surveyed the gathered assembly and spoke slowly. "Your expectations have been dashed. I am curious, will any oblivious entities emerge to disturb us next? If not, then I declare." His voice resonated throughout the chamber, and after a brief pause, he continued, "The Yi family has engaged in corruption, embezzling vast wealth from the sect. According to our regulations, they ought to be exterminated along with their kin. However, considering their remorse and the reporting of several accomplices, the final judgment is as follows. The head of the family, Yi Zhenchuan, shall have his cultivation revoked and be demoted to a menial worker, sent to the spiritual veins to toil in the mines for 100 years. With the first judgment rendered, Yi Zhenchuan's body swayed slightly, and he seemed to lose all rigidity, collapsing as if devoid of bones. His spirit appeared utterly drained at that moment. This punishment, though not a death sentence, was scarcely better. The revocation of one's cultivation did not merely reduce one to the status of a mortal. It would shatter their entire dantian and inflict grievous harm upon their body. In such a state, even with the best of care, living beyond 3 to 5 years would be a challenge, let alone being relegated to menial labor at a mining site. To survive a year under such circumstances would be a testament to the robustness of his previous constitution. Beside him, Yi Tongyao's eyes were filled with tears as she spoke with a choked voice, "Father." However, this single utterance ignited a fire within Yi Zhenchuan, who clenched his teeth and retorted, You are truly my wonderful daughter. Instead of courting favor with the esteemed holy son, you've chosen to consort with that worthless Chu Feng. Yi Tongyao, remember, the downfall of our entire family is solely your doing. Had I known it would come to this, I should have ended you with a single blow." At his words, Yi Tongyao trembled, collapsing to the ground as she wept uncontrollably, her heart echoing with self-reproach. "I have brought ruin upon the Yi family. It is my fault. Chu Feng, I have paid such a price to save you. Yet where are you now?" She lifted her gaze to Chu Feng, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the head of the hall. In that moment of comparison, her idealized image of Chu Feng shattered completely. Among the younger generation, Chu Feng now stood at the center of the immortal sect, under the gaze of multitudes, while the man she once believed to be steadfast and brave had never dared to show his face. Ding. The host's actions have caused Yi Tongyao to harbor doubts about Chu Feng, significantly altering the original plot, yielding a hidden reward, Eternal Star Decision. Ding. The host has dealt a heavy blow to the Yi family, altering the original plot, granting a reward of 300 destiny points. The consecutive notifications resonated within his mind. As Chu Feng's heart stirred, his gaze subtly flickered towards Yi Tongyao. Indeed, at this moment, Yi Tongyao appeared vacant, her lips trembling incessantly, her exquisitely beautiful face marred by tear streaks, presenting a pitiful spectacle. Yet, regrettably, Chu Feng felt no inclination towards sympathy. He retained Yi Tongyao solely because she proved to be an excellent furnace for his endeavors, nothing more. As for emotions, with the knowledge of the original plot, he harbored no interest in such a pure vixen. However, in contrast to Yi Tongyao's reaction, listening to the system's notification, Chu Feng could almost deduce one certain conclusion: Chu Feng would not be coming. It was a pity, as he had initially hoped for Chu Feng's appearance to seize the opportunity. Now, it seemed that chance had slipped away. Yet it made sense. As a traitor to his sect, how could he dare return to the immortal sect? Should he attempt to return, even with the remnants of the elder behind him? Once a former immortal king, he would have no hope of escaping. A slight regret flickered in Chu Feng's heart. However, he soon revealed a smile. 4. Regardless of the circumstances, the gains from this encounter were substantial, particularly the hidden reward, the Eternal Star Technique, a method of the immortal emperor. By refining his body with the power of stars and comprehending the path of the stars, achieving perfection in cultivation, he would attain immortality alongside the stars, even possessing the ability to manipulate celestial bodies at will. This was an extraordinarily potent technique for body refinement, complementing the Polar Star King technique. After all, the Polar Star King technique could condense special stars' spiritual power with a mere nascent soul resembling a star. This implied that Chu Feng need not deliberately comprehend the power of stars, as he could cultivate the Eternal Star Technique freely, anytime and anywhere. Simultaneously, with the heavy blow dealt to the Yi family, under the weight of various accusations, nearly all members of the Yi family faced either millennia of suppression or the forfeiture of their cultivation. This also signified that the assistance the Yi family provided to Chu Feng in the original narrative was utterly extinguished, thus earning him another reward in the form of destiny points. Yet, he pondered, what was the situation with his master now? After a moment of elation, Chu Feng cast his gaze towards a distant mountain peak, the site of the ongoing cabinet meeting. Within the cabinet, Lu Wudao's eyes glinted thoughtfully as he regarded the star extreme true immortal, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Xiao Changkong, you must be keeping an eye on the situation outside. Are you satisfied with my disciple's response? He did not slay your star extreme peak's holy son, but merely a mere insect incarnation that appeared from nowhere. The star extreme true immortal's eyes widened, yet ultimately, he inhaled deeply and slowly took his seat. At this moment, he could no longer deny the truth, forced to swallow his silence. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Lu Wudao closed his eyes again, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The little rascal's reaction was quite swift. The Yi family has been judged, yet he has not shown his face. Has he given up? However, it seems that abandoning the Yi family is not such a strange occurrence, Lu Wudao mused. He was acutely aware that the Yi family was hardly significant. They were merely a small family reliant on the immortal sect. Families of such stature numbered in the hundreds within the immortal sect. The Yi family status as a supplier was not due to their irreplaceability, but rather a stroke of luck, along with the loyalty and diligence of their ancestors towards the immortal sect. The fact that the Fengtian dynasty, Su Batian, and other individuals insisted on preserving the Yi family was not because of their uniqueness. It was merely a game of strategy. Within the immortal sect, conflicts between major factions were permitted. After all, the immortal sect was not a greenhouse nurturing delicate flowers. However, such conflicts needed to be controlled within certain bounds. For instance, had Lu Wudao and Xiao Changkong engaged in a fierce battle just now, it would have been deemed excessive, prompting the ancient elders of the sect to intervene. Thus, factional disputes were not played out in the open, but rather through various minor incidents that ebbed and flowed. Now, as Yu Lu Wudao and Wuji Peak, along with Chu Feng, sought to judge the Yi family, the opposing factions were naturally inclined to protect them. The Yi family was merely a pawn. Presently, it seemed the opposing side was contemplating abandoning this useless piece. Yet, even if they relinquished this piece, they would undoubtedly seek to recover it from another avenue. Lu Wudao narrowed his eyes, discreetly glancing towards the Wuji true immortal, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. Have you dispatched part of your true spirit? It appears you intend to consult that fellow. What will your next move be? On the main peak of Lingyun, within a small world, a figure sat cross-legged in midair. It was Mo Wenti, the current leader of the Lingyun immortal sect. At this moment, with every breath he took, each exhalation of spiritual energy caused the surrounding void to tremble, fissures appearing intermittently. At this time, Mo Wenti, suspended in the air, opened his eyes and gazed towards the entrance of the small world. He spoke in a calm tone. Wuji, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than Wuji true immortal, albeit merely an incarnation of his true spirit, not his physical form. Upon hearing the inquiry, Wuji true immortal flashed before Mo Wenti, his expression grave, and spoke. Senior brother, the situation outside is far from optimistic. Mo Wenti furrowed his brow, replying, Oh, what is the situation? Wuji true immortal recounted the events occurring outside in brief, then sighed softly. Senior brother, Lu Wudao possesses considerable prestige within the sect, perhaps even surpassing you as the leader. Had it not been for that incident back then, he would have had a high probability of securing the position of sect leader. Upon hearing this, Mo Wenti's expression darkened slightly. This was a thorn in his heart. Many years ago, he and Lu Wudao had joined the sect almost simultaneously, both being nominated as the current Holy Sons, much like Chu Feng now. Over the years, they had competed against each other, yet Lu Wudao consistently held the upper hand. In fact, as Wuji True Immortal had noted, were it not for that particular incident, he would never have become the sect leader. Even after attaining leadership, Lu Wudao's prestige remained formidable. After enduring years of suppression, Mo Wenti had finally gained a slight advantage. Yet, Lu Wudao had broken through to the peak of true immortal before him. This was precisely why he had chosen to enter seclusion at this moment. Wuji True Immortal then quietly asked, Senior brother, what shall we do next? Given the circumstances, Lu Wudao's prestige is likely to soar once more. Many leaders of neutral factions are beginning to gravitate towards him. Mo Wenti pondered for a moment before slowly responding, Let me break through first, and then we shall see. However, we cannot allow Lu Wudao to continue unchecked. Since we cannot bring him down, we shall target his disciple. Wuji True Immortal frowned. If we strike at that Chu Feng, Lu Wudao will undoubtedly go mad, and the elders of the sect will not stand idly by. After all, regardless of the factional disputes, it is absolutely impermissible to resort to underhanded tactics against the younger generation. Mo Wentian remarked with a hint of detachment. I am well aware of this. What I refer to is the matter concerning Chu Feng. The incident of his release was sanctioned by Chu Feng, who issued the command medallion. Even if he is not held primarily accountable, he must still take responsibility for addressing the situation, correct? In conflicts among the younger generation, if one falls in battle, it simply reflects a lack of capability, and no blame can be assigned. Upon hearing this, the Wujizan Immortal appeared contemplative, and then responded. I understand now. Very well, brother, I shall take my leave. Mo Wentian nodded, watching him depart before taking a deep breath and once again assuming a meditative posture in midair. At this moment, he was indeed preoccupied with matters beyond. His cultivation of the void, true, transformation immortal scripture had reached a bottleneck phase. Thus, breaking through was of utmost priority. Within the cabinet, discussions regarding the impending conflict with the extreme sword immortal sect continued. With Lu Wudao's assertive intervention and external pressures, several peak masters had evidently begun to align themselves with Lu Wudao. In his previous life, although the final consensus was to engage in battle, each peak had sought to evade responsibility, leading to a situation where, during the conflict, many acted contrary to their promises, resulting in a catastrophic defeat. Lu Wudao had no choice but to resign from his position as the Grand Elder. However, at present, the elders and direct disciples of each peak were detained by Chu Feng, and in order to reclaim these individuals, the peak masters had to clearly state their commitment to provide personnel and resources for the forthcoming battle. Nevertheless, the Wujizan Immortal and a few other prominent peak masters had yet to voice their opinions. The meeting remained ongoing. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, the Wujizan Immortal suddenly spoke up. Chapter 62, The Call to Arms. Ji Xian, the true immortal, had served the immortal sect for over 1,000,000 years. During this time, he had visited the Outer Star Palace more than 10 times. He had survived encounters with malevolent forces there, only to perish at the hands of a sword fanatic. Emotionally, we must declare war. Logically, we have no reason to retreat. If a true immortal falls without our sect responding, how can we hold our heads high among the 5 great immortal sects? The Wujizhen immortal's voice rang out with fervor. As he spoke, several peak masters who had maintained neutrality were momentarily taken aback. Their gazes turned toward the Wujizhen immortal, eyes filled with inquiry. At this moment, Lu Wudao opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow. It brings me great comfort to see such resolve. May I inquire how many people the Wujizhen Peak intends to send to participate in this battle? After all, waging war against the extreme sword immortal sect is no trivial matter. It requires the united efforts of all. After a brief contemplation, the Wujizhen immortal replied, Wujizhen Peak can dispatch 3 elders along with 100 Wujizhen guards to join the fray. Upon hearing this response, the other peak masters displayed expressions of astonishment. This was no small number. As one of the 7 main peaks, the elders of Wujizhen Peak were at least of the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, with the possibility of true immortal strength among them. Moreover, 100 Wujizhen guards was also a significant contribution. The Wujizhen guards, akin to the Tiangue guards, were specially trained attendants of Wujizhen Peak. Each 100 formed a team, usually led by someone of great ascension strength, with the remaining members nearly all at the integration stage, augmented by formations capable of temporarily restraining weaker, true immortals. Each peak maintained only 10 such guard teams. It could be said that the combat power being dispatched was nearly 1/10 of Wujizhen Peak's strength, which demonstrated considerable sincerity. This was not a full-scale war against the extreme sword immortal sect, but rather an effort to apply pressure through the Great Zhou dynasty, merely seeking an explanation. Everyone understood that the extreme sword immortal sect could not simply hand over the sword fanatic. Their aim was to salvage their reputation through compensation. Listening to the words of the Wujizhen immortal, the assembly found themselves in a state of uncertainty. Lu Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. He was convinced that this choice was laden with ulterior motives, but discerning those motives was not easy at the moment. After a brief contemplation, Lu Wudao decided to cease his speculations, meeting challenges as they arose. Now was the opportune moment to solidify the conclusions of the cabinet meeting. Thus, Lu Wudao stood, surveying the other peak masters who had yet to declare their positions, and spoke coolly. Wujizhen Peak has already made its stance clear. How long do you intend to wait? Do you wish for this meeting to stretch on for a century, or even a millennium? You have half an hour, by the end of this time. I expect to hear your responses. As his words fell, an elder clad in red robes was the first to declare, I, from Yinling Peak, support the declaration of war and am willing to send 100 Yinfire guards into battle, and I shall also personally participate. Following suit, one by one, the peak masters ceased their hesitations. With everyone providing their responses, Lu Wudao then turned his gaze to the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, speaking slowly, Ji Tianming. I hereby order you to return to the dynasty. You have 5 days to mobilize the imperial army and declare war against the Taishan dynasty under the banner of the extreme sword immortal sect. You should be well aware of how to frame this declaration. The other peaks must finalize their personnel arrangements within 3 days, gathering at the sect square before noon on the 3rd day. If there are no further matters, we shall adjourn the meeting. With that, Lu Wudao waved his sleeve and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the Wujizhen immortal interjected, wait. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Lu Wudao's eyes as he slowly turned back, inquiring, Wujizhen, what is it that you wish to discuss? Was I not clear enough? The Wujizhen immortal chuckled lightly, of course not. Brother Shinjij's arrangements are quite commendable, and all present are in agreement. Thus we shall cooperate fully. However, I believe you may have overlooked one matter. Lu Wudao replied coolly, what matter? Speak plainly. The Wujizhen immortal continued, the death of Ji Xian has tarnished our sect's dignity. We must defend our honor. However, there is another individual whose actions have also undermined our sect's integrity. Shall we not address this? Lu Wudao responded. Are you referring to Chu Feng? The Wujizhen immortal smiled, precisely. Regardless of circumstances, a traitor within the sect must be apprehended and dealt with. He is merely at the divine pill stage, and making a grand spectacle of it would be inappropriate. Chu Feng fled from Damo Peak, and the primary responsibility lies with Damo Peak, which has already faced punishment. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the candidate's saint's son, Chu Feng, played a role in this affair. If not for his reckless handing over of the command medallion to Yi Tongyao, she likely wouldn't have even qualified to step foot on Damo Peak. In my view, it would be reasonable for Brother Shinjij to entrust this matter to Chu Feng, allowing him to atone for his misdeeds. Lu Wudao chuckled. At this moment, he finally grasped the ulterior motives behind these individuals. They could not yet find a way to deal with him, so they turned their attention toward Chu Feng. It was indeed a cunning yet effective maneuver. After all, Chu Feng was his only direct disciple, representing the legacy and future of Tianshu Peak. Lu Wudao, having no wife or children, found Chu Feng to be his only vulnerability. Should an unfortunate incident befall Chu Feng, Lu Wudao could scarcely fathom the actions he might take. He was certain that no one would dare to covertly strike against Chu Feng, as such an act would violate the unspoken rules of their sect. Even when Su Batian was attacked previously, it merely resulted in the demise of his protector, without any intent to harm Su Batian himself. Yet now, their adversaries sought to employ overt tactics, making their intentions unmistakable. The demands made were equally justified and well-reasoned. After a moment of silence, Lu Wudao smiled. It is only fitting. Therefore, I hereby declare that the investigation into the traitor Chu Feng shall be entrusted to our esteemed holy son of Wujifeng, Chu Feng. With that, Lu Wudao cast a cold, penetrating gaze toward the Wujizhen Immortal and inquired, "Are there any further objections?" Upon hearing this, Wujizhen Immortal shook his head and replied, "Brother, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have nothing further to add." With these words, Lu Wudao waved his sleeve, declaring, "The cabinet meeting is hereby adjourned." Following this pronouncement, he vanished from the spot. At the peak of Tianji, within a small world, after adjudicating the matters concerning the Yi family, Chu Feng was summoned back. Lu Wudao's eventual acquiescence to this matter was, of course, due to Chu Feng's proactive acceptance upon understanding the circumstances. In Chapter 63, Breakthrough, within a cavern atop a towering mountain adjacent to Tianji Peak, Chu Feng's entire being radiated with starlight. This was the manifestation of cultivating the eternal star body. At this moment, bolstered by the astral spiritual power refined through the extreme Star King technique, Chu Feng felt as though he were perpetually bathed in resplendent starlight. The efficiency of cultivating the eternal star body was nothing short of astonishing. Within him, his bones began to undergo a transformation under the refinement of the astral spiritual energy, gradually shifting from their original golden hue to a brilliance reminiscent of starlight. As this metamorphosis occurred, a formidable aura inadvertently emanated from him. The young master's physique. Miao Yin, the celestial maiden, couldn't help but exclaim. As a cultivator of the greatest sentient stage, her perceptive abilities were exceptional. She immediately discerned that Chu Feng was not intentionally radiating his aura, but rather that his very physique was causing the surrounding spiritual energy to tremble. At this moment, Ziyu's expression was one of astonishment, her own cultivation being lower, and although her senses were not as acute, she felt an innate pressure emanating from him. She sensed that what lay before her was not merely a human, but a dazzling star. Lu Mei's eyes sparkled with admiration and profound affection as she gazed at Chu Feng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Feng abruptly opened his eyes, and in an instant, his gaze flickered with the brilliance of stars. However, it was merely a fleeting moment before all extraordinary phenomena dissipated, as if everything had been but an illusion. "Brother, have you completed your cultivation?" Lu Mei swiftly appeared by Chu Feng's side, her voice sweetly inquiring. Chu Feng, upon hearing this, smiled in return. Indeed, the gains are substantial. His smile was genuine, for although his realm remained at the second stage of infant transformation, his strength had, by his estimation, increased several-fold. This remarkable enhancement was undoubtedly attributed to his initiation into the cultivation of the eternal star body, a technique of the immortal emperor. Even a mere entry into this practice yielded tremendous benefits. At this moment, Chu Feng's physique, refined by the power of the stars, had preliminarily solidified into the star body. Particularly, his bones, already possessing the form of celestial bones, were naturally golden and far more formidable than those of ordinary individuals. This inherent strength rendered Chu Feng's physical prowess unparalleled among his peers. Now, with the celestial power refining his bones, his skeletal structure had transformed into star celestial bones. Each bone was remarkably resilient, comparable to the strength of superior spiritual artifacts. His muscles, intertwined with these star celestial bones, contained boundless might. Chu Feng felt as though he could withstand any attack from a cultivator at the infant transformation stage solely through his physical body. This was merely the beginning. According to the technique's description, if the eternal star body were to be cultivated to perfection, his physical form would possess the power to obliterate stars, with every punch and kick capable of annihilating celestial bodies. However, the path of the immortal emperor was indeed arduous. Chu Feng reflected on how he had managed to enter this practice in such a short time, a feat made possible by consuming his heavenly fate points. He had invested all the points acquired previously into this endeavor, enabling his rapid progress. Otherwise, even with the extraordinary conditions provided by the extreme Star King technique, entering this immortal emperor method would be exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, Chu Feng felt that every effort had been worthwhile. After all, strength was the foundation of all. Although he had exhausted several hundred heavenly fate points, His power had surged multiple times. If previously he had confidence in overcoming those at the initial stage of divine transformation, now he regarded ordinary cultivators at the mid-stage of divine transformation with disdain. Even against those at the late stage, he felt a sense of confidence to contend. With a light-hearted chuckle, he addressed the inquiries of those around him. Have there been any updates from the Tianji Pavilion? After assuming the task of pursuing Chu Feng, Chu Feng had promptly instructed Miao Yin to contact the Tianji Pavilion. As its name suggests, the pavilion was adept at discerning cosmic secrets and could also be employed to ascertain locations. Responding to Chu Feng's inquiry, Miao Yin spoke without delay. Young master, there is news. According to the information relayed from the Tianji Pavilion, Chu Feng's current location is believed to be in Dongji City. Indeed, as you predicted, Chu Feng intends to head to the Extreme Sword Immortal sect. Hearing this, Chu Feng was not at all surprised. After all, according to the original narrative, Chu Feng was destined to journey there. However, in the original story, Chu Feng was not fleeing, but was merely following the guidance of the ancient spirit within him to seek out immortal opportunities. Who could have anticipated that the secret realm of the Yinyang Immortal King lay hidden within the Wanxiang Mountains? A faint smile graced Chu Feng's lips. This was yet another reason he had chosen to undertake the task. Firstly, he wished to prevent Lu Wudao from being ensnared by others, accused of abusing his authority and indulging his disciple. Secondly, he did not intend to let Chu Feng's opportunities slip through his fingers, even without this mission. He had planned to venture to the Wanxiang Mountains after concluding matters with the Yi family. Could it be that those cunning old foxes deliberately wanted me to pursue Chu Feng, hoping to use me as a means to influence my master? Chu Feng mused coldly to himself. He was well aware of their true motives. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng turned to Miao Yin and the others, stating, I plan to set off shortly. You should remain by Master's side for now. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Miao Yin nodded slightly. While Lu Mei expressed her concern, be careful, brother. Xianxia slightly parted her lips, yet ultimately refrained from speaking, still uncertain of her current identity and status. Listening to the words of those around her, Chu Feng chuckled, you are still unaware of my senior brother's prowess. Moreover, my master has bestowed upon me some minor gifts. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei felt a modicum of reassurance, her cheeks flushing as she declared, regardless, if anything were to befall you, senior brother, I would, even at the cost of my life, seek vengeance for you. Chu Feng felt a flicker of emotion in his heart. He stepped forward to gently cover her crimson lips and softly reassured her, do not worry, I could never bear to part with you, junior sister. I shall return. He then turned his gaze toward Xianxia, saying, little maid, once my mission is complete, I shall indulge you. At his words, Xianxia's heart raced. However, before she could respond, Chu Feng had already vanished from her sight. Chapter 64. The Saintess of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Dongji City. Located within the territory of the Great Qian dynasty under the jurisdiction of the Lingyun Xianzong. True to its name, its precise location lies at the easternmost edge of the Great Qian. Further to the east of Dongji City lies the renowned Wanxiang mountain range, characterized by its myriad peaks and towering cliffs. This mountain range also serves as the dividing line between the extreme sword Xianzong and the Lingyun Xianzong. After narrowly escaping from the Fengtian dynasty, Chu Feng journeyed eastward, arriving at this city with a clear purpose, the secret realm of the inheritance of the Yinyang Immortal King. The Yinyang Immortal King, a preeminent powerhouse from tens of thousands of years ago, established the Hundred Flowers Palace, which, due to his presence, rapidly ascended from obscurity to a top-tier force, second only to the five great Xianzong. However, the Yinyang Immortal King ultimately fell. The specifics of his demise remain shrouded in mystery. Some speculate that he was slain by the ancient relics of the five great Xianzong, while others suggest he was ambushed by a demon king from beyond the realm, leading to his untimely death. Regardless of the cause, his fall resulted in the loss of two pivotal immortal scriptures, leaving many powerful beings lamenting: the Jiuyin Immortal Scripture and the Jiuyang Immortal Scripture. Though merely the techniques of an immortal king, the combined might of these two scriptures rivals that of an immortal emperor's methods. The harmonious fusion of yin and yang gives rise to the chaotic essence of the five elements, exhibiting immense power and versatility. The Yinyang Immortal King garnered fame through this very prowess. Yet, unbeknownst to many, prior to his demise, the Yinyang Immortal King left behind a place of inheritance, concealed within the Wanxiang mountain range. At this moment, within the Hundred Flowers Pavilion in Dongji City, Chu Feng reclined in an elegant chamber, indulging in wine while reminiscing about the plot of the original work. In the narrative, Chu Feng, guided by the remnants of the soul of Yin Lao within him, discovered the location of the Yinyang Immortal King's inheritance. Not only did he acquire these two supreme techniques, but he also consummated a union with Yi Tongyao, bestowing upon the original owner a significant title and as a result, he ascended to the infant transformation stage. From that point forth, the original owner was entirely overshadowed by Chu Feng. Despite having also achieved a breakthrough in strength at that time, I was merely at the divine pill stage. Before this, I could still manage to hold my own against him, but afterward, even our realms diverged significantly. However, at this moment, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Whether it be the immortal techniques or Yi Tongyao, he desired them all, even though his feelings for Yi Tongyao had long since faded. He saw no disdain in utilizing her alluring form as a vessel for cultivation. Moreover, the critical point was that he recalled the original text mentioning that within the secret realm of the Yin-Yang Immortal King's inheritance lay a substantial quantity of spirit stones and some immortal crystals. While the original work did not specify the exact amount, describing it as considerable suggested it was at least in the hundreds of millions. Coupled with the existence of immortal crystals, Chu Feng's heart surged with excitement. Immortal crystals. Such rare resources could only be utilized post-ascension. Take the Lingyun Xianzong, for example. Within its dominion, each major dynasty harbors at least one extensive vein of spirit stones, producing countless spirit stones annually, and other factions under the Xianzong's banner are similarly endowed. However, immortal veins are exceedingly rare, with only one in existence. The Lingyun Xianzong was established precisely upon this immortal vein. This scarcity explains why the 5 great Xianzong are considered the foremost powers, rather than 6 or 7, within the entire ancient immortal world. The human race occupies the Xinzhou continent, which contains only 5 immortal veins. It is precisely because each of the 5 great Xianzong controls one of these veins that an abundance of powerful beings has emerged over countless millennia, ensuring an unbroken lineage of cultivation. For other factions, such as the 100 Flowers Palace, even at its pinnacle during the reign of the Yin-Yang Immortal King, it attracted numerous rogue immortals. Yet, with the fall of the Yin-Yang Immortal King, it inevitably fragmented. The immortal vein is the true foundation upon which a formidable Xianzong stands resiliently. However, the quantity of immortal crystals produced annually from a single vein is exceedingly limited. Even the strong within the 5 great Xianzong struggle to obtain a significant share. It is easy to comprehend the immense value of immortal crystals. The ability to acquire immortal crystals for exchange for spirit stones alone could suffice for substantial cultivation. Moreover, if one could harness immortal crystals for cultivation directly, the efficiency would far surpass that of spirit stones. I wonder, if I expend destiny points, can I expedite my use of immortal crystals for cultivation? Chu Feng pondered deeply. Just then, a commotion erupted within the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Now, let us welcome the 100 Flowers Fairy, Hua Qianyu, to present a Guqin performance. Upon hearing the announcement from outside, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, setting down his wine cup as he stood. He approached the window of the elegant chamber, pushed it open, and leaned against the frame, casting his gaze toward the elevated platform outside. Moments later, a graceful figure clad in a pink gauzy garment, her face partially obscured by a delicate pink veil, descended from the backstage of the 100 Flowers Pavilion, cradling a Guqin. Though she appeared to be half concealing herself behind the instrument, the visible features were enough to captivate one's attention. Her waist was as slender as a willow, her eyes warm and gentle as water, with deep-set features and collarbones that captivated the soul, her skin as delicate as white jade. Gently swirling his wine cup, a spark of astonishment flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder the author lauded her as one of the top 3 beauties of the continent. She truly possesses exquisite charm. Chu Feng sighed softly. Hua Qianyu was indeed one of the central figures in this segment of the original narrative, holding the esteemed title of the current saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace. In the original work, such a beauty naturally fell into the grasp of Chu Feng. Furthermore, it was due to the acquisition of the Yin-Yang Immortal King's legacy that he ultimately gained the recognition of the 100 Flower Palace, becoming its holy son. Although the 100 Flower Palace has lost much of its former glory following the demise of the Yin-Yang Immortal King, it still possesses a measure of profound heritage. Thus, Chu Feng not only experienced a significant enhancement in his own cultivation, but also saw his influence gradually expand. Eventually, as various factions began to overpower the original protagonist, Chu Feng, his demise became inevitable. Contemplating this, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering within them as he murmured, if I am not mistaken, Chu Feng should also be present within the 100 Flower Tower at this moment. Chapter 65. The Soul-Nourishing Immortal Melody. Chu Feng's gaze swept across the loft. Yet even he found it impossible to discern the disguised Chu Feng among the crowd. The 9 transformations of the primordial spirit imparted by Elder Yin were indeed extraordinarily mystical. Ordinary true immortals would struggle to investigate, and even the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion could only surmise his general location. However, in Chu Feng's view, identifying Chu Feng was not a particularly troublesome task, for individuals with Chu Feng's temperament tend to reveal themselves. Hence, he chose to observe the unfolding events with a calm disposition, directing his attention to the high platform above, where he quietly appreciated the performance. On the platform, Hua Qianyu remained silent, merely nodding slightly towards the audience, her expression imbued with solemnity and seriousness. The guqin rested upon her lap, and her jade-like fingers gracefully plucked the strings. The melodious and resonant sound of the guqin reverberated through the air. As the music spread, the crowd displayed expressions of tranquility. Even Chu Feng felt his mind settling into a serene state. This was, indeed, the secret melody of the 100-Flower Tower, the 100-Flower Immortal Sound. The flowing notes of the guqin were like a gentle stream, capable of soothing the spirit and significantly diminishing inner turmoil, thereby reducing the likelihood of the emergence of inner demons. Consequently, during Hua Qianyu's monthly performances, the mere ticket price began at 10,000 spirit stones. Often with demand outstripping supply, some powerful individuals would traverse great distances just to listen to a single immortal melody. Amidst the audience's immersion in the 100-Flower Immortal Sound, a pale, gaunt man in the crowd momentarily revealed a glint of greed in his eyes. However, this was but a fleeting moment before he quickly concealed his gaze. The man was none other than Chu Feng. At this moment, he inquired inwardly, "Elder Yan, do I only need to perform a single piece together?" As he posed the question, the slightly weakened voice of Elder Yan echoed within his consciousness. Indeed, this piece is known as the soul-nourishing immortal melody. Composed by the ancient Qin immortal, the melody is divided into two parts. The first part is for soothing the soul, while the second part nourishes it. The first part primarily aims to calm the spirit, allowing for tranquility, while the second part enhances the power of the soul. The two sections are interconnected. Soothing the soul comes first, followed by nourishing it. Only when the Qin and Se resonate together can this piece achieve its fullest effect. Over these days, you have mastered the score for the second part with remarkable finesse. All that remains is to join in the performance. And soon my soul power will be restored to its former state. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. At this moment, he paid little heed to the latter part of Elder Yan's words. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. If I perform alongside this enchanting beauty, will I not capture her attention? With this thought in mind, a smile involuntarily crept upon Chu Feng's lips. He then decided to drop the pretense. Retrieving a low-grade spiritual instrument guqin that he had purchased just an hour prior from his spatial ring, he gracefully sat cross-legged, slightly lowering his head, feigning immersion in the music. The first string, he thought, should be. He began to pluck the strings, and after days of practice, he had become exceedingly familiar with the second part of the melody. Coupled with Elder Yan's guidance, he seamlessly found the perfect entry point. In an instant, the two melodies harmonized beautifully, merging as if they were one, entrancing all who listened. At this moment, Chu Feng's peripheral vision caught sight of the gaze from the platform, and upon realizing that it was indeed directed at him, his heart leapt with joy. There it was, the emergence he had anticipated. In the private chamber, Chu Feng wore a faint smile. He felt no surprise at this outcome. After all, in the original narrative, Chu Feng had also made his way to the 100-Flower Tower. The reason was not complex. Elder Yan was but a remnant soul, and the soul-nourishing immortal melody could nourish the soul, while Elder Yan happened to possess the score for the second part. Thus, Chu Feng was drawn to the 100-Flower Tower, leading to his acquaintance with Hua Qianyu. As for how he came to possess this score, it was intricately tied to Elder Yan's identity. Elder Yan had a deep bond with the Yin-Yang Immortal King. In their youth, they adventured together across the immortal ancient continent and discovered this score within an ancient relic, ultimately each taking half. This was also why Elder Yan was aware of the location of the Yin-Yang Immortal King's inheritance. However, in this lifetime, Elder Yan's condition was even worse. Following Chu Feng's reckless actions, he had nearly scattered his remnant soul. At this point, he was in dire need of the immortal melody for nourishment. Indeed, is this the destined child? Regardless of the obstacles encountered along the way, he ultimately returns to the predetermined path. Chu Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In this life, having traversed into this world, the unfolding plot had diverged significantly from the original narrative. Chu Feng bore the title of traitor to the immortal sect and nearly lost his life in the Fengtian city. Yet when he reached the designated juncture, he still arrived at the 100-Flower Tower. Moreover, had it not been for his prior knowledge of the plot, his arrival at the 100-Flower Tower would likely have resulted in the subsequent events unfolding similarly to the original story. Chu Feng's score piqued Hua Qianyu's curiosity, leading to their acquaintance, and they would later journey to the Yin-Yang Immortal King's secret realm together. Even the initial union of the 9 Yin Immortal Canon and the 9 Yang Immortal Canon was granted to Hua Qianyu. Ultimately, he would not only obtain the inheritance, but would also win the heart of the beautiful maiden. Alas, this time, Your wishes shall not be fulfilled. With a light laugh, Chu Feng refrained from interrupting the performance of the two. After all, this immortal melody duet was immensely beneficial to him as well. As for whether Elder Yan's soul would also experience restoration, that was a consideration Chu Feng had taken into account. One could say he was deliberately facilitating Elder Yan's recovery. After all, he was well aware of the events that transpired in Fengtian City. On that day, Elder Yan had nearly exhausted himself to save Chu Fan. If given no opportunity for recovery, he might truly perish. The reason for wishing to prevent Elder Yan's demise was that, rather than eliminating him, it would be far more advantageous to subdue him for his own purposes. In the original narrative, Elder Yan, at his peak, was a top-tier immortal king. Moreover, during his early adventures across the immortal ancient continent, he had acquired many powerful legacies. Even if he were not an encyclopedia, he would come quite close. Such a formidable figure would undoubtedly rank among the elite even in the later stages of the original narrative. Indeed, the crux of the matter lies in the potential subjugation of the venerable Yen Lao for one's own purposes, a feat that, in Chu Feng's estimation, is entirely feasible. After all, while they are nominally master and disciple, their acquaintance spans only a few days, insufficient time to forge profound bonds. Yen Lao seeks to reconstruct his corporeal form, a process that necessitates the involvement of Chu Fan. Conversely, Chu Fan aspires to attain greater strength, and Yen Lao is poised to assist him. At present, their relationship resembles more of a collaboration. As long as Chu Fan can persist in suppressing Yen Lao, gradually fostering disappointment within him, and subsequently reveal his willingness to offer assistance, it is likely that Yen Lao would not hesitate to consider a change in his partner for collaboration. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the performance below finally reached its conclusion. Chu Feng's brow arched slightly at that moment, and a playful smile graced his lips. Chapter 66. Come to my room for a solo performance. As the final note resonated, applause erupted from the crowd. In this moment, Chu Fan seized the opportunity to present himself. He rose slowly and turned to the stage where Hua Qinyu stood. Bowing slightly as he spoke, I apologize for my presumptuous intrusion into the ensemble without prior permission. It was indeed rather forward of me. However, I found myself unable to restrain my impulses upon hearing the enchanting melody played by the fair maiden, which seemed to resonate with a piece I fortuitously acquired. I hope the maiden can forgive my indiscretion. As he spoke, Chu Fan let out a gentle sigh, adding, to express my contrition, I am willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones as compensation. On stage, Hua Qinyu's brow quivered lightly, and her ethereal voice floated through the air. There is no need for such measures, young master. Your sentiments are not unfounded. There indeed appears to be a peculiar connection between our melodies. It was evident that, following the fall of the Yinyang immortal king, even the current saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace was unaware of the complete musical scores within her sect. She possessed only fragments. In the original narrative, it was precisely through this serendipitous encounter that Chu Fan easily established a connection with Hua Qinyu. Listening to Hua Qinyu's words, Chu Fan felt an exhilarating rush within. However, employing his adept skills in disguise, he adopted a serious demeanor, remarking, perhaps the two pieces are indeed intertwined? If the maiden does not mind, we might explore this melody further. Should there truly be a connection, I would be delighted to offer you the score I have obtained, free of charge. As Chu Fan's words fell, his gaze locked onto Hua Qinyu. Upon witnessing her flicker of interest, his heart surged with excitement. I shall not be thwarted. His eyes subtly roamed over Hua Qinyu's form. Even with her veil, her undeniable allure ignited a fervor within him. Just as Chu Fan had anticipated, Hua Qinyu found it difficult to decline his proposition. In the original text, Chu Fan indeed fulfilled his promise, later gifting Hua Qinyu with the fragmented score, thereby gaining a dedicated musician. However, at that moment, within the elegant chamber, Chu Feng finally spoke up. Impressive, indeed. The melodies of the 100 Flowers Pavilion are truly deserving of their reputation. I have come here specifically for this, and it has not been in vain. With a flourish, he proclaimed, I shall reward you with 100,000 spirit stones. The sudden declaration immediately captured the attention of the crowd. As they beheld Chu Feng clad in a pristine white robe, particularly noting the unique patterns adorning it, astonishment spread across their faces. This is the Yunfeng robe of the Lingyun immortal sect. A snow-white Yunfeng robe? Why have I never seen one before? The murmurs of the crowd began to circulate. As Dongji City is a domain under the jurisdiction of the Lingyun immortal sect, the attendees were well aware of various matters concerning the sect. For instance, the robe alone could easily indicate one's status within the sect. All disciples of the Lingyun immortal sect donned Yunfeng robes, characterized by a mountain peak motif that pierced through the clouds adorning the back and the right chest. Depending on their rank within the sect, the Yunfeng robes varied in hue and prestige. While outer disciples were disregarded, Once a disciple entered the inner sect and joined one of the peaks, the sect would uniformly provide them with these robes. The most basic Yunfeng robe was light blue, worn by disciples of various peaks. A higher tier was the deep blue Yunfeng robe, donned by disciples of the 7 main peaks. Further up the hierarchy was the purple Yunfeng robe, reserved for elders and officials, with shades transitioning from light purple to deep purple based on rank. The highest tier, the pale golden Yunfeng robe, was exclusively for peak masters and cabinet members, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. The sect leader's robe was even more resplendent, a brilliant gold. The white Yunfeng robe, however, was reserved for the prospective saint, a rank intermediate between purple and gold. Upon the prospective saint's formal elevation, they would don the pale golden Yunfeng robe, their status akin to that of cabinet members, marking their entry into the true upper echelons of the sect. Thus, Chu Feng's current standing within the sect was superior to that of an ordinary elder, yet subordinate to the peak masters and cabinet members. This is why he was able to orchestrate the proceedings during the Yi family trial. At that time, all cabinet members were in a meeting, leaving him as the highest-ranking individual present. In the midst of the crowd's discussions, there were those who understood the underlying rules. One exclaimed, "It is the saint. This is the exclusive attire of the saint." Although he was in a prospective position, those outside, including wandering cultivators or members of other factions, dared not utter the term prospective. Upon hearing this declaration, the crowd was taken aback. For ordinary cultivators, or those from smaller factions, the saint of the Lingyun immortal sect represented an almost unattainable figure, one to be revered and admired. Instantly, the gazes directed at Chu Feng were filled with respect. At this moment, Chu Feng gently pushed open the window of the elegant chamber, and in an instant, he appeared atop the high platform where Hua Qianyu stood. With his emergence, those among the crowd who were well-informed promptly exclaimed, "It is the Saint Chu." Recognized, Chu Feng remained unfazed. He even acted purposely ostentatious. After all, the more conspicuous he was, the more he would draw the attention of certain individuals, thereby alleviating the pressure on Lu Wudao. Ignoring the murmurs of the others, Chu Feng approached Hua Qianyu and stated, "Tonight, come to my room for a solo performance." Hua Qianyu's expression shifted slightly, as if she wished to voice a response. At that moment, Chu Feng's voice rang out once more, "This is not a request, it is an order." The crowd gasped. Though they internally deemed Chu Feng's actions excessively domineering, none dared to speak out. Meanwhile, Su Fan felt his heart leap into his throat at the instant Chu Feng made his appearance, an overwhelming tension gripping him as he conveyed mentally, "Yin Lao. It's Chu Feng. Damn it, why has he come?" Yin Lao's voice, though still weak, carried a weightier tone than before as he replied, "With the extraordinary transformation of the 9th layer of the Yuan spirit, he won't recognize you." Hearing Yin Lao's response, Su Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that his reaction instilled a sense of profound disappointment within Yin Lao. After all, such a panicked response in the face of adversity was indicative of the fact that Chu Feng had already begun to loom as a nightmare in his mind. True prodigies, even when faced with defeat, do not easily succumb to nightmares wrought by their adversaries. Perhaps it is a consequence of insufficient tempering. As old Yin pondered this, he was unexpectedly taken aback by Su Fan, who, sensing that his concealment was secure, suddenly spoke out. "What gives you the audacity to act thus? Is it merely your status as the Holy Son that grants you such confidence?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. Following the direction of the voice, he beheld the speaker and could not suppress a faint smirk, though his eyes grew icy. Chapter 67, The Wind Sword Pavilion. In that instant, Su Fan's voice resonated throughout the surroundings. The atmosphere within the 100-flower pavilion fell silent, as if a spell had been cast. A multitude of gazes turned towards Su Fan, only to swiftly shift to Chu Feng. Many faces paled, revealing palpable fear. Su Fan's expression also shifted slightly, as he realized that Chu Feng's presence had thrown him off balance, causing him to react excessively. However, before he could gather himself, a hand formed from condensed spiritual energy had already seized him. With a smile that bore no warmth, Chu Feng inquired, "Might you repeat your previous statement?" Su Fan's complexion drastically altered, but before he could utter another word, the ethereal hand tightened its grip. A sickening crunch echoed as the terrifying force began to shatter Su Fan's physical form, invoking a surge of panic within him. Instinctively, he summoned all his strength to cry out for help. "Wuhan, save me." The plea reverberated through the air. Not far away, within an inn, a man's expression darkened. "Su Fan, why does he seek rescue?" he murmured, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the inn. In but an instant, he stood aloft above the 100-flower pavilion, sword in hand. The heart of the sword was luminous. A ripple of intangible energy swept through the space. At that moment, Everything within the pavilion was laid bare to the young man's perception. Upon recognizing Chu Feng's dire predicament, he furrowed his brow, and a long azure sword materialized in his grasp. Flowing light, the blade sliced through the air, a flicker of sword radiance cleaving the sky. With a swish, the pavilion's rooftop, rendered ineffective beneath the sword's brilliance, was effortlessly pierced. The sword's momentum remained unabated as it hurtled towards the starry arm. Yet, to the young man's astonishment, upon collision with the arm, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. The sword light shattered instead, while the starry arm merely dimmed slightly. At that moment, Chu Feng, peering through the fractured rooftop, was struck by a realization. He had been contemplating how Chu Feng, despite his apparent foolishness, could act so recklessly. It now became evident that Chu Feng possessed a formidable ally. Meanwhile, within the crowd below, some recognized the identity of the sword-wielding man in the sky and exclaimed, "That is the contemporary sword master of the extreme sword sect, Jian Wuhan." The revelation sent shockwaves through the onlookers. A sword master, akin to the holy son of the Lingyun sect, represented the pinnacle of strength within their respective sections. As the crowd vocalized their recognition, Chu Feng's mind raced. Jian Wuhan, the sword master of the Wind Sword Pavilion, was akin to the Lingyun sect's holy son, yet distinct. The extreme sword sect was organized by pavilions rather than peaks, comprising 5 pavilions: Wind Sword Pavilion, Thunder Sword Pavilion, Sea Sword Pavilion, Cloud Sword Pavilion, and the Extreme Sword Pavilion, with the Wind Sword Pavilion ranked 4th, emphasizing speed in its sword techniques. In the original narrative, this character had befriended Chu Feng during a secret exploration. Reflecting on the text, Chu Feng recalled that Jian Wuhan was noted for a sword technique known as flowing light and shadow, described as a swift strike that could effortlessly claim a life before one even perceived it. Likewise, Jian Wuhan observed Chu Feng with a frown. Upon noticing the white robe of the Yunfeng, he recognized Chu Feng and solemnly remarked, "You are Chu Feng, the holy son of the Lingyun sect?" Among the 7 holy sons, 5 had ascended beyond the transformation stage and ventured to the celestial star palace. Naturally, the only one remaining was Chu Feng. Responding calmly, Chu Feng retorted, "The Wind Sword Pavilion's swordmaster, Jian Wuhan. What? Do you intend to intervene in this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wuhan replied, "I consider him as my brother. Might you grant me this favor?" At this, Chu Feng chuckled and replied, "Grant you a favor? Are you unaware that the relations between our 2 sects have become quite strained of late? Capturing you alongside Chu Feng would indeed be a splendid choice." Jian Wuhan's expression darkened further, while the surrounding crowd hastily evacuated the 100-flower pavilion. Once outside, they began to murmur among themselves. This is the confrontation of heirs from 2 great sects. Who will prevail, the Holy Son or the Swordmaster? Surely the Swordmaster is superior. Jian Wuhan reportedly reached the late stages of transformation a year ago and even slew a dragon of the transformation realm. That seems plausible. Chu Feng has only recently emerged and was scarcely known prior. As the discussions unfolded, within the 100-flower pavilion, Hua Qianyu trembled uncontrollably. Her cultivation level was merely at the divine pill stage, and under the overwhelming presence exuded by Chu Feng and Jian Wuhan, she was nearly undone. She shot a glare at Chu Feng, for it was his actions that had drawn these 2 formidable individuals to the now declining 100-flower pavilion. Moreover, it appeared a fierce battle loomed, one that could very well obliterate the entire establishment. Amidst this turmoil, an unexpected notification echoed within Chu Feng's mind. Ding! The host's actions have caused the female supporting character, Hua Qianyu, to develop a rift with the Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny's fortune is diminished by 500 points, and the host is rewarded with 200 points of destiny. Upon hearing the sudden announcement, Chu Feng's smile broadened. Just then, Chu Feng struggled to shout, "Wuhan, do not waste your breath with him. Just slay him." At Chu Feng's urging, Jian Wuhan finally took action, unleashing another strike with his sword. This blow, swifter than the last, was directed straight at Chu Feng's core. The fierce sword light glimmered ominously. Unfazed, Chu Feng maintained his grip on Chu Feng with one hand while raising the other to unleash a powerful punch. The brilliance of countless stars erupted behind him, as if all the celestial forces converged upon his being. As the sword light descended, it was met with a resounding fist, shattering it. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a detached voice echoed from behind Chu Feng. In a dazzling flash of light, a shadowy figure materialized behind Chu Feng, the azure sword piercing through the air with lethal intent aimed directly at his neck. Yet, in the face of this rapid assault, Chu Feng merely smiled, uttering the words, "Starfall." Instantly, the ethereal stars encircling him plummeted to the ground. Chapter 68, Stars Like Rain. A phantasmal figure loomed behind Chu Feng, advancing at an unfathomable speed, poised to deliver a fatal strike. Even though the original text alluded to the sword's swiftness, likening it to flowing light. Chu Feng was genuinely astonished by the sheer velocity of the attack. This speed was indeed terrifying, far surpassing what one would expect from the infant transformation realm. Fortunately, Chu Feng had prepared himself. As he flickered, the stars surrounding him suddenly cascaded downwards. Each of the suspended stars around Chu Feng fell with a thunderous cacophony. In the blink of an eye, the area surrounding him was engulfed by the deluge of miniature stars. The stars fell like rain, but their impact was far more formidable than mere raindrops hitting the ground. Swish, swish, swish. As these small stars crashed down, a gaping chasm was carved into the earth within a 100-meter radius of Chu Feng, a pit so profound that its depths were unfathomable. Cloaked in darkness that instilled a sense of dread, the onlookers, who had retreated in shock, stood dumbfounded at the sight, gasping in disbelief. What an overwhelming display of power! A single strike from one of those stars could obliterate a person on the spot. Heavens! Was this truly the prowess of someone in the infant transformation realm? The crowd was left in awe. They would not have been surprised if a massive pit had been created over 100 or even 1,000 meters. But the fact that this abyss showed no signs of a bottom was truly terrifying. Particularly, everyone understood that Chu Feng, the Holy Sun, was still merely at the infant transformation stage. This was indeed more exaggerated than moving mountains or parting seas. Beside Chu Feng, Hua Qianyu's experience was most direct. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him on a patch of ground barely a meter wide, one step outside would lead her to the abyss. The pitch-black silence of the pit induced a sense of suffocation within her. For a moment, she even forgot that she was a divine elixir practitioner capable of flight, even if she were to fall. At this moment, Chu Feng's eyes widened, and the dread in his heart intensified. What kind of power is this? Can I truly defeat him? Chu Feng's resolve wavered. Having been repeatedly defeated, Chu Feng had become his nightmare. Witnessing this scene now made him question himself even further. Elder Yin immediately sensed something was amiss with Chu Feng and urgently admonished, "Focus. Do not entertain such thoughts. You are a divine elixir practitioner. If you were at the infant transformation stage, you need not fear him in the slightest." As Elder Yan's words resonated, Chu Feng gradually regained his composure. However, the soul energy Elder Yan had painstakingly restored was once again depleted, and his voice returned to its previous weakened state. After all, Chu Feng was clearly on the brink of succumbing to his inner demons. Ordinary words would hardly suffice to rouse him from this state. Thus, Elder Yin had no choice but to expend more soul energy to cast the focus incantation. Yet, as he revived Chu Feng, Elder Yin fell silent. Though he had spoken encouragingly, could Chu Feng truly achieve what Chu Feng had done at the infant transformation stage? He felt it was unlikely. However, he would not voice this truth at such a moment and risk demoralizing Chu Feng. After enduring repeated setbacks, the so-called steadfastness of Chu Feng's heart had already begun to crack. The evidence was clear. He was not as unyielding as he claimed to be. The crowd was engulfed in astonishment, and soon someone exclaimed, "By the way, where is the Wuhan sword master? Could it be? No, surely not. Isn't his realm supposed to be higher?" The crowd was struck with fear. Just then, a cold voice erupted from Chu Feng's vicinity. "Thousand shadows, flowing light. All shall be severed." As the voice echoed, an avalanche of sword lights surged forth, converging upon the starry arms summoned by Chu Feng. One sword beam struck, leaving the starry arm unscathed. 10 sword beams descended, slightly dimming the arm's brilliance. It was not until a total of 366 sword beams struck simultaneously that the once impenetrable starry arm finally shattered. In the next moment, the figure of Jian Wuhan appeared before Chu Feng, seizing him by the collar and swiftly darting towards the outskirts of the city. Chu Feng's expression hardened, trying to escape. "Star Spirit, lock the heavens, bind them." His spirit energy surged forth, and in that instant, the heavens transformed into a resplendent galaxy. Amidst the shimmering stars, countless chains emerged, pursuing the two fleeing figures. The vast expanse of the starry sky covered nearly the entirety of the heavens, extending far beyond 100 miles. Just as the endless chains were about to envelop them, Jian Wuhan's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he swiftly produced 12 flying swords from his spatial ring. Flowing light sword array, activate. The 12 spirit swords rapidly coalesced into a sword formation, intercepting the chains, until finally, the two figures vanished into the depths of the Wanxiang mountain range. At that moment, Chu Feng moved, arriving before the shattered sword array. With a single punch, he obliterated the now unattended formation, subsequently collecting the 12 flying swords. What a generous offering. 12 high-grade spirit artifacts, just like that. They fled quite swiftly, though. Little did they know. This was all part of my grand design. Chu Feng's gaze deepened. He had intentionally allowed Chu Feng to escape. Of course, this was not out of benevolence, but rather out of adherence to the system's guidance. These children of destiny could be likened to indestructible cockroaches until their fortune diminished to a certain extent. Even if he acted decisively now, it was highly likely that unpredictable situations would arise. After all, during the previous incident in Fengtianwang City, despite Chu Feng's reckless behavior, a mysterious powerful figure had intervened to save him. Thus, Chu Feng's ultimate aim was not to eliminate Chu Feng at this moment, but rather to continue diminishing his fortune while simultaneously acquiring more destiny points for himself. Additionally, he sought to leverage Chu Feng's fortune to uncover the hidden realm of the Yin-Yang immortal king's legacy. This was also why Chu Feng had refrained from exposing Chu Feng's true identity earlier. Meanwhile, within a valley of the Wanxiang mountain range, Jin Wuhan spoke in a low voice. You should not provoke him at this time. According to our original plan, I would take you back to the sect. After you join, I could recommend you directly into the Wind Sword Pavilion, allowing you to become a core disciple. With your talent, you would rise swiftly, and you could seek revenge later. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's expression darkened as he replied, how was I to know that this guy would kill without a second thought? Moreover, I pondered, is it not true that you are here? You are, after all, at the pinnacle of the infant transformation stage. As for Chu Feng, he is merely at the nascent phase of this transformation. Chu Feng's words rendered Jin Wuhan's expression considerably grim. After all, did not the deeper implications of this statement suggest that he was a mere waste, inferior to Chu Feng?